Chapter 1. The Extra 24 Hours. Zhang Heng discovered a month ago that he had gained an additional 24 hours in a single day. The first change manifested in his watch, a Tizot C-Star Automatic 3, a gift from his parents on his 18th birthday while they were in Iceland. The purchase was carelessly made through Taobao, with the seller dispatching the item despite an incorrect address being filled in. Zhang Heng had long since tired of criticizing his parents, who, before he had even graduated from elementary school, eagerly packed their bags and flew off to Europe to embark on a new life. They met at an academic conference, both being theologians experts studying religious myths. In a materialistic society, their profession was not easily sustained. However, unlike the charlatans that often populate their field, Zhang Heng's parents were genuinely accomplished. Point one was an Oxford graduate specializing in Norse and Greek mythology, while the other held a master's degree from Durham University, focusing on Christian myths, having published several influential papers in their field. As fate would have it, Zhang Heng's father's mentor secured a significant project and needed additional hands. After a brief discussion, they entrusted Zhang Heng to his grandfather and set off on their global research journey. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt, they did not skimp on expenses for their young charge, excluding tuition and accommodation. Zhang Heng's annual living expenses at university amounted to a substantial 30,000 yuan, a notable sum among ordinary students, though it paled in comparison to the wealth of some peers. The incident with the watch was quite peculiar. Upon awakening one morning and instinctively glancing at the time, Zhang Heng noticed the scale had shifted from 12 to 24, an hour and a half later. He texted a friend to regretfully inform him that he had been called for attendance in calculus class. Was this not a dream? After completing his morning routine in 10 minutes, Zhang Heng sat at his desk and powered up his computer. He logged on to Taobao and searched for double-scale watches, intending to prank his friend. To his dismay, the search yielded no relevant results. Perplexed, he removed the prank from his search query, yet still found no matches. Was it some elaborate joke? Pondering this, Zhang Heng noted that aside from the inexplicable 12 additional markings, the time displayed on the watch aligned perfectly with that on his computer. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that this 24-scale watch was indeed the same C-Star he had always worn. In summation, Zhang Heng realized he had encountered something extraordinary. While an ordinary person might have been frightened by such a supernatural occurrence, Zhang Heng was not your typical individual, a fact for which he credited his celestial parents. While other children were lulled to sleep with tales of bunnies and squirrels, he was immersed in stories of Norse mythology and the Bible. Although he ultimately did not disappoint the expectations of 9 years of compulsory education by becoming a proud materialist, the foundation laid in his childhood remained. Zhang Heng's capacity to accept such phenomena was far superior to that of the average person. Explained using a concept from the popular board game called Cthulhu, his character's SAN value declined at a remarkably slow rate. Rather than fear, he found himself profoundly intrigued by the events unfolding within himself. Typically, a watch with a 12-hour scale indicates that the hour hand completes 2 rotations to signify the passage of a day. However, his globally limited edition 24-scale watch indicated that a single revolution represented an entire day. In this light, it seemed trivial with adjustment. It could even be somewhat exhilarating. Yet, Zhang Heng understood that whoever orchestrated this transformation would not be satisfied with merely altering his watch face. His intuition suggested that the truly fascinating events would likely await him at the conclusion of a full cycle of the hour hand. There was no need for him to attend the morning calculus class. He had already been marked absent, and, according to the professor's policy, his final score would be automatically reduced by 5 points. Instead, Zhang Heng opted to make up for his missed morning run on the track. His classmates regarded him as somewhat enigmatic, while most students resented early mornings. He alone persevered in his routine. Yet, during sports events, he never signed up, nor did he often participate in group activities, particularly gatherings. Those who interacted with him discovered that he was not as aloof as he appeared. On the contrary, he possessed a rather engaging personality. Rumors circulated that he had been spotted at an archery range, and his dormitory mates privately revealed that he was a member of a climbing club. While these statements contained elements of truth, they were also exaggerated. Zhang Heng's morning runs were a product of his grandfather's insistence, a habit he maintained, but with only slightly above average speed and endurance, far from the prowess of the elite athletes among his peers. Archery was a recent whim, having attended only 3 lessons, barely scratching the surface of the sport. while climbing was an interest he had registered for but soon abandoned. The only consistent musical pursuit was the piano, which he had played since childhood, achieving a level of amateur proficiency around grades 8 or 9. He had stored Paganini's La Campanella on his phone, playing it in the practice room for his own enjoyment, unaware that it would lead to such peculiar occurrences. Thus, the extraordinary Zhang Heng was not as extraordinary as he seemed. While he held a genuine interest in many things around him, time remained a universal equalizer. Regardless of one's willingness to cherish it, whether striving to make the most of every minute or lounging in bed like a sloth, each person was allotted a mere 24 hours each day. Not a second more, not a second less. Chapter 2. The normal distribution method of book selection. Zhang Heng completed 7 laps around the playground, totaling 2,800 meters. After finishing, he took a refreshing shower in the public bathhouse, changed into a clean white t-shirt and jeans, and leisurely enjoyed breakfast in the cafeteria before making his way to the library with the recently finished book, The Mirror of the Night Mountain. Like his morning runs, reading is one of Zhang Heng's cherished habits. He maintains a steady pace of 1 book per week. However, unlike the morning jogs enforced by his grandfather, reading brings him considerable joy and serves as a delightful pastime, one he thoroughly relishes. In fact, had time permitted, he would have wished to read several more books each week. After completing the book return process at the service desk, Zhang Heng retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened a small application called Random Number Generator, set it to generate an 8-digit number, and with eager anticipation, performed a roll. One must admit, there's a reason why people often regard him as somewhat extraordinary. Ordinary individuals would never even consider employing such a unique method of selecting books in a library. Yet, Zhang Heng possesses a peculiar trait. Perhaps due to the vast array of literature he has consumed over the years, he is unperturbed by genre, displaying an impressive tolerance for all types of writing from classic literature to the most trivial fantasy novels, even delving into the likes of the Compendium of Materia Medica and the Handbook of Scientific Pig Farming. His reading habits have become increasingly eclectic, leading him to develop his own method of book selection based on a normal distribution model. Regrettably, his innovative approach did not garner the necessary funding when he applied for a campus research grant, leaving him unable to promote his method further. This exemplifies the often myopic nature of capital markets. Zhang Heng followed the last 2 digits of his rolled number to the corresponding bookshelf. This time, fortune smiled upon him. While it may not have been the pinnacle of literary achievement, the management and economic section offered intriguing reads far superior to last month's selection, bill of quantities for water supply, heating, and gas engineering that he reached for his chosen book, Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. It seemed he was in for an enjoyable morning. Zhang Heng settled into his seat by the window, ready to indulge in his leisurely reading session. At this point, some might be inclined to criticize him. How could he remain unconcerned about the peculiar behavior of his watch? Zhang Heng, however, felt powerless in this regard. While it is commendable to respond proactively to an incident, it must be within one's capacity to handle the situation. In the face of supernatural phenomena, with scant clues available, inaction might indeed be the wisest course. Just consider those classic horror films, where every enthusiastic mentor turned upon being startled in a dark, eerie house ultimately meets a grim fate. Conversely, adopting a nonchalant attitude towards the inexplicable can transform a potentially harrowing experience into a mere thrill-seeking adventure. Thus, maintaining composure often proves to be paramount. At precisely 11:30, the power in the dormitory was cut off. Although Zhang Heng's laptop boasted a battery life of 3 to 4 hours, he chose not to disturb his roommates and decisively shut it down. With merely half an hour remaining before the day concluded, while others had already witnessed the hands of their watches complete 2 full rotations, his familiar yet foreign starfish watch was only just completing a single turn of the hour hand. What would transpire? Zhang Heng remained uncertain. All he could do was wait. He donned his headphones, activated his MP3 player, and reclined on his bed, quietly passing the remaining half hour of the day. Midnight. The 3 hands of the clock converged at the top of the dial, pausing for the briefest moment before the second hand resumed its movement. During this interval, Zhang Heng detected no anomalies. Had his conjecture been erroneous? He removed his headphones. Yet, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The silence was overwhelming. Summer nights are typically vibrant. The small fan on the door rattled. Mosquitoes buzzed annoyingly near his ear, A leaky faucet dripped in the adjacent washroom, and the soft rustling of a stray cat traversed the flower bed below, not to mention the rhythmic snores emanating from the bed diagonally across from him. This evening, however, all sounds had vanished. The world felt as if it had suddenly lost all noise, enveloping him in an unprecedented silence. Were it not for the faint melodies still echoing from his headphones, Zhang Heng might have doubted his own hearing. Guided by the dim light of the MP3 screen, he glanced at his watch again, 00:01. Typically, at this hour, his neighbors would be engrossed in an online game of League of Legends, their jubilant cheers resonating after an impressive kill or a narrow escape. Moreover, Zhang Heng noticed something else unusual. The right side of the Starfish watch displayed the date, which, logically, should have updated past midnight. Yet it remained stuck on yesterday's date. A thought struck him. This evening, he had not changed into his pajamas. He had simply jumped into bed. He powered on his computer, the boot-up process swift, taking less than 7 seconds before revealing the QQ login interface. However, his attention shifted to the glaring date and time displayed on the taskbar, 00:00 2017920. Indeed, was this the final moment of yesterday? Zhang Heng waited a moment longer, refraining from glancing at the time on his watch. Instead, he monitored his pulse, counting 200 beats, calculating, based on his heart rate of 72 beats per minute, that at least 2 minutes had elapsed, yet the desktop clock remained frozen at 00:00. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, but refrained from rushing to any conclusions. He approached his sleeping roommate, Chun Huadong, giving him a gentle nudge. Chun was the lightest sleeper in the dorm. Even the slightest movement at night could rouse him. Yet, despite Zhang Heng's efforts, he remained utterly unresponsive. "Apologies, my friend. While I may be single, I assure you I am not the person you might envision," Zhang Heng quipped, placing his fingers beneath Chen's nose, managing to inject a bit of humor into the eerie atmosphere. One could only commend Chen's exceptional composure. After 5 minutes without a hint of breath, Zhang Heng pondered. If this were part of a prank, then Chen's ability to hold his breath was remarkable enough to earn a spot in the Guinness World Records. Having already tested one roommate, it seemed only fitting to verify the others. Zhang Heng replicated his previous actions with the remaining 2 roommates, yielding the same results. At this point, Zhang Heng was nearly certain that he had encountered a phenomenon beyond the realm of scientific explanation. That it was as though the river of time had carved out a tributary solely for him. Chapter 3. The Stagnant World. Zhang Heng pushed open the door to his dormitory, and the corridor lay in eerie silence, reminiscent of a hospital morgue, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. The door across the hall was ajar, and a warm glow seeped through the crack. Peering inside, he beheld 4 individuals engrossed in their computer screens, their avatars in pursuit of a barely alive Annie, spells suspended mid-air, and their expressions frozen in a moment of exhilaration, akin to 4 lifelike sculptures. Zhang Heng noted the alarm clock on one desk, its display reading 00:00. He then wandered through several other dorm rooms on the floor. Some had been locked from the inside for the night, while those he could enter were all inexplicably frozen at the last moment of the day. In the washroom, a student was surreptitiously smoking, the embers glow vividly apparent, yet it would not descend further. The exhaled smoke hung suspended at their lips. Unable to resist, Zhang Heng took out his phone to capture this remarkable scene. As he pressed the shutter, he stumbled upon another curious phenomenon. In this world where time had ceased, not only were people immobilized, but objects too remained in a state of their final second. Like the spell that had been cast halfway, the still ceiling fan, and now, the perpetually smoldering cigarette. However, there existed exceptions. To confirm his suspicions, Zhang Heng deftly extracted the cigarette from the student and Appo's fingers. Remarkably, once the cigarette found its way into his grasp, it resumed burning. Was this truly the case? In this realm where only he could move, items reverted to their normal state upon his touch. The cigarette, along with the previously functioning phone, computer, and MP3 player, continued to display an unchanging time. Moreover, his ability to restore normalcy seemed ineffective on humans. Despite his persistent nudging of Chun Huadong in the dormitory, the latter remained unresponsive. What of other living creatures, then? The most common yet loathed summer inhabitant, the mosquito. Once a single one infiltrates a room, a peaceful night and Appo's rest becomes elusive. Presently, a mosquito lingered by Wei Jiangong and Appo's pillow, poised to feast. Regrettably, Its dreams of a midnight snack were destined to be thwarted. Zhang Heng extended his hand and gently grasped one of its wings, bringing it down from the air. Yet it persisted in its flapping motion, like a dedicated performer oblivious to the fresh prey at hand. Thus, it seemed that animals too were impervious to his influence. With a swift motion, he crushed the mosquito, achieving a small victory in pest control. Having explored the dormitory sufficiently, he decided it was time to venture outside. Utilizing the washroom faucet to dispose of evidence, Zhang Heng descended to the first floor. The duty manager stood at the entrance, clutching a large U-lock, presumably preparing to secure the door. Such occurrences were a hallmark of university life, though different institutions exhibited significant variances in dormitory management. Zhang Heng strolled past the duty manager with nonchalance. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have stopped him, inquiring about his late-night whereabouts. Yet now, it was as if she had acquired the ability to see through him, her gaze fixated on the doorknob as he passed by, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Thus, he ambled out of the dormitory, gazing up at the starry night sky, traversing the desolate campus until he arrived at the school gate. Here, the atmosphere was markedly livelier. Zhang Heng and Amp, Oppo's university was modest in size but strategically located near the Third Ring Road, across from a bustling street, where the city and Amp, Oppo's nightlife stretched endlessly. At the stroke of midnight, time had frozen for all, much like a film scene paused. Vehicles whizzing by had come to an abrupt halt. Zhang Heng had once witnessed the city at this hour when picking up a friend from the station, but this close-up observation was a first. He could see the green onions scattered by the pancake vendor, the calloused hands and weathered faces of sanitation workers, the balding man's greasy nose, and the photo of his daughter on his phone, as well as a girl hiding star stickers beneath the cash register. It was as though he was rediscovering his city anew. Zhang Heng unlocked a mobike through WeChat, eagerly cycling through the streets while continuing to test his hypothesis. At precisely 00:00, he chose not to wear headphones this time. In the next moment, all sounds surged into his ears like a tidal wave. Beautiful. This head is mine now. The endless blade can finally be unleashed. Push the tower, they dare not advance. The fan above creaked rhythmically. A wild cat and Oppo's mating call echoed outside, and someone scuffed their slippers down the corridor. Exhausted after a sleepless day, Zhang Heng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After plugging his dead phone into a charger, he hurriedly threw himself onto his bed, succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 4. A Taste of Power. Hey, have you heard? A senior from the media department deceived younger female students into believing there were internship opportunities with a major corporation. However, upon arrival, they discovered the grim reality of being coerced into serving as escorts, with some even forced to take nude photographs. Just last night, my roommate clearly saw her sleeping in bed, yet in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I heard about it too. This incident has sent shockwaves through the girls in Building 2. They searched the entire campus, but she was nowhere to be found. Eventually, the police called the school, asking the administration to intervene. It seems someone leaked her incriminating evidence to the authorities, including 2 photographs that appeared eerily lifelike. Yet, the expressions and gazes of the individuals in those images seemed to be devoid of focus, which is truly unsettling. Speaking of unsettling, have you heard about the midnight legend surrounding the Wume supermarket? What midnight legend? Udon and Oppo's. Tino? This has been all the rage on the school forum. The Wume supermarket closest to the library has a peculiar occurrence every Monday and Wednesday at midnight. A bottle of Nestle coffee mysteriously disappears, while an extra $4.50 inexplicably appears in the cash register. This phenomenon has terrified 2 cashiers, who reviewed the surveillance footage and found that the coffee vanished without a trace of anyone around. Wow, just hearing about it gives me goosebumps. A group of chattering girls passed by Zhang Heng, who was fiddling with a recently acquired Sony mirrorless camera. Ever since he discovered a surplus of 24 hours in his day a month ago, he has conducted numerous experiments, mastering this newfound ability. The incident involving the senior was merely a coincidence that allowed him to test his skills. Theoretically, if he prepared adequately, he could even instigate a third world war. Yet, such an endeavor would provide him with no personal gain. Moreover, he could wield a fire axe and brazenly stroll down the street, smashing every ATM in sight, which would likely propel him into the ranks of the city and Oppo's wealthiest individuals. Alternatively, he could discreetly pilfer $1 from each wallet around him, swiftly accumulating over 20 million with minimal impact. However, at this point, he had no pressing need for such actions. For a sophomore, an annual living allowance of 30,000 yuan was more than sufficient, and he had little to spend it on. His family did not require his support. His parents, engrossed in research abroad, seemed oblivious to his existence. His grandfather, among the first cohort of university students after the reinstatement of the Gaokao in 1977, had become a senior engineer in a national water conservancy project upon graduation. Now retired, he enjoyed a pension and a house with a garden, cultivating vegetables and playing chess. Content with his life. Having become familiar with his abilities, Zhang Heng realized that he could earn money without resorting to illegal means. For instance, he had recently applied to join a photography club, which would host a city-themed photography competition next month. The senior in charge of external relations had secured impressive sponsorships, with the first prize offering 5,000 yuan and a Canon EF17 to 40mm f4L USM wide-angle zoom lens, while the second and third places would receive 3,000 yuan each along with prizes. Zhang Heng, who had only attended 2 classes and 1 lecture in the photography club, primarily relied on online videos and self-study, having just reached the stage of composition and exposure. Yet, thanks to the cooperation of his models, fleeting yet extraordinary moments, typically elusive for ordinary photographers, were abundant within his additional 24 hours, requiring no further embellishment to be captivating. Even though his skills were still rudimentary and he remained perplexed by color temperature and depth of field, the city appeared to possess an unusual charm through his lens. Zhang Heng selected 2 particularly satisfying images from his evening photography collection to submit for the competition. Since discovering the extra 24 hours in his day a month ago, he had not grown complacent. Rather, he had become more industrious. Initially, he conducted various tests, such as whether objects he touched would remain in a state of suspended animation indefinitely or revert to stillness after a certain period of separation. He also pondered the effective range of this time suspension. Was it limited to the city alone? For this purpose, he had purchased a plane ticket to a location 1,000 miles away on a Saturday. Most of his inquiries were resolved through experimentation, while some difficult-to-verify questions remained unanswered for now. Next, he had to contemplate how to allocate the additional 24 hours. Sleep was indispensable. Midnight was typically his bedtime. Initially, curiosity had allowed him to wander the city all day, but that was unsustainable in the long run. During the 24 hours when everyone else was frozen in time, only the clock on his wrist continued to tick, and his physiological needs persisted. He still experienced hunger, thirst, fatigue, and exhaustion from prolonged activity, just like anyone else. Interesting. Does this mean my aging process is accelerated compared to ordinary individuals? Zhang Heng gazed thoughtfully at the reflection in the mirror. Yet he surmised that he would not uncover the answer to this question in the near future. For instance, in the realm of reading, influenced perhaps by his theologian parents, he had always harbored a fascination for various peculiar and obscure knowledge. Previously, due to time constraints, he could only read 1 book per week. Now, he had rearranged his schedule to carve out an additional 6 hours for reading on Mondays and Wednesdays. The bright, spacious library transformed into his private sanctuary. Free from the necessity of reserving seats in advance, devoid of eccentric neighbors, and he could even wander the aisles in his pajamas and slippers. Moreover, Zhang Heng resumed his abandoned rock-climbing hobby and added photography to his list of interests. He attended classes during regular hours and practiced what he learned during his personal time. Additionally, he continued to hone his archery skills. His coach expressed astonishment at his rapid progress each week and even encouraged him to consider pursuing this path seriously. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng and Appo's favorite activity remained nocturnal explorations of the city. He typically dedicated at least 2 hours each day to wandering the streets. The sprawling metropolis concealed countless secrets beneath its night sky. These changes bore no moral implications. Zhang Heng was disinterested in playing the roles of either deity or devil. He simply reveled in the enjoyment of his own moments. Chapter 5. The Covenant. Thursday afternoons belonged to Zhang Heng, a sacred time for daydreaming. At this hour each week, he typically refrains from assigning himself any work and instead seeks a favored spot to luxuriate in the art of idleness. This place could be a park, a temple, a museum, or, as in this instance, a maid CAF. Judging solely by the aesthetic appeal, the latter undoubtedly reigns supreme, making it the most frequented venue for his contemplations. With a cup of forbidden love in hand and a plate of sorry, brother, not today ordered, Zhang Heng earnestly selected a rather mysterious concoction. "Good master, please hold on a moment," chirped a petite maid adorned with cat ears. Her hands clasped together as she cradled the tray against her chest, her tone imbued with gentleness. Professionalism. Zhang Heng mentally applauded. aware that the maids in this establishment were university students working part-time, highly esteemed within the otaku community. In contrast, the maid CAF on Chuanxi Road lacked sincerity, employing a cadre of middle-aged women, and it was rumored that the owner himself had once attempted to serve. His unkempt leg hair unnervingly disturbing the patrons, dining there felt more akin to enduring a punishment. While awaiting his order, Zhang Heng casually plucked a volume of Food Wars from a nearby shelf. Yet, scarcely having turned 2 pages, a voice interrupted his reverie. What a pity, I still preferred his earlier works. Looking up, he was startled to find a stranger had taken a seat opposite him, a short elderly man clad in a tang suit, complemented by a small top hat and tie. His odd attire rendering him quite peculiar. The patrons of the maid CAF were instantly drawn to this unusual figure. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Heng recognized him as Takeda Jun, a former comic artist. It seems my memory serves me well, the old man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. How has the past month treated you, Zhang Heng? Are you satisfied with my little gift? Rest assured, your concern is unwarranted. This additional 24 hours does not detract from your life. Did you meddle with my affairs? Zhang Heng inquired, intrigued by the old man and Oppo's audacious opening line. For me to achieve such feats is no simple task, but you are someone I hold in high regard. So a token of our meeting is only fitting. The elderly gentleman reached forward, seizing the cup of forbidden love from the tray, startling the nearby maid, who glanced at Zhang Heng, silently questioning whether to alert the authorities. Zhang Heng gently shook his head. I shall not take advantage of you. Once our conversation concludes, you shall still enjoy your drink. The old man muttered something somewhat incomprehensible before adopting a serious demeanor. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I am quite pleased with your performance over the past month. Since your probationary period has ended, it is time to discuss the conditions for your formal acceptance. Conditions for formal acceptance? Zhang Heng began to respond, but the old man waved his hand, cutting him off. I am aware of your family's circumstances. Money does not tempt you as it might others. Furthermore, after acquiring this ability, earning wealth becomes a trivial pursuit. But trust me, this game will offer you rewards beyond your wildest imagination. What game? Zhang Heng asked, curiosity piqued. The old man drained his cup of forbidden love in one go. We shall determine the victor through this game, for the one seated upon the throne is that insufferable fellow. Bound by ancient agreements, I cannot divulge the game and Oppo's details prematurely. Technically, our meeting is also prohibited, but fret not. I can manage this minor inconvenience. Given the significance of this game, why do you not participate yourself? Zhang Heng queried. As I mentioned, we are constrained by certain ancient covenants, rendering our direct involvement impossible. You are my proxy. I place my stakes upon you. If you win, I win. If you lose, I too shall lose. We are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Yet, my luck has been poor of late. My recent games have ended unfavorably. The old man sighed. As you can see, I am becoming increasingly frail. Thus, I have decided to place my bets early, despite the inherent risks after all. You might very well be eliminated along the way. Who exactly are you? Zhang Heng inquired, just as a plate of sorry, brother, not today was placed before him. Consisting of slightly burnt cookies, their color somewhat dubious. Zhang Heng gazed into the old man and Oppo's eyes, his lengthy and somewhat juvenile monologue oddly fitting the atmosphere of the maid CAF. However, the fact that he knew Zhang Heng and Oppo's name and seemed well acquainted with his affairs indicated that this comically dressed individual was not jesting. Moreover, Zhang Heng had to concede that the old man's little gift was indeed quite useful, igniting his interest in the game he spoke of. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng finally asked, It sounds intriguing. How do I participate? Quite simple. Let me find the nearest gaming point to your school. The old man retrieved a Xiaomi phone from his tang suit pocket, tapping away on the map. Desire City Bar, game point 137, tonight at 11. You shall not regret your decision. Oh, I almost forgot. The old man extended a hand. Final step, let us seal the covenant. Once we shake hands, you will be irrevocably bound to me. Please refrain from using such ambiguous and unfortunate phrasing. I am beginning to regret this. Zhang Heng extended his right hand. As their hands clasped, Zhang Heng felt as though he were grasping a cold, unyielding stone. The old man and Oppo's countenance appeared lively, cautioning him to be wary of other proxies, but reassured him that they would likely not cross paths in the early stages of the game. Above all else, ensure your survival. Wait, does this game involve death? Zhang Heng and Oppo's eyelids fluttered. No, merely a game death, the old man clarified. To be more precise, you would vanish in reality, not only your body, but all memories associated with you would also cease to exist, as though you had never existed at all. I happen to know someone quite adept at such matters. The old man spoke with an unsettling nonchalance, akin to reminding someone to buy salt on their way home. Zhang Heng opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, his vision inexplicably blurred, and the next instant, the old man had vanished from view. A nearby maid approached, carrying a deep red drink, her smile revealing two adorable little canine teeth. "Master, your forbidden love. Please enjoy." Chapter 6. The game begins. Are you heading out now? Indeed, there's an event tonight. An event? Is it a date? Wei Jiangyang, with an understanding smile that suggested brotherly camaraderie, seemed to grasp the situation. Shen Huadong, who was sipping cola and watching a movie, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Young Master Zhang, is it not me you fancy?" The oldest in the dormitory, Ma Wei, put down his English book and interjected, "Zhang Heng, with your superb qualities, finding a girlfriend should be quite easy. Yet here you are, still single. If it weren't for sharing a dorm with you, I would have thought you were gay." Ma Wei and Appo's lament held weight among the four in their dorm. His family background was the most modest. His parents were humble farmers, and during high school, he harbored feelings for a girl in his class, a sentiment he kept buried deep within. It wasn't until the spring of their freshman year, during a birthday celebration thrown by his roommates, that he drunkenly shared his story. Only then did Zhang Heng and the others learn that the girl had also enrolled in the same city, and they encouraged Ma Wei to confess, but he declined. The other three in the dorm were well aware of Ma Wei's circumstances. They knew he relied on national scholarships to pay for tuition and ease his family's burden. He was the most diligent in his studies, often found at the library, and he also worked part-time as a tutor, leaving him no time for romance. Zhang Heng patted Ma Wei on the shoulder, exclaiming helplessly, "Please, stop teasing me. Tonight is not a date, and I am not gay. I simply have yet to meet a girl I like." Chen Huadong raised his soda, saying, "When you do meet her, make sure to show us, so we can see what kind of enchantress has captured our dorm and amp." Appo's Zhang Gongzi. After finally fending off the three gossipers, Zhang Heng stepped outside the campus, and the time was already 10:05. If he hadn't discovered the series of numbers on his right arm while showering, he might have doubted whether the events at the maid CAF that afternoon had been mere figments of his imagination. He had inquired with the cute maid donning cat ears, who assured him that he had been the only patron at that table from the moment he entered until he departed. "Never question a bartender," she had coolly stated. "For every concoction is infused with something called love. One cannot forget their own affection to the others in the establishment." The conversation from moments ago seemed as if it had never transpired. It was mentioned that the gentleman in traditional garb, wearing a top hat and tie, had indicated that their meeting was prohibited, yet he would handle the trouble. Thus, Zhang Heng surmised that this was likely his so-called solution. His curiosity regarding this mysterious individual grew. It appeared that all his abilities were somehow linked to time. However, now was not the moment for such musings. He needed to prepare for the impending game. Upon exiting the school, he followed the navigation on Baidu, first taking the subway to an industrial area outside the Fifth Ring, and then transitioning to a light jog for warm-up. At 10:45, he arrived outside a bar named Desire City. The location was somewhat secluded, and during his journey, Zhang Heng encountered several rough-looking individuals who eyed him with suspicion while smoking. A few inebriated young women, dressed scantily, were hunched over at the curb, retching. Zhang Heng wished to avoid trouble, so he donned his hooded sports attire and maintained a steady pace past them. To his surprise, the bar was livelier than he had anticipated. Desire City had been transformed from an abandoned factory, covering a vast area, with rusted buildings adorned with an assortment of bizarre graffiti. Luxurious cars and supercars lined the entrance. This was peak business hours, as the city's youth flocked to the venue. Even before entering, the deafening beats reverberated from within, as if they could shatter one's very soul. Zhang Heng frowned, although his uninvited companion had insisted that he should reveal nothing, claiming he would learn everything as the game progressed. There remained vague hints in her words. Regardless, the organization he belonged to must be ancient and secretive, having hosted similar games before, unbeknownst to the world. This indicated their adeptness at maintaining confidentiality. However, within the venue, there were at least 700 to 800 people, and he was surrounded by legs and backsides, accompanied by dazzling laser lights pulsating with the DJ and amp, Appo's beats. If this so-called dangerous game were to unfold here, Zhang Heng would wager that the following day, TikTok and YouTube would be inundated with videos. Was there a mistake in the address? This was a common error, especially considering the age of the other participants, such occurrences were hardly surprising. Just then, Zhang Heng noticed a shadow in the upper right. Strictly speaking, it wasn't an amp, Opos, TA second level, but rather a colossal shipping container affixed to the western wall by steel structures. With an iron ladder leading up to it, where two muscular men in suits and sunglasses stood guard. A few intoxicated young men and women appeared eager to climb up for fun, but were halted by the two guards. One of the wealthy youths, evidently from a privileged background, threw a handful of cash into the faces of the guards. When bystanders noticed that the bills were $100 notes, a commotion ensued as they scrambled to seize the fallen money. Yet, the two guards remained unfazed. The affluent youth, growing frustrated, splashed his drink onto the guards' faces. Perhaps accustomed to behaving brazenly, he attempted to push through, but in the blink of an eye, no one could discern what transpired. His body was suddenly flung backward, colliding with several individuals and a table, ultimately landing on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. His companions, witnessing this scene, sobered up quickly. A few men contemplated issuing threats, but upon witnessing one guard methodically adjusting his sunglasses, they reconsidered and hurriedly dragged their incapacitated friend toward the parking lot. Once the tumult subsided, the remaining crowd regarded the two guards with a mix of fear and respect, unwilling to approach further. Zhang Heng waited an additional 5 minutes, ensuring no one was paying him any mind, before taking a deep breath and stepping forward. The two muscular men regarded him expressionlessly from behind their sunglasses, their gaze emanating a chill that made Zhang Heng feel as though he were on the savannah, facing two lions poised to hunt. Yet, his composure prevailed as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the series of numbers on his arm. During this exchange, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The earlier incident with the wealthy youth was quite unforgettable. Although Zhang Heng had speculated that the numbers on his arm served as an entry ticket to the game, he could not dismiss other possibilities. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not manifest. He did not meet the same fate as the affluent youth. After a moment, the two towering figures silently stepped aside, revealing the path behind them. Chapter 7. The Island Survival. 1. Zhang Heng ascended the iron ladder to the second floor and pushed open the blue iron door before him. Considering the sights he had encountered along the way, as well as the lively young men and women downstairs swaying to the rhythm of youth, he had anticipated that the interior of the metal structure would be at least somewhat similar in style. However, to his astonishment, it resembled more of a VIP lounge at an international airport. It was noteworthy that the sound waves emanating from below had exceeded 100 decibels. Although Zhang Heng was not an expert in acoustics, he was well aware that materials akin to those used in containers typically offered minimal soundproofing. Yet, upon the closure of the iron door, the cacophony from outside was entirely muted, perhaps due to the extraordinary events he had previously experienced. He had developed a certain immunity to such phenomena, and after a brief contemplation, he resumed his steps forward. "Welcome." A woman in a red evening gown behind the bar greeted him. Zhang Heng took a cursory glance around. Apart from himself, there were approximately a dozen others in the lounge, some engaged in animated conversation, while others sat in solitude. Curiously, one individual seated nearby was obscured from his view, despite being merely a few meters away. Unconvinced, Zhang Heng concentrated, feeling as though he was on the verge of penetrating that invisible barrier, but the next moment, a wave of nausea surged from his abdomen, compelling him to grasp the bar for support to prevent himself from collapsing. At that moment, a glass of lemonade was slid towards him. "Relax. This is a common experience for every new player who arrives here. Unless permitted by the other party, players' appearances are defaulted to an unrecognizable state within the realm of desire. In fact, your voices have also undergone special modulation. What you hear is not your true voice. All to maximize your safety. However, I can still see your visage." Zhang Heng accepted the lemonade with a word of thanks. The dim lighting had diverted his attention to others, but now he recognized the familiar face behind the bar. Despite her change of attire and the application of lipstick, her demeanor was strikingly different from that of the day. "You are the bartender from the Maid CAF? Indeed, your powers of observation exceed my expectations," she replied, polishing a glass with an air of the indifference she had displayed earlier. "There is no rule stating that one can only hold one job throughout the day, is there? By the way, I am the receptionist here, and I do not need to conceal my appearance like the players do. I apologize, since I entered. You have incessantly repeated terms like player and receptionist, but I must candidly admit, I still do not understand what game I am about to partake in. Is it blackjack, Texas Hold'em, or perhaps something akin to Three Kingdoms Kill or esports?" Zhang Heng settled onto a high stool at the bar, I typically refrain from boasting about my employer in front of customers. In fact, I dislike doing so at any time. However, on this occasion, I must say, congratulations, Mr. Zhang Heng. You are extraordinarily fortunate to be participating in the greatest game in human history. I assure you, compared to this, the games you have played before pale in comparison. It will utterly transform your life. Such declarations are often heard at pyramid scheme presentations. DNA? Zhang Heng took a sip of his lemonade, puzzled by why the bartender had abruptly shifted the subject to this. The assertion itself is not erroneous. Each of us possesses a unique DNA, with certain aspects of our being encoded from birth, our appearance, family, hereditary health issues. Yet, fortunately, after that, we still have myriad choices before us, pursuing higher education, working, starting a business, becoming a primary school teacher, or even an astronaut. The bartender set down the gleaming glass she had been polishing, her speech accelerating, now, setting aside those predetermined elements. Let me pose a more precise question. What do you believe shapes a person into who they are today? For instance, what allows an astronaut to walk in space? Or a boxer to knock out an opponent? And what propels a teacher to pick up teaching tools? Experience? Are you suggesting that experience and learning mold us into who we are today? Zhang Heng quickly grasped the bartender and Oppo's intent. He raised an eyebrow, yet I still fail to comprehend how this relates to the game I am about to join. No amount of written description can rival first-hand experience. Mr. Zhang Heng, your first round of the game has commenced. Cherish this rare and extraordinary opportunity. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A peculiar glimmer flickered in the bartender and Oppo's eyes. As she uttered her final words, the clock on the wall chimed 11. In the next instant, a potent wave of dizziness surged through Zhang Heng and Oppo's mind, blurring his vision. This is not good. Have I fallen victim? Zhang Heng and Oppo's initial reaction was to suspect that the lemonade was tainted. It was the only thing he had consumed. Since entering the bar, he had remained vigilant, but perhaps due to unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance, his caution had waned. He had no idea when she had slipped something potent into his drink, and merely a sip had such terrifying effects. His head felt increasingly heavy, and he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the bar and losing consciousness. So, it turns out men can also be drugged. Zhang Heng had no concept of how much time had elapsed, perhaps days, hours, or merely seconds. A strange voice echoed in his ears. Player identity verification in progress. Verification complete. Randomly selecting new instance for player number 07958. Selection complete. Current instance, Island Survival. You are aboard a cruise ship for an ocean excursion when, near the equator, you encounter a terrifying storm. The ship veers off its intended course. And simultaneously, all onboard radar, sonar, GPS, and satellite phones inexplicably fail. You lose your sense of direction and drift aimlessly at sea for a month, only to be struck by an even more ferocious storm. At the moment of crisis, you happen to be on deck when a colossal wave sweeps you overboard. When you next open your eyes, you find yourself sprawled on an unfamiliar beach. Mission objective: survive on this deserted island for 40 days. Mode: solo. Friendly reminder: the game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself, player. Chapter 8. Survival on the deserted island. 2. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes again, he found himself sprawled on an unfamiliar beach. The waves lapped at his body, and a hermit crab, its shell adorned with a sea conch, scuttled past him. Zhang Heng was in a dire state since awakening. He had been beset by thirst and hunger, utterly exhausted, as if he had truly drifted at sea for days. He sought a drier spot to sit against a rocky outcrop, gazing toward the direction from which he had been washed ashore. He saw nothing but an endless expanse of ocean. What was this? A reality show on survival? Perhaps it was the after effects of that glass of lemonade. Or maybe the prolonged absence of food had left his mind foggy. He forced himself to calm down and began to ponder the events that had befallen him. Following the strange man in a tang suit's request, he had become his agent and attended a mysterious game at a bar called Desire City. After finally locating the main character, he had been drugged and unceremoniously cast onto this deserted island. But why had they done this? What benefit could it possibly serve them? His body remained unchanged, yet his athletic wear had vanished, replaced by a pair of beach shorts and a floral t-shirt. The Swiss Army knife he had kept in his pocket for emergencies was also gone. However, the watch on his right wrist remained, its sole survivor. Yet when his gaze fell upon the watch face, he was taken aback. The date on the starfish was unchanged. Still set to the Thursday night he had entered the bar, and alarmingly, only a minute had passed since he had lost consciousness. Zhang Heng stared at it for a while, noticing that the second hand had not moved at all. Had it broken? He recalled once throwing it from a height of over 200 meters onto a cement surface, which had left a dent in the hard ground. Yet the watch had emerged unscathed. He had thought it would continue ticking until the end of the world, yet here it was, powerless. But then a thought struck him. He remembered the mysterious voice that had appeared in his mind not long ago, mentioning a time flow of 480. Zhang Heng and Apos' eyelids fluttered. Could it be taken literally? If others sought to verify this, they might have to wait 40 days, but for Zhang Heng, he had other means. He pressed his hand against his pulse. And after 20 minutes, he confirmed a terrifying realization. The starfish on his wrist had not malfunctioned. The watch was still ticking according to the real world as time. It was merely that 1 second had transformed into 8 minutes. So, was this truly just a game? Zhang Heng felt a sense of confusion wash over him. The scenery before him was so vivid, the golden sands, the swaying coconut trees, the t-shirt clinging to his wet skin, and the jagged rocks digging painfully into his back. Hunger and weakness enveloped him, making him acutely aware of the passage of life. Regardless, his immediate priority was to find a way to regain some strength. Even thinking had become a laborious task. He knew he needed food and hydration, yet despite having a better temperament than most, he was merely an ordinary university student. Utterly clueless about surviving on a deserted island. He could not distinguish edible plants, lacked knowledge of hunting, sourcing water, or building shelter. Thankfully, he recognized coconut trees. At that moment, less than 20 meters to his left, stood several coconut trees bearing green coconuts, their juice capable of quenching his parched lips and throat. While the flesh could provide the urgently needed energy and vitamins, Zhang Heng picked up a stone the size of his palm from the ground and approached a coconut tree. Possibly bent by a typhoon, he used the stone to knock down the coconuts, a total of 7, hanging about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Such a task would normally pose no challenge, but considering Zhang Heng and Apos' current physical state, it took considerable effort to bring them down. By the time he smashed the coconuts open on the rocks and drank the juice within, half an hour had elapsed. He then scraped some coconut flesh with the stone and swallowed it, finally regaining some strength to contemplate his predicament. Zhang Heng could no longer discern whether he was in a game or reality. If all of this were fictitious, it would not explain the authenticity of his sensory experience and physical condition, nor could it clarify the watch and Apos' bizarre time flow. Yet if he remained in reality, how had he been transported from his city of study and residence to this deserted island in the blink of an eye? Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside the unresolvable questions for now. After all, according to the old man in the Tang suit, whether this was a game or reality, he had to find a way to survive. But could an ordinary modern individual, accustomed to urban life, truly conquer the enigmatic forces of nature? A bitter smile crept across Zhang Heng's lips. He had always been an optimistic person, yet in light of his current situation, he doubted his ability to survive for 40 days on this entirely alien island. In truth, even 4 days seemed daunting. He lacked wilderness survival knowledge and skills, was in poor physical condition, and was all alone. Zhang Heng found himself secretly hoping that this was indeed a game. For a well-designed game should not present any unwinnable scenarios, especially not at the onset of the beginner level. He discarded the coconut shell he had been holding and stood up, squinting against the glaring sun. He sprinted toward the beach as swiftly as he could, finally discerning 3 small black figures bobbing in the waves. All 3 were male foreigners. One was clad in a complete set of rain gear and hiking boots, a dagger seemingly hanging from his waist. However, due to the tumultuous waves, Zhang Heng could not confirm this. He appeared the most composed among the trio. Alongside him was a man in mere shorts, his face impassive, and a bald man who was entirely naked. All 3 were in perilous circumstances. Despite their efforts to reach the island, they seemed to be caught in a current, unable to make progress against the relentless waves. Zhang Heng realized he had to make a choice. Although he had regained a bit of strength from the coconuts, attempting to rescue all 3 at once was clearly unrealistic. With his current stamina, he could only attempt to save one of them. Ultimately, he chose the naked man, for the simple reason that he was the closest to the shore. Chapter 9. The Struggle for Survival on a Deserted Island. 3. As Zhang Heng dragged the bare-bottomed man onto the beach, both were utterly exhausted. Along the way, Zhang Heng had contemplated giving up several times, yet this man maintained a remarkably positive demeanor, encouraging him throughout the ordeal. Ultimately, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and managed to pull the man ashore. They lay on the beach for a while, Zhang Heng barely able to move a finger. If given the chance, he would have preferred to close his eyes and drift into slumber. However, just 2 minutes later, The bare-bottomed man spoke up. Hey, buddy. We can end Oppos. Stay like this. We end Oppos. Not far from the equator, and the midday temperature can reach 35 to 36 degrees. If we continue like this, we will soon suffer from dehydration. Let me take you to a cooler spot. Zhang Heng took a few deep breaths, gathering what little strength he had left, and dragged the man to a rock wall, removing his t-shirt to apply a makeshift bandage to the wound on the man's thigh. After that, Zhang Heng felt utterly drained, unable to even lift a stone. Fortunately, he spotted a few fallen coconuts a short distance away. As he prepared to crack open the coconuts, the bare-bottomed man hesitated, opening his mouth but stopping short. I don't want to seem demanding, but if possible, could you find me some green coconuts? The ones on the ground are already old, and drinking the milky juice could lead to diarrhea. On this deserted island, that could be quite perilous. You seem to possess quite an extensive knowledge of survival in the wild. Zhang Heng realized he had made the right bet. Indeed, in a well-crafted game, there would never be a scenario that left the player entirely without hope. He understood that this man represented his chance for survival on the island. However, he couldn't end Oppos. Help but wonder about the backgrounds of the other two individuals. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng had no regrets. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Moreover, the man before him, with a significantly receding hairline, appeared to be quite agreeable. As a mentor, sometimes attitude is more crucial than ability. Sure enough, the man soon spoke again. Friend, could you help me find some green coconuts? My throat is unbearably dry, and afterward, I will teach you how to locate water sources. No problem. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Heng rested for a moment, regaining some strength to fulfill the man's request. This time, he successfully smashed open 14 coconuts in one go, giving 5 to the bare-bottomed man, consuming 3 himself, and reserving 6 for later. After drinking the coconut water, the bare-bottomed man's spirits visibly lifted, and he extended his hand, saying, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ed Wilson, an Englishman, former captain of the British Army stationed in Afghanistan. Just call me Ed, and I sincerely thank you for saving my life. Zhang Heng, a Chinese student currently in my second year of university. No need for thanks. Zhang Heng exchanged a friendly handshake with the former British Army officer. However, Ed's tone suddenly grew somber. It's a pity about those two. Aside from this small island, there is no other land nearby, and if they couldn't make it ashore, they are likely in grave danger. While at sea, I estimated that this island is approximately 12,000 hectares in size. I noticed some animal tracks near the bushes, indicating that there may be streams on the island. Following the animal tracks should lead you to them. However, the bad news is that this also suggests the presence of predators. Nightfall is approaching, and venturing deeper into the island without a torch is unwise. You might get lost or encounter wild beasts. Ed patiently imparted survival skills for the wilderness, deliberately slowing his speech to ensure Zhang Heng comprehended each word. Even so, Zhang Heng would occasionally interrupt him to ask for the meaning of certain words. Despite having parents who worked abroad, they often spent little time at home and had not deliberately cultivated Zhang Heng and Oppos as language skills. As a result, his English was at an intermediate level. He could manage daily conversations but required Ed to elucidate specialized vocabulary. After 20 minutes of teaching and listening, Zhang Heng finally grasped the general approach to locating fresh water in the wild. Following Ed's advice, he decided to rely on coconut water for hydration while searching the nearby rock wall. Not only did he discover several small puddles, but he also stumbled upon a natural cave. Approximately 10 square meters in size, it was filled with bird droppings and emitted an unpleasant odor. However, it was situated at a relatively high elevation, eliminating worries of being swept away by tides during the night. More importantly, it was sheltered from the wind, which made the island's nights quite chilly, especially with the wind stealing away warmth. As the sun set, Zhang Heng utilized the last remnants of light to gather a few more coconuts, combining them with those from earlier for dinner. The two men exchanged goodnights in the cave. As a city dweller, it was Zhang Heng and Oppos' first experience sleeping outdoors. Though he knew his mind and body were at their limits and desperately needed rest, he found it difficult to close his eyes. The odor of bird droppings, the harshness of the rocks beneath him, and the unknown insects crawling on his arm all tormented his senses, leaving him restless. Suddenly, Ed spoke up. Zhang, have I told you what is most important in wilderness survival? What? Zhang Heng, having not heard a sound from behind him for a while, had assumed the man had fallen asleep. He sighed internally. If this were indeed a game, it was unlikely that any ships would pass by in the next 40 days. Nevertheless, Ed's words lifted his spirits, most importantly reminding him that he was not alone in this situation. Zhang Heng was not one to wallow in self-pity. Surviving on a deserted island for 40 days was merely a challenge, and with a mentor by his side, he believed he could accomplish it. He attempted to banish the negative emotions from his mind, and soon, fatigue overcame him. He closed his eyes. Chapter 10. Stranded on a Deserted Island. 4. As the sun rose above the horizon, a new day dawned. Zhang Heng opened his eyes in the cave and noticed that Ed had already sat up. "Good morning, Zhang," Ed greeted him. "Morning," Zhang Heng replied. "Oh, I wish for a steaming cup of coffee, a fried egg, sausage, and toast," lamented the former army captain. "But given our current predicament, we cannot ask for too much, can we? Unfortunately, the calories provided by coconuts are woefully insufficient. A single green coconut offers merely 200 calories. Even without exertion, we require around 2,000 calories a day. Additionally, we must diversify our diet to secure a more abundant source of nutrition. Well, since we are by the sea, I believe we can exploit that advantage. What should I do?" Zhang Heng inquired. "Do not rush," Ed advised. "Living in the city has left your digestive system rather fragile. Even if I instruct you on how to procure food from the ocean, the absence of heat could lead to dire consequences. A single crab could cause severe dehydration through diarrhea. Therefore, we need fire, as well as the water source you found earlier, which also requires boiling to be safe for drinking. Boiling for 3 minutes will effectively eliminate most bacteria. Allow me to teach you how to start a fire." After a brief pause, Ed began to explain patiently. "The most crucial aspect of fire making is selecting the right kind of wood. Fast-growing softwood is ideal. The fire drill and base can be sourced from the same tree. Strip the bark and dry it in a sunny spot." Zhang Heng listened intently. But when it came time to execute the task, he found it far more challenging than he had anticipated. He spent the entire morning attempting to create fire. Yet his efforts repeatedly ended in failure. His hands were sore and raw from the friction, and with no time left to forage for food. He and Ed had consumed the last of their stored coconuts, leaving them both hungry. What was even more disheartening was the immense effort expended with no reward. "Zhang, you cannot expect to transform from a novice to an expert in a single day," Ed consoled them. "The beginning of any endeavor is always the most arduous." While this was indeed true, the feeling of failure was still disheartening. Zhang Heng tossed aside the broken fire drill, exasperated. Failure is also a valuable experience. Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors evolved through their failures, Ed remarked, ever considerate. "You are a bright student, Zhang. Do not fret. There is still time for you to learn and grow. Now, tell me, what have you gleaned from this failure?" "The wood isn't suitable. My hands are nearly raw, and I still can't create a spark. I need to try different types of wood," Zhang Heng replied. However, fate had other plans. As dusk approached, the island was beset by wind, and dark clouds quickly gathered overhead. Zhang Heng had no time to salvage the wood he had stripped and laid out on the rock wall to dry, as the torrential rain soaked it through. This meant that his entire day had been in vain. Zhang Heng lay sprawled inside the cave, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Ed, I don't think your motivational platitudes will help at this moment." "Then let it go," Ed said calmly. "Huh, but only until the rain stops. You must vent your negative emotions so that you can better engage in your work afterward." "Are you always this optimistic, Ed?" "Perhaps it is because I have faced worse situations while trekking through the Amazon. Remembering those hardships, I persevered, so there is even less reason to give up now," Ed replied. The rain showed no signs of relenting before nightfall. "Get some rest. We have much work to do tomorrow," Ed concluded, lying down first. The two spent the night hungry. The following morning, before dawn, Zhang Heng rose, primarily driven by hunger. He hurried to the coconut trees to gather a few coconuts to stave off his hunger. He had nearly exhausted the low-hanging coconuts in the area, with only the higher ones remaining, which were difficult to reach with stones. Zhang Heng knew time was of the essence. He needed to ignite a fire quickly, or he would be unable to proceed with the subsequent tasks. Ultimately, the outcome was promising. He not only discovered a suitable type of wood for fire-making, but also spotted what appeared to be wild chickens. Unfortunately, these agile creatures took flight before he could approach, leaving Zhang Heng with no means to capture them at present. Moments later, the two men on the island finally succeeded in producing fire. "Well done. Now we can avoid the risk of infection," Ed exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Heng had never imagined that witnessing fire would evoke such excitement within him. Just as he was about to speak, a third voice interrupted his thoughts. Fire successfully ignited, gaining new skill. Wilderness Survival LV0, game points. 3. Personal character panel activated. You may check your personal status. The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and realized it was the same voice that had echoed in his ears while he was unconscious. "Ed, did you hear that?" Zhang Heng asked. Ed looked puzzled. "Should I have heard something?" Then, he straightened his expression, concern etched across his face. "Zhang, you aren't in Appos. Hallucinating due to dehydration, are you?" Zhang Heng began to question whether the sun had gotten to his head, for before him appeared what seemed to be an attribute card. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Games played, 0 current game points. 3 skills acquired, piano LV1. Language proficiency LV1, conversational level in 2 languages. Evaluation, this player is unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy traits or specialties, and is projected to falter in the first 3 rounds of the game. Well, he also noticed a small note beneath the skills column stating that LV0 skills would not be displayed. With his amateur level 9 piano skills, he had managed only a paltry LV1? The game and Appos' definition of skills seemed excessively stringent. Even among 100 individuals, very few could start a fire in the wilderness. And yet he barely scraped the edge of level 0. This game appeared to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 11, Survival on a Deserted Island. 5. Zhang Heng finally managed to create fire. Consequently, his diet was no longer restricted to mere coconuts. Following Ed's guidance, he discovered some sea snails on the rocky beach and fortuitously stumbled upon crabs and oysters. The latter, especially, was delectable and nutrient-rich, abundant in calcium, iron, and phosphorus, as well as vitamin B2, earning it the esteemed title of milk of the sea. Regrettably, its caloric content was rather low, approximately 70 calories each. While this was undoubtedly a boon for a food enthusiast on a deserted island, Zhang Heng preferred high-calorie sustenance to fuel his physical exertions. He harbored no concerns about gaining weight, for he had lost considerable mass over the past few days. Fortunately, he anticipated a hearty meal tonight. Zhang Heng gathered over 70 small sea snails, 6 oysters, and 4 hermit crabs, albeit the latter were rather diminutive. Ed mentioned that hermit crabs were edible, though their flavor was mediocre. However, the two were not dining in a Michelin-starred restaurant, and culinary finesse had become a distant memory. Zhang Heng also spotted some fish along the shoreline. However, lacking tools, he could only watch them swim freely. Additionally, he recalled the small puddles he had discovered 2 days prior. Using a shell he found, he scooped water from them, but soon encountered difficulties in boiling it. They were marooned on a deserted island without even the most basic utensils, and the shell's excellent insulating properties made it nearly impossible to bring water to a boil, even when placed directly over the fire. Ed suggested searching for some stones, ensuring they weren't porous or flaky. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement and, following Ed and Appos' instructions, collected a few stones. After 20 minutes of heating them until they glowed red, he used branches to place them inside the shell. Shortly thereafter, the water began to boil. "There isn't much water here. 2 stones should suffice," Ed remarked. Ultimately, the water in the shell boiled for a quarter of an hour, ample time to eliminate most pathogens. Zhang Heng silently absorbed these wilderness survival techniques. Ed was an excellent teacher. Despite his inability to move due to a wound at his waist, his extensive survival knowledge greatly benefited Zhang Heng. Thus, even though he was now responsible for gathering food and water for their survival, Zhang Heng held no grievances. However, he did not wish to remain reliant on Ed indefinitely. He aspired to transform the knowledge he gained from Ed into his own skills. This was not to sever ties with Ed, for he was willing to share half of his food with him as long as there was sustenance remaining. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. He noticed that Ed's complexion had worsened compared to the day he was rescued. More alarmingly, the wound on Ed and Appos' thigh was a deep gash that Zhang Heng had simply bandaged to stop the bleeding, leaving him powerless to aid further. On this deserted island, there were no antibiotics readily available as in city hospitals, and an infection could prove fatal. This seemingly confirmed Zhang Heng's foreboding feelings. He could do little but care for Ed, who, in the following days, taught him how to craft simple stone tools, clean teeth with charcoal, collect rainwater, weave ropes from tree bark, construct rudimentary rafts, and use coral traps for fishing. The situation seemed to be improving, and the prospect of surviving for 40 days appeared increasingly attainable. However, just as Zhang Heng entertained such hopeful thoughts, calamity struck. On the evening of the 16th day, Ed suddenly developed a high fever, necessitating that Zhang Heng devote most of his energy to caring for the former army captain. This left him with diminished time to gather food and water, and his search radius shrank significantly. Fortunately, the provisions he had prudently stored previously prevented them from facing an immediate survival crisis. What troubled Zhang Heng even more was that Ed and Apos' condition showed no signs of improvement over the next 3 days. Upon unwrapping the t-shirt from Ed and Apos' leg, he discovered that the grotesque wound was now completely infected and festering. Since yesterday, Ed had lapsed into a coma. The food in their cave dwindled to nearly nothing, and they were approaching a state of utter deprivation. Then, on the night of the 19th day, Ed suddenly opened his eyes and, addressing Zhang Heng, who was dozing beside him, asked, "Do you know what is most crucial for survival in the wilderness? It is an unwavering mindset. Never be satisfied with yesterday and Apos' achievements. Each day must be lived better, and you must find a way to conquer nature." Zhang Heng rubbed his eyes and replied with a wry smile, "Ed, you didn't say that last time." Yet, there was no response from Ed. Zhang Heng cautiously placed his fingers beneath Ed's nose only to find no breath. Although he had mentally prepared for Ed's passing, he felt a pang of sorrow when the army captain truly departed. Their time together had not been long. Yet the skills he now possessed for survival in the wild were all imparted by Ed. Their bond was one of both teacher and friend. Zhang Heng dug a pit in the nearby forest and buried Ed and Apos' body, sharpening several wooden stakes to deter wild animals from disturbing the grave. After completing this somber task, he trudged to the shore in search of food to quell his hunger. The silver lining was that half of the 40-day survival goal had elapsed. Although he was once again alone, Zhang Heng felt a renewed confidence in his ability to endure on this deserted island, especially on the afternoon of the 20th day, when he found a 2-pound fish in the coral trap, promising a hearty evening meal. Just as he believed his string of misfortune had finally ended, he was startled by a long-forgotten voice prompt. "Alert! Alert! An anomaly has occurred in the target instance. Severe temporal error detected. Error reporting in progress. Secondary authority activated. Approval granted. Reporting cancelled." Removing this error from the judgment sequence permanently, Zhang Heng was taken aback by the torrent of information, and as he processed the situation, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly glanced at his right hand, where the 3 hands of the clock aligned perfectly at the top of the dial. In the initial days of his arrival, he had been unable to enter that suspended world at night, mistakenly believing that it held no relevance in the game. Little did he know, it was merely biding its time for a grand revelation. Zhang Heng almost instantaneously grasped the origin of the 520 days. The additional 24 hours he accrued daily at midnight had been magnified by a factor of 480, transforming into a terrifyingly significant number in this world. Chapter 12, The Survival on the Deserted Island 6. So, was all of this merely a game? In reality, once the starfish's clock struck 0000, Zhang Heng would enter a state of suspended time. Yet, the sea breeze continued to caress his ears, and the coconut trees swayed behind him. Apart from the sudden appearance of a voice moments ago, nothing had changed. Zhang Heng had previously experimented with several computer games while in a state of suspension. According to the principles of contact restoration, as long as he was and Apos connected with others, everything would function seamlessly. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Just as victory seemed within reach, the difficulty of the game escalated to infernal levels. Realizing he would have to endure 500 days on this deserted island instead of merely 20, Zhang Heng found himself devoid of even the strength to smile wryly. Sitting at the shoreline, he gazed out at the horizon until the sun dipped below the water, feeling for the first time that life was indeed filled with malice. Yet, given the circumstances, complaining held no value. Even if he sought retribution, he must first survive until the 500th day. Finally, before darkness enveloped the land, Zhang Heng roused himself once more. He was not one to be easily defeated by adversity. Following Ed's teachings of intermittent relinquishment, he had vented his negative emotions and had nearly regained his composure. Fire could not only cook food and purify water, but also provide warmth during the night. However, maintaining the flames became a responsibility Zhang Heng had to shoulder. Each day, he ventured out not only to gather food and fresh water, but also to find fuel that burned easily, especially after a rain, when the task became exceedingly arduous. Zhang Heng had long wished to collect more firewood to store in the cave, preparing for the incessant rains. Yet, until now, all his energy had been devoted to finding food. With Ed gone, his daily food requirements had halved, finally granting him time to pursue other endeavors. In addition to gathering firewood, Zhang Heng attempted to craft several stone axes. Ed was not particularly adept at tool-making, merely explaining the rudiments of crafting a stone axe. Previously, Zhang Heng had used a sharpened shell to chop down trees, but it was ineffective, requiring at least 2 or 3 hours to fell a small tree. Now, he wished to experiment with the highly esteemed stone tools of primitive man. However, something went awry. The axes he fashioned either flew out of his hands while swinging or broke after only a few strikes. Zhang Heng could only console himself with the notion that failure is the mother of success. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye before the familiar voice echoed in his ears. Task completed. While the two statements were inherently sound, their conjunction felt somewhat like a cold jest. Ignoring the enigmatic voice, Zhang Heng, having just finished his lunch, sought to find more shells along the shore to hold water, as the previous one had just been scorched. As he browsed the makeshift market, he inadvertently spotted 2 small black dots in the distance. This plot seemed somewhat familiar. Even more recognizable were the 2 struggling figures amidst the waves. Were these not the adventurer from option B and the shorts-clad fellow from option C? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Who were these individuals, exhibiting such tenacity? He had toiled to survive on this island, and yet these 2 had remained lively after drifting at sea for 40 days. Recalling the late Ed, who had expressed gratitude for being able to perish on land rather than being devoured by fish like the other 2, Zhang Heng felt a pang of guilt towards the former. Had he not rescued Ed, perhaps he too would be merely adrift at sea. Zhang Heng was no novice at gaming. He recognized that he was encountering a glitch in the system. The root cause lay in the additional 24 hours he had inexplicably gained, disrupting the operation of this narrative. In ordinary games, this would likely result in a crash or freeze, yet this game continued to function. By this measure alone, it was remarkably impressive. The bartender had proclaimed this to be the greatest game in human history, and Zhang Heng was beginning to believe it. Since his arrival in this world, everything before him had felt astonishingly real, from the flora and fauna of the island to Ed, who bore no distinction from a living person. However, this seemingly flawless world had finally revealed a crack. Was the absence of subsequent plot lines a mere repetition? Unlike mechanical cycles, Ed, who he had buried in the grove, did not reappear, indicating that basic logic still functioned. Zhang Heng swiftly shed his clothing. He certainly would not overlook such a fortuitous opportunity. Compared to the weak state he had been in 40 days prior, he was now well-fed and capable of engaging in physical exertion amidst his labor. His physical condition had nearly returned to its peak. Estimating the distance between himself and the 2 figures, he opted to approach the shorts-clad individual. As per the game's design philosophy, the greater the investment, the more substantial the reward. With Ed's assistance, he had largely alleviated his food concerns, and he was eager to discover what changes rescuing the shorts-clad fellow would bring to his life. 10 days later, Zhang Heng knelt before the brick kiln and tiled house, utterly astonished. It turned out there were indeed individuals capable of constructing homes by hand. He followed the shorts-clad fellow, witnessing the latter's process from gathering clay to constructing beams, firing bricks, and ultimately building a half-meter-high model of a tiled house. Beyond this, the shorts-clad fellow demonstrated how to properly craft stone axes, erect wooden shelters, create pottery, build shrimp traps, sandals, weave cloth from tree bark fibers, and manufacture bows and slingshots. Free from the worry of food, Zhang Heng devoted all his time to fervent learning. Regrettably, the shorts-clad fellow remained silent throughout, merely performing demonstrations of various tools and construction techniques at Zhang Heng and Appo's request. On the 19th day, however, tragedy struck. He perished in the woods from consuming a toxic mushroom. A plot twist? Drawing from prior experience, Zhang Heng excavated a pit beside the previous grave to inter the shorts-clad fellow. Unlike Ed, who had spoken before his demise, Zhang Heng and Appo's bond with the shorts-clad fellow was not particularly deep, and knowing this was merely a game lessened his sorrow. Nevertheless, acknowledging their mentor-student relationship, he ensured the body was respectfully laid to rest. Subsequently, he began to assimilate the knowledge imparted by the shorts-clad fellow over the past 19 days. During this period, the remaining adventurer drifted by twice more, but Zhang Heng chose not to rescue him, as he would inevitably return. If he did save him, the adventurer would only have 19 days left to live. On the 130th day of his sojourn on the deserted island, Zhang Heng once again heard the notification sound. Tiled house construction successful. Wilderness survival skill upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Game points 5. Further details available in the character panel. Chapter 13. Survival on the Deserted Island. 7. Zhang Heng glanced at his character panel and noted with satisfaction that his skills had finally increased from 2 to 3, though the harsh evaluations beneath remained unchanged. Ever since the shorts-clad youth had taught him how to craft a bow and arrow, Zhang Heng had added another daily activity to his routine. He marked out a designated area on the beach to hone his archery skills. Although he had alleviated his concerns regarding food and fresh water by utilizing the knowledge imparted by Ed and the shorts-clad youth, and even relocated from the original cave, which was littered with bird droppings, to a quaint cottage he had constructed himself, new crises soon emerged following this material improvement. Ed had once remarked that for those adept in wilderness survival, the greatest adversary is not the unpredictable forces of nature, but oneself. Once basic survival needs are met, most individuals tend to slip into a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by a profound sense of solitude on a deserted island, devoid of purpose and motivation. Thus, Zhang Heng recognized the necessity of finding additional pursuits to keep both his body and mind engaged, preventing him from dwelling on the reality of his isolation. Considering that he would need to survive over 400 days in this place, Zhang Heng set a new objective for himself: to explore the heart of the island. From that moment on, he meticulously controlled his activity radius, steering clear of the primitive forest, for the resources along the beach were sufficient for his survival. Yet, to combat this dreadful loneliness, he required a goal to sustain his will to live. Therefore, he resolved to venture into the island's center to discover what lay in wait. With his goal established, Zhang Heng devoted himself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Aware of the predators lurking in the forest, he first needed to equip himself with the means for self-defense. The shorts-clad youth had taught him how to create two types of ranged weapons, the bow and arrow, and the sling. The latter was the simpler to construct but presented a greater challenge in use, as the angle and timing of the stone's release were exceedingly critical. A slight miscalculation could send the projectile miles off course. Hitting a target even 4 or 5 times out of 100 was a commendable feat conversely. The bow and arrow offered superior accuracy and ease of manipulation, and Zhang Heng already possessed a foundational understanding of archery, having learned the proper stance, force application, and breathing techniques from his instructor during training. He simply needed practice, which could not be circumvented. It required time and dedication. In the real world, even if a day were to stretch into 48 hours due to the plethora of tasks at hand, he could not afford to invest excessive time in a single hobby. Yet, on this solitary island, time was in abundance. Transitioning from a commercially available recurve bow to a handcrafted primitive bow was undeniably a descent into a more austere reality. In comparison, the latter's precision and durability were somewhat concerning. Drawing the bow required considerable strength, and the bark cord he fashioned for the bowstring risked snapping after over 100 pulls, with an average lifespan of around 150 shots. He set a practice standard of shooting 300 arrows daily, necessitating the replacement of the bowstring twice. On the 172nd day of his island stay, Zhang Heng had reached a point where he could reliably hit stationary targets within 10 meters, boasting a 70% accuracy rate at 30 meters. Beyond that distance, the threat posed by his rudimentary bow and arrow diminished significantly. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification that his archery skill had advanced from level 0 to level 1. However, he remained somewhat dissatisfied, as his ambition was to elevate his skill to level 2 before delving deeper into the primitive forest, thus ensuring adequate means for self-preservation. With his archery skill now at level 1, Zhang Heng ventured further into the woods, arriving near the site where he had previously sought firewood. There, he encountered once again the peculiar creature he had seen before, which resembled a wild chicken. It seemed to mock him, as they exchanged odd calls before it scampered into the underbrush. However, a moment later, its body was pierced by a wooden arrow that descended from above. Simultaneously, a notification sounded in Zhang Heng's ear. Hunting success. Game points. 3. You may check related information on your character panel. His palms were slick with sweat. He was merely 7 meters away from the creature, a distance within his confidence, but should it take flight, his precision would wane dramatically. Thus, he released the arrow with a sense of urgency, his breathing slightly erratic. Fortunately, his diligent practice bore fruit, and the creature's ample size ensured that his shot found its mark. The unfortunate bird flapped about a few times before begrudgingly succumbing to its fate. The creature appeared rather peculiar. At first glance, Zhang Heng had assumed it to be a wild chicken, yet upon closer inspection, he noted that its beak resembled that of a duck, albeit with a curved hook at the end. It was significantly larger than a wild chicken, adorned with blue-gray feathers, short wings, and stout legs. It certainly possessed an unattractive appearance. Zhang Heng recalled having once perused a bird identification guide, but was unable to find this creature within its pages. However, given that it subsisted on fruits and seeds, it was theoretically plausible, perhaps, that it might be edible. Since their initial encounter, Zhang Heng had set his sights on this peculiar creature, but at that time, he had been ill-equipped to capture the swift-moving beings. Now, with his burgeoning archery skills, he eagerly extended his grasp towards these unsuspecting little creatures. Ultimately, Zhang Heng's inaugural hunting expedition proved fruitful. In addition to the 15-pound bird, he stumbled upon a patch of wild potatoes on his return. This fast-growing plant promised a continual supply of sustenance, provided it was properly tended. Chapter 14. Survival on the Deserted Island 8. This unnamed giant wild chicken, grotesque in appearance, was surprisingly delectable upon tasting. Strictly speaking, the meat was coarser than chicken, more akin to that of a pigeon. However, for Zhang Heng, who was nearly driven mad by his cravings for meat, this was the finest poultry he had ever consumed. Weighing several dozen pounds, he could not finish it in one sitting, so he removed the innards and soaked the remaining flesh in seawater before smoking it into jerky. Hanging it beneath the eaves, he found a sunlit patch of land behind his dwelling, where he cut up the potatoes he intended to plant, sprinkled some wood ash as fertilizer, and finally surrounded the area with a fence, hoping it would yield pleasant surprises in a month and a half. Initially, Zhang Heng had marked the passage of time by carving characters into the wall, but after relocating, he could not bring the stone wall with him. Fortunately, he still had the starfish on his right hand. With its incredible hardness that defied all scientific explanation, Zhang Heng had, in earlier days, used it to polish stones. By observing the positions of the hour and minute hands, he could deduce the current date through simple calculations, noting that 201 days had elapsed since he arrived on this deserted island. The clothes he wore were the first to deteriorate, and soon his shoes bore a large hole. Thankfully, being in the tropics meant he had little to worry about the temperature, even during winter. Thus, he often went bare-chested during the day. His skin had turned a bronze hue, his beard unkempt, and his hair disheveled. That afternoon, Zhang Heng set aside all his tasks and climbed a coastal rock face, sitting cross-legged atop it, gazing into the distance. After about half an hour, the old friend he awaited appeared right on cue. The adventurer struggled amidst the waves, appearing as though he might drown at any moment. Observing the undulating figure, Zhang Heng felt a conflict within. The great philosopher, mathematician, and historian Bertrand Russell once stated that his life was governed by three simple yet profound emotions: a longing for love, a quest for knowledge, and compassion for human suffering. However, for Zhang Heng in this moment, matters were much simpler. The two things sustaining his existence over these 500 days were the desire to explore the island's center and the occasional appearance of the adventurer every 40 days. The former kept him occupied, reducing time for idle thoughts, while the latter reminded him he was not utterly alone. Zhang Heng had entertained the thought of rescuing the adventurer from the sea countless times. If he could drag him ashore, he would have companionship for 19 days, providing the much-needed interaction and warmth from another human. Yet, he hesitated. He recalled a film he had once watched titled Castaway, in which the protagonist and Apos' plane crashed, leaving him stranded on a small island with a pile of packages. He opened them all except for one, for that package symbolized hope. If he were to rescue the adventurer now, then after 19 days, should the other perish, he would be utterly alone for the remainder of his days. After leveling up his survival skills to level 1, although he still lacked many essentials, such as a gaming console, even one with just Tetris and Snake, he no longer felt an urgent need to enhance his skills as he had upon first arriving on the island. In contrast, he recognized that exploring the island's center required assistance. While he could manage alone, having a partner would undoubtedly be safer. Thus, Zhang Heng planned to rescue the adventurer and have him accompany him deeper into the primeval forest. From Ed and the Short Sky, Zhang Heng had validated a notion. Although both were experts in wilderness survival, their areas of expertise diverged. Ed imparted knowledge focused on fundamental survival skills, while the Short Sky leaned towards crafting. Judging by the adventurer and Apos' attire, he was likely an expert in exploration, making a rescue at this juncture somewhat awkward. Hence, Zhang Heng restrained his impulses, watching as the adventurer was swallowed by the waves for the fourth time. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance in the direction of the adventurer's disappearance before leaping down from the rock face to continue his archery practice methodically. He spent a month honing his aim at 30 meters, achieving over 90% accuracy. However, no skill upgrade notification came. Zhang Heng did not feel disheartened. This was within his expectations. The game was notoriously stringent in its skill assessments, despite 14 years of studying English and his native Mandarin. He had only attained level 1 in language skills. Considering the multitude of languages in the world, this grading seemed fair. Similarly, in wilderness survival, Zhang Heng believed that should the entirety of humanity be cast onto a deserted island, he might not be the last one standing, but he would certainly rank within the top 10. Nevertheless, he also recognized his significant shortcomings. His proficiency was rather specialized. In a different harsh environment, such as the polar regions or deserts, his survival skills would likely falter, highlighting the gap between him and true experts. Therefore, Zhang Heng was not in a rush regarding his archery skills. After improving his accuracy at 30 meters, he began to practice shooting at moving targets. Initially, he aimed at fish swimming near the coral, but after a couple of arrows, he recalled the distortion of vision underwater, realizing that such practice might skew his technique. After several attempts, he opted to create a target from broken pottery shards, stringing them together and hanging them from branches. When the wind blew, they would sway, making the task of hitting them more challenging. It took him 2 full months to grasp the nuances of this practice. During this time, he unexpectedly captured a grotesque giant wild chicken, which was miraculously unharmed. Somehow, it had wandered near his garden, likely seeking a free breakfast, only to find its head trapped in the fence. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, he fashioned a rope, tying one end to the chicken and Oppo's leg and the other to a wooden stake, thus creating an upgraded version 2.0 of a movable target. He wrapped the carbonized arrowheads and began a rather cruel game of teasing the wild chicken. Chapter 15. Survival on the Deserted Island. 9. However, he later realized that such an endeavor served no purpose other than to plunge him into despair. The relentless passage of time, when scrutinized, seemed to stretch interminably. Consequently, Zhang Heng decided to cease marking the days. After harvesting his potatoes for the 4th time, he finally heard the long-awaited notification sound in his ear. Archery skill has risen from level 1 to level 2. Relevant information can be viewed in the character panel. Although he could not yet compare himself to the legendary Robinson Crusoe, it was nonetheless astonishing for a city dweller. In truth, Zhang Heng had fully acclimated to life in the wilderness. To enhance his comfort, his thatched cottage and vegetable garden had undergone 2 rounds of expansion. The former transformed from a single room into a 3-bedroom abode, now equipped with underfloor heating, while the latter and Oppo's yield had surpassed his consumption. Zhang Heng meticulously sliced the surplus potatoes with a stone knife and sun-dried them into 100 natural potato chips. Additionally, he discovered onions in the forest and transplanted them into his small garden. After completing these tasks, he dedicated time to constructing a fish pond, bathing area, and aquaculture garden beside his cottage. The pond teemed with fish and crabs he could not consume, and the wild chicken that had gotten its head stuck in the fence had proudly become the first resident of the aquaculture garden. After shooting at it for a month and instilling a psychological shadow upon the creature, the once defiant fowl had transformed from its initial bravado, "Who dares to challenge me?" to a vacant-eyed, listless shell of its former self. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of guilt. Suppressing his desire to consume it, he opted to keep it, hoping it might eventually lay some eggs. Alas, that dream shattered when he discovered one day that it was a male. Well, he thought, it might as well serve as a pet. He named the wild chicken Mickey Mouse. Compared to the fish, birds, and crabs, at least this creature possessed a slightly higher intelligence, allowing for some interaction over time. Zhang Heng and Oppo's accuracy within a 10-meter range had reached 80%, and over 30 meters. It exceeded 50%. Upon receiving the notification of his archery skill advancement to level 2, he understood it was time to embark on a journey. Thus, he spent 10 days preparing portable food sufficient for 2 people and set aside a month's worth of rations for Mickey Mouse. Subsequently, he crafted 2 spears from the most resilient wood for close combat weaponry. On the 401st day, when the adventurous man drifted ashore, Zhang Heng rowed his homemade raft to his side. "Thank you, friend. Are you a native inhabitant of this island? My ship encountered a fierce typhoon and sank, leaving only me to swim ashore, yet I am utterly exhausted. Had it not been for your assistance, my fate would have likely been dire." Zhang Heng remained speechless. How could he resemble a native? He glanced down at his reflection in the water, and indeed, he appeared the quintessential indigenous person. He had spent far too long on this deserted island, and apart from his watch, all his possessions had deteriorated. Nevertheless, encountering another human was a cause for elation. He had not spoken to anyone for nearly a year. Upon seeing the adventurer, he felt a surge of excitement and handed over a wooden barrel filled with fresh water. "I am Zhang Heng, not a native here, but like you, I experienced a shipwreck, albeit that was a year ago." After drinking the water, the adventurer and Oppo's complexion improved significantly. Initially, he had feared that this savage might intend to prepare him for dinner, but upon realizing Zhang Heng was a civilized person, a smile graced his face. My name is Bell Ballet. I once served in the British 21st Air Assault Brigade, climbed Mount Everest, and ultimately chose to become a presenter, explorer, and author. You've lived on this island for a year? That is truly remarkable. Strictly speaking, I had 2 companions, but they did not survive. Zhang Heng paused. Attempting to inquire further, do you remember the 2 who fell into the sea with you? What companions? Bell's expression did not suggest deception. At the time of the accident, I did attempt to save others, but a massive wave knocked me unconscious, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself on this small island. They paddled the raft to the shore, where Zhang Heng led Bell to his cottage. Did you build all of this with your own hands? Bell exclaimed in awe upon witnessing the stunning sea view from the thatched house, the flourishing vegetable garden, and the pond brimming with fish and shrimp. I believe I have little left to teach you, for even I could not surpass your achievements. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Mickey Mouse in the aquaculture garden, who appeared to be lamenting the hardships of life. Zhang Heng thought the wild chicken and Appo's appearance had once again succeeded in eliciting laughter, but before he could introduce it, Bell suddenly exclaimed, "My goodness! What do I see? A dodo! There are still living dodos in this world." This time, it was Zhang Heng's turn to be taken aback. He was certainly familiar with the dodo's notorious reputation. Accounts indicated that this bird had thrived on Mauritius in the Indian Ocean until it met a tragic fate at the hands of European colonizers, leading to its extinction within a mere 2 centuries, leaving no complete specimens behind. Zhang Heng had not anticipated that he would casually consume the national bird of Mauritius. However, given that this was a game, nothing that transpired seemed too extraordinary. Noticing Zhang Heng's calm demeanor, Bell appeared somewhat surprised and kindly began to educate him. The dodo was declared extinct in 1681. The reasons for its extinction have long been debated. Some say it was due to the Europeans consuming them, while others attribute it to invasive species brought by colonizers or changes in the ecological environment. Regardless, they have vanished from the earth. A mere dodo skeleton fetched a staggering price of £50,000 16 years ago. Your discovery on this island would astonish the entire world. Regrettably, this was merely a game world, and the script beyond the island was entirely blank, Zhang Heng thought to himself. However, he could not convey this to Bell directly. After some contemplation, he opted for a more palatable approach. Bell, even if this is indeed a dodo, we must first find a way to leave this island before we can present them to the world. That is true, Bell concurred. The presence of dodos on this island is not favorable news for us. It signifies that no one has ever set foot here, and this place is likely off any travel route. Then let me accompany you. I believe I can still be of assistance in matters of exploration. Bell was quite eager. When shall we set off? Tomorrow? No. Let us wait a couple more days, allowing your body to fully recover. Also, it would be nice to have a chat. Zhang Heng gazed at the adventurer with longing. Chapter 16. The Struggle for Survival on the Deserted Island. 10. Bell possessed remarkable physical resilience, despite having drifted at sea for an extended period. Utterly fatigued and on the brink of dehydration, he managed to recuperate in less than 2 days, provided he was given sufficient sustenance and fresh water, along with a conducive environment for rest. However, Zhang Heng did not rush to set off. The island, while neither excessively large nor markedly small, would require approximately 8 days to circumnavigate its perimeter, and once they ventured into the primordial forest, their pace would inevitably diminish. Nevertheless, reaching the island and Appo's center from their dwelling would take about 3 days. Assuming all went well, Bell had a standby duration of 19 days, which indicated that they had ample time for preparation. Through the past 2 days of companionship, Zhang Heng had gained a solid understanding of his new ally and Appo's capabilities. Bell's wilderness survival skills were distinctly oriented towards hunting and self-rescue, diverging from the expertise of Ed and the shorts-clad companion. And these skills were precisely what was required for exploring the untamed forest. Zhang Heng was adept at crafting the majority of tools and possessed fundamental survival skills, such as locating shelter and water sources. However, the monotonous variety of vegetables in his garden and the solitary Mickey Mouse in his breeding area revealed his limited knowledge of the natural world surrounding them. Particularly regarding species identification, indeed, modern urban dwellers generally exhibited a deficiency. The same could be said for his understanding of animals. He had long looked down upon Mickey Mouse for its unattractive appearance, failing to realize that it was, in fact, the already extinct national bird of Mauritius. Now, With the adventurer's rescue, Zhang Heng could finally address this last shortcoming. Seizing the opportunity, he and Belle embarked on a journey around the island's forest perimeter, where Belle imparted knowledge on identifying and harnessing various resources from the forest. Zhang Heng could not help but lament the previous year, recognizing that he had squandered a wealth of opportunity, sitting atop a treasure trove while remaining ignorant of how to exploit it. Yet, as he listened, a sense of unease washed over him. Nearly every living creature that Belle encountered was deemed suitable for consumption with a simple and oppos, cut off the head in it and oppos, as edible and oppos, assessment. Moreover, Belle proved to be an excellent conversationalist and listener. After resting for a day in their humble dwelling, Zhang Heng planted the vegetable seeds he had gathered during their travels into his garden, only to receive a notification in the meantime. Successfully collected over 10 types of vegetables. Wilderness survival skill upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Game points. 5. Related information available in character panel. To this day, Zhang Heng remained oblivious to the precise utility of these so-called game points. Adding to his previous accumulations, he now possessed a total of 16 points, which could be clearly viewed on his character panel. He perceived these points as akin to an achievement system earned by fulfilling certain conditions. His earlier 11 points stemmed from actions like starting a fire, constructing a shelter, and hunting. However, he was not overly concerned with such matters. He had always been a casual player, content to complete the game without the obsessive desire for total domination that characterized hardcore gamers. In this instance, his solitary play had simply extended too long, making it impossible to avoid goals altogether. Additionally, he noted that the evaluation section appeared to have undergone some changes. Evaluation. This player is unremarkable, lacking any particularly commendable attributes, but possesses some wilderness survival and archery skills. It is anticipated they will not survive past the 5th round of the game. Zhang Heng felt a flicker of curiosity. He believed his archery skills were quite commendable and had acquired survival knowledge adequate for harsh environments. Yet he was projected to falter before the 5th round. What then? Was the condition of other players? This thought flitted through his mind before he redirected his focus to the tasks at hand. After a night of rest, both men had nearly recovered from their fatigue, their physical states at an optimal peak. The time had come for the main event. With Belle, the human hunting machine, there was no need for concern regarding supplies. Zhang Heng retrieved the 2 spears he had prepared earlier as close combat weapons, only for Belle to shake his head. He unsheathed a small knife from his waist, asserting that it was all he needed. Zhang Heng felt a pang of envy. The sight of that knife reminded him of his Swiss Army knife back in the realm of the fortunate. Ever since arriving on this deserted island, he had not encountered any iron tools. He recalled the accomplishment of sawing through trees with Ed using clamshells, and now, the spear in his hand was merely a sharpened tip of carbonized wood. While effective, it paled in comparison to proper equipment. Moreover, the craftsmanship of Belle and Oppos' knife was meticulous, its surface engraved with his name. If you like it, once we are safe, I will gift you this knife. Additionally, you are welcome to visit my home, where I will introduce you to my wife and son. Though Zhang Heng knew that such a day might never come, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude to the adventurer out of politeness. Once they had prepared everything, the two officially ventured deeper into the primordial forest. However, on the first night, Zhang Heng realized how fortunate he was to have Belle by his side. Despite his extensive preparations, he had evidently underestimated the dangers lurking in this environment. One could not maintain constant vigilance for 24 hours, especially when the forest at night was rife with unsettling sounds, as if something was rustling in the underbrush. Throughout the first half of the night, Zhang Heng remained alert, gripping his spear tightly at every whisper of movement. However, he soon recognized that this was unsustainable. A sleepless night would leave him lethargic and slow to react the following day. Thus, he forced himself to close his eyes. After a struggle, he finally managed to ignore the furtive sounds and drift into a state of half-sleep, only to suddenly feel something rubbing against his abdomen. At that moment, he was at his most drowsy, failing to awaken immediately until he felt something constricting around his body, tightening with an alarming intensity. Zhang Heng gasped for breath, opening his eyes to discover a massive serpent coiled around him. The creature was a Burmese python, exceeding 3 meters in length, its girth thicker than his forearm, its underside white, and its back adorned with brown cloud-like patterns. He attempted to wriggle free from its grip, but found his arms immobilized, the serpent tightening its hold, leaving him with the sensation that his bones might shatter under the pressure. Fortunately, his struggles roused Belle from his slumber. The Burmese rock python, a subspecies of the Indian python, is one of the 6 largest snake species in the world, commonly found in tropical rainforests. They possess immense strength and have few natural enemies, though they are not without vulnerabilities. Belle reached for the python's tail and, with a gentle poke at a particular spot, the creature and Apos' body miraculously began to relax. The vent, and Apos' usually the most vulnerable spot on a python. Targeting this area can buy you precious time to escape. Once Zhang Heng successfully extricated himself, Belle explained while plunging his knife into the python and Apos' head. Lucky for us, breakfast is secured for tomorrow morning. Chapter 17. The Struggle for Survival on the Deserted Island. 11. Zhang Heng awoke to find Belle roasting the very python that had nearly devoured him the previous night. "Zhang, you're awake just in time for breakfast," Belle remarked, adjusting the flames of the campfire with a small twig. He gestured towards a bloodied lump nearby, the snake's skin. "I just skinned it. Once cleaned, it can serve as a water pouch, far superior in sealing than a wooden barrel. Alternatively, it could be fashioned into clothing, providing a cooling effect during the sweltering heat, which is quite useful. Thank you for last night," Zhang Heng said as he sat up, noticing the red marks on his arm where the snake had constricted him. "Oh, no need for thanks. You saved me at sea. Survival in the wilderness requires mutual assistance." "Does it not?" Belle handed Zhang Heng a skewer of roasted snake meat. Initially hesitant, Zhang Heng reconsidered, realizing this might be his sole opportunity to taste python without dire consequences. He accepted it, taking a curious bite, surprised by the pleasant flavor far from overpowering. It bore a resemblance to chicken, yet with a chewier texture. Recalling how this creature had almost claimed his life, he promptly decided to have seconds. After their breakfast, the duo resumed their journey. Belle continued to fulfill his role as a competent guide, wielding a knife to clear the path while sharing insights about various flora and fauna they encountered. The python from last night was not the only predator in this forest. Belle explained that pythons typically consume their prey starting from the head, often resulting in their stomachs bursting when the prey is too large. Despite their poor eyesight, their digestive capabilities are remarkable, capable of breaking down both flesh and bone. Zhang Heng noted the remnants of animal skeletons they had seen earlier, some of which appeared preserved, indicating they had not fallen victim to the snake. These bits of obscure knowledge were quietly cataloged in Zhang Heng's mind. Many seemingly trivial facts could prove invaluable at unexpected moments. For instance, although Ed and the man in shorts had not imparted the art of extracting salt from seawater, Zhang Heng had successfully produced relatively pure edible salt through a method he had learned from a video on a streaming site, enhancing the palatability of their food. Zhang Heng reminisced about a trip to Zhishuangbana with his grandfather during his elementary school years, where the forest park had left a lasting impression. However, that place was artificially developed, with only a small section open to tourists for safety reasons. This was his first encounter with an entirely untouched tropical rainforest. And according to Belle, the biodiversity here was astonishing, broadening Zhang Heng and Apos' horizons. For example, he recalled seeing a tiny, translucent frog by the roadside, measuring only 1 to 2 centimeters in length, through which its heart and liver could be distinctly seen, truly a marvel of nature. "What about this?" Zhang Heng pointed to a bulging growth on a banyan tree that resembled a tumor, from which new branches sprouted. "Ah, that's a deer antler fern, an epiphytic plant. When young, it is a tender green, maturing to a light brown. They typically grow on the trunks or branches of other trees and are quite common in tropical rainforests." Additionally, Zhang Heng spotted a cat monkey, which resembled neither cat nor monkey, sporting bat-like wings that enveloped its neck, limbs, and tail, allowing it to glide gracefully through the air. He also learned of the Giblin basira, the world's only herbivorous spider, feeding exclusively on leaf buds, a name so convoluted that Zhang Heng confirmed it with Belle thrice, still in disbelief. They also encountered the bird of paradise, whose call resembled gunfire, startling Zhang Heng at first, yet its beauty, especially its tail feathers and gradient hues, was captivating. Belle couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is a veritable paradise for biota. It's my first time witnessing such a confluence of tropical flora and fauna from diverse regions. It's truly astounding. A biologist would surely be enamored with this land." Just then, Zhang Heng felt something beneath his foot. He bent down to pick up an unfamiliar animal tooth, featuring a circular hole at its base. The scarcity of foreigners here is evidently justified, Zhang Heng thought, refraining from commenting on the wisdom of such actions. Instead, he pondered another pressing question. Were there indigenous people inhabiting this island? Surely not cannibals, he mused. Belle shook his head. That is unlikely. The island isn't large. And if you've been living here for over a year, it stands to reason you would have encountered others by now. Moreover, this tooth appears quite ancient. Does this imply that there were indeed indigenous inhabitants in the past? Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine. If those natives still existed, he and Ed might have ended up in a pod on the very first day they arrived on the island. Let us continue onward and see, Bell suggested. They had already traversed half of their journey, and as they delved deeper, more signs of human habitation began to emerge. Bell observed dilapidated huts, now reduced to decay, and stone tools overgrown with moss, confirming the existence of an indigenous tribe that had once thrived here. What could have transpired to cause their complete disappearance? The explorer's curiosity intensified. Chapter 18, The Struggle for Survival on the Deserted Island. 12. Zhang Heng was not particularly surprised, primarily because he understood that this was merely a game. Thus, theoretically, even if he encountered Winnie the Pooh deep in the forest, he would not be overly astonished. However, at present, Zhang Heng had to concede that everything around him felt incredibly real, if it were not for the additional 24 hours he had gained, which had caused a significant issue with the game and Oppo's restoration. He might not have discovered any bugs at all, aside from the houses and stone tools. The two also stumbled upon a small lake nearby, approximately 1 hectare in size. Bell scooped some water from it and tasted it, declaring it drinkable, as it was fresh water. No wonder they had chosen to build their village nearby. Yet, Zhang Heng and Oppo's attention was drawn to a partially exposed object in the muddy bank of the lake. Had this tribe already mastered the art of metal smelting? Zhang Heng examined it, but could not discern what the object was intended for. The day had grown late, and the two decided not to proceed any further, opting instead to find a spot nearby to start a fire and prepare a meal. As they drew closer to the journey's end, Zhang Heng's emotions became somewhat complex. For over a year, he had sustained himself with the thought of eventually visiting the island's center. Diligently practicing archery and maintaining his physical fitness, this had almost become a bodily instinct. However, when it came to genuinely caring about what lay there, he could not say he was deeply invested. The anticipation of uncovering the mystery the following day stirred excitement within him, as it was a matter he had pondered for a year. Yet, more than anything, he felt a sense of bewilderment. After this matter was resolved, what would he rely on to survive? Fortunately, time had already passed by 4/5, and with a little determination, he could likely endure the remaining 100 days, even if he did not find a new objective. On the third morning, Zhang Heng awoke early, only to discover that Bell had risen before him. "Good morning, Zhang." The enthusiastic explorer greeted him. "I just took a stroll along the lake and Oppo's edge, and guess what I found? A new breakfast? Indeed. I did catch a catfish to switch things up, but beyond that, I found something else." Bell placed 2 rusty little spheres in Zhang Heng's palm. "What are these? Marbles?" "They and Oppo's bullets," Bell explained. "Solid bullets? How do you fire them?" Zhang Heng was taken aback. He was an Oppo's weapon enthusiast, but he possessed enough basic knowledge to understand that modern firearms relied on igniting gunpowder within the bullet to propel it forward. Without gunpowder, nothing could be discharged. "Do you remember the object you found by the lake?" "I believe I know what it is now," the explorer said excitedly. "It and Oppo's a matchlock gun, widely used in Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries. The powder and the bullet are loaded separately and ignited with a match. That was during the peak of the slave trade, and the indigenous people here were likely attacked by slave-capturing parties, all taken away to be sold to plantation owners." This hypothesis seemed reasonable and aligned with the circumstances they had observed. Zhang Heng was prepared to accept this explanation. However, half a day later, when they reached the island's center and beheld a structure resembling an altar piled high with bones, Zhang Heng asked Bell, "Were the European slave-capturing parties this brutal in the 15th and 16th centuries?" "This wasn't the work of slave catchers. It was a bloody, dark era. As far as I know, slave traders did indeed kill those who dared to resist during captures to intimidate others. Some would even kill those too old or too young to transport." Bell approached the altar, picking up a skull, but added, "This doesn't seem to align with their style. If the slave catchers did not murder the island's natives, then who did? Could it be that they killed one another?" Zhang Heng and Oppo's offhand remark left them both momentarily speechless. The architectural style of the altar bore a striking resemblance to the relics they had encountered by the lake. All right. Perhaps the slave catchers reached the island, and seeing they were outmatched, The natives fled to this altar and ended their own lives, but that seems implausible. Zhang Heng mused. Bell knelt among the pile of bones at the center of the altar, brushing dust off a stone slab. There appeared to be something else, an effigy depicting a creature with a human upper body and a serpent's lower half, seemingly a deity worshipped by the natives. Zhang Heng felt a tinge of disappointment, although he did not particularly care about what lay at the island's center. Discovering indigenous relics that were of no use to him was disheartening. After all, this was an endeavor he had prepared for over an entire year. And the journey had been fraught with peril. He had nearly been swallowed by a python. Yet, all he had found was a heap of bones and an altar. However, he noticed that Bell seemed genuinely intrigued by the pile and refrained from urging him to move on. Their supplies of food and water were plentiful. They had consumed less than half of what they had brought, and Bell had hunted quite a few game along the way. Although most of it looked somewhat unappetizing, it surprisingly tasted quite good. Just then, a shadow darted from behind the altar, lunging towards the explorer. Zhang Heng was startled. This time, he recognized the creature without needing Bell to explain. It was a jaguar, the king of the tropical rainforest, resembling a tiger in both size and appearance. Equipped with sharp teeth and claws capable of easily dispatching caimans, a top-tier predator in the food chain. However, Bell reacted swiftly, rolling away to evade the jaguar's ferocious attack. Then drawing a small knife from his belt, Zhang Heng quickly unfastened his bow and arrows, but before he could act, another jaguar leaped into view. Bell's expression changed dramatically. "No way," Zhang Heng exclaimed. According to the narrative, there were still 4 days until the explorer's scripted demise. The appearance of these jaguars seemed premature. Yet, there was no time for contemplation now. Bell was in a precarious situation. No matter how skilled he was, he could not face 2 jaguars alone. Zhang Heng drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the second jaguar. The creature skillfully leapt aside, evading the shot. Zhang Heng was not surprised. They were approximately 27 or 28 meters apart, a distance at which he typically had a hit rate of only 50 to 60% against a stationary target like a mouse. The jaguar and Apos' agility far surpassed that of a dodo bird. Chapter 19. Survival on the Deserted Island. 13. Zhang Heng and Apos' arrow missed its mark. Yet it succeeded in capturing the attention of the jaguar, which swiftly shifted its gaze toward him. At that moment, Bell was still engaged in a struggle with another jaguar. Meaning Zhang Heng had to confront the king of the tropical rainforest alone. Had he faced such a scenario before arriving on the island, he would have likely met his demise. Not to mention the jaguar, he might not even be a match for the village goose. However, the year he spent honing his archery skills was precisely for this moment. Zhang Heng swiftly retrieved another wooden arrow from his quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. He refrained from releasing it immediately, as the distance between them was still considerable, and he lacked the confidence to hit his target at such a range. He needed to suppress his fear and wait for the jaguar to initiate its attack. While this strategy seemed straightforward, its execution was far from easy. For a long-range combatant, distance equated to safety. As the saying goes, every archer has the heart of a kite flyer. Yet reality was harsh. Zhang Heng understood that in terms of agility and speed, his 2 legs could not outpace the jaguar's 4. Moreover, should he falter, the jaguar could very well collaborate with its companion to eliminate the other explorer. If that occurred, he would be left with no escape from the forest. Thus, both man and beast entered a standoff. Zhang Heng maintained a standard stance, as instructed by his coach, and regulated his breathing. Meanwhile, the jaguar's patience was waning. It crouched, preparing to pounce. Observing this, Zhang Heng felt his tension mount. This was a stark contrast to his previous encounters with the hunting dodo. Back then, even if he failed to hit his target, the worst outcome would be missing out on chicken. Now, if he missed, the jaguar's agility would leave him no second chance to knock another arrow. The next moment could very well be his last. Zhang Heng endeavored to cast aside his chaotic thoughts and stabilize his emotions. Suddenly, the jaguar sprang into action, its speed exceeding Zhang Heng's expectations. Almost vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, its powerful hind legs propelled it forward, generating terrifying momentum. The distance between them rapidly diminished until it was less than 7 meters, at which point the sound of the bowstring resonated in the air. This arrow was Zhang Heng's most satisfying shot to date. After prolonged preparation, he entered a state of unity with his surroundings. Perceiving the world as if it had slowed down before him, he could trace the trajectory of the jaguar's whiskers as it approached. The force, angle, and predictive calculations were impeccable. The moment the arrow left his hand, he was confident it would strike true. Indeed, it did, at such close range. And with the jaguar in full sprint, It could not evade the incoming wooden shaft, which struck it squarely on the head. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, whether due to the insufficient lethality of the charred arrowhead or sheer misfortune. The arrow failed to penetrate deeply and became lodged in its skull. The jaguar emitted a painful roar, yet the injury was not fatal. Instead, it incited its ferocity. With the arrow embedded in its head, it lunged at Zhang Heng, who was unable to escape. Zhang Heng pressed his wooden bow against the jaguar's neck, preventing it from severing his throat, but he found himself pinned to the ground. The jaguar and Appo's claws dug into his shoulder, instantly creating several wounds. However, the immense pain ignited an unprecedented surge of strength within him. The proximity of death momentarily dulled his fear. He realized that no one could assist him at this juncture. His survival hinged solely on his own efforts. Grasping the bow with one hand, he frantically searched with the other. And as the jaguar sensed the diminishing pressure on its neck, its eyes gleamed with renewed ferocity. It extended its head, aiming for Zhang Heng and Appo's throat. Saliva dripping from its fangs onto his face, the stench nearly overwhelmed him. His situation had become exceedingly perilous. Yet, in the next instant, his free hand finally grasped the spear he had previously discarded. As the jaguar and Appo's foul maw approached, he struck first, driving the spear deep into its neck. The jaguar froze momentarily, but Zhang Heng did not relent. He twisted the spear violently within the wound. Simultaneously, he discarded his bow and seized the arrow that had struck the jaguar's head, exerting force with both hands. Successfully hunted a mature jaguar alone. Game points. 10. Relevant information can be found in the character panel. At last, Zhang Heng confirmed his victory in this bloody encounter. He pushed aside the lifeless body that had pinned him down and observed that Bel's battle was nearing its conclusion. The explorer was atop his opponent, a dagger embedded in the jaguar's abdomen. The jaguar had lost considerable blood and was becoming increasingly sluggish, on the verge of meeting the same fate as its companion. "Hey, are you all right, Zhang?" Bel inquired with concern, having witnessed Zhang Heng and Appo's peril but unable to assist. "I've always wanted a tiger skin skirt, but a jaguar skin will suffice." Zhang Heng panted, sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. Once he confirmed his safety, he lost all strength, feeling too weary to even move a finger. He never imagined he would find himself engaged in close-quarters combat with such a formidable beast. After all, just an hour ago, he had been sipping lemonade at a bar. Now, he was a man who had slain a jaguar. While this reflection seemed rather cool, he hoped such experiences would not recur. By the way, during the struggle, a stone slab on the altar broke, and I found this. The explorer approached, having dispatched his foe. "What is this?" Zhang Heng inquired, noticing a furry object in Bel's hand that resembled an animal's tail. Oddly, if this were indeed something the natives had concealed, there would be no reason for it to remain so well preserved after all this time. He was about to suggest that Bel keep the peculiar object for himself, but changed his mind and asked the explorer, "Could you give it to me?" "Of course. You saved me, and twice at that," Bel replied generously. "Thank you. This might prove useful to me." Zhang Heng's change of heart stemmed from the notification he heard upon taking the furry item. Discovered game item, Rabbit's Foot, undetermined. Chapter 20, The Struggle for Survival on the Deserted Island. 14. Zhang Heng had been on this deserted island for over a year. Yet this was the first time he encountered what was referred to as a game item. However, aside from the mysterious voice that suddenly whispered in his ear, there was nothing else. He was utterly perplexed about how to utilize this object or what effects it might possess. The voice seemed to offer no further guidance, merely notifying him of the acquisition before fading into silence. Zhang Heng examined the rabbit's foot, but discerned no peculiarities, so he temporarily tucked it into his waist. Upon noticing the wound on his shoulder, Bel did not dare to be negligent. He promptly disinfected it with saline, frowning as he remarked, "Your injury is quite deep." The claws of wild beasts inhabiting this wilderness often carry numerous pathogens, which could lead to infection. Zhang Heng was acutely aware of the horrors of infection in the city. It was merely a matter of a single antibiotic injection. However, on this desolate island, the chances of survival in the event of an infection were exceedingly slim. Ed had succumbed to a high fever due to a wound on his leg. While there was an element of plot-driven demise involved, it could also be interpreted as a cautionary note from the game designers to alert players to such dangers. Yet, some matters remain unchanged even when foreseen. What could he have done in that situation? Achieving a remarkable counterattack was already an extraordinary feat. The notion of completing the ordeal without injury appeared utterly improbable. The explorer consoled him, Infection is not a certainty. It is possible that nothing will transpire. Zhang Heng could only manage a wry smile, for that was his only solace at the moment. The pair rested for a day. Having journeyed this far, Zhang Heng proposed they continue their trek to the opposite end of the island, to which Belle readily agreed. Thus, they traversed the primordial forest for a little over 2 days. Upon sighting the beach and the sea, Zhang Heng unexpectedly achieved a minor milestone in island exploration, earning an additional 3 points. However, he found little inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. At present, 2 pressing matters weighed heavily on his mind: the potential for his own infection and the imminent expiration of Belle and Apo's narrative-driven demise. The first was purely a matter of luck, while the second prompted him to consider alerting his companion. After spending considerable time together and having been rescued from the jaws of a giant python, Zhang Heng had come to regard Belle as a friend and felt compelled to issue a warning. Naturally, he refrained from explicitly stating that this was a game and that Belle was an NPC bearing a fatal buff set to trigger in 19 days. Such an assertion might elicit an unpredictable response, and Belle would likely dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who had been alone on the island for too long, spiraling into madness. Instead, Zhang Heng simply advised Belle to exercise extra caution the following day. Belle appeared to take this lightly, as they had already vanquished the jaguar. And now that they had left the primeval forest, they had seemingly weathered the most perilous phase. It was not an entirely misguided thought. However, after the incident with the mushroom-eating shorts-clad individual, Zhang Heng was acutely aware that anything could transpire the next day. He urged Belle to refrain from hunting the following morning and to remain within his sight at all times. Zhang Heng also wished to observe the extent to which the so-called narrative-driven demise could manifest and whether it could be altered. The morning passed without incident. Zhang Heng trailed behind the explorer like a lovesick fool, causing Belle to feel somewhat uneasy. When noon arrived, Belle suggested foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms along the forest's edge to prepare a seafood soup, but Zhang Heng adamantly refused. "What are you thinking? You wish to employ that tactic again?" Zhang Heng had developed a psychological aversion to mushrooms, and even if they were to eat, they could certainly wait a day. Belle, feeling helpless, had intended to stroll along the beach in the afternoon, but upon witnessing Zhang Heng's resolute stance, he decided to cancel the plan to avoid further trouble. They silently made their way back to their shelter. Throughout the journey, an unprecedented silence enveloped them. Although Belle usually possessed a good temperament, he felt Zhang Heng was somewhat overreacting. As fate would have it, while passing a shallow area, the rock wall to Belle and Apo's left suddenly collapsed without warning. Caught off guard, he saw the falling stones poised to strike him. At that critical moment, a figure lunged onto him, and they both rolled sideways. The falling debris struck the nearby coral reef, leaving the explorer drenched in cold sweat. Soon after, he spotted blood in the water and Zhang Heng lying motionless, causing his heart to plummet. "Zhang, are you all right?" After a moment, Zhang Heng's voice emerged. "I'm fine, Belle. I just charged in too forcefully and hit my nose." He sat up, clutching his nose. The situation had indeed been perilous. However, Zhang Heng had remained vigilant, and as soon as he sensed the commotion above, he acted instinctively, ultimately executing a daring rescue. "My goodness, are you a diviner? How could you foresee that? It's simply astonishing." After escaping danger, Belle recalled Zhang Heng's warning from the previous day and marveled. "Don't celebrate too soon. The ordeal is not yet over," Zhang Heng cautioned. In truth, he was uncertain when this predicament would conclude, whether it would be after surviving this day or only when Belle met his unfortunate fate. If it were the latter, then the explorer would be beyond salvation. Zhang Heng did not harbor the illusion that he could maintain today and Apo's level of focus for the next 100 days. Fortunately, this danger served to elevate his status in Belle's eyes, and the explorer began to take Zhang Heng's earlier predictions more seriously. To err on the side of caution, they both refrained from closing their eyes that night. When the sun rose above the horizon, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that, with his assistance, Belle would indeed survive to see the 20th day. Belle yawned and asked, "So, am I safe now?" Uncertain, Zhang Heng shook his head. "But you are free to move about." Having navigated the perilous 19th day, what lay ahead remained unpredictable, yet akin to Zhang Heng and Apo's wound. If an infection were to arise, they would simply have to accept it. Remarkably, both Belle and Zhang Heng appeared to enjoy favorable fortune. The former encountered no further life-threatening dangers, while the latter's wound had scabbed over without any signs of festering or swelling. This journey, though brief, had been fraught with peril, yet the rewards were substantial. Not only had he accrued an additional 13 points and acquired an enigmatic item, but most importantly, Bell remained vibrantly alive. This signified that for the subsequent 100 days, he would no longer be alone on this deserted island. Zhang Heng prepared a room for the explorer to serve as his bedroom and then inquired, "Bell, could you be my teacher?" "Of course. What would you like to learn?" "English. I have a level 6 examination in December." Chapter 21. The Survival on the Deserted Island. Finale. Bell's command of English was quite proficient, likely owing to his British heritage. At this moment, Zhang Heng finally experienced a sense of conquering nature. He had cultivated over 20 varieties of vegetables and even acquired 2 kinds of seasoning. The pond yielded fish and crabs in abundance, providing him with meat daily. More importantly, he now had a companion with whom he could converse. This feeling was reminiscent of Robinson encountering Friday. From the perspective of teacher and student, he might resemble Friday a tad more. Thus, Zhang Heng felt a burgeoning sense of mastery over the wilderness. As his odyssey on the deserted island drew to a close, on the morning of the 520th day, a rescue ship spotted the distress signal from a bonfire on the beach. A lifeboat was lowered, and before it could reach shore, a woman leaped into the water, rushing towards him in tears. It was my wife, Kayla. The explorer set aside his makeshift fishing rod, rising with excitement. The two embraced tightly. Zhang Heng followed the Bell couple aboard the rescue vessel, where several reporters from various television stations awaited. The sight of the explorer and Apo's safe return prompted cheers and applause from the onlookers. Those 2 hours felt like the longest of his life. When Zhang Heng regained his sight, he found himself seated at the bar, facing the untouched glass of lemonade he had barely sipped. He instinctively touched his cheek, only to discover the absence of his thick stubble and the roughness that the sun and wind had imparted. The bartender, with a thoughtful gesture, produced a compact from her bag and handed it to him. Glancing into the mirror, Zhang Heng noted that he appeared unchanged since arriving at the bar. Still clad in his original sportswear and sneakers, with the Swiss Army knife nestled in his pocket. Was this merely a peculiar dream? The only information I can provide is that the game operates in rounds each lunar month, except for the first round, which has a fixed schedule. Players may select any time to partake in the game, not necessarily at the desired city bar, as there are multiple game points in each city. Should you struggle to locate one, contacting customer service for a special login service is an option, albeit at a cost. Failure to log in within the designated time will result in disqualification. Participants implicitly accept the confidentiality agreement, forbidding the disclosure of any game-related matters to individuals outside the players and staff. This is the most fundamental constraint. Do not harbor any illusions. The bartender tapped her chin, pondering what else to add. The game points offer additional services aside from game login, and detailed inquiries can be directed to customer service. She tore off a piece of sticky note, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers. This was the customer service hotline. Refrain from dialing indiscriminately. For your customer service representative is me. You're quite the worker, Zhang Heng remarked. What choice do I have, given the exorbitant housing prices in major cities? The bartender sighed. So, do you have any further inquiries? Zhang Heng retrieved a fluffy object from his pocket. Does the service you mentioned include appraisal? Only the rabbit and Apo's foot, whose purpose remained a mystery, lay quietly within his pocket. Game item? The bartender exclaimed, her surprise evident. It seems you've had a fruitful outing. Such items are exceedingly rare. Many players go through several rounds without encountering one. We can indeed appraise it here, but the fee is 5 game points. Do you have sufficient points? How do I pay? The bartender produced a tablet and tapped a few buttons to bring up the payment interface. Simply enter your player ID and confirm. No need to worry about your ID being misused. This payment must be executed in person to be valid. Perhaps due to the numerous absurdities witnessed since entering the bar, Zhang Heng had grown somewhat numb to it all. He had memorized the digits long ago, and upon entering them, the bartender donned gloves and carefully placed the rabbit and Apo's foot in a small wooden box. The appraisal would take some time, around 2 to 3 days. Once completed, I will notify you. Yet, Zhang Heng found himself captivated by her meticulous actions, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Wait, what does this mean? Why are you being so cautious? Chapter 22. A gem in hand. Very well. In light of your recent patronage, I shall divulge some useful information. The bartender removed her gloves. Do you understand why game items are so precious? You seem to have mentioned their scarcity before. Scarcity does not inherently equate to value. The term game item is merely a thematic label, not entirely accurate. In truth, these are extraordinary entities, imbued with astonishing supernatural powers that manifest in both reality and the game world. When wielded effectively, they can serve as tremendous aids. However, they may also bring about complications. There are no guarantees that this power will yield positive outcomes. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution when engaging with these enigmatic items. Just because they are unverified does not mean their effects are non-existent. Speaking of which, have you experienced any peculiar occurrences since acquiring such an item? It seems not to be a negative effect, or perhaps there are specific triggering conditions. For some reason, a hint of regret tinged the bartender's tone. In fact, even items with adverse effects can yield remarkable results if utilized properly. A wooden box crafted from tule wood effectively insulates against supernatural forces, making it an ideal vessel for storing game items. Should you require one, I can provide it. Additionally, if you possess game items that you do not intend to use, you may consign them with me. There will be a grand auction at the end of the year. Keep an eye on your inbox for a notification prior to the event. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave until next time. The bartender displayed a lack of service spirit. After the initial thrill of the 5 points, her enthusiasm for further explanations waned. When Zhang Heng inquired about the services related to game points, she suggested he add her on WeChat for a PDF to be sent later. As he exited the metal structure, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of sound. However, this time, Zhang Heng found the noise no longer bothersome. Having spent a year and a half on a deserted island, the familiar clamor of civilization felt oddly comforting. He descended the iron ladder and soon vanished into the throng of people. Despite the hour being past 1 in the morning, the parking area outside the bar was not only bustling but appeared even more crowded than before his arrival. Consequently, Zhang Heng secured a room at a nearby budget hotel, requested paper and pen from the front desk, and, devoid of drowsiness, illuminated the desk lamp to meticulously jot down the significant events of the day along with his conjectures. He toiled until dawn, reviewing the pile of notes he had scribbled and revised before ultimately tearing them to shreds and flushing them down the toilet. Afterward, he checked out and made his way to the archery range across the street, where he had enrolled in a training course. As the doors opened promptly at 8, Zhang Heng eagerly entered and retrieved his recurve bow, which he had stored there. Choosing an unoccupied 30-meter target lane, he nocked an arrow and released it. The arrow landed in the 6 ring. Unfazed, Zhang Heng understood that transitioning from a primitive bow to a modern one would naturally entail an adjustment period. The first shot was merely a warm-up, and he was not surprised by the result. He recalibrated his stance and let loose another arrow, which fared significantly better, landing in the 8 ring. At that moment, his coach entered, initially intending to greet Zhang Heng, but upon noticing his focused practice, opted to remain silent. He retrieved his thermos and stood back, prepared to correct Zhang Heng and Oppo's S-form and technique. To his delight, the next arrow struck firmly in the 9 ring. Not bad, indeed. This one shows promise, the coach mused silently. Most novices tend to exhibit various flaws when beginning archery: unstable grips, improper stance, and shifting centers of gravity. Yet, despite Zhang Heng and Oppo's limited experience, his posture exuded an air of steadiness, reminiscent of a seasoned archer. Was this not a sign of innate talent? The coach, once a member of the city's archery team, had faced limitations in his own abilities. Despite his diligent efforts, he could never advance further. After being bested by an amateur who had trained for less than 6 months, he withdrew from the professional circuit and accepted a coaching position at the archery range. Observing the sport and Oppo's recent growth over the past 2 years reignited his ambitions, yet he felt his age had diminished his potential for improvement. Thus, he turned his attention to the young archers at the range, hoping to identify a few exceptional students. If one were to ascend to the national tournament, it would fulfill his own unrealized aspirations. Initially, he focused on children aged 8 to 14, the ideal age for foundational training. Consequently, he had paid little heed to Zhang Heng, who had not demonstrated any particular aptitude in the first 3 lessons. He had appeared no different from the casual enthusiasts. However, Zhang Heng's subsequent progress astonished him. Despite the brevity of his training, he demonstrated remarkable improvement, quickly distinguishing himself among his peers. Yet, the coach felt a tinge of regret. Zhang Heng had entered this discipline too late. Even with talent, the lack of adequate practice would pose significant challenges in pursuing excellence. As the coach pondered this, he witnessed Zhang Heng take a deep breath, signaling his readiness to adjust. In the next moment, Zhang Heng released 5 arrows in quick succession, each spaced less than 2 seconds apart. 4 of the 5 arrows struck the 10 ring, while 1 barely missed, landing in the 9 ring. The muscle memory and skills Zhang Heng had honed in the game were intact, and with just a week or two of practice, he would likely return to his previous level on the island. With the enhanced power and accuracy of modern equipment, his precision would only improve, and his range would extend. It appeared that the skills acquired in the virtual realm could indeed be translated into reality, a revelation that was not entirely unexpected. As these skills were the fruits of his own laborious training, Zhang Heng realized that the absence of traditional game mechanics, such as four-dimensional attributes, meant he was fully reliant on his own physicality. Faced with challenges, he could only draw upon his knowledge and abilities, rendering each individual's skill set profoundly significant. Reflecting on this, he perceived that the additional 24 hours he had gained were not a curse but a boon, as they afforded him more time to refine his skills, enhancements that would be applicable in the real world. Lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his 5 arrows had on his coach. The latter nearly dropped his thermos in astonishment. This is a prodigy, an undeniable genius. Is there any other explanation? The coach's perception of Zhang Heng had transformed entirely, as if he were surveying an exquisite gem, growing ever more enamored. How had he not recognized such brilliance in his presence before? Chapter 23. Ominous Signs in the brief span of merely half a minute. The coach reflected on Zhang Heng's remarkable progress in archery under his tutelage. He reminisced about the latter's astonishing debut in a competition, the subsequent disappointment of returning empty-handed from the national tournament, and the painful temptation to abandon archery, only to experience a rebirth fueled by his own motivational spirit. Ultimately, Zhang Heng ascended to the national team, clinching an Olympic gold medal, and the coach had nearly concocted the narrative for an interview with him. Yet, before this passionate tale could even commence, it was abruptly stifled by the young man's polite refusal. Archery was but a hobby for Zhang Heng. He harbored no intentions of pursuing it as a career. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. His prowess in archery stemmed from sheer persistence rather than any extraordinary talent. While he might dominate in amateur circles, achieving the pinnacle in the professional realm remained a formidable challenge. This marked Zhang Heng and Apos' second rejection of his coach and Apos' aspirations, leading the latter to realize that the young man was indeed disinterested in the competitive scene, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. A forced commitment would yield no sweetness, and he could not compel Zhang Heng to become his disciple. After firing a few arrows and confirming his decision, Zhang Heng ceased practice. His roommates, upon spotting him in the classroom, exchanged meaningful glances. Zhang Heng found it difficult to explain that he had spent the previous night stranded on a deserted island for a year and a half, finally awaiting the arrival of a male companion. During the break, Wei Jianyang rushed to his side, eager to extract an 800-word piece from him. However, Zhang Heng's demeanor suggested he was not fabricating any stories, nor did he exhibit signs of embarrassment or guilt. Ultimately, it was confirmed that no scandalous incidents had transpired the previous night, prompting Wei Jianyang to reluctantly shift the conversation. Next week, Xiao Xiao and her dormitory mates were planning a camping trip, but with only a few girls in attendance, safety was a concern. They sought additional male companions. Jin Huadong had already agreed to join, while Ma Wei opted out. What about you? Xiao Xiao, being Wei Jiangyang's girlfriend, ensured he would accompany her on the trip. Yet, with him as the sole male, their combat effectiveness seemed lacking. Moreover, couples invariably attract attention, and they would likely become the target of playful teasing from the other girls in their dormitory. Thus, Xiao Xiao assigned Wei Jianyang the task of recruiting more participants. Unexpectedly, Zhang Heng considered the proposition and found himself agreeing. Fantastic! Wei Jianyang exclaimed. Xiao Xiao's dormitory, aside from her, consists entirely of singles. Let me remind you, the stunning Shen Sisi, who dazzled at this year's freshman gala, is also from their dormitory. Oh, I forgot you weren't there, he continued, when she sang. She captivated many hearts below. If you could win her over, you'd certainly become a notable figure in our department. Zhang Heng held little interest in becoming a prominent figure. With numerous recent events weighing on his mind, he was not inclined towards romance. This camping trip was merely an opportunity for diversion and enjoyment. On Friday afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Zhang Heng commenced preparations for the upcoming game scheduled for a month later. He had already devised a preliminary plan at a budget hotel and adjusted his daily routine. After lunch, he discovered a 24-hour gym near the school and promptly acquired a yearly membership. Additionally, he increased his practice time for rock climbing and running. Uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead, he recognized the value of enhancing his physical condition. Each game commenced with the utilization of his own body. Thus, varying levels of physical fitness could lead to entirely different gaming experiences. For instance, during a previous survival scenario on a deserted island, players of average fitness could only rescue Ed, while those with superior physical capabilities could swim farther to save others. The most unfortunate were those who could not swim at all, left to watch helplessly from the shore. Zhang Heng's physical condition was rather ordinary at university, primarily due to a lack of specialized training. However, he did possess a unique advantage. His preparation time between games was double that of other players. While others had a month between rounds, he had 2. If he utilized this time wisely, he could significantly enhance his physical capabilities. Zhang Heng had contemplated enrolling in a taekwondo or boxing class, but he understood that such endeavors required patience. He would first focus on strengthening his foundation, as skills could also be honed during the game. The following week passed in a flurry of activity. Zhang Heng began training his core and limb strength, as well as flexibility in the gym. In addition to his endurance-focused long runs, he incorporated shorter sprints to test his explosive power. He also took the opportunity to visit the Desire City bar within the Stasis world. The venue was shrouded in secrets, and now that he was ensnared in this game, he sought to unravel its mysteries. Unable to extract further information from the bartender, he resolved to investigate on his own. At the very least, he hoped to glean some insights from the bar's decor and the collections behind the counter, while also testing whether the rules that rendered players unrecognizable still held true in the Stasis world. However, upon arriving outside the bar, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. This feeling peaked as he placed his hand on the iron door handle. He could not discern the origin of this ominous sensation, yet its message was unmistakable. Do not attempt to enter a game point within the Stasis world. Despite his curiosity, Zhang Heng prioritized safety, acknowledging that the matters at hand defied rational explanation. Thus, his inaugural secret exploration concluded prematurely, yielding little valuable information. On Monday, while attending class, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that the message was from customer service. After clicking to send, he waited some time before receiving a second message from the bartender. I forgot. Let me finish what I'm working on first. Chapter 24. Different individuals, name, Lucky Rabbit and Amp. Oppos, S-foot. Quality, E. Function, can bestow a modicum of luck upon the wearer. In the real world, the so-called character panels and that mysterious voice do not exist. Zhang Heng gazed at the handwritten card from the bartender, feeling quite speechless. Did it truly cost him 5 points for merely these 2 simple sentences? Although he possessed a fair amount of points, the bartender's cheerful demeanor upon receiving the points suggested that the price was not trivial. Zhang Heng was not particularly surprised by the appraisal. The rabbit and Amp, Oppos, S-foot is a talisman of good fortune in many cultures. Its presence likely contributed to his escape from potential infection during his time on the island. Setting aside his unique ability that doubled time, this was his first acquisition of a supernatural item. Since it offered a positive effect, Zhang Heng decided to use it as a keychain. However, he was curious about the extent of this modicum of luck. With some free time on his hands, Zhang Heng resolved to conduct an experiment. He visited a supermarket adjacent to the library and purchased 2 scratch-off lottery tickets, spending a total of 20 yuan. The result yielded 1 ticket with a prize of 10 yuan and another with 5 yuan, leaving him with a net loss of 5 yuan after accounting for the initial investment. Zhang Heng then switched to another supermarket, where 1 ticket read, "Thank you for your patronage," while the other won 20 yuan, perfectly balancing his expenditure. Zhang Heng began to comprehend the efficacy of the Lucky Rabbit's foot. His recent experiences had certainly yielded an average expectation above the norm, yet he still faced a loss. Luck had indeed increased, but not to an extraordinary degree. It would still pose a challenge to profit from this slight enhancement of fortune. After concluding his experiment, Zhang Heng exited the supermarket and noticed a young couple beneath a nearby tree. The young man appeared agitated, seemingly trying to convey something, while the young woman persistently shook her head. Subsequently, the young man reached out, attempting to grasp her hand, only to have her evade his touch. Zhang Heng had no intention of intervening. Such scenes unfolded daily on campus. University life was a cauldron of hormones, rife with a myriad of emotional dramas. He was not concerned that the young man might act inappropriately. It was afternoon, and they were in a school setting where a mere shout could summon several gallant individuals to the rescue. Thus, he merely cast a glance before making his way to the library. On Friday afternoon, Zhang Heng procured snacks and outdoor supplies, primarily mosquito repellent, towels, and band-aids. Wei Jianyang had already rented camping equipment and a vehicle, with costs shared equally among friends, each contributing 300 yuan, to be adjusted later. Zhang Heng also checked his mirrorless camera, ensuring it was fully charged. At that moment, Chen Huadong and Wei Jianyang entered, their arms laden with shopping bags. The girls went shopping for tonight and Oppo's dinner. We need help loading it onto the car, Wei Jianyang stated. Sure, thanks for your efforts, Zhang Heng replied. Having nearly finished his own preparations, Wei Jianyang set down his bags and gulped down a water cup in one go, exhaling deeply before lamenting. These past few days have been exhausting, running around doing all the heavy lifting. You all are quite wise. Perhaps being single isn't so bad after all. Don't be like that. Thanks to you, my brother, I just glimpsed a ray of hope in my love life. Please don't extinguish it so soon, Chen Huadong replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're interested in pursuing Shin Sisi? Wei Jianyang shot back with a sidelong glance. No. I possess enough self-awareness to know that she is the queen of the public administration department, with countless suitors falling at her feet each month. I want to join that fray. I'd rather let Shin Sisi remain for our esteemed Zhang to handle. Personally, I fancy Su Jing more, Chen Huadong declared with a smile. Damn it, I've long known you have a peculiar taste. Su Jing is the legitimate loli of the Laughing Girls dormitory, officially designated as cute. However, her self-sufficiency is somewhat lacking. She only learned to ride the subway in her second semester of freshman year. Even now, she occasionally takes the wrong direction or misses her stop. She relies on the washing machine for her clothes and socks. That is quite all right. Cuteness is indeed justice. You know me well. I've always been an ardent supporter of nurturing charm, Chen Huadong remarked, adjusting his gleaming glasses. The moral decay of humanity. Where's the spirit of the? Wei Jianyang bemoaned, before turning to Zhang Heng. But seriously, Shin Sisi is genuinely a good person. Aren't you considering her? Generally, girls who are popular among guys tend to have mediocre reputations among their peers, but Shin Sisi is an exception. The girls in Laughing Girls dormitory hold her in high regard. She is beautiful, academically accomplished, possesses a lovely singing voice, and is sincere in her interactions. Despite her many admirers, she never leads anyone on or keeps them as backups. She is always decisive in her rejections. Thus, she is nicknamed the Oppo's executioner and Oppo's. However, after interacting with her, I found her quite delightful. During this camping trip, she has been managing all the arrangements for the girls, and while shopping together, she was cheerful and engaging, devoid of any arrogance. It appears that not all rumors should be taken at face value, Chen Huadong amended. Have you two finished your gossip? Zhang Heng interjected, feeling bemused. Almost. Don't worry. Our friendship hasn't reached its conclusion. I always knew this day would come, Chen Huadong retorted with a determined expression. Wouldn't it be better to focus on international events instead of fixating on my love life? Why can't you let it go? Zhang Heng queried. Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong exchanged glances before refraining from further teasing. Zhang Heng, we're somewhat concerned about you. Why is that? Chen Huadong spoke up. It may sound somewhat poetic, but you exude an essence of profound loneliness. Do you know there are many recluses on Mount Jiangnan? You remind me of them. Be honest with me, brother. Have you encountered something recently that has caused this sudden desire to withdraw from the world? Do our experiences and learning shape us into who we are today? Zhang Heng recalled the bartender's words, suddenly curious about how he might evolve if this game persisted for many years. Would he emerge as a distinctly different individual when it concluded? Compared to who he was today? Chapter 25. The van belonging to Wei Jianyang had already arrived downstairs. 3 young men busily loaded the camping gear and provisions into the vehicle. After a week of dedicated practice, Zhang Heng had nearly restored his archery skills, bolstered by the advantages of modern technology. His average score on the 50-meter range now assured him of a score above 9 rings. However, Zhang Heng's true prowess lay in dynamic target shooting, contingent upon the target's speed and trajectory. Yet, within the confines of the archery hall, he often felt as if a pair of mournful eyes were scrutinizing him, which inhibited him from unleashing his full potential. Typically, he could only find opportunities to practice in a still environment, but this rare outing into the wilderness provided a chance to shoot a few arrows. Young Master Zhang, should any danger arise, you must protect me first, Chen Huadong quipped, though it was merely a jest. Zhang Heng had not concealed his pursuit of archery from his dorm mates. Everyone was aware that he had only recently begun this journey. A mere week ago, he had been scouring the internet for instructional videos. How much progress could he have made since then? All right, just remember to dive into my embrace at that time, he replied with a chuckle. The group bantered amiably as they finished loading the van. Just then, 3 young women approached. Chen Huadong nudged Zhang Heng, indicating the one on the left, that Shin Sisi. Zhang Heng turned his gaze in the direction Shen pointed, and indeed, he spotted a tall young woman. Wei Jiaoyang had not exaggerated. Shen Sisi possessed remarkable physical attributes akin to a model, and she was indeed quite beautiful. Unlike the ostentatious actresses gracing television and magazines, her eyes radiated clarity, devoid of the shyness often found in ordinary girls. It was no wonder she had captured the hearts of many boys, earning a reputation as the most sought-after girl in the public administration department. With grace, Shen Sisi retrieved 3 bottles of water from her bag, extending them toward Zhang Heng and his companions. "Thank you for your hard work," she said warmly. Zhang Heng accepted the water with gratitude. One's upbringing is often revealed in the smallest gestures, and it was evident that Shen Sisi did not regard the 3 young men as mere laborers or bodyguards. Nor did she assume that it was her right as a girl to have them carry her belongings, a rarity among young women, particularly those of her beauty. Shen Huadong, ever the schemer, leaned in to whisper to Zhang Heng, "I hear Shen Sisi's father is a university professor and her mother a translator of novels. Quite a respectable family. Wouldn't you say? Seems like a match for you, young Master Zhang." Wei Jiaogong, however, was unable to locate the individual he had been waiting for and could not resist inquiring, "Where's Xiao Xiao? I haven't seen her." "Ha ha, whenever we have a dorm activity. That woman is the most troublesome, taking ages to get ready." "Wei Jianyang, you're in for it if you marry her," chimed in a petite girl, appearing no taller than a middle school student, who was undoubtedly Su Jing, the legal lowly that Shen Huadong had his eyes on. Just as she finished her jest, she received a playful smack on the head. As the atmosphere grew lighthearted, a voice suddenly pierced through. "Sisi." Shen Sisi's expression shifted slightly at the sound. "Sisi, are you and your dorm planning an outing? Why didn't you tell me? I could have driven you," came the voice from a young man stepping out of a red BMW 5 Series parked nearby. Upon pulling the handbrake, he exited the vehicle. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why Shen Sisi seemed somewhat familiar. It dawned on him that they had crossed paths before. He had seen her at the supermarket while purchasing a scratch-off ticket alongside this young man clad in supreme attire. "Cheng, what are you doing here again? Sisi has already turned you down several times. Why do you persist?" Su Jing, whose name belied her outspoken nature, accused him. Cheng Qing felt his pride wounded at being publicly reminded of his unrequited affection, yet being a gentleman, he refrained from retaliating against Su Jing and Appo's remarks. "Sisi, may I have a word with you?" "There and Appo's SACAF nearby where they serve excellent Blue Mountain coffee," Cheng suggested. Shen Sisi frowned. Her usually amiable disposition was wearing thin. They were not acquainted prior to this, but ever since she had performed at the welcome party, he had pursued her relentlessly for over 2 weeks. From flowers to snacks, fruit, and even an iPhone, Cheng had sent gifts to her dormitory door through mutual acquaintances. Yet, his usual charms that worked on other girls seemed to falter with Shen Sisi. Ironically, the more he was rebuffed, the more persistent he became. Shen Sisi, raised with good manners, found it difficult to deliver harsh words, leading to her entrapment in his advances. Rumors about their relationship had begun circulating within the school, adding to Shen Sisi and Appo's distress. Moreover, it seemed Cheng appeared wherever she went. How did he learn of their camping trip, arriving just before their departure? It felt far too coincidental. Glancing at Wang Huan, a girl standing behind Su Jing, Shen Sisi noted her awkward smile. Wang Huan came from a modest background. Yet just days ago, a YSL lipstick had mysteriously appeared in her drawer. Detective Su Jing had looked it up online, discovering that such a lipstick cost no less than 700 or 800 yuan. Their group had jokingly speculated if Wang Huan had found herself a wealthy benefactor. But it now seemed there was more to the story. However, Shen Sisi was disinclined to delve into such matters. She spotted Xiao Xiao exiting the dormitory building in the distance and turned to Cheng with a serious expression. "Cheng, we already discussed this on Monday. I don't drink coffee, and we are about to set off." "That's fine. They can leave first. I'll drive you there afterward." "And I promise it won't take long," Cheng insisted, refusing to relent. Shen Huadong, unable to bear the situation any longer, was about to speak up when Wei Jiangyang shot him a warning glance. "Don't engage with this guy," he whispered. "What's the big deal? He's just a rich kid. Look at our young Master Zhang. Now that's a true model of a rich heir," Shen Huadong scoffed. Zhang Heng shook his head. "Don't say that. I'm not a rich heir." Zhang Heng and Appo's background was somewhat akin to Shen Sisi and Appo's. Both hailed from well-educated families, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle without worries. Among ordinary people, they were considered quite well off, but they could not compare to those who amassed wealth through business ventures. Wei Jianyang sighed. Chengqing is not to be taken lightly. He is older than us and got into a scuffle with seniors when he first entered school. His family seems to own a hotel, and he is known for his extravagant spending, attracting a crowd of admirers. Xiao Xiao left the student council last semester because she couldn't stand his antics. Chapter 26. The journey. The term rich second generation is merely a label, devoid of inherent judgment, just as humanity encompasses both virtuous and nefarious individuals. Within this demographic, there are certainly those of high and low character. To be fair, compared to the general populace, this group benefits from superior educational resources, resulting in a higher proportion of individuals of admirable quality. Yet, why does the rich second generation bear such a poor reputation in society? The answer is rather straightforward. The malevolence of ordinary individuals tends to have a limited impact, often affecting only a few close acquaintances. In contrast, the rich second generation wields more extensive resources, and their misdeeds tend to have far-reaching consequences, occasionally triggering a series of societal issues. Upon joining, individuals often find themselves seeking excuses to make things difficult for others, only to later leverage their positions within the student council to resolve these matters. This cycle ensnares many naive newcomers, particularly innocent young women. Consequently, conversations that begin innocuously can, for reasons unknown, veer into intimate territories. Rumor has it that during his sophomore year, Chengqing had more than a handful of girls who had undergone abortions for him, and one even attempted suicide, later settling the matter privately. Of course, these figures are likely exaggerated, as there are many who harbor disdain for Chengqing. Chen Huadong, initially eager to confront Chengqing, found himself wavering upon hearing these tales. He had no interest in working at Chengqing and Amp Oppo's family hotel and was indifferent to the latter and Amp Oppo's status as a rich second generation. However, the influence Chengqing wielded over the student council gave him pause. In their school, there was no overarching student association. All club activities required approval from the student council before being submitted to the faculty, which also conducted regular evaluations of each club. During their freshman year, Chen Huadong and a few friends founded an anime club named Tiger Stripe Shark, which was flourishing, albeit with a predominantly male membership. The group often gathered to exchange obscure codes and unedited resources, creating a jovial atmosphere. Chen Huadong had to consider the potential ramifications for the club's survival should he offend Chengqing. Moreover, the school mandated that students complete a certain number of physical education sessions each semester, with the student council responsible for tracking attendance. In summary, the student council was an organization that one might overlook in daily life but could become a source of considerable trouble if antagonized. With numerous associates surrounding Chengqing, Chen Huadong was reluctant to jeopardize his burgeoning romance with Su Jing by constantly being on guard against unexpected confrontations. Shen Sisi appeared somewhat resigned, having exhausted all her arguments. The ordinary individual would have long given up, yet Chengqing showed no inclination to relent. The girl named Wang Huan, standing nearby, seemed to realize her misstep, lowering her head in silence. Just then, Zhang Heng interjected, "Classmate, your zipper is undone." Chengqing glanced down, discovering indeed a small opening in a private area, which, while not revealing his underwear, was nonetheless quite unseemly. Had Zhang Heng remained silent, he could have feigned ignorance, but now, with the spotlight on him, he found himself in an uncomfortable predicament, unable to zip up or leave it as is. Chengqing cast a deep glance at Zhang Heng before turning to Shen Sisi, saying, "One day, I will make you understand my feelings. Quickly, let us go." Xiao Xiao exclaimed, realizing Chengqing would likely pursue them again once he fixed his zipper. The group hurriedly boarded the van, urging the driver to start the engine. Su Jing, however, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Did you see that guy and Amp Oppo's expression? It was absolutely priceless." She then mimicked Chengqing's tone, saying, "Sisi, one day, I will make you understand my feelings." The others erupted in laughter. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, remarking, "Stop it, that's revolting. He is just a rogue who preys on naive freshmen, pretending to be all pure-hearted." Shen Sisi glanced at Zhang Heng with a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Zhang Heng shook his head, "It's fine. I'm not involved with any clubs." Among the girls, Xiao Xiao, due to her boyfriend's connections, was most familiar with Zhang Heng and his roommates. Last semester, they had shared several outings together. Yet, perhaps influenced by Wei Jianyang, she had become invested in her roommates and Amp Apos, romantic lives. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she suggested to Shin Cici, weren't you thinking of forming a band? Why not consider Zhang Heng? He plays the piano extraordinarily well. He can effortlessly perform Paganini's Caprice No. 24. Zhang Heng felt somewhat helpless regarding the rumors swirling about him. At this rate, even Lang Lang might end up being his lesser. Before he could deny it, Wei Jiaoyong chimed in, exactly. Plus, Zhang Heng is an avid athlete. He runs 10 kilometers every morning and has joined the rock climbing club with ambitions to conquer K2. He has practiced archery since he was 5, becoming quite skilled. Earning the nickname and Amp, Apos, Zhang Shun, the white stripe in the waves and Amp, Apos. Cough, and Amp, Apos, Xiao Guang, Hua Rong and Amp, Apos, Xiao interjected, covering her face in amusement. The lawful lowly, eager for chaos, joined in. I thought from the first glance that this Zhang Heng was both brave and wise. Far superior to that Chung who can and Amp, Apos, to even zip up his pants. Chun Huadong, arriving too late to contribute, finally managed to blurt out. Zhang Heng also loves small animals. After finishing fish in the cafeteria, he collects the bones and gives them a proper burial. Hey, enough. Put a little more heart into your storytelling. Laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier somber atmosphere caused by Chung's unexpected appearance. In this age, young men and women naturally teased and bantered, openly showcasing the exuberance of youth without ulterior motives. Shin Cici, having heard the introductions, felt a flicker of curiosity towards Zhang Heng, though it remained superficial. She nodded amicably at him before turning back to engage in conversation with Wang Huan, who had been sidelined. Zhang Heng, in turn, held no particular interest in Shin Cici. She was a pleasant girl to be around, but he felt no stirrings of affection. Gazing out the window, he watched the reflections of the streets blur past. At times, he found himself pondering what kind of girl he truly liked. Chen Huadong had a penchant for lawful lolas, while Wei Jiaoyong favored assertive yet gentle girls like Xiao. It seemed everyone knew their preferences except him. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng harbored a steadfast belief that he would recognize the right person at first sight when the time came. Chapter 27. Camping at 5 in the afternoon. The van arrived at the camping site. Everyone unloaded their belongings from the trunk and bid farewell to the driver. The mountains in the distance, the grassy meadow beneath their feet, and the blue sky adorned with white clouds filled the city-dwelling students with exhilaration. Su Jing exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, this place is wonderful. Let and Apos come here every week." With a chuckle, Xiao retorted, "Do you think money grows on trees? It costs 300 yuan. I can't afford to come here weekly." Shin Cici interjected, "Enough of the bickering. The sun will set soon. Let us find a spot to pitch the tents and prepare dinner." Su Jing grinned. "I can't cook. I'll just focus on eating." "That's fine. Just be cute, and I'll feed you," someone joked. As they walked forward, the atmosphere was lighthearted. The camping site had been chosen by the girls, primarily based on Xiao and Amp, Apos' idea, avoiding the more popular locations. She had an uncle who was an avid hiker, familiar with the nearby wild mountains, and she had persuaded him to recommend some scenic spots that were still relatively undeveloped. Consequently, they would encounter fewer tourists and avoid chaotic crowds. Unfortunately, apart from Xiao, who had camped a couple of times with her uncle during her childhood, the others had little experience, and Xiao had only been concerned with her own enjoyment back then, leaving the tasks of starting a fire and cooking to her uncle. Thus, they found themselves at a loss when it came to selecting a suitable camping spot. Disagreements ensued. Some argued for the mountaintop, while others preferred a sheltered area, and still others cautioned about falling rocks. Finally, Zhang Heng, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "There's no real danger around. It's summer, and we don't need to worry about staying warm. Just pick any spot." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Clearly, the group was already caught up in the thrill of their outdoor adventure, strongly criticizing Zhang Heng and Amp, Apos' pragmatic approach. After much deliberation, they finally settled on a clear patch at the foot of the mountain just before sunset. To be fair, the location was indeed quite splendid, offering expansive views and only a slight inconvenience of being a bit far from a water source. However, the pressing issue was that darkness was approaching, and the tents had yet to be erected. Do not underestimate this task. For novices, pitching a tent is a skillful endeavor. Threading poles, pulling ropes, securing stakes, and stabilizing walls, all of which require time to master without prior experience. Fortunately, Zhang Heng, who had once built a house by hand, managed to set up 3 tents almost single-handedly, finishing even the last one in the dark. Well done, Zhang Heng. If I ever find myself stranded on a deserted island, you'd be the one I'd choose to accompany me. Su Jing clapped in admiration. You're quite the villain, even on a deserted island. You want to drag someone down with you, Chen Huadong teased. Zhang Heng merely smiled, saying nothing. Their light-hearted banter continued unperturbed. Su Jing then proposed. Now that it's completely dark, let us have a bonfire party. This girl seemed perpetually in a state of joy. Bonfire? Let us eat first. I'm starving. Xiao Xiao retorted, slightly exasperated. While Zhang Heng was busy setting up the tent, only Shen Sisi offered to help, leaving the others to prepare dinner on their own. In the civilized world, even in the wilderness, there was no need to resort to primitive fire-starting methods. They had a portable gas stove designed for outdoor use, which was incredibly convenient with the twist of a gas canister. Zhang Heng was pleased with this arrangement. After all, he was there to enjoy himself, not to showcase survival skills. Such skills were only necessary in emergencies, and if he had a lighter on a deserted island, there would be no need to rub his hands raw. Dinner was hot pot, the easiest to prepare. They merely needed to drop the base into the pot and toss in the clean vegetables and meat. Once Zhang Heng finished setting up the tents, they all gathered in a circle with disposable plastic bowls, eagerly awaiting the bubbling pot. This experience was novel for most of them. The summer mountain air was pleasantly mild, not too hot or cold, much more comfortable than their unair-conditioned dormitories, though the mosquitoes were a nuisance. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi pulled out mosquito repellent from their bags, exchanging smiles upon seeing each other's preparations. Why is the meat taking so long? Su Jing sniffed, looking forlorn. She had just been shouting about the bonfire party, but was now far more concerned about the meat in the pot. As Chen Huadong was about to tease her, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the nearby woods. Su Jing, who was the most timid, tensed up instantly. Oh my. Are there wild animals in these mountains? No, surely not, Xiao Xiao responded, momentarily puzzled. Though this place was not a tourist attraction, it was not far from the city, and many photographers visited in the autumn. They had even seen other campers nearby earlier, so if there were wild animals, it would have been strange that no one had spotted them before. Just as she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the thicket. It was not an animal, but a young man with tattoos on his arms, sporting a mischievous grin. Hey, I smelled something delicious. Mind if I join? I haven't tea at dinner yet, he said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng stood up silently and turned to retreat into the tent, disappearing inside. The young man laughed heartily. All right, you've got some sense. Now that I've found my spot, I'll make myself at home. The group quickly realized the young man and Appo's intentions were dubious. Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong exchanged glances, understanding that as the only two men, they had to step up. Hey man, we're not comfortable sharing our meal with strangers, Wei Jianyang said. No worries. I can introduce myself first. We're just making friends here. Let us chat and get to know each other, the young man grinned, producing a folding knife from his pocket. At that moment, Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong's expressions changed drastically, and Su Jing's face turned pale with fear. They were all university students, unaccustomed to such situations. Fights were rare on campus, and even if they occurred, weapons were never involved. What the young man said next plunged their hearts into despair. I have 3 brothers who haven't tea eaten either. They'll be here shortly, but it seems we're short on seats. How about you 3? Would you mind giving up your spots? Chapter 28. 2 arrows before the folding knife, Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong trembled slightly at their calves. If the adversary were merely a thief, it would be a different matter. At worst, they would suffer financial loss to avert disaster. However, the demeanor of the young man before them suggested he harbored intentions towards the girls. Among the dormitory occupants, excluding Wang Huan, the remaining 3 were not unattractive. Shen Sisi, the department and Appo's acknowledged beauty, was a sight to behold, while Xiao Xiao, a member of the university and Appo's volleyball team, maintained an impressive physique. Su Jing, the legal lowly, was indeed a magnet for unwanted attention. Typically, they felt secure within the confines of the university, but now they found themselves in a veritable wilderness. Although there were other campers in the vicinity, their distance rendered any cries for help futile. Even if they called out, it would take time for anyone to arrive. Xiao Xiao and the others began to regret their decision to camp here. They had previously researched the area, discovering that it was populated by villages with a commendable safety record. It was perplexing why misfortune had befallen them this time. Sweat beaded on Wei Jianyang's forehead. With his girlfriend behind him, retreat was not an option. confronted with the situation. Fear was a natural response. As the young man advanced, Wei and Appo's body tensed, and his throat grew parched. Then, something sliced through the darkness. The young man halted. Noticing a feathered arrow embedded in the ground before him, its tip buried deep while the fletching quivered, a testament to its incredible velocity. Zhang Heng stood before the tent, bow drawn, having released a first arrow without pause, swiftly knocking a second. Before Wei Jiaoyang could voice his approval, the second arrow veered wildly off course, embedding itself in a distant tree. A chill ran through Wei and his companions. They had hoped the first arrow would intimidate the young man. But Zhang Heng's error had thwarted that expectation. Startled by the first arrow, the young man realized that firearms were strictly regulated in the country, making bows and crossbows the most formidable ranged weapons available to the public. He had never anticipated encountering an archer among this group. Yet the second arrow had landed several meters away from him. Was the initial shot merely a stroke of luck? The first two arrows were warnings, Zhang Heng stated coolly. Should you refuse to depart, the third will draw blood. The young man and Appo's expression shifted as apprehension took hold of the onlookers and Appo's hearts. At this moment, he stood only 3 or 4 meters from Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong, contemplating whether he could seize a hostage in a sudden attack. After much deliberation, he realized he could not ensure success before an arrow struck him. Ultimately, he chose to sheath his folding knife and raised his hands. My apologies for the disturbance. It seems my companions and I must seek friends elsewhere. As he spoke, he retreated into the woods, keeping his gaze fixed on Zhang Heng. Following this incident, the group lost all appetite for their meal and hastily packed their belongings, eager to vacate the premises. However, in this desolate wilderness, summoning a vehicle proved impossible. Xiao Xiao expressed concern that the young men might harass other campers, prompting everyone to call the police while notifying others of the situation. Shin Sisi appeared to want to say something, but ultimately refrained. Meanwhile, the other girls, relieved that the danger had passed, gathered around Zhang Heng. Su Jing playfully remarked, impressive. Zhang, I thought you might be scared off, but it turns out you were just summoning your Iron Man armor. Chun Huadong added, brother, I've never respected anyone as much as I do you. Despite your second arrow going awry, you managed to stand firm and engage in verbal sparring. Truly admirable. Xiao Xiao chimed in, who knew those ruffians were so cowardly. Just seeing you with a bow sent them fleeing. We owe you our gratitude. You nearly frightened me to death. To express my thanks for your life-saving intervention, I hereby offer our dormitory's beauty as your betrothed, Su Jing declared. As soon as the bold proclamation escaped her lips, she received a playful rap on the head. Nevertheless, Shin Sisi also extended her heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Heng. After informing the scattered campers in the area, they gathered together. Finally feeling a semblance of safety, Zhang Heng set down his bow, opened his backpack, and distributed ready-to-eat snacks among the group. Su Jing, munching on a custard pie, remarked, today has been exhilarating. This is my first camping experience and perhaps my last. With sweets in their bellies, the group's spirits lifted, and they began to recount the harrowing events. At that moment, Shin Sisi spoke up, Zhang Heng, may I have a word with you? Of course. Amid the group's teasing glances, the two stepped aside. Shin Sisi first reiterated her gratitude for his aid that evening and then continued, you noticed, didn't you? Noticed what? The young man did not appear to be from the nearby village. He, like us, probably came from the city. Are you suggesting that group preys on women by night? Not quite. If they were prepared, he would not have been dressed as he was. His shoes were Adidas Yeezy 500s, retailing for over 2,000. He wouldn't and Appo's. He risked damaging them on branches. Moreover, during our encounter, he was scratching his neck, clearly suffering from mosquito bites. If he were planning an attack, he would have considered such details. It's rather careless. Thus, it's likely he arrived impulsively. But you were just as unprepared, Warren and Appo's. To you? Shin Sisi whispered. I hadn't and Appo's. T noticed. Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head. I don and Appo's. T pay much attention to shoes. I was focused on his companions in the woods and missed his little gestures. If you hadn't and Appo's, T pointed it out, I wouldn't T have realized. Shin Sisi was slightly taken aback. Then why did you keep an eye on Wang Huan throughout? Her emotional response to the tattooed man was far too intense. While everyone else was terrified, her surprise eclipsed her fear. After they left, her anxiety seemed to grow even more pronounced. Shin Sisi offered a bittersweet smile. That's precisely why I opposed calling the police. Even if she placed you all in danger tonight, Wang Huan had her reasons. Chung Chung threatened her, demanding compensation for a lipstick. Her parents lost their jobs long ago, and she has a younger brother to support. As you noted, she never anticipated such an encounter. She simply sent our address to Cheng, believing he was merely coming to visit. Now, she is terrified of police involvement. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Zhang Heng remained noncommittal. Everyone was an adult, accountable for their actions. While environmental and familial circumstances might contribute to poor decisions, they could not serve as excuses. Society may be unjust, but one cannot resort to violence in front of a kindergarten or set fire to a bus. However, as the situation was directed at Shen Cici, how she chose to resolve it was her concern, and Zhang Heng held no opinion on the matter. Presently, it seemed the two parties were not even on the same playing field. Chapter 29, Test of Friendship. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as each police officer typically accumulates a significant number of cases, necessitating the skill of prioritization. Chen Huadong was fortunate. Through his fearless demeanor in the presence of the young man, he acquired Chun Jing and Apos' phone number. With his initiative, the others readily exchanged their contact information as well. However, as soon as he sent the message, a sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. After more than a month, Zhang Heng had grown accustomed to such scenarios. He set a 7-hour alarm on his phone and climbed into bed for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. Zhang Heng silenced the alarm, rolled out of bed, prepared a packet of cereal, and descended the stairs with a cup in hand. This time, the dormitory matron had risen earlier than usual. Locking the main door promptly at midnight, Zhang Heng entered the duty room, skillfully retrieved the keys, and unlocked the door. Nonetheless, this instance was unexpected. Had it not been for Chen Cheng's interruption, he would still be camping outside. Zhang Heng finished his cereal and pineapple bun, casually leaving his cup on a supermarket shelf before strolling to the 24-hour gym, his meal having digested sufficiently by then. He commenced his training on the water-resistance rowing machine, and 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. After taking a shower, he transitioned to the rock climbing club. Ultimately, he found himself wandering aimlessly through the city with his compact camera. While passing by a quaint inn, his attention was drawn to a red BMW parked at the entrance. Zhang Heng halted his bicycle, glanced at the license plate, and confirmed that it indeed belonged to Cheng. To be frank, Zhang Heng held little regard for this wealthy scion. As he had mentioned to Shen Cici, Cheng was not particularly involved in campus activities and had minimal interaction with the student council. Confronting him would require considerable effort. Although Cheng often surrounded himself with admirers at school, everyone was aware of the underlying motivations. They were drawn to his wealth. Those willing to deceive naive girls for him would not risk their diplomas or break the law out of loyalty. As for the outside world, the young man from earlier was, strictly speaking, not a societal figure. Following Shen Cici's reminder, Zhang Heng discerned that he resembled a second-generation slacker akin to Cheng, merely assisting a friend. However, such individuals could be more troublesome than petty delinquents, as they would go to great lengths to preserve their pride. Seizing the opportunity to address this potential threat, Zhang Heng decided it would be prudent to eliminate it. He secured his shared bicycle downstairs and entered the inn. Uncertain of Cheng's floor, he quickly discovered the guest information on the front desk computer. Soon, he located Cheng's name, noted the room number, and borrowed a spare key. 2 minutes later, he pushed open the door to room 305. A bra hung from the television. Cheng lay on the bed, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, smoking while engrossed in his WeChat messages. The images displayed on his phone featured the owner of that account alongside a wardrobe full of shoes, captioned with a lament about the lack of space for his collection. The individual in the photograph was unmistakably the same person who had previously wielded a folding knife. Wu Fan inquired whether Cheng wished to deal with the young man who played with bows. Further down the chat history, their exchanges revolved around nightlife, discussing which clubs had attractive women, which limited edition shoes were worth acquiring, and boasting about their romantic conquests. Zhang Heng also unearthed evidence of Cheng's involvement with soft drugs and his attempts to entice accompanying girls into usage. Shaking his head, Zhang Heng recognized the extent of Cheng's harmful influence. After reviewing the messages, he created a group chat, adding Wu Fan and several other individuals from his contacts who appeared to be from affluent backgrounds. Typing a message, he remarked on Wu Fan's gullibility, suggesting that he could easily manipulate him, likening him to a trained dog. He concluded with a playful emoji wearing sunglasses before sending it off. However, he recognized that such a gesture would not necessarily ensure Cheng and Apos' compliance, prompting Zhang Heng to consider issuing a warning. He refrained from any excessively cruel actions. As he was not a monster, he simply offered Cheng some water. After consuming 2 bottles of mineral water in the room, Zhang Heng worried that Ching might not be satisfied, so he retrieved 2 more bottles from the front desk. To prevent any potential water intoxication that could lead to permanent nerve damage or worse, he thoughtfully acquired 3 additional bottles of Powerade. Ultimately, he found that Cheng could no longer drink from the last bottle, his abdomen noticeably swollen, the sloshing of water audible with every movement. Following this, Zhang Heng deleted all apps on Cheng's phone, replaced the wallpaper with a high-definition image of a horror-themed bride doll, and left a cryptic note in the memo, "Reflect on your actions." Having completed these tasks, Zhang Heng rode away on his bicycle, continuing his artistic explorations. Chapter 30. The second round of the game. The following day, Cheng did not attend school. It was said that he had been rushed to the emergency room by an ambulance that night, with the doctor and Oppo's final diagnosis being drowning. Strangely, according to his own account, he had been lying on the bed in a hotel and had not come into contact with any water source whatsoever. However, more concerning than his physical condition was his mental state. It appeared he had suffered significant psychological trauma. The doctors recommended that he be transferred to a psychiatric ward for observation after treatment. His parents spent a considerable sum to invite a renowned international expert. And after 2 rounds of therapy, Cheng's emotions gradually stabilized. A month later, he finally returned to school, where a few of his close friends organized a welcoming banquet for him. They initially intended to invite his girlfriend, but the events of that evening had left Cheng genuinely frightened. Although it had been confirmed that the incident was unrelated to his girlfriend, he would rather call upon a model for the evening than have any connection to the events of that day. That night, Cheng had a few drinks, and amidst the flattering remarks of his friends, his mood improved somewhat. He was willing to believe the expert's assertion that it had merely been a nightmare. This incident had become a source of anxiety for him. While with the model, he covered her face with a pillowcase, fantasizing that it was Shin Sisi, which unexpectedly heightened his excitement. He lingered for another 3 minutes before finally lying down, only to be overwhelmed by fatigue that washed over his mind. Exhausted, Cheng closed his eyes and fell asleep, only to be inexplicably awakened in the middle of the night. He felt as though something had been added to his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a doll resembling a ghost, looming close to him. At that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. His scream not only startled the model sleeping beside him but also disturbed other guests on the same floor. Cheng, disregarding his attire, rushed out in nothing but his underwear, screaming as he fled for his life. After recounting the events, his terrified friends dragged him into the car. A week later, Cheng's parents came to the school, hastily completed the paperwork for his leave of absence, and departed. Rumors spread that they had sent their son abroad for recuperation. Zhang Heng, having issued a warning to Cheng, soon immersed himself in his own affairs. The doll incident was merely a casual throw, intended to keep Cheng occupied and less idle, yet he hadn't anticipated the severe consequences that would ensue. Zhang Heng later decided to experiment himself, pressing the ghost doll against his face in a pitch-black room. To his surprise, it was indeed somewhat unsettling, especially considering Cheng and Oppo's prior trauma, rendering him particularly fragile. It was no surprise that another encounter could lead to a complete breakdown of his nerves. As for the subsequent appearance of Wu Fan, that was something Zhang Heng was unaware of. His fitness regimen had begun to show some results, however. He was not pursuing a heavily muscled physique. Rather, he prioritized flexibility, and he had made some progress in rock climbing. The time for the second round of the game was fast approaching. Theoretically, he could delay until the last day of the month to participate. But Zhang Heng preferred to avoid such extremities. What if he fell ill or twisted his ankle? That would certainly be troublesome. This time, he no longer needed to display his player number on his arm. The 2 burly men guarding the staircase automatically stepped aside for him. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Heng pushed open the iron door. The lounge appeared much the same as before, only the music had shifted to jazz. The bartender seemed in good spirits that evening, preparing a drink of uncertain composition. Upon noticing Zhang Heng and Oppo's approach, she greeted him and inquired about his past month, asking what he would like to drink. "Not bad. I'll pass on the drink," he replied. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, the bartender slid her freshly concocted creation in front of him. "You wouldn't think that your previous fainting spell was due to that lemonade, would you? Even if you do nothing, you'll still enter the game when the time comes. You mentioned earlier that aside from the first round, the timing is flexible, and I can choose?" The bartender gestured toward a nearby booth. "Do you see the alarm clocks at each booth? Choose one to sit at, set the alarm to your preferred time, and the game will commence automatically." "Thank you." but I'll skip the drink since the game is about to begin. I and AMP, Oppos, D prefer to remain alert. This ISN and AMP, Oppos, TA cocktail, it and AMP, Oppos, S merely a blend of fruit juices. She replied, raising an eyebrow, her patience seemingly waning. Zhang Heng wisely picked up the mysterious beverage, which visually resembled the culinary style of a made CAF, a dubious concoction. To say the least. He recalled having visited that CAF several times afterward, but the bartender had treated him as if she had never met him, maintaining her aloof demeanor. By the way, you previously mentioned that you sell wooden boxes made from tule trees that can block supernatural forces. How much are they? Zhang Heng took a sip of the strange mixture. It had an odd flavor, reminiscent of durian and mango, with hints of cherimoya and avocado. It was an extraordinarily bizarre combination, prompting him to change the subject and discreetly set the drink aside. The advantages of possessing supernatural items that retained their efficacy in the real world were self-evident. Zhang Heng had been wearing a lucky rabbit's foot for over a month and had found small amounts of money on 2 occasions, albeit only a couple of coins. Its quality was merely erratic, suggesting there were higher tiers yet to be discovered. Ultimately, he felt compelled to purchase from the bartender, akin to knowingly offering his neck to the guillotine. Chapter 31. The Tokyo Drift. 1. Zhang Heng had mentally prepared himself for a disheartening experience, yet to his surprise, the bartender, in an unusual turn of events, offered him a piece of advice, owing to his tasting of her masterpiece. If you intend to use a tule wooden box to contain items in the game, I advise you to abandon that notion, she stated. ISN and AMP. Oppos. See the tule wooden box a game item? The bartender shook her head. True game items are exceedingly rare, even the lowest F grade. However, other items can serve a similar function to the tule wooden box, depending on your luck. Alternatively, you might wait for the year-end auction, where many treasures will be available, of course, provided your pockets aren't empty. Unable to find a suitable item for containing game objects, Zhang Heng had no immediate solutions. Such matters could not be rushed. Fortunately, according to the bartender, most game items activate upon contact. So as long as he exercised caution, perhaps by wearing gloves, he could significantly enhance his safety. Fearing he might consume something peculiar if he lingered, Zhang Heng decisively left the bar. He chose an unoccupied booth to settle in and soon discovered a small alarm clock beneath the seat. Despite the earlier ordeal on the deserted island, which had cost him an additional 24 hours, he had to admit that the experience had also yielded considerable rewards. Compared to other players, the 12-fold extension of his game time afforded him greater opportunities for exploration. Considering the severe consequences of a game over, he would still need to rely on this ability in future games. He hoped this time would not involve another desolate region. Setting the clock to 23:55, Zhang Heng closed his eyes to rest. After approximately half an hour, a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering him as if consumed by a nightmare, devoid of any strength to even move a finger. Concurrently, the familiar voice echoed in his ears. Player identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Randomly selecting the second round instance for player number 07958. Selection complete. The current instance is Tokyo Drift. Tokyo, a bustling metropolis with a population of 37 million, stands as the undeniable center of Japan's politics, economy, and culture. By day, it serves as a playground for financiers and politicians. However, the truly captivating narratives only unfold under the cloak of night. As an exchange student from China, can you carve out your own legend here? Mission objective: win a championship in an underground modified car race. Mode: single player. Friendly reminder: the game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Players, please prepare. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Heng found himself standing at the center of a crossroads. Perhaps his earlier prayers had been heard. In stark contrast to the desolation of the island from the first round, he was now enveloped by a kaleidoscope of neon lights and billboards. Countless pedestrians brushed past him, conversing in a foreign language he had only encountered in films and games. The distant sound of a ring-on drew nearer, seemingly the tune of Mika Nakashima's Boku Jie Shino Yudo Omada no wa. Among the throngs, he spotted youths on bicycles, fashionable young women in short skirts, middle-aged men in suits hailing taxis with briefcases in hand, and even a number of Western faces. Despite the night, the atmosphere buzzed with more vibrancy than daylight. Zhang Heng, having confirmed the environment posed no immediate danger, turned his attention to his personal panel. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player number: 07958. Games played: 1 current game points, 24 items held, Lucky Rabbit and Oppos, S foot, E. Skills Mastered. Piano LV1. Language Proficiency LV1. 2 languages at conversational level. Archery LV2. Wilderness Survival LV2 evaluation. This player possesses a slightly above-average luck value, but aside from that, there is little of note. He has some skills in wilderness survival and archery, but is expected to falter within the first 5 rounds of the game. Although Zhang Heng had diligently practiced rock climbing and photography over the past month, neither skill had progressed beyond level 0, thus failing to appear on his skill list. The most significant change was the addition of an items held section, and influenced by the lucky rabbit's foot, his evaluation had shifted slightly, finally elevating him from the realm of the unremarkable. However, it appeared he still bore the fate of a mere extra, unlikely to survive beyond 5 episodes. After confirming his status, Zhang Heng shifted his gaze to his surroundings. He found himself in a bustling area, with a shopping mall directly across from him. Its large advertising screen showcasing a Sony headphones commercial. Surrounding him were numerous shops and signs, with buildings and foot traffic densely packed. This place resembled Shibuya. Zhang Heng recalled a trip to Tokyo with his mother during his childhood for an academic conference. His memories from that time were hazy, as the conference was lengthy, and he spent most of his week confined to their hotel room, only venturing out on the final day to shop in Shibuya, where he purchased a PSP, leaving him with a faint recollection of the area. To draw a civilization-based instance for the game was undoubtedly fortunate, yet the current circumstances felt somewhat delicate. The primary issue with Zhang Heng and Appo's complete lack of understanding of the Japanese language. Although Japanese incorporates many kanji characters, he could only make educated guesses about the general meanings of nearby signs, which was insufficient for completing tasks. Moreover, he couldn't simply be abandoned in this unfamiliar place. Given that the background hinted at his identity as an exchange student, he should at least be free from concerns regarding accommodation. However, the absence of the school and Appo's name posed a problem. Tokyo is home to dozens of national, public, and private universities, and inquiring at each one could prove perilous. Thus, it was prudent to check his belongings. As Zhang Heng began to rummage through his pockets, a girl in a short skirt came running towards him, breathless, holding 2 ice cream cones. "Zhang Heng, there you are. Thank goodness. I was scared I'd lost you on your first day." Upon seeing him, the girl visibly relaxed. But just then, the traffic light across the street flickered green. "Oh no, we're out of time. Let us go," she exclaimed, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Chapter 32. Tokyo Drift 2. 10 minutes later, Zhang Heng stood before the ITSDMO entrance, inexplicably holding a cone of ice cream. "Apologies, Zhang-san," said the girl in the short skirt, bowing in contrition. "I suddenly craved ice cream while walking and ended up leaving you behind on the street." "No. It is my own fault for being distracted and not keeping up with you, Imko-san." Zhang Heng had just taken a moment to rummage through his belongings. It was quite simple: a passport, student ID, a wallet containing 30,000 yen in change, a transit card, keys, and a mobile phone. Among these items, his primary focus was the phone, for according to the girl, it was his first day here. And the likelihood was that she was merely a well-meaning classmate eager to show him the night views of Tokyo. In such situations, it is customary for both parties to exchange contact information. So Zhang Heng perused his contacts and noted a recent missed call, ultimately identifying the name Amiko. Of course, he could directly inquire about the correct spelling of her name, but that would seem somewhat impolite. Observing her expression, he felt reassured he had guessed correctly. When Amiko smiled, she was undeniably charming, revealing 2 little canine teeth. "Zhang-san, Shibuya is the fashion center of Tokyo, brimming with intriguing shops and sights. However, it can be a bit dangerous at night due to the presence of certain unsavory individuals, so it would be wise for you to stay close to me." Zhang Heng had no objections. Amiko was kind enough to act as his guide, enthusiastically narrating the wonders of Tokyo. Thus far, their conversation had been in Chinese, and Amiko's proficiency was commendable. She had mentioned majoring in Chinese at university and intended to apply for an exchange program to study in China next year. However, her knowledge of China was primarily derived from television and her teachers, and she yearned for a deeper understanding, which motivated her to seize this opportunity. "Actually, I live in Shinagawa. I and Appo's attended high school and university in Tokyo, rarely venturing far from home. The thought of going to such a distant place fills me with anticipation, but also a tinge of anxiety," Amiko confessed, bashfully rubbing her nose. Her elders often worried whether she could take care of herself, prompting her to seek this experience as a means of personal growth. "Do you think my thoughts are rather childish?" "Not at all. it is quite admirable. The current chapter was titled Tokyo Drift, and its name suggested a primary focus on the players and Oppos, driving skills, a notion further confirmed by the task objectives. Although the time frame for this mission appeared extended, with a duration of 4 hours instead of the previous 2, it equated to 60 days. While this may sound generous, unless one were a seasoned racer or a hardcore car enthusiast, it would be nearly impossible to elevate one and Oppos' racing abilities sufficiently to win an underground race within such a brief period, even for the simplest of competitions. Moreover, the obstacles players faced in this chapter extended beyond merely enhancing their driving skills. Zhang Heng's wallet contained only 30,000 yen. To illustrate the significance of this amount, consider that the ice cream cone Amiko had just purchased cost 300 yen, while a bowl of ramen, as advertised on a flyer from a nearby ramen shop, ranged from 800 to 1,200 yen. Although the school cafeteria might offer slightly lower prices, and he could consider cooking for himself to stretch his funds, he was not genuinely here as an exchange student. If other players were in his position, they would likely be impatient to delve into the main theme rather than listening to Amiko's reflections. However, Zhang Heng was different. He possessed ample patience. Beyond his innate refinement, he understood that this experience was not without merit. Humanity and Oppos' continuous progress stems from relentless reflection and summary, a strength that Zhang Heng had cultivated. The first round of the game had granted him more than just a score of 20-odd points and an item. Through extensive analysis, he arrived at an essential conclusion. Regardless of who orchestrated this game world, it was evident they encouraged players to explore their surroundings. Zhang Heng, however, harbored no such concerns, as time was invariably on his side. He had a full 420 days to act, 7 times more than other players. Additionally, he was genuinely intrigued by the various worlds presented in the game. The previous round on the deserted island felt utterly real. Had it not been for the time bug causing the loop, he would have found no flaws. Compared to this colossal metropolis with over 37 million inhabitants, the island paled in comparison. Every individual here seemed to possess self-awareness, responding spontaneously to external stimuli. The computational complexity required to render such a world through programming would be staggering. No code could achieve this level of detail. Rather than a game, it resembled a flawless work of art. Regrettably, players in this world were mere transient visitors, unable to pause and appreciate the beauty around them. Zhang Heng, perhaps, was the sole exception. Amiko teased, "Am I talking too much? I intended to introduce you to Tokyo, yet I inadvertently ended up discussing myself. You must find it rather dull. How about I buy you some taiyaki as an apology? It feels as though you're merely using this as an excuse to satisfy your own cravings." Amiko's true nature as a foodie was revealed, her signature little canine teeth on display. "But let me treat you this time. You already bought me ice cream, and I should express my gratitude. If it weren't for your guidance, I might not have been able to leave the school." Zhang Heng retrieved his wallet. Knowing he could not continually take advantage of the girl, he purchased 4 taiyaki from a roadside vendor. This popular Japanese snack was reasonably priced, though named after a fish. It was filled with red bean paste or similar fillings. The total cost amounted to 640 yen. "Zhang-san, you are truly kind," Amiko mumbled, savoring the warm taiyaki. "We're not far from Yoyogi Park, but it's too late today. Otherwise, I could have taken you there for a stroll." Chapter 33, Tokyo Drift 3. Due to the exorbitant cost of real estate in Tokyo, universities seldom provide dormitories, compelling most students to rent accommodations off campus. Although Amiko's home is local, she opted to share a rental with classmates nearby, as her school is quite far away. Fortunately, the university is accommodating towards exchange students, offering a dedicated international exchange hall that provides single rooms for students from various countries. Zhang Heng located his room number on his phone and unlocked the door with his key. The space was modest, roughly 15 square meters, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and air conditioning, along with an ensuite bathroom. After taking a shower, he discovered some clean clothes in the wardrobe and found half a packet of biscuits, a bank card, a notebook, and several photocopies on the desk, as if he were a fresh exchange student moving in that very day. Upon opening the notebook, he noticed it contained expenditure records, astonishingly in his own handwriting. The second page featured a class schedule, listing only one course, Japanese. Typically, the university does not assign pure language courses to exchange students. They would generally specify the necessary Japanese proficiency during the enrollment process. However, some programs are conducted entirely in English, exempting those students from the language requirement. This arrangement appears to be a hidden benefit for players. offering a lifeline for those unfamiliar with Japanese. Yet, mastering conversational skills within a mere 60 days remains an insurmountable challenge. For the time being, effective communication relies on Amiko, who serves as a human translator. Just then, he received a text from her. Zhang, I've safely arrived home. You won't believe it. Peach snuck in and drank from the toilet while I was gone, leaving paw prints everywhere. Amiko followed with a surprised emoji. Just joking. By the way, do you know where the nearest postal savings bank is? Zhang Heng typed back, flipping to the third page of his notebook, where he had noted several tasks, one of which was to obtain a bank card since his monthly accommodation fee would be automatically deducted from it. Of course, I'll take you there tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I and Oppos, am quite familiar with the area, Amiko replied, ever so helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. After exchanging goodnights, Zhang Heng spent some time searching online before turning off the lights and settling into bed, marking the end of his first night in a foreign land. The following morning, he attended a language class. The basics of Japanese were relatively simple, primarily focusing on learning the 50 sounds. It mostly tested memory. In the afternoon, he and Amiko went to open a bank account, which would take about a week to process. As they exited the bank, Zhang Heng inquired, if I want to find work, do you have any recommendations? His 30,000 yen would not last long. The accommodation fee for the international hall alone was 20,000 yen per month. Thankfully, he had already paid for the first month, but considering his stay would extend nearly 14 months, he needed to devise a means to earn some income. Uncertain of how other players managed their financial issues, Zhang Heng leaned towards part-time work rather than high-risk endeavors. While the latter might yield quicker returns, working would allow him to better acclimate to the city. Most people tend to work in restaurants, supermarkets, or convenience stores, but these places typically require some Japanese, Amiko mused. Do you have any special skills? Special skills? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Does archery and piano count? Wow, archery and piano? That and Oppos, that's impressive. In that case, you could work at an archery dojo or a Western restaurant. However, keep in mind that Japanese archery emphasizes mental discipline rather than just the act of shooting arrows. Moreover, working at a dojo would likely require communication with others, so perhaps playing the piano at a Western restaurant might be the better option. Amiko thoughtfully assessed each choice's pros and cons, demonstrating remarkable initiative. She promptly led Zhang Heng to an Italian restaurant to apply, but unfortunately, they already had a pianist. They then ventured to a nearby Spanish restaurant and a French bistro, ultimately finding a Western restaurant owned by a local Tokyoite willing to give Zhang Heng a chance after hearing him play. However, the owner remained apprehensive about Zhang Heng's lack of Japanese proficiency. Amiko pointed to the help wanted sign outside, saying, you still need a server, right? I previously worked at Roasted Beef Ono. How about this? I'll work here too, and if there are any language barriers, I can translate for him. That would resolve the issue, the boss nodded. The hourly wage is 200 yen, which is the maximum. You'll work 3 days a week for 4 to 5 hours, during the day or evening, depending on your class schedule. I'll do my best to arrange your shifts together. Thank you very much. Amiko bowed in gratitude. As they exited, Zhang Heng realized he had missed much of the conversation. Just as he was about to speak, Amiko interjected, I had a wonderful time shopping last night. Everyone is usually too busy with their own affairs to stop and listen to others' thoughts. Zhang, you really are a gentle person. It's not entirely due to you. I just quit my last job and was planning to find something new soon. The environment and pay here are quite appealing, and having you around makes it feel safer. Doesn't it? Amiko flashed her charming little tiger-tooth smile. Is this the advantage of high favorability? Zhang Heng thought, deciding not to press further. As evening approached, he invited Amiko to dine at a nearby restaurant, and they continued discussing matters related to school. At that moment, a vividly painted Subaru BRZ and a green Volkswagen Golf are parked outside the restaurant. A group of youths with brightly dyed hair emerged, one of whom, wearing a headband, barged into the establishment demanding beer from the owner. Many of them appeared to be slightly intoxicated, likely having indulged previously. Amiko lowered her voice, cautioning, don't stare at them too much. They're part of the local street racing gang, and some of them are likely students from our school. They often associate with aimless delinquents, spending their days engaging in foolish antics. Chapter 34, Tokyo Drift, 4. Before him stood a group known as BS Zoku, clearly enthusiasts of modified vehicles. If he could infiltrate their circle, he would swiftly gain access to various underground races. Perhaps even forge a connection with one or two of them, who might impart their racing skills. However, a dilemma loomed. He sensed Amiko's aversion to these individuals, And without her as a translator, communication with this rowdy crowd would be nearly impossible. Should he attempt to persuade Amiko to assist him? Or should he drag her into this predicament? Zhang Heng hesitated only briefly. Just as the gaze of a man in a headscarf shifted toward him, he lowered his head, avoiding eye contact, a reflex mirrored by the surrounding patrons. The BSOka seemed to derive a certain satisfaction from their perceived superiority over ordinary folk, whistling and laughing as they swaggered toward an empty table at the back. In the end, Zhang Heng dismissed the idea of involving Amiko, simply because this group struck him as exceedingly foolish. Engaging with them would necessitate lowering his own intellect to their level, lacking a propensity for self-deprecation. He ultimately abandoned the notion, doubting that this was the sole avenue to access underground racing or that he could glean anything of value from them. Over time, he discovered that Amiko was indeed an exceptionally chatty girl, from the peaches at her home to the stray dogs on the street. From discounted bento at the supermarket to anything else she encountered, she would send him messages about it all. During Japanese class, he would receive texts from her, exclaiming, "Ah, today our Chinese teacher wore an adorably floral dress that is utterly unsuitable for her age." Everyone was so surprised. While dining, he would get notifications declaring, "Major news. You won't believe it, the school's dog, Matsuko, is actually male." Or, just before bed, "Zhang-san, do you think the world would be a terrible place without cats?" And almost daily, "Oh no, am I sending too many messages? You don't dislike me, do you? You wouldn't tea, would you?" He compressed his sleep to 5 hours, practicing Japanese almost incessantly, even carrying a basic Japanese textbook while playing piano at the restaurant. Zhang Heng felt as if he were not merely gaming but attending a cram school. "Zhang-san, you work too hard. Compared to you, I feel like I am squandering my life away." Amiko expressed, filled with admiration. "I and Oppos, am merely doing what must be done," Zhang Heng replied with a wry smile. Although he was not particularly interested in language learning, on the second evening of his arrival, he received a notification from that mysterious voice. The opportunity to immerse himself in a language for a span of 14 months was not one to be squandered, despite Amiko continuing to message him about trivial matters. After a week's worth of her bombarding him with texts, Zhang Heng discerned a hint of melancholy in her words today. He hesitated before typing, "What's wrong?" but ultimately deleted the message and opted to call instead. "Amiko, have you encountered some trouble?" Surprised by the call, Amiko's voice was hoarse, as though she had recently been crying, sniffling as she spoke. "Zhang-san, I and Oppos, am sorry to worry you. It and Oppos, it's really nothing serious, just some family matters." "Well, not really family matters. That person left us 6 years ago. It might help to talk about it. If you're willing, I can keep it confidential, as there is no one else here who would understand what I'm saying." Amiko, despite her sorrow, chuckled at his words. She then recounted her story. Her biological father had become obsessed with horse racing when she was young, losing all their money, leading to her mother's unbearable anguish and their subsequent divorce. After severing all ties, her mother remarried her current stepfather, and they had a younger brother together, forming a harmonious household. However, after entering college, her father somehow managed to contact her, asking for money under the pretext of business troubles. Initially, she complied, but as requests became frequent, she grew suspicious and discovered his gambling and alcohol issues. After a heated argument, they had not spoken for months, but just an hour ago, she received a call from him, claiming to have been assaulted by debt collectors and lacking funds for medical care. Having learned from past experiences, Amiko refrained from sending her hard-earned money immediately, only to be berated by her father for being ungrateful, with him declaring he wanted nothing to do with her. Amiko, unable to contain her tears, asked through the phone, "Zhang-san, am I heartless?" "I think your father is worse. He seems to be mostly lying. But if you're worried about him, I can accompany you tomorrow." "Really? But would it be too much trouble to bother you with my family issues?" Amiko sounded somewhat embarrassed. "Tomorrow is Saturday. Let us finish our work in the morning and then go together." "All right. Thank you, Zhang-san." "You're welcome." Amiko's troubles were but a minor interlude. Zhang Heng did not dwell on them too heavily. After hanging up, he resumed pondering how to enhance his driving skills. 15 days had elapsed since the commencement of the second round of the game, and he had yet to undertake the main quest. Any other player would likely be in a state of panic by now. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had 14 months of task time, so he was not overly anxious. Yet he recognized he could not continue indefinitely in this manner. He set a deadline for himself. If he could not find a way to improve his driving skills within a month, he would have to attempt to engage with those BS Zoku. Chapter 35, Tokyo Drift, 5. After disembarking from the bus, they walked for approximately 15 minutes, turning through 3 intersections until they reached their destination. Zhang Heng gazed at the modest establishment named Takeda Seafood. "Does your father live here?" he inquired. "Indeed," Amiko replied, her expression growing increasingly anxious as they approached. "The scent inside is quite unpleasant. You may wait for me outside. Since we've come this far, let us go in together," Zhang Heng suggested without hesitation. They passed by the promotional stands and discarded old freezers, entering the seafood shop, where an unmistakable briny aroma greeted them. Fish, shrimp, and shellfish were strewn about, yet the shop was devoid of customers, save for a solitary eel darting around in a foam box. "Has he really gone to the hospital?" the girl murmured, hesitating before ascending the stairs. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. The wooden staircase, seemingly neglected for ages, creaked ominously underfoot, with cracks evident in several places, as if it might collapse at any moment. Zhang Heng had assumed the first floor was cramped, but the second floor was truly chaotic, littered with soiled clothes and empty beer cans, alongside adult magazines. A disheveled man lay sprawled on the floor, snoring heavily. "I am such a fool," Amiko lamented, placing a hand on her forehead. "To repeatedly believe the same lies in a sense, it might be a blessing. It's better than him actually being in the hospital," she added, though her tone betrayed her disbelief. "No, this is utterly dreadful. How can a man be so deceitful, even to his own daughter?" Despite her words, Amiko knelt and grasped the man and Appo's hands, attempting to drag him to a nearby bed. "Allow me," Zhang Heng offered, noticing her struggle and stepping in to assist. As they moved him, something slipped from the man's pocket. Amiko picked it up, revealing a worn brown wallet. Upon seeing it, she paused, lost in thought. Suddenly, the man on the bed jolted awake, lunging towards Amiko with a shout. "Did he just pass out?" the girl exclaimed, startled by the commotion. No, but it will likely take some time for him to regain consciousness." "What did he shout at you?" Zhang Heng asked. "Something about giving him back his wallet," Amiko murmured. Zhang Heng observed the tattered wallet in her grasp and inquired, "Is there a fortune within?" Amiko shook her head. "No. This wallet was a birthday gift from my mother 16 years ago. I never expected he would still carry it." As she spoke, she opened the wallet, revealing a faded photograph beneath a half-transparent sleeve, an image of a family of 3. "That must be me," Amiko pointed to the 1-year-old infant in the picture, flanked by her parents. "My mother said that during that time, my father had not yet succumbed to gambling addiction, and we were quite happy as a family." Zhang Heng's gaze shifted to a striking Nissan parked behind the man, his curiosity piqued. "You never mentioned your father was into modified cars." "Modified cars? No, that's impossible. Don't let his current state fool you. He was a model man in my childhood." When the seafood shop first opened, business was slow due to local competition. To improve sales, he diligently practiced English to attract foreign clients, making phone calls and even visiting them. At one point, our seafood was being sold as far away as London, Los Angeles, and even Peru. A person so dedicated could never associate with street racers. "I see." Zhang Heng refrained from probing further, merely stating, "I have a keen interest in cars. That one must be an antique now. May I take a photograph?" "Of course. But please don't capture me. I was quite unattractive as a child," Amiko responded, playfully shielding her 1-year-old self from the camera. Following this, Amiko prepared 2 teacups, boiling water with an electric kettle, and rummaged through a cabinet for a package of dark tea leaves. "This must be oolong tea," she mused, sniffing it with uncertainty. As they sipped tea and engaged in light conversation, Amiko primarily recounted tales from her childhood. After approximately half an hour, the man finally stirred, rubbing his sore shoulders and regarding Zhang Heng with wary eyes. Amiko promptly intervened, likely clarifying their relationship. The man and Appo's demeanor shifted from hostile to indifferent as they conversed rapidly in Japanese. Ultimately, Amiko extracted 15,000 yen from her bag, placing it on the table. However, the man appeared dissatisfied, growing increasingly agitated and rising abruptly from the bed. Amiko stood as well, her mood visibly deflated, her eyes glistening. "Let us go," she said softly. "If you don't eat, I'll finish all the strawberry-flavored ones," she teased, accepting the chewing gum with a slight easing of her brow. "I apologize, Zhang-san, for showing you something so disheartening." "Not at all. You've always been there for me. It feels good to assist you in return." "So, what happened? Did you reconcile in the end?" Chapter 36, Tokyo Drift 6. As a token of gratitude, Zhang Heng could only invite her to dinner at the cafeteria. Since he began working at the Western restaurant, his pressing financial issues had been alleviated. He now earned approximately 70,000 yen each month. This sum was sufficient for him to sustain a modest existence in the city, but it was hardly enough to save for a car. Zhang Heng had yet to find a solution to this dilemma, but he had made some progress in improving his driving skills. Everything appeared quite ordinary. Subsequently, he utilized photo editing tools to crop the man from the photograph, enlarging his face and uploading it to Face Search, a facial recognition engine built on the Google API, capable of retrieving similar images from the internet. However, the results were rather mediocre, with significant discrepancies at times. For instance, searching for Wang Luodan using a photo of Bai Baihe could yield unexpected results like Zhao Benshan when a picture of Takashi Kaneshiro was used. As he gazed at the plethora of search results before him, Zhang Heng realized he had tasks ahead of him for the night. After breakfast, which also served as lunch, Zhang Heng received 2 messages from Amiko. One expressed gratitude for yesterday and Appo's events, while the other informed him that Taozi had consumed too much toilet water and seemed to have an upset stomach. Amiko was taking him to see the veterinarian. This was Zhang Heng and Appo's first venture out without Amiko and Appo's company, but equipped with a map and his previous impressions. He successfully navigated back to the location they had departed from just an hour and a half later. This time, the scruffy man was not indulging in slumber. Though he appeared to have just awoken, dressed in slippers and shorts, draped in a bathrobe, he stood outside inspecting a batch of surf clams. Upon noticing Zhang Heng, he was taken aback, exclaiming incomprehensible words while retreating to search for makeshift weapons. Seeing Zhang Heng approach without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, pretending to dial emergency services. "Can you understand English?" Zhang Heng inquired. "And what of it?" The scruffy man grasped a mop tightly in his hand, like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. "Hey, kid. I'm warning you. Even if you're Amiko's boyfriend, you have no right to meddle in our family affairs. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "I'm not here about yesterday," Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head. "Can we discuss this inside?" "Stop. Don't think you can use such tricks to get close to me. The same tactics won't work on a Saint Seiya." The scruffy man raised his voice, trying to appear formidable, evidently shaken by the fall from yesterday. Since the conversation was in English, there was no concern about being overheard. Zhang Heng, not fixated on entering the house, stated, "I'll be frank. I wish to request your guidance on how to participate in underground car races." He paused before continuing. "Did Amiko not inform you? I cannot drive at all, otherwise. The shop's delivery worker wouldn't have left so many orders unfulfilled." The scruffy man gestured to a pile of seafood awaiting packaging, his expression one of resignation. Zhang Heng, unfazed, remarked, "As a self-taught learner, your English is rather impressive. Takeda Tetsuya, or should I refer to you as Tsuchiya Yosuke?" The young prodigy who gained fame as a race driver, traveling to Europe right after high school, captivating sponsors with exceptional skills, eventually joining the FIA GT Championship, achieving a second-place finish in New York. Yet, due to a falling out with team executives, you returned home. Crowned champion of the D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Drift race 17 years ago, challenging the title of DK, defeating drivers from 22 out of the 23 wards in Tokyo, only to abandon it at the last moment and vanish thereafter. "I don't and Appo's. Tino who you and Appo's re-talking about," the scruffy man replied, maintaining a stern facade. "If you wish to race, go do it elsewhere. Don't linger in front of my seafood shop, disrupting my business." Despite his attempts at composure, Zhang Heng was keenly observing his facial expressions and noted the slight dilation of his pupils upon hearing Tsuchiya Yosuke and Appo's name, which gave him a strong sense of having found the right person. "Why did you quit and change your name to Takeda Tetsuya? Are you trying to evade being found?" Upon hearing this, the scruffy man and Appo's expression shifted. "Kid, are you threatening me? Have you finally acknowledged it, Mr. Tsuchiya?" "I have not admitted anything," the scruffy man retorted warily. Zhang Heng did not press further. He merely sought to confirm the man's identity, despite the scruffy man's demeanor suggesting a certain dishonesty. Zhang Heng was willing to spare him from exposure due to Amiko's influence. "Isn't your shop in need of a delivery person? How about I assist you with deliveries? Free of charge, in exchange for teaching me how to race?" The phrase "free of charge" visibly brightened the scruffy man's eyes. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, mainly considering the consequences of rejecting the offer. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes shifted, and Zhang Heng realized the man was intrigued. However, the scruffy man's mercantile nature prompted him to inquire further. "If I teach you how to race, you help me with deliveries, plus pay me a tuition fee? Additionally, you must refrain from asking Amiko for money in the future," Zhang Heng added. "All right then. The scruffy man reluctantly conceded after a moment of thought. Chapter 37, Tokyo Drift, 7, Deep into the Night. After completing all of this, will I still have time to sleep? Zhang Heng furrowed his brow at the remark. Takeda Tetsuya grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. That depends on the speed of your delivery. Now, do you have any other questions? I have one last question. You will help me obtain my driver's license first, right? At that moment, the smile on Takeda Tetsuya and Appo's face completely froze. What did you just say? Repeat that. I Don and Appo's have a driver and Appo's license yet. And to deliver for you, I need to get one first, Zhang Heng replied candidly. You came to me to learn how to drift. And you Don and Appo's even have a driver and Appo's license? Are you playing with me? How can someone who has never touched a steering wheel be so interested in underground car racing? I'm not particularly interested in underground racing, but due to certain inconvenient reasons, I indeed need to participate. Takeda Tetsuya stared at Zhang Heng for a full minute before squeezing out a response through gritted teeth. Then you can only pray your speed surpasses that of the police. The Tokyo night bore a striking contrast to the daytime. By midnight, most people had succumbed to slumber, with only a few windows in the nearby residential buildings still aglow. Zhang Heng departed from school, boarding the last subway train. The carriage was somewhat empty, occupied only by a few drowsy salarymen and heavily made-up hostesses. Takeda Tetsuya, unusually serious, had opted not to continue his slumber upstairs. Instead, he squatted in the shop, sorting through various orders. Without lifting his head at the sound of approaching footsteps, he simply said, "Give me 5 more minutes." After 5 minutes, he stood up, picked up 2 recently deceased crabs tied with straw, and tossed a set of keys into Zhang Heng and Appo's hands. Follow me." The two exited the seafood shop and made their way to a small open-air parking lot nearby. Takeda Tetsuya rattled the iron gate, and moments later, the light in the duty room dimmed. A stooped old man, dressing as he walked, approached and unlocked the door. With a smile, Takeda Tetsuya handed the 2 crabs to the elder, then pointed at Zhang Heng and said something. The old man appeared quite pleased to receive the crabs, his wrinkled face relaxing as he cast a friendly nod at Zhang Heng. Mr. Crab, to be honest, I do not know his real name, but it matters little. No one cares about such things. His spouse passed away long ago, and after his children moved abroad, they lost contact. He found work in the parking lot to sustain himself, which also provided him with shelter. We are old friends. I give him the unsellable crabs, and he allows me to park here for free. I have already introduced you to him, so in the future, you can come here to drive and return the vehicle. Which car is it? Zhang Heng and Appo's gaze swept across the parking lot, finally landing on a beige van in the corner, raising an eyebrow. Quite beautiful, ISN and Appo's. The second-generation Mitsubishi L300 Delica, launched in 1982, was Japan and Appo's first four-wheel drive van. When the conversation turned to automobiles, Takeda Tetsuya transformed, shedding his previous demeanor of a disheveled adult. Lighting a cigarette, he caressed the vehicle's surface. It features a 4D56 diesel 2.5 engine and a chassis system akin to the Pajero, capable of handling harsh climates and poor road conditions, endowing this humble van with off-road capabilities. A vehicle from 1982? Are you certain it still runs? Zhang Heng expressed skepticism. Rest assured, I found it in a vehicle scrapyard, and I have already modified it. The 4-wheel drive has been converted to 2-wheel drive. In terms of stability, the former is superior, but 4-wheel drive increases the vehicle's weight. Excessive stability is not advantageous for a driver, and it consumes more fuel. The most important part is, I have repaired the tape player in the car. Takeda Tetsuya opened the passenger door, settled in, and picked up a tape. Zhang Heng inserted the keys Takeda Tetsuya had given him into the ignition, turning it 3 times before the engine roared to life. However, Takeda Tetsuya paid him no mind, eagerly inserting the tape of Chak and the flying birds into the player. The next moment, the vehicle barely moved 5 meters before slamming to a halt, causing Takeda Tetsuya and Appo's head to collide with the glove compartment. Unfazed, Zhang Heng said, "Apologies, I mistakenly pressed the wrong pedal." While speaking, he shifted the gear lever into 5th gear. "When you participate in the race, please be sure to inform me. I will arrange an insurance policy, with myself as the beneficiary. Truly, you have defeated me." Takeda Tetsuya closed the tape player, starting in 1st gear, pressing the clutch to the floor with his left foot and gently tapping the accelerator with his right. 3 minutes later, Zhang Heng, driving the L300, wobbled out of the parking lot, inadvertently colliding with a nearby fire hydrant under Mr. Crab and Appo's watchful gaze. Fortunately, it was the early hours, and there were few vehicles around. Zhang Heng maneuvered the L300 unsteadily onto the road, glancing over to see Takeda Tetsuya dutifully fastening his seatbelt. The 15-minute drive took Zhang Heng a full 25 minutes, during which he stalled 5 times, ran 2 red lights, and even mounted a curb. Nevertheless, he ultimately arrived at their destination. Tsukiji Fish Market stands as the largest fish market in Japan and indeed the world. Not only do fishermen from Tokyo but from all over Japan bring their catches here for sale. At its peak, 200 tons of seafood were sold daily, valued at 3 billion yen, attracting over 60,000 wholesalers each day who engage in selecting and bidding for their desired products. For them, this place is not merely a market, it is a battleground. Zhang Heng pulled the handbrake, and Takeda Tetsuya seemed poised to speak, but after a few seconds of contemplation, his mind remained blank. He ultimately threw out a simple, "Wait for me here," before opening the car door and jumping out to greet a fellow trader, sharing a cigarette as they walked toward the main entrance. Yet Takeda Tetsuya said nothing further, only darkening his expression as he urged, "Hurry down and help load the goods." Chapter 38, Tokyo Drift 8. Zhang Heng realized he had underestimated the unscrupulous nature of his boss, Takeda Tetsuya. Meanwhile, the streets began to buzz with activity as office workers from distant residences emerged, flocking towards the subway stations and bus stops. The volume of traffic increased, prompting Zhang Heng to visit 2 more locations. Upon exiting a izakaya, he encountered 2 traffic policemen just starting their shifts, leading him to refrain from further risking his deliveries. In Japan, unlicensed driving is a serious offense, resulting in up to 3 years of imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 yen for the driver. Moreover, vehicle owners and passengers also face penalties. With the morning rush hour fast approaching, Zhang Heng realized he would likely be caught in traffic if he delayed any further. "Fine," Zhang Heng conceded. Takeda Tetsuya replied skeptically, "Hey, kid, don't boast if you can't deliver. If you can't manage it, let me know early so I can consider hiring part-time help. I've fought for each of these clients, so don't just talk big if you fail to deliver. It's my fish market that suffers. If I can't complete it, I'll compensate you at full price for your losses," Zhang Heng responded, jumping out of the vehicle to stretch his shoulders and wrists. The first delivery had not gone smoothly. After a night of driving, he felt both mentally and physically drained. However, he recognized that under this pressure, his driving skills had significantly improved, achieving more in one relentless run than a day of practice. While he could have asked Takeda Tetsuya to reduce his delivery load, he believed that if he shied away from this challenge, he might as well surrender entirely and not participate in any competitions. It was until the afternoon that he found a moment to take a brief nap. Nevertheless, he limited himself to a short rest, setting an alarm to wake after 4 hours. After dinner, he headed to a bookstore near the school to purchase a Tokyo map. No matter how skilled a driver, competing in an unfamiliar area would hinder one's ability to perform optimally. Dressed in pajamas and washing the sink at the entrance, Takeda Tetsuya smirked. "Young man, it's better not to be overly confident. It's not too late to back out now. Otherwise, in 6 days, you'll be mine. Working for me without pay for a lifetime." Zhang Heng remained silent. He acknowledged that the setback was indeed his fault. Planning the route had taken him too long. And due to unfamiliarity with place names, he had misdirected himself a few times, nearly driving all the way to Okinawa to see bikinis. Thus, he added another task to his daily checklist: familiarize himself with the streets of Tokyo. The orders from Takeda Fisheries could be divided into 2 categories: regular clients and new clients. The former had fixed delivery locations, while the latter were more random. For the new clients, Zhang Heng felt powerless at the moment. However, he could mark the locations of the regular clients on the map and draw connecting lines to identify the optimal route. On the 4th day, only 20% of the goods remained in the vehicle. Yet, on the 5th day, Zhang Heng encountered a bottleneck. Despite maximizing every second, he still had 15% of the goods undelivered. Thanks to his route planning, he managed to deliver items along nearby routes, but some locations were distant or isolated, which he had previously overlooked. Now, delivering to these points consumed an excessive amount of time. Zhang Heng calculated that although he had 2 days left to improve his driving skills, completing the remaining deliveries seemed nearly impossible, leading him deep into contemplation. At that moment, Takeda Tetsuya lifted his gaze from an adult magazine. "Do you know the basic structure of this vehicle?" Zhang Heng felt a spark of intrigue and inquired of the man lost in a sea of indulgence. A skilled driver can discern the engine and amp, oppos, SRPM and horsepower just by sound. However, we cannot be too harsh on a novice like you, Takeda Tetsuya remarked, pausing before continuing. I have the modification schematics for this vehicle on my computer. Study them, but don't compete with it. Only by understanding its temperament can you master it. Zhang Heng opened the computer and located Takeda Tetsuya's hidden folder. Amidst a plethora of adult content, he discovered his target. To his surprise, not only were there schematics for the L300, but also for other vehicles, albeit older models, evidently modified by someone. Moreover, there was a detailed explanatory document. Takeda Tetsuya's voice resonated from downstairs. Focus on studying the L300. Ignore the rest. Your level isn't high enough yet. Don't aspire to sprint before you've learned to walk. Chapter 39, The Tokyo Drift, 9. Acquired new skill, driving level 0 in terms of time. This speed may not be considered fast, yet it certainly cannot be deemed slow. It is noteworthy that only a week has passed since he first grasped the steering wheel. Even Takeda, who was initially waiting to witness a spectacle, could find no fault, merely stroking his chin and muttering. Could it be that he has discarded the undelivered goods by the roadside? He did not rush to undertake the main quest, yet unexpectedly completed 2 minor achievements first. One was visiting 10 attractions in Tokyo, and the other was sampling 30 types of Japanese cuisine, each granting him 3 gaming points. These tasks posed no real challenge. For instance, visiting 10 tourist spots in Tokyo is achievable for anyone willing to make the effort. However, considering the stringent task deadlines, few would spare several days to wander aimlessly. Zhang Heng, on the weekends, was often coaxed by Amiko to explore nearby attractions such as Skytree, the Ghibli Museum, and Sensoji Temple. He did not oppose such endeavors. After all, he was not pressed for time and his schedule was already quite full, necessitating some relaxation. With a charming tour guide with adorable tiger teeth accompanying him, such opportunities were rare, leading him to inadvertently accumulate 6 points. University clubs in Japan typically recruit new members in March and April each year. Additionally, due to the increasing number of international students, September also sees many clubs seeking new members as it marks a peak enrollment period. When Zhang Heng first enrolled, he noticed numerous recruitment posters and flyers. But he was too occupied with his Japanese language practice to join any clubs. Unexpectedly, 60 days later, these clubs began recruiting again. When he inquired with Amiko, she was equally perplexed, suggesting it might be due to insufficient membership. However, following the incident with the unsinkable bell, Zhang Heng had become acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding him, convinced that there was some hidden secret within these clubs. This group was indeed engaged in the hobby of remote-controlled cars, specifically the kind featured in Mini 4WD, developed by Japan's Tamiya company. The mainland's authentic knockoff was Audi's Double Diamond, which once enjoyed a glorious era but had now become a relic of the past. It was surprising to discover a dedicated circle of enthusiasts within the school. Zhang Heng was not inclined to follow behind toy cars, shouting phrases like sprinting meteor or cannon envoy, as the image was simply too absurd. The name of the model car photography club exuded an air of frivolity, prompting Zhang Heng to ultimately decide to join the racing study club, which sounded the most legitimate among the 3. Upon joining, he indeed learned a great deal. The club was founded by a senior who initially was just a racing enthusiast. Together with a few like-minded friends, he established this small club in college, honing his skills through practice. As time passed, he became increasingly proficient and, by his senior year, was signed by a racing team, ultimately becoming a professional racer competing in the GT300 series. Over 3 years, he meticulously recorded his training and insights, which are now fully accessible to club members, along with his daily training videos and continuously updated experiences on his blog. The senior was an aggressive driver, favoring a bold, forceful approach, while the seafood shop owner exemplified a technical driving style. Zhang Heng found early competition footage of the latter online and noticed that he often drove strategically, trailing behind other cars, only to unleash his true power in the final laps. His mantra emphasized that racing is a strategic game, a contest of not only skill but also intellect. While ordinary drivers are concerned solely with the road ahead, truly exceptional racers must transcend visual limitations to perceive the entire landscape. However, just as he began to share these insights, he reverted to his typical brashness, quipping, "Well, someone like you wouldn't comprehend such a realm. Just focus on delivering the seafood. Thanks to you, business has been thriving lately, with a 20 increase in orders. As per our usual arrangement, If you fail to deliver, you'll owe me. Thus, Zhang Heng could only continue to accelerate along the road. Nevertheless, the senior and Oppo's notes and training videos provided him with considerable inspiration, offering a contrasting style that enriched his understanding. 3 months later, Takeda To also commenced imparting knowledge regarding vehicle modification to him. Chapter 40. Tokyo Drift. 10. Four-wheel drive vehicles rarely experience oversteering issues. However, rear-wheel drive cars seeking to drift through corners must upgrade their suspension systems. Additionally, drivers must calculate various factors to maintain traction during turns. Takeda Tetsuya, seated in the passenger seat, indulged in a cloud of smoke. The solutions to these problems are straightforward. Tuning the springs and damping ratios can suffice. Softening the rear suspension, reducing the compression ratio of the shock absorber to enhance its extension, and decreasing the rigidity of the rear anti-roll bar are viable options. Alternatively, one could increase the rear track width. Though there are often restrictions on track width in formal competitions, underground races tend to be less stringent. Furthermore, if turbulence is observed post-configuration, one might consider increasing the angle, as this could enhance the downforce effect on the rear half of the vehicle. Naturally, this may sacrifice top speed, as there exists no such thing as a perfect racing car. Modifying a vehicle is merely about finding a balance among various performances. As Zhang Heng drove, he silently absorbed these insights. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Tsukiji Fish Market, a feat made possible by Zhang Heng's deliberate deceleration. Upon reaching the market entrance, Takeda Tetsuya promptly sealed his lips, adhering to their prior agreement of silence, and leapt from the car after opening the door. However, after taking a couple of steps, the fishmonger unexpectedly halted, pausing to remark that they should arrive early this Sunday. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, realizing he may have triggered a new plot line, as just 4 seconds prior, he received a notification indicating that his driving skills had advanced from level 0 to level 1, and after a month of study, he had also acquired a level 0 skill in modification and maintenance. Thus, on the evening of the 3rd day, after shopping in Shinjuku with Amiko, Zhang Heng took the bus to the fish store, arriving 3 hours earlier than usual. Upon seeing him, Takeda Tetsuya turned and locked the shop door, tossing the key into Zhang Heng's hands, declaring that the store would be closed for the day. Where shall we go next? To the seaside. Starting today, I shall teach you how to drift. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Although Takeda Tetsuya had consistently guided him in racing and imparted numerous techniques, he had never revealed his ultimate skills. Zhang Heng had inquired several times, but was always dismissed with a curt "you and amp, Oppos, not ready yet." This, however, was a clear indication that he needed to meet certain prerequisites. Under normal circumstances, a novice like Zhang Heng would find it nearly impossible to trigger advanced conditions. After 4 months of driving lessons, he had long surpassed the original deadline, only meeting the requirements just yesterday. Zhang Heng was determined not to squander this precious opportunity. Who could predict when Takeda Tetsuya, the miser, might change his mind? If it weren't for the fact that he held the title of D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Drift Champion, the closest contender for the DK title, Zhang Heng would have considered seeking guidance from another source, such as the enigmatic senior from the racing study group. That individual had an admirable attitude, selflessly sharing insights and experiences to guide aspiring racers like Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng believed that with enough effort, he too might forge a connection with that senior, who, unlike Takeda Tetsuya, was an official racing driver. Ultimately, he chose to remain with Takeda Tetsuya. GT300 represented a legitimate racing competition, with significant distinctions in track demands and driving skill compared to underground modified car events. For instance, the GT300, as its name suggests, has a horsepower limit of 300 PS. While underground races operate under no rules, where no one cares about the car or techniques used, the first to cross the finish line is the victor. With sufficient audacity, even an N20 could be pushed to its limits. Having perused the senior's notes and videos multiple times, Zhang Heng found that the senior and amp, Oppos, aggressive style was more suited to professional tracks and fell short in handling complex environments compared to Takeda Tetsuya, a former D1 Drift Grand Prix champion. The fishmonger led him to a nearly abandoned private dock, using tire circles and cardboard boxes to construct a makeshift track. Drifting is a driving technique that involves deliberately oversteering to achieve a sideways slide. Nowadays, young drivers often use drifting to showcase their skills, yet in reality, drifting on normal roads merely results in speed loss and tire wear. This technique was born out of necessity for navigating complicated terrains. Zhang Heng gazed at the maze of boxes and tires before him, wondering if it might be a tad too complex. as long as someone can accomplish it. It's not complex, Takeda Tetsuya asserted with an undeniable conviction. Zhang Heng had initially assumed that after such a proclamation, Takeda would demonstrate the technique himself, but instead, he simply sent a video demonstration, seemingly recorded years prior, before retrieving a folding chair and fishing rod from the trunk. Don't look at me. I swore I would never grip the steering wheel again. But rest assured, the obstacles I've set for you are absolutely achievable. As Takeda Tetsuya spoke, he baited a fishing hook, while Zhang Heng rapidly reviewed the video. He realized that he had misjudged Takeda, perhaps to compensate for his inability to participate directly. The instructional video was exceptionally thorough. Aside from the initial demonstration using older footage, the latter segments featured fresh recordings by Takeda himself. Zhang Heng scrutinized the material at least 7 times, with 2 of those being frame-by-frame slow motions. However, the new training felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his enthusiasm. Although Takeda Tetsuya had proven unreliable in many instances, it was unlikely he would deceive him over something so trivial. If Takeda claimed that the training was feasible, it suggested that the issue lay with Zhang Heng himself. Thus, by the time the sun rose above the horizon the following morning, Zhang Heng continued to wrestle with the heaps of tire circles and cardboard boxes. The fishmonger folded his fishing rod, stretched lazily, and glanced at Zhang Heng. From now on, deliveries will proceed as usual. Any spare time can be spent practicing drifting here. The amount of time you dedicate to training is entirely up to you. However, you can start modifying this L300 on your own. I will provide some guidance. But you must procure the parts yourself. Chapter 41. Tokyo Drift, 11, at 3:00 a.m., on a street in Tokyo. The roar of engines shattered the stillness of the night. A cluster of more than a dozen vividly modified cars congregated in front of shuttered shops, while a group of punk-styled street racers arrived, accompanied by their scantily clad girlfriends, engaging in idle chatter as they awaited a certain individual. Moments later, the target emerged. A blue Subaru WRX came to a halt in front of a dumpster, and the driver stepped out of the vehicle, as if intimidated by his solitary presence. The crowd ceased their activities, none daring to meet his gaze. After half a minute, one could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Damn it, Itakin. Turn off your high beams." The speaker, sporting a green mop of hair and an icy demeanor, focused solely on one person despite the throng before him. He coldly remarked, "Inoue Kintaro, what is the purpose of summoning me at this hour?" "Nothing of great significance, merely that the title of and Oppos, Meteor and Oppos, is due for a change in ownership," replied a man resting atop a car, eyes closed in slumber, while his girlfriend gently fed him grapes. "Forget it, you are merely my defeated foe," Itakin scoffed. "You bastard, don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as I once was." The jacket-clad man opened his eyes, resembling a tiger awakening from slumber, his gaze ablaze with fierce determination. This time, he wagered his entire dignity as a man, vowing not to succumb to defeat again. Sensing the intensity of his opponent's resolve, the typically unyielding Itakin found himself momentarily moved. After a brief silence, he replied, "I understand, Inoue-kun. Let us allow our speed to speak for itself." As the signal dropped, the 2 racing cars surged forward in unison. Itakin and Inoue Kintaro were long-standing rivals. Both hailing from affluent backgrounds, their fathers having business connections. Once childhood friends, it was Inoue Kintaro who initially introduced Itakin to this world. However, as Itakin's driving skills advanced to surpass his friend's, Inoue Kintaro found himself losing face. Their camaraderie ultimately could not withstand this trial. Drifting further apart over the years, Inoue Kintaro frequently challenged him, yet always fell short. Nevertheless, Itakin never underestimated his rival. Each encounter revealed Inoue Kintaro's growth, both in racing and technique, posing a genuine threat. Thus, Itakin was compelled to summon all his focus. "Let me witness what you have learned this time," he thought. Pressing the accelerator to its limit, the 2 cars alternated in leading the race. Yet, in the next moment, Itakin and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief as a dusty yellow van, seemingly emerging from the shadows, sped towards them from an intersection. "Oh no, why are there still vehicles on the road at this hour?" Cold sweat broke out on Itakin and Oppos' forehead. At such close proximity and high speed, he had no time to react. A catastrophic collision seemed imminent. And he knew Inoue Kintaro, racing neck and neck with him, felt a similar despair. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. The decrepit van showed no signs of slowing, charging at him like a rampaging bull. As the vehicles closed in within 5 meters, the L300 suddenly executed a bizarre drift, its body shifting sideways due to inertia. The distance between their doors dwindled to less than a centimeter. Itakin's body erupted in goosebumps. While the driver of the L300 remained remarkably calm, one hand firmly on the steering wheel, the other rummaging through something nearby. Chewing gum? In that fleeting moment, Itakin caught sight of the object in the driver and Oppo's hand, his mind struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. What the hell? He exclaimed, incredulous that the driver was still fiddling with gum under such peril. Even more astonishingly, the L300 then accelerated, surpassing his WRX. Although there was no intersection ahead, the dilapidated van abruptly veered, vanishing into a narrow alley barely wide enough to accommodate its frame. Left behind were the two racing cars, now slowing to a halt. Itakin and Inoue Kintaro exited their vehicles, exchanging bewildered glances. Shall we continue the race? Itakin eventually inquired. I was actually planning to complete this race and head to Europe for my studies, Itakin confessed. Is that so? Inoue Kintaro replied, surprised, then mused. It has been years since we had a conversation like this. Their eyes met, and in unison, they proposed, shall we go for a drink? Zhang Heng was unaware that due to his actions, a man had lost his dream of racing, nor did he realize that because of him. Two men were rekindling their old friendship. For him, it was merely a repetition of his daily delivery routine. Tokyo, renowned as the drift capital, boasted the largest community of car enthusiasts in the world. As mentioned in the background, these individuals typically engaged in nocturnal escapades, and Zhang Heng occasionally encountered street racers during his deliveries. The majority were amateur enthusiasts like Itakin and Inoue Kintaro, eager to engage in what they fancifully termed a man's duel. Zhang Heng had no time to wait for them to settle their contests. He simply accelerated past them to meet his deadlines. It had been 9 months since he began learning to drive, and a month prior, he completed the drifting practice set for him by Takeda Tetsuya, elevating his driving skills from level 1 to level 2. Additionally, his modification skills had also reached level 1. The vehicle he drove now bore little resemblance to the one he had initially taken over. He had completely overhauled its core components, though the exterior remained that of an L300. Unlike other drivers who adorned their vehicles in vibrant colors to showcase their modifications, Zhang Heng refrained from such ostentation. Constrained by limited funds to acquire parts, he had to take an additional job. Takeda Tetsuya introduced him to a small scrapyard owner, where he sourced all his components at remarkably low prices. Even so, it took him 4 months to assemble the current L300. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Heng pulled over to the side of the road, dialing emergency services while retrieving his defensive compound bow from the back seat. Chapter 42. Tokyo Drift 12. Zhang Heng understood that behind Takeda Tetsuya lay a myriad of untold stories, such as why he chose to relinquish the DK title at the last moment, subsequently divorced his wife, vowed never to touch a steering wheel again, and why, after so many years, he re-established contact with his daughter. The excuse of a gambling addiction might deceive a naive girl like Amiko, but Zhang Heng, having spent countless sleepless nights alongside the fish market proprietor, knew well that this seemingly weak-willed individual possessed an unparalleled self-discipline. Though he dabbled in horse betting, it was merely for leisure. He would place a few bets and, regardless of the outcome, would cease. A true gambler could never exhibit such rationality. Indeed, every individual who ascended to a world-class platform was far from ordinary. To rise above countless geniuses, both talent and diligence were indispensable. Without self-control, one could never become a top-tier driver. Yet, Zhang Heng had never broached the subject of Takeda Tetsuya's past, not out of indifference, but rather from the concern that he might lack the prowess to handle such matters. At that time, his driving skills were still rudimentary, akin to a sponge eagerly absorbing knowledge. He had yet to complete Takeda Tetsuya and Oppo's hellishly difficult drifting training. Thus, he resorted to a rather unscrupulous tactic reminiscent of a single-player video game, delaying progress. Relying on his extensive gaming hours, he intentionally refrained from triggering the storyline, immersing himself instead in fervent practice, ultimately elevating his driving skills to level 2 and completing modifications on the L300. In truth, even without the events of tonight, he had intended to engage in a serious discussion with Takeda Tetsuya soon. Although they had no formal master-apprentice relationship, their bond was undeniably substantial. The fish market proprietor, despite his outward bravado, was quite transparent in his actions. Zhang Heng had long harbored suspicions, given the proprietor's current level of business acumen. How could he possibly receive so many orders, especially from such obscure locations? He had once secretly opened a phone box, only to discover that what was labeled as lobsters contained mere pebbles. Thus, the purported increase in delivery volume was merely an excuse concocted by someone to adjust the pressure based on his progress. Let us hope it is not too late. Zhang Heng, with bow and arrow in tow, arrived at the entrance of Takeda's Seafood, only to unexpectedly encounter Amiko, who, at this hour, should have been fast asleep. Unbeknownst to him, she had taken a taxi and arrived slightly earlier, before the car had even come to a halt. She dashed out, collapsing helplessly upon witnessing the seafood shop engulfed in flames. Just as Zhang Heng intended to assist her, a deep blue Toyota Voxy, which had been stationary not far away, suddenly surged forth, its two tattooed occupants, clad in sunglasses and black gloves, seizing Amiko and dragging her towards the vehicle. The girl struggled desperately and screamed, prompting the nearby taxi driver to intervene. However, as he opened his door to help, a dark gun barrel was thrust against his temple. Those emerging from the Toyota Voxy showed no concern that he might call for help, confident that within 2 minutes, they could abscond with their target. Yet, as often is the case, fate had other plans. In the next moment, a sound sliced through the night. The armed assailant felt a sharp pain in his right hand, rendering him incapable of holding on to his firearm as an arrow, seemingly from nowhere, pierced through his palm. His companion, witnessing this, became alarmed and attempted to abandon Amiko in flight, but Zhang Heng, concealed behind a bus stop, denied him that opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, he released the taut bowstrings, sending a second arrow into another assailant's calf. However, the comrades inside the Toyota Voxy reacted swiftly, pinpointing Zhang Heng's location and maneuvering their vehicle to obstruct his path. Realizing he had to take a risk, Zhang Heng shielded his face with the hood of his clothing and darted from behind the bus stop, continuing to shoot arrows at the car windows to prevent an assault from afar, while urgently searching for an angle to maneuver behind the vehicle. Yet, he found himself at a considerable distance from the Toyota Voxy. By the time he had turned halfway, the two injured men had already knocked Amiko unconscious, enduring their pain as they dragged her into the car. Zhang Heng and Appo's final arrow grazed the car door, skimming past the driver and Appo's seat, ultimately striking the dashboard, startling the driver into a cold sweat, but the car door soon slammed shut. The Voxy roared to life, speeding into the street. At that moment, Zhang Heng and Appo's mind remained remarkably composed. The direction he chose to move was not merely to reach the other side of the Voxy, but also to approach his own L300 parked at the roadside. Observing the fleeing assailants, he stowed away his bow and arrow and leapt into his delivery vehicle. Having anticipated this scenario when he left, leaving the door unlocked and the key in the ignition for any potential emergencies. Before starting the L300, Zhang Heng glanced into the rearview mirror, but the Voxy had vanished from sight. Most would have surrendered in such a predicament, yet Zhang Heng did not. For the past 9 months, he had delivered goods for a morally dubious seafood shop owner, becoming intimately familiar with the surrounding area. It was as though a 3D map resided in his mind. He was acutely aware that approximately 300 meters in the direction the Voxy had departed lay an intersection. 2 seconds later, he heard the sound of tires screeching against the pavement through the open window, indicating their turn. Wasting no time, he decisively ignited the engine and veered the vehicle, accelerating to 100 km/h in less than 4 seconds, nearly reaching the intersection in the blink of an eye. Without slowing down, he executed a liftoff maneuver, the L300 carving an astonishing arc that belied its bulky form, completing the turn in the next moment as Zhang Heng slammed the gear into full throttle. The engine, salvaged from a supercar, roared ominously in the night. In just 45 seconds, Zhang Heng arrived at the second intersection, yet still saw no sign of the Voxy. Without hesitation, he turned again. This was the most challenging moment. He was a minute and a half behind them, relying solely on his judgment for the first half of the journey. A wrong turn would mean losing all trace of Amiko. Got you. This time, however, Zhang Heng chose not to pursue closely. After merely 500 meters, he abruptly turned the L300 into a closed CAF, shattering the front glass door and toppling 2 tables before bursting through the back door and plunging into a shopping mall. Chapter 43, Tokyo Drift 13. As Christmas approached, the shops in the mall began their festive preparations. Some adorned their windows with colorful lights, others displayed cheerful Santa Claus stickers, while others set up meticulously crafted Christmas trees, laden with small gifts. Suddenly, the well-placed Christmas tree began to tremble, and the little gifts flew off the branches. A beige van sped past the mall's escalator. Zhang Heng activated the windshield wipers, clearing 2 greeting cards that had stuck to the window. The rear of the L300 swiped past a counter brimming with expensive skincare products, causing a gust of wind that nearly toppled them. A beige van, decorated for Christmas, burst forth from within. What on earth? Has Santa arrived so early this year, and in a car instead of a sleigh? The driver of the Voxy, startled, had been watching the rearview mirror, unaware of any pursuers and completely taken aback by this sudden appearance. The distance between the two vehicles rapidly diminished to a mere 6 or 7 meters, causing the Voxy driver to feel an uneasy tension and press the accelerator to the floor, hoping to shake off his tail. However, to his astonishment, the Voxy, despite its performance, was outpaced by the seemingly dilapidated L300 in acceleration. Both drivers pressed down on their accelerators, yet they drew closer. Zhang Heng used the front bumper of his vehicle to nudge against the left rear of the Voxy, causing the Toyota to tilt uncontrollably. The driver, drenched in sweat, gripped the steering wheel tightly, yet no amount of acceleration could free him from the predicament. As the Voxy teetered on the brink of overturning, it was forced to slow down. In a synchronized manner, the pursuing L300 also decelerated. Zhang Heng had the option to ram into the Voxy, but considering Amico was inside, he refrained from pressing too hard. Ultimately, both vehicles came to a halt by the roadside. The driver of the Voxy realized that with his skills and vehicle and Oppo's capabilities, he could not elude the other. He opened the door and pushed the unconscious Amico to the side of the road. Zhang Heng watched the deep blue Toyota vanish into the night, releasing the bow he had held. He chose not to pursue further, partly due to the need to tend to Amico, and partly because the group possessed firearms. Though they had shown restraint thus far, one could never predict what they might do if cornered. Thus, their encounter concluded with both parties retreating. In a sense, the appearance of this group relieved Zhang Heng. Upon witnessing the fire at the fish market, his initial reaction mirrored that of Amico. He feared that Takeda Tetsuya had been eliminated, a victim of their ruthless methods. However, the arrival of the Voxy indirectly confirmed that the owner of the fish market was still alive. Otherwise, there would have been no need to lure Amico there for abduction. The girl led an ordinary life, indistinguishable from most Japanese students, which indicated that this group intended to use her as leverage against Takeda Tetsuya. Zhang Heng and Oppo's earlier decision to shoot a tattooed man in the leg stemmed from a desire to interrogate him, yet he had not anticipated the presence of accomplices. Fortunately, Amico was ultimately unharmed. He carried the girl into the vehicle and conducted a brief examination, relieved to find that aside from minor abrasions on her elbow and calf, she had sustained no serious injuries. At that moment, he heard the distant wail of sirens. Truth be told, the firefighters had arrived rather promptly. Although the events had been perilous, only a few minutes had elapsed since he had called for assistance. The immediate priority was to ascertain what had transpired to formulate a subsequent strategy. While the individuals in the Voxy had escaped, Zhang Heng knew there was one person who could provide him with the answers he sought. Everything that had occurred that night was evidently connected to Takeda Tetsuya or Tsuchiya Yosuke, and it was time to hear this man's story. However, before doing so, he needed to locate the principal figure. This task posed no difficulty for Zhang Heng. He drove around the izakayas, brothels, and karaoke bars favored by the fish market owner, ultimately finding his target at an abandoned dock where people practiced fishing. By this time, dawn was breaking. The fish market owner, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, mingled among a group of elderly fishing enthusiasts holding a fishing rod. Upon hearing the sound of tires grinding against the pavement, he recognized the arrival of someone familiar. Yet when he stood up and saw Amico in the passenger seat, he froze in place. How did she end up here? That question, Zhang Heng thought, was for him to answer. He leaped from the vehicle, explaining, "I found her in front of your fish market. A group of men attempted to abduct her. But rest assured, she merely fainted and is fine. Someone tried to kidnap her? What did they look like?" Takeda Tetsuya's expression grew uncharacteristically tense. There were probably 3 of them, all bundled up tightly, wearing sunglasses and masks, yet for some reason, they did not conceal their neck tattoos. Zhang Heng contemplated. From a distance, I couldn't be certain, but one of them seemed to have a distinctive eye tattoo. Upon hearing this, Takeda Tetsuya's pupils constricted sharply, and he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground as he muttered, "So they have indeed come. Who has come? It is of no concern to you. They seek only my life." The fish market owner forced a bitter smile. "I thought that by living incognito and maintaining a low profile, I could evade them, but I see now that they refuse to let me go. However, it matters not. As long as I go to them willingly now, you will no longer be in danger." In stark contrast to Zhang Heng and Oppo's expectations, The fish market owner appeared disinterested in discussing his past. While Zhang Heng pondered how to elicit more from him, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Is that why you divorced Mom all those years ago? Amiko had awakened from her seat, clearly having overheard Takeda Tetsuya's words. Chapter 44, Tokyo Drift, 14. The waitress at the breakfast shop placed the tamagoyaki, rice, grilled fish, and miso soup on the table. However, the three of them remained unmoved. As Amiko and Apos, S. unwavering gaze compelled Takeda to sigh. The owner of the fish shop lit a cigarette, pondering the futility of it all. In just over 2 months, he would be heading to China. Why entangle himself in this matter? I wish to uncover the truth behind that incident from years ago. Deep down, you still harbor love for your mother, do you not? At our age, emotions have lost much of their significance. Takeda remained non-committal, inhaling from his cigarette, reflecting. In my youth, I once believed I would forever cherish a particular woman, yet as the years have passed, her visage has nearly faded from my memory. The fish shop owner paused, but regardless, I owe you both a debt. How is Nanako faring? Mother is well now, though she still holds onto memories of the past. Yet, she confided in me that she no longer harbors hatred towards you. You merely owe us a truth. Time slipped away, and it was only when the cigarette neared his fingers that the fish shop owner resumed. All of this stemmed from a single mistake, the gravest error of my life. He then began to recount the story he had kept hidden for so long. In the late 1970s and 1980s, Japan and Apos' economy spiraled into a frenzy. Yosuke Tsuchiya was born in that era, blessed with a happy family. Like most ordinary individuals of that time, he was young, ambitious, and brimming with pride. However, following the signing of the Plaza Accord, the dollar began to plummet against the yen, leading to a peak in the yen's purchasing power. Yet this was followed by a devastating blow to the export industry, propelling Japan from prosperity into a decade of decline. A stark contrast that set this generation on divergent paths. This child was a born fighter. Fear seemed non-existent in his lexicon. What does not kill me makes me stronger. In his 20s, Tsuchiya reached the pinnacle of his life, achieving remarkable feats on European tracks, even securing the runner-up position at the FIA GT Championship in New York. After a fallout with his team, he returned home and soon clinched the championship at the D1 Grand Prix in Tokyo, becoming a legendary figure in the realm of Japanese drifting. Though he had reached the summit, he was still unfulfilled, yearning for new challenges, and thus decided to contest the title of DK. In less than a year, he toppled the top underground racers from all 22 districts, leaving only the final practice area. This is tantamount to suicide. Amiko was utterly stunned upon hearing the rules. Naoto Asano firmly believed that only the bravest drivers deserved victory, and all challengers had to adhere to his established rules. Although it seemed foolish in retrospect, with only one race remaining to claim the DK title, the youthful me was determined not to concede. Takeda lit a second cigarette, inhaling deeply as he continued. We agreed upon a date for the contest. And aside from the two of us, my best friend, Ryo Kobayashi, the strongest driver in Shinjuku, would also compete. The track we selected was 40 kilometers long, 3 lanes wide, typically accommodating a moderate density of vehicles. Yet, on that day, an unexpected fog enveloped the area. Kobayashi suggested we forego the race and reschedule. I could sense that Asano silently concurred. After all, he was merely a thrill seeker, enjoying the edge of danger, not genuinely seeking to meet his demise. The conditions had exceeded even his tolerance for risk, yet he clearly relished the opportunity to mock us. Knowing I would surely cast a supportive vote, he opposed the idea, branding us cowards. Fueled by youthful arrogance, I retaliated with an opposing vote, resulting in a 2-1 decision to proceed with the race, at which point Asano and Apos' expression shifted. Yet I felt no sense of vindication, as we were all ensnared in our choices. What transpired next underscored the folly of my decision. Visibility on the road was merely 4 to 5 meters. We were compelled to reduce our speed. Yet even then, we were engulfed by the specter of death. This was no longer a contest of skill. Luck had become paramount. We drove anxiously for 10 minutes, a duration that would typically suffice to complete the course, this time. However, we had barely traversed a third of the distance. I incessantly honked the horn, grateful that the highway was closed off, resulting in fewer oncoming vehicles. Yet, I still found myself narrowly avoiding collisions as headlights suddenly appeared, swerving just in time. The sensation akin to dancing with death. Reflecting on that perilous moment still sends shivers down the spine of the fish shop owner. In such circumstances, even the most resilient nerves cannot endure for long. Thus, Kobayashi and I alternated leading, granting each other respite. As for Asano, he had already withdrawn from the race. The so-called bravest driver in all of Tokyo, his resolve shattered. Now cowering behind us in fear. Unexpectedly, calamity struck. Approaching the midway point, I heard the blaring horn of a truck ahead as I prepared to change lanes. But Asano's jeter suddenly surged, pinning me in the left lane. I attempted to accelerate and decelerate, yet he steadfastly blocked my right side. I could surmise his thoughts. His performance that day had been abysmal. Should he lose, his hard-earned reputation would be obliterated, thus igniting a reckless resolve within him. Asano was determined to eliminate me. And time was slipping away. Despair welled within me, thinking I would meet my end there. But unexpectedly, Kobayashi, in his Lexus, crashed into Asano and Oppo's GTR without hesitation. In an instant, both vehicles spiraled out of control, Asano's GTR rolling beneath the chassis of the oncoming truck, which subsequently toppled onto Kobayashi's Lexus. The scene was gruesome beyond comprehension. I dared not look, as the car and Oppo's roof crumpled inward, smoke billowing from the hood. Chapter 45, Tokyo Drift, 15. What did you do afterward? Zhang Heng inquired. I did nothing, Takeda Tetsuya confessed, a flicker of guilt evident in his gaze. I should not have abandoned Kobayashi. I wanted to exit the car and check on him, but at that moment, I heard the sirens approaching from the opposite direction. Fear gripped me, and I dared not linger. I quickly turned the car around and fled the highway. What became of the two of them? Amiko asked, her expression laden with sorrow. The subsequent events, I learned through the news, he continued. The television reported that two delinquents were racing against traffic on the highway, colliding head-on with a large truck. Ultimately, one died, and the other was severely injured. The injured individual was in the emergency room fighting for his life, but succumbed 3 days later. Was the one who perished Kobayashi or? It was Asano Naoto, Takeda revealed. In addition to being the strongest driver in Narima, he held another identity. His uncle was the vice president of Tokyo and Oppo's largest Yakuza organization. The Oni Hitomi. I see. So this was the reason behind your withdrawal from the racing scene and your decision to assume a new identity? Indeed, he affirmed. That was an unpublicized race. Apart from the three of us, no one else was aware of it. Although there were other witnesses on the highway at the time. Visibility was poor, and we were driving against traffic. The police could not ascertain the existence of a third vehicle based solely on those vague testimonies. Fearing imprisonment and retaliation from Oni Hitomi, I chose silence once more. Yet, within me, there was no joy in evading punishment. Each day thereafter, I lived in a state of guilt for Kobayashi. Had I not acted impulsively that day, insisting on a race that should never have commenced, none of this would have transpired. I was the one who had one foot in the grave, yet ironically, the first to die among us was the only one who opposed the race, Kobayashi. I later visited his home in secret, but his father had passed away long ago, leaving only his mother and a younger sister. Following the incident, they swiftly relocated from Tokyo. You met mother afterward, didn't you? If so, why not live your life well? Amiko queried. After an initial struggle, the seafood shop flourished. Everything seemed to fall into place. 6 years had passed since that incident, ample time to forget many things. Hence, I never anticipated that one day the specter of the past would revisit me. What do you mean? Amiko asked, perplexed. 6 years ago, I made a grave mistake by involving Kobayashi in that affair. Thus, I would not repeat such an error. The seafood shop owner spoke calmly. I do not fear death. It is the fate I deserve. The true Tsuchiya Yosuke perished on that highway alongside Kobayashi. The living Takeda Tetsuya is merely a manifestation of my guilt and cowardice. More than that, I am curious how you managed to escape from Oni Hitomi repeatedly, Zhang Heng interjected. If you refer to the incident many years ago, perhaps they wished to witness my downfall or to prolong my suffering. Regardless, they did not approach me again until 9 months ago, when a mysterious caller warned me that Oni Hitomi would soon take action against me, urging me to prepare. It was also he who informed me of last night's events. Takeda paused. Well, my story is complete. As I mentioned before, this matter does not concern you. The tragedy of that time stemmed from me, and naturally, it is my responsibility to bring it to a close. You do not even believe that assertion yourself, Zhang Heng remarked. Otherwise, you would not feign a gambling addiction to compel Amiko to sever ties with you. At this, Takeda fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he smiled wryly. One must at least try. It is impossible to do nothing. The seafood shop owner appeared resolute, while Amiko, sensing urgency, opened her mouth to say something further. only to flush crimson the next instant. Zhang Heng stood, retrieving the coat draped beside him. You taught me how to drive, regardless of who you were before. Allow me the honor of giving you a ride. Takeda contemplated for a moment before accepting, glancing at the two. Please take care of Amiko. The trio exited the breakfast shop, with Takeda leading the way. He opened the van's rear door, only to suddenly collapse inside, eyes rolling back. Allah. Oh. Amiko stammered, perplexed. She was still bewildered as to why Zhang Heng had suddenly become so frivolous after she attempted to speak. Having discreetly squeezed her hand beneath the table, resulting in a near misunderstanding. Yet, more strangely, she found herself less averse to such occurrences than she had previously imagined. Amiko felt momentarily dazed until Zhang Heng and Amp, Apos, S voice broke the reverie. This vehicle lacks inspection and relevant paperwork. We should leave this place first. The girl climbed into the rear compartment and shut the door. Zhang Heng started the car, deliberately taking an additional circuit on the road to avoid being followed. 15 minutes later, he parked the L300 in a large supermarket parking lot, opened the door, and extended his right hand. Takeda, there are several questions regarding the story your father just told. Chapter 46, Tokyo Drift, 16. Amiko covered the unconscious Takeda Tetsuya with a tattered blanket from the car, offering a brief word of thanks before alighting with Zhang Heng's assistance. Are you suggesting he was lying before? No, I merely find certain aspects of his narrative debatable. Zhang Heng locked the car door and, accompanied by the girl, took the elevator to the supermarket. It is primarily the attitude of the ghost eye towards him that strikes me as peculiar. If what he claims is true, that Asano Naoto awakened in the hospital and informed his uncle about his involvement in racing, it would be illogical for Ghost Eye not to seek him out. After all, the hatred is most profound when one has just lost a loved one. Well, perhaps Ghost Eye failed to locate him. He chose to go into hiding after that incident. Didn't he? Amiko pondered, if that is the case, how can we explain the events 6 years later, the stone, and the newspaper? Especially that line, Zhang Heng interjected. With all due respect, it does not resonate with the tone one would expect from a tightly organized Yakuza society. Amiko considered this. You may be right. But the arson and the individuals who kidnapped me last night were indeed from Ghost Eye. Zhang Heng shook his head, once again. The timing of their appearance is too strange. Over 20 years have elapsed since that incident. Why would they suddenly choose to exact revenge now? Who was the mysterious caller that notified him in advance? Could they be from within Ghost Eye? And why would they assist him? Your father is not a fool. He should have recognized these inconsistencies, yet his mind now refuses to engage. Thus, it falls upon us to investigate. But we have no connections to those individuals from back then. Amiko lamented. No, we have a breakthrough. If Asano Naoto has awakened from his coma, he must wish to see someone. The nurses and doctors around him would surely possess that knowledge. If we can locate those medical personnel who rescued him at the time, we can uncover whom he had contact with during this period. Pushing a shopping cart to the tape shelf, Zhang Heng continued, however, before we proceed, we must first ensure your father and Apos, S tranquility. This is my cousin and Apos, S residence. She is a flight attendant, often away on international routes, and has entrusted me with a key to water her balcony plants. It is unlikely anyone will find this place. Amiko explained as she opened the door. The apartment, though modest, was well furnished and immaculately kept. Zhang Heng dragged the blanket-wrapped Takeda Tetsuya onto the bed. The effects of the coma-inducing substance had worn off, and the latter awoke midway, wide-eyed and attempting to speak, yet his mouth was sealed with tape, producing only muffled sounds. Even if you are intent on throwing your life away, grant us some time, at least do not perish without clarity, lest Kobayashi's sacrifice be in vain. Zhang Heng disregarded whether the fish market owner could comprehend his admonition. After all, the man was bound like a dumpling, and resistance was futile. Amiko apologized and, alongside someone, secured the fish market owner to the bed with the remaining climbing rope, rendering him immobile. Completing this task, the pair hailed a taxi to the Tokyo Metropolitan Central Library. Zhang Heng conducted an online search for the name and discovered that Dr. Kurobe Saburo had left the public hospital where he once worked and had taken a position as deputy director at a private hospital. This posed a challenge. Individuals of such stature are typically busy and highly vigilant, making them difficult to approach. Amiko perused numerous contemporaneous newspapers, including scanned editions found within the library system, ultimately discovering something new in a now-defunct local newspaper. Zhang, do you find this useful? Hayakawa Rinko, the nurse from back then? Zhang Heng was captivated by the stern-looking elderly nurse depicted in the article. Let us first seek out Dr. Kirobe. If that fails, we shall attempt to contact Hayakawa Rinko. Zhang Heng decisively concluded. As anticipated, Dr. Kirobe was not easily accessible. He was renowned as a surgical expert in Tokyo, with his contact details publicly available online. Yet the voice on the other end was that of his female assistant. While her tone was courteous, she remained unyielding regarding the necessity of prior appointments. Dr. Kirobe and Oppo's schedule was already booked for a month ahead. The two then attempted to intercept him directly at the entrance of his current hospital, waiting for 2 hours before finally encountering the esteemed doctor. However, Dr. Kirobe expressed no recollection of the events from that time. After exchanging only a few sentences, he grew impatient, opening the door of his black Mercedes. If you have inquiries, please direct them to my assistant. I have a lunch appointment with colleagues from the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare. Zhang Heng refrained from exerting pressure. Dr. Kirobe was not a minor character like Takeda Tetsuya. Should he go missing or be coerced, public attention would swiftly ensue, and it was plausible that he genuinely had forgotten. A surgeon of his caliber might perform numerous operations in a single day, often too exhausted post-surgery to recall even his own name. Amiko watched the Mercedes recede and turned to Zhang Heng. What now? Let us pursue the lead with Hayakawa Rinko. She has worked in the hospital for decades. And even in retirement, someone should be aware of her whereabouts. Chapter 47. Tokyo Drift, 17. Although Amiko had anticipated the outcome, encountering a setback with Saburo Kirobe still left her somewhat disheartened. After a hasty lunch with Zhang Heng nearby, they hurried to the public hospital where they had previously rescued Naoto Asano. Upon inquiring at the ward's visiting registration desk, they confirmed that Rinko Hayasaka was no longer present. However, the passing head nurse paused upon hearing the name. Indeed, Hayasaka-san once worked here, but she has since retired. When I first started, I struggled with everything. And it was she who constantly encouraged and guided me. May I ask what you wish to speak to her about? Zhang Heng raised the fruit basket he was carrying. My father suffered a severe car accident some time ago, and it was Aunt Rinko who cared for him until he recovered. We wish to express our gratitude. The nurse tore off a piece of paper, wrote down an address, and handed it to them. Fortunately, you encountered me. Hayasaka-san is currently at the Late Cherry Care Center. Is that so? Amiko read aloud the name noted on the paper. Yes, Hayasaka-san never married and has no children. After retiring from the hospital, she volunteered there. Wanting to continue making a difference and to find a sense of belonging for herself in the future, the head nurse spoke with deep respect. After expressing their thanks, Zhang Heng and Amiko took the subway to the nursing home located on the outskirts of the city. This time, with the assistance of the staff, they successfully met Rinko Hayasaka. She was teaching an elderly man who had nearly lost all hearing how to arrange flowers. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and Amiko, her expression was one of confusion, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, after settling the elderly gentleman, Rinko approached them. Who might you be? Perhaps due to her profession, the Rinko in the photo appeared stern and meticulous, leading Zhang Heng to worry about her communication style. However, he found her demeanor much more affable than he had anticipated. He presented the fruit basket, and the three of them took a seat on the sofa. We would like to inquire about something. Do you recall the heinous traffic accident from 22 years ago? 2 young individuals were racing in the wrong direction on the highway and ultimately collided with a truck, resulting in 1 fatality and 1 severe injury. The injured party was named Naoto Asano. Rinko Hayasaka responded, I remember that incident, not merely because it was widely reported in the news, but because that boy was so young. He fought valiantly against death. It was evident he did not wish to leave this world. Regrettably, I was unable to assist him. Zhang Heng and Amiko exchanged glances. We heard that you were by his side during that time. We are his family and wish to know if anyone visited him when he was conscious or requested to see someone. No, you're not his family. Rinko shook her head. Her gaze seemed to penetrate their souls, causing Amiko to flush with embarrassment. Zhang Heng remained composed and added, distant relatives. Rinko smiled, but did not pursue the matter further. If you were inquiring about others, I cannot divulge any information without the consent of the individual or their family. However, it is rare to find anyone beyond the media still caring about him. What do you mean? Naoto Asano was a lonely child. During his 3 days in the hospital, only his grandfather came to see him. His parents had severed ties with him. He did have an uncle, but he merely stationed 2 subordinates outside his door and never entered. So, no one cared for him at all. Both Zhang Heng and Amiko were taken aback by this revelation. Rinko sighed. In our line of work, we are accustomed to witnessing life and death. However, it is indeed rare for someone so young to depart in such solitude. He never regained consciousness in the end. Whether that is fortunate or unfortunate remains uncertain. Upon leaving the Late Cherry Care Center, Amiko wore a look of bewilderment. Contrary to her expectations, meeting Rinko Hayasaka did not clarify the events of that year. Instead, it only deepened the mystery, leaving them engulfed in fog. It seemed Naoto Asano's uncle was not particularly concerned about his nephew, having neglected to visit him in the hospital 22 years ago, which rendered it illogical for him to suddenly seek vengeance now. Yet, if the arson at the seafood shop had not been instigated by the Kido clan, who else could it have been? Why target Takeda Tetsuya, who had long since withdrawn from the racing scene, and why masquerade under the Kido name? This simply does not add up, Zhang Heng remarked. From what we see now, their intention appears to be to lure your father into the Kido and Appos' trap. However, if they are aware of this, they could have directly approached Kido to deal with your father. While descending the elevator, Amiko rummaged through her bag for her keys. Suddenly, Zhang Heng and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that the door to their residence was ajar. Though only slightly open, he distinctly remembered locking it upon their departure. Amiko, despite her occasional absent-mindedness, would not have made such an error. Seeing this, the girl grew anxious, worried that Takeda Tetsuya might walk into a trap set by the Kido clan. Although Asano and Appos' uncle seemed indifferent to his deceased nephew, the perpetrators would not overlook him, if only to preserve their own underworld reputation. Amiko was about to rush inside, but Zhang Heng grasped her arm firmly. A strong sense of foreboding surged within him, given Takeda Tetsuya's condition. It was improbable he could have extricated himself from his bindings alone. There must be others involved. The peculiar state of the door, half open and beckoning, felt almost like an invitation to danger. Uncertain of the situation, Zhang Heng intended to lead Amiko away, but their footsteps had evidently alerted those inside. In the next instant, a figure burst through the door, dressed in the same dark blue attire as the individual who had descended from the Voxy at the seafood shop. Since graduating elementary school, Zhang Heng had not engaged in physical confrontations, so he was somewhat surprised by the effectiveness of his strike. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. This was not the time for self-congratulation. The immediate concern was to expand his advantage, especially since the adversary might be armed. Just as he prepared to advance for another strike, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 48, Tokyo Drift, 18. Zhang Heng found himself bound to a chair, the duration of his captivity unknown to him. Soon, someone removed the black blindfold from his face, revealing that he was seated in an abandoned factory. His head felt somewhat foggy. After being restrained outside his apartment, he had been forcibly placed into a vehicle and blindfolded, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. From the duration of the car ride, he could only surmise that he must still be in Tokyo, albeit likely in the suburbs. He recognized his own negligence. Even with utmost calmness and caution, it was his first entanglement in such a predicament, leaving room for error. This group had evidently employed some trickery to locate that small apartment. The device must have been hidden there when the girl was abducted and placed in that blue Toyota, while Amiko was unconscious and unaware of her surroundings. The location of the tracker was sufficiently concealed, making it difficult for her to discover it upon waking without thorough searching. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Heng pondered Amiko's whereabouts. After they had descended the stairs, they had been separated, likely shoved into different vehicles. He had not seen the girl since. First, consider your own situation, said a man with a buzz cut, his tone menacing, as he cast a hostile glance at someone. Zhang Heng finally recognized this individual. It was the same man he had struck outside. No wonder the buzz-cut man bore such animosity toward him now. It seems we can settle our accounts now, the buzz-cut man stated as he placed the locator device down, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Just then, a deep voice interrupted. All right, that end Appos' enough. Let me have a word with him. Yes, boss, the buzz-cut man replied, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he bowed respectfully before retreating. A short man approached Zhang Heng, pulling up a chair to sit before him. It was not the organization's intention to involve you and Miss Amiko in this matter. I personally apologize for that. Zhang Heng remained noncommittal. The vice president has instructed me to handle this situation due to a minor grievance with Yosuke Tsuchiya, otherwise known as Mr. Tetsuya Takeda, from 22 years ago. Initially, the plan was to dispose of Tsuchiya by feeding him to the sharks, but the vice president later changed his mind, deciding to grant him an opportunity. His exact words were, "Disputes between drivers should be resolved in a driver's manner," the short man explained leisurely. Thus, I have meticulously crafted a stage for Yosuke Tsuchiya, yet I find myself in need of a supporting character, which is quite vexing since Mr. Tsuchiya has never been particularly well-liked, and over the years, he has failed to cultivate friendships. I have heard that you have been assisting him with deliveries recently. How about joining him for a little fun? Do I have any other options? Zhang Heng replied calmly. Fully aware that the short man and Oppo's inquiry was not genuinely seeking his opinion. I relish conversations with intelligent individuals. It saves a lot of unnecessary dialogue, the short man remarked, producing a small knife and moving behind Zhang Heng to cut the ropes binding his hands. The game is simple. Whoever among you wins the race. I shall allow all three of you to leave. However, should you lose, believe me, you would not wish to learn the outcome. Zhang Heng flexed his wrists, contemplating whether to attempt overpowering the short man and seizing the knife to use him as a hostage. Yet the two towering sentinels standing at the factory entrance dissuaded him from such thoughts. He had no escape route left. How many participants will be in the race? Where will it be held? What are the rules? Rest assured, you will learn all that in due time. For now, let us ease into it. Choose a racing car. The short man said, clapping his hands. Two guards approached the center of the factory, unveiling a covered area to reveal several racing cars. There were 5 in total: a red Nissan 180SX, a silver BMW M5, a gray Mercedes AMG GT, a yellow Dodge Viper, and a blue Ford Raptor F-150. Each vehicle had been finely tuned for performance, and Zhang Heng could either select his favorite or modify one to his satisfaction, as they would provide the necessary parts. The race was scheduled for midnight that very night, and he needed to complete any modifications before that time. Did any of these catch your eye? The short man inquired, seemingly intrigued by Zhang Heng and Oppo's choice. Your own car? What is it? A Porsche 911? An Aston Martin? A Ferrari? A second-generation Mitsubishi L300, released in Japan in 1982. Zhang Heng replied, It's parked right beneath your apartment where you abducted me. A common van? The short man exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Heng nodded. The L300 had undergone extensive modifications, transforming it significantly and enhancing its performance, though it could not compete with genuine sports cars. The man opposite him had presented 5 exceptional vehicles, and the willingness to allow Zhang Heng time for modifications further indicated he had not tampered with them. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng understood that no car, regardless of its capabilities, could rival the one he was intimately familiar with. That is a reasonable request, and I can accommodate it. But are you certain? The short man reiterated. Zhang Heng nodded. The short man waved his hand, and several others entered, taking away the parked cars. He cast a lingering glance at Zhang Heng. Then we shall meet tonight. Now, the abandoned factory was left with only Zhang Heng. He noticed water and food laid out on a table, presumably to replenish his energy. In addition, there was a gaming console in the corner to pass the time. For a hostage, the conditions were surprisingly accommodating. Yet Zhang Heng's conviction grew stronger that this race was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. This group had evidently planned for a considerable duration. The individuals he had encountered earlier did not seem to possess any professional training, but their numbers were substantial. Even if the seafood shop owner and Amiko attempted a daring escape, it would likely be futile. Moreover, his phone had been confiscated immediately, cutting off his communication with the outside world. He could only nibble on a bit of food and quietly await the arrival of the race. Chapter 49, Tokyo Drift, 19. Zhang Heng encountered Takeuchi Tetsu once more in the final 10 minutes before the race commenced. The latter stood alongside a short man at the edge of the highway, his expression grave. Additionally, Zhang Heng spotted Amiko. The girl bound and gagged within a blue Toyota Voxy. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, she struggled against her restraints, but soon thereafter, the man beside her closed the car door. Mr. Tsuchiya, I have fulfilled your request to show you your daughter. Now, shall we begin? The short man declared. As he spoke, he brandished a massive wrench, forcefully striking the front of a Nissan 180SX. I have always believed that headlights serve little purpose. It is better to remove them altogether. His words had scarcely left his lips when the headlights of both the L300 and Dodge Viper were shattered, followed by the short man opening the car door. Flashing a grin at Zhang Heng. If you wish to use the restroom, you had best hurry, for once you are in the car, the door will be welded shut, only to be opened again at the finish line. Even during his time in the factory, Zhang Heng had harbored similar suspicions. However, when the truth was finally revealed, he found himself convinced that the short man had indeed lost his sanity. This was particularly evident as he sat in the driver's seat of the L300. Realizing that the windshield before him was a distorted blur, even the figures 2 meters away were indistinguishable. Zhang Heng recognized that this warning was directed at him. In such an environment, leading the way was undoubtedly the most perilous position. The severity of the conditions now surpassed those of 22 years prior. Yet, Takeuchi Tetsu had not touched a steering wheel in over 2 decades due to his vow, and his current state was far from the peak he once achieved. Merely 3 minutes into the race, he collided with an oncoming Buick. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his grip on the steering wheel, preventing the Dodge Viper from toppling over. However, less than half a minute later, he nearly crashed into the guardrail on a turn. The short man and Oppo's mocking voice crackled through the intercom. "What's the matter, Mr. Tsuchiya? Is this all you can manage?" We barely covered a tenth of the course. Takeuchi Tetsu remained silent. He was too exhausted even to speak. Sweat dripping from his nose onto his jeans. The visibility was appallingly poor. It was the dead of night, and with no headlights, the frosted windows rendered everything a haze. He could only gauge the oncoming vehicles by their headlights, a task that drained his energy immensely. In mere moments, his eyes and mind reached their limits. Takeuchi Tetsu was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Just as his breathing grew increasingly erratic, the L300 that had been trailing him suddenly accelerated past. Zhang Heng and Oppo's voice emerged from the intercom. "Let me take the lead. You rest for a moment. We'll swap in 4 minutes." Though Takeuchi Tetsu initially intended to refuse, he was too severely depleted. Zhang Heng and Oppo's calm voice resonated as particularly reassuring amidst the chaos of the race. He was not merely stepping forward to show off. In this environment, a driver's reflexes and predictive abilities were put to the ultimate test, and in this regard, the younger individual undoubtedly held an advantage. Moreover, it seemed that fortune was favoring him this evening. Zhang Heng retrieved a lucky rabbit's foot from his pocket and hung it from the rearview mirror. While he might have ranked lowest in driving skills among the trio, in this particular race format, luck held the decisive sway. For a full 2 minutes, Zhang Heng encountered not a single vehicle. Just then, the short man and Oppo's voice crackled again through the intercom. "Did Mr. Tsuchiya also cower behind his teammates in that race years ago?" Upon hearing this, Takeuchi Tetsu's eyes flickered with shame. Zhang Heng observed through the rearview mirror that the yellow Dodge began to sway, signaling that Takeuchi Tetsu was losing his composure. The fishmonger managed a grim smile. "You can take your revenge on me for Asano Naoto directly. Why involve others?" The short man scoffed. "Wasn't Oppo's your grudge with Asano Naoto entangled with others?" Zhang Heng felt a jolt of realization. The doubts that had lingered in his mind were finally dispelled. "You are not here to avenge Asano Naoto at all, but rather to seek vengeance for Kobayashi, aren't you?" Silence fell on the other end of the intercom. Moments later, the short man's voice returned, very perceptive. "You've deduced my true intentions. You and the imposters masquerading as the Oppo's, Ghost Eyes and Oppo's, kidnapped Amiko simply to compel him into this race. Not just 3 individuals were privy to that race from years past. Kobayashi must have shared the details with his mother. No, that's impossible. No one would disclose such matters to their mother, so it must have been his sister. What is your relationship with his sister?" The 3 modified cars sped down the highway. At 2 minutes and 42 seconds in, Zhang Heng finally encountered his first oncoming vehicle. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, swinging the rear of the L300 perilously close to the opposing car. In that moment, Zhang Heng and Oppo's mind was exceptionally clear, and he contemplated an absurd possibility. "Wait, you are Kobayashi and Oppo's sister?" Upon first meeting the short man, Zhang Heng had sensed something peculiar about him, aside from his almost feminine height and build. He was the only one who concealed his tattoos. The group had gone to great lengths to disguise themselves as Ghost Eyes, and the short man, unlike the others, refrained from displaying tattoos out of fear of revealing his lack of an Adam's apple. As for his voice, that was the simplest part. They all wore masks, merely employing a voice modulator. Chapter 50, Tokyo Drift, 20. In that fateful race, though 3 participants took part, only you emerged alive. I meticulously examined the vehicle left behind by your brother. Aside from the dented roof, the body bore the scars of impact, and the tires exhibited severe wear. Until his last breath, he clung tightly to the steering wheel, striving to maintain control. Yet given his prowess, it was inconceivable that he could lose control to such a degree without external interference. The short-statured man spoke with bitter resentment. As his closest friend, and one of the 3 present that day, do you dare claim that you were uninvolved in the events that transpired? A fleeting look of anguish crossed Takeda Tetsuya's face. You are correct. Your brother's death rests squarely on my shoulders. It was my error. Then tonight, you shall pay for his life, the short man declared ominously before abruptly severing the connection. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. He had identified the short man in hopes that dialogue could resolve the long-standing conflict between the two. To an outsider like him, it was evident that Takeda Tetsuya was at fault for the events of 22 years ago. However, Kobayashi Ryo had merely made his choice in a desperate bid to save a friend. To attribute his death solely to Takeda Tetsuya seemed rather excessive. And blaming Asano Naoto was equally unjust, for the latter had only pursued Takeda Tetsuya. It might be uncomfortable to admit, but it was Kobayashi Ryo's own sense of loyalty that led to his demise. Zhang Heng did not expect Takeda Tetsuya to concoct a poignant tale. He simply wished for the truth to be revealed, which might alleviate some misunderstandings. Yet he underestimated the emotional toll this matter would have on the owner of the seafood shop, as Kobayashi's death had always been his deepest regret. For years, Takeda Tetsuya had felt like a prisoner of the past, awaiting a delayed reckoning. The emergence of Kobayashi's sister felt like divine retribution. Had it not been for the need to rescue his daughter, he might have given up entirely. Even so, Zhang Heng sensed someone and Appo's spirit waning at a visibly alarming rate. In contrast, the quiet short man, who had been trailing behind, ignited with fierce determination after delivering one last scathing remark. The red Nissan 180SX accelerated, racing alongside the Dodge Viper. History often repeats itself in astonishing ways. The short man forced Takeda Tetsuya to the far right lane, making a choice reminiscent of Asano Naoto and Appo's from years past, despite having never witnessed that original race. Just then, an oncoming vehicle approached in the third lane. Brushing past the trio, Zhang Heng recognized that this could not continue. They had traveled less than a third of the distance, and without a stroke of luck. Takeda Tetsuya and Appo's deteriorating mental state would soon lead to disaster. Thus, he maneuvered the L300 into another lane, deliberately reducing speed. The short man paid little heed to the other vehicle and Appo's movements. Tonight was a personal vendetta between her and Takeda Tetsuya. Zhang Heng was merely a supporting character in this grand drama. Yet in the next instant, she noticed the previously decelerated L300 surge forward, seizing the left lane. In a certain sense, positioning oneself strategically was inherently risky. Whether it was Asano Naoto from 22 years ago or the current short man, they both faced the peril of oncoming traffic while attempting to block Takeda Tetsuya. However, unlike Takeda Tetsuya, who had no escape routes on either side, they at least had one clear lane. If danger truly arose, the short man could veer left. However, Zhang Heng's intervention had rendered the situation more chaotic, trapping all three in their respective lanes. In other words, should an oncoming vehicle appear, it was certain to collide with one of them. Zhang Heng intended to use this tactic to compel the short man to relent. After all, if she chose either to accelerate or decelerate, Takeda Tetsuya would undoubtedly cease his pursuit. Yet he did not foresee the short man and Appo's unwavering stubbornness. Even in this dire situation, she resolutely refused to yield her position against the Dodge Viper. It seemed her intention was to force Zhang Heng to concede first. This tactic might work on others, but with Zhang Heng's vehicle adorned with a lucky rabbit's foot, the chances of misfortune were exceedingly slim. As if to validate this notion, headlights suddenly blared from the middle lane. Takeda Tetsuya instinctively reduced speed, seeking to grant the Nissan 180SX the space to evade. However, to his astonishment, the short man hesitated. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the oncoming vehicle loomed large before them. Takeda Tetsuya could not afford to dwell on it. He had already lost Kobayashi Ryo to save himself, and he could not bear to witness harm come to the latter's only sister. In that instant, Takeda Tetsuya transformed from a listless figure into a man with newfound vigor, his eyes gleaming with determination. In those 2 brief seconds, he seemed to revert to the top-tier driver who once conquered the European circuits and secured the D1 championship. The Dodge swiftly shifted gears, the Viper roaring to life as it collided with the rear of the Nissan 180SX. Takeda Tetsuya executed the impact with precision, causing the 180SX to veer away from the oncoming truck. The short man, an adept driver in her own right, quickly regained control, her vehicle sparking against the guardrail but avoiding a rollover, narrowly escaping the oncoming truck. Yet Takeda Tetsuya was less fortunate. His Dodge Viper had forcibly wedged itself into the middle lane, preparing to collide with the oncoming vehicle in place of the short man. Just then, an L300 appeared like a phantom from his right, closely hugging the Viper's body. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply and pulled the handbrake. In that moment, time seemed to freeze entirely. With the truck and Appo's front serving as the fulcrum, The two vehicles traced a stunning arc under the influence of inertia, the L300 drifting from the right to the left lane, while Takeda Tetsuya's Dodge Viper was swept beneath the truck. Was it over? In that instant, the short man's expression turned to one of confusion. After planning her revenge for 22 years, she felt no satisfaction in witnessing the unfolding events. Her mind was consumed by the image of the Viper accelerating toward her rear. She suddenly comprehended how her brother had perished in a race that should never have commenced, simultaneously grasping the guilt that weighed upon Takeda Tetsuya. "No need for thanks," Zhang Heng and Appo's voice crackled through the intercom. "I had no intention of expressing gratitude." Takeda Tetsuya retorted, "Your angle was entirely wrong. Had I not adjusted my speed, we would have gone straight under the wheels." The short man opened her mouth to protest, but Zhang Heng interjected once more. "Regardless of the dialogue you two wish to engage in, let's first finish this race. I urgently need to relieve myself." Chapter 51, Tokyo Drift, 21. It must be acknowledged that experience brings wisdom. Although Zhang Heng had undergone 9 months of rigorous training in Tokyo, his driving skills still paled in comparison to Takeda Tetsuya, who had made a name for himself in professional racing circuits across Europe and stood just a step away from the DK title. While sacrificing his life to save Kobayashi's sister could not alleviate his guilt over the loss of his dear friend. The brush with death had afforded him a sense of redemption, loosening the emotional knots that had long plagued him. The Takeda Tetsuya of today was not someone Zhang Heng could hope to defeat. On the other hand, Kobayashi and Appo's sister, Kobayashi, had spent over 20 years preparing for this vengeance, and her driving prowess was equally remarkable. She possessed the innate delicacy typical of women while also inheriting the fierce tenacity of her brother, Kobayashi Ryo. However, it is often said that only a worthy adversary can bring forth one and Appo's best self. Inspired by their rivalry, Zhang Heng managed to unleash an astonishing 150 of his potential, his L300 transforming into a swift, earthy shadow racing through the night. Yet, ultimately, he was still a step behind. As they neared the finish line, the Nissan 180SX and Dodge Viper, as if in concert, suddenly decelerated. Both drivers were evidently yielding to one another. However, Zhang Heng, undeterred, maneuvered his van past Takeda Tetsuya and Kobayashi, crossing the finish line first. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. "You have won the championship of an underground modified car race. Task completed. Successfully defeated a professional racer. Game points 15. Please check the character panel for details." Successfully defeated the strongest racer in this scenario, Tsuchiya Yosuke. Game points 25. Please check the character panel for details. Successfully completed a death race mode event. Game points 10. Please check the character panel for details. Tsuchiya Yosuke was the most formidable driver in the Tokyo Drift scenario, and while Zhang Heng was not particularly surprised, he was taken aback to discover that Kobayashi was a professional racer. Female professional drivers were exceedingly rare, which explained her audacity to challenge 2 opponents at once. Perhaps her true skill was slightly inferior to Takeda Tetsuya's, but considering that he had nearly lost the will to compete after her accident, it was difficult to predict the outcome of their match without Zhang Heng and Appo's involvement. In truth, if the race had been conducted under normal circumstances based solely on their abilities, Zhang Heng would have been nearly unable to secure victory. However, the events that unfolded altered the competitive atmosphere, allowing him to seize an unexpected opportunity and complete his main quest. The rewards that followed exceeded his expectations. A single race had granted him 50 points. And combined with the previous 6 points, he now possessed a total of 56 points. Following that, Kobayashi and Takeda Tetsuya engaged in conversation throughout the night, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. The next day, Takeda accompanied Kobayashi to visit the grave of Kobayashi Ryo. 2 days later, Kobayashi departed Tokyo with her driver friends who had come to assist her. 2 months later, Amiko and Appo's exchange student application was approved. Zhang Heng drove her to the airport, where she would embark on a year-long journey of living and studying in China. It was evident that Amiko was quite nervous. This was her first experience of this nature, and her movements were somewhat clumsy and shy, her lips parting momentarily. As Zhang Heng watched her silhouette fade into the crowd, he suddenly felt that the passage of time, while seemingly endless, might not be such a blessing after all. Those subtle, innocent feelings, when nurtured over time, could gradually blossom in the depths of one and Appo's heart. Yet, this was destined to be a promise forever unfulfilled. Alone in the airport lounge, Zhang Heng quietly finished 2 cups of latte. Regardless of the country, Airports and train stations are infused with the most profound emotions. A trembling grandmother bid farewell to her grandson, who was departing for studies abroad, repeatedly adjusting his backpack. A 4-year-old child, hand in hand with his mother, tilted his head to wave goodbye to his father, unaware that their next meeting would be the following New Year. A girl, just off the plane, dashed towards her boyfriend's embrace in her high heels. In that same moment, some returned home while others set out on journeys. Finishing his last sip of hot coffee, Zhang Heng rose once more, zipped up his down jacket, and stepped into the snow-laden wind outside. After the race, Zhang Heng largely shifted into a leisure mode. His Japanese had improved significantly, earning him a perfect score on a monthly exam, which netted him an additional 3 points. Yet, his most prized possession was the wooden carving nestled in his bag, the second game item he had acquired just a month prior. One matter had long weighed on Zhang Heng and Appo's mind. The various clubs that recruited members every 2 months were rather mundane, with the exception of the racing study group. The other 2 clubs related to vehicles, the 4-wheel drive club and the car model photography club, were precisely what their names suggested, a gathering place for those with a penchant for delusions of grandeur and eccentricity. Zhang Heng endured 2 months in each, only to learn how to shout absurd phrases at his 4-wheel drive car and gauge the cup sizes of car models based on images. However, he was reluctant to give up. Based on his first scenario, he believed that when the cycle reappeared, there should be more than one viable option available. Thus, he resolved to broaden his search beyond automotive-related clubs, turning his attention to the more peculiar and eclectic societies. Recalling the altar he had encountered on the island, Zhang Heng decided to try his hand at joining a paranormal phenomena research club and a folk supernatural events society. To his surprise, the latter truly brought him delight. The wooden carving was a collection piece of the vice president, reportedly found on Rakuten, not the Korean version, but Japan's long-standing shopping website, for a mere 500 yen. The craftsmanship was quite ordinary, lacking even a discernible face. Yet, much like the time he acquired the lucky rabbit and Appo's foot, when he encountered the statue, he received a notification, game item discovered. He expressed his desire to purchase the wooden carving from the vice president, who willingly gifted it to him. Primarily because the Folk Supernatural Events Society comprised only 3 members, and she valued the new recruit. After all, the carving held little worth, so she simply decided to give it away. Thus, without expending much effort, Zhang Heng acquired yet another game item. Although obtaining it posed no significant challenge, finding it had proven to be quite elusive, akin to hidden treasures within a game, not easily discovered by players like him who were merely idling away in the later stages. Chapter 52. The Tokyo Drift Saga Conclusion, with Amiko and Appo's departure. Zhang Heng's exchange student journey came to an end. He vacated the dormitory at the International Exchange Center and rented a modest apartment. Takeda Tetsuya had imparted nearly all he could teach him. Any further enhancement of his skills would rely solely on relentless practice and individual talent. It was improbable for Zhang Heng to elevate his driving proficiency from level 2 to level 3 in a short span. Thus, he chose not to expend excessive energy on this pursuit. Subsequently, he participated in several underground modified car races with his L300, amassing considerable prize money and even winning a nearly new Mazda, though regrettably, it did not contribute to his points tally. This money sufficed to sustain his life in Tokyo, and any surplus held little significance for him, prompting Zhang Heng to refrain from further competition. The sudden appearance and mysterious disappearance of the sandy-colored van ultimately became an urban legend within Tokyo's underground racing scene. But that is a tale for another time. With no classes or part-time jobs, Zhang Heng found himself with ample free time. While out exploring one day, he stumbled upon a dojo and recalled that karate, seemingly, originated in Japan, evolving from traditional martial arts intertwined with Tang hand techniques. Thus, he dedicated the final 2 months to acquiring a level 0 karate skill. On the 420th day, he stood atop the Tokyo skytree, gazing one last time at the city and Appo's nocturnal splendor as the familiar notification chime echoed in his ears. A glass of lemonade? No, I shall indulge in something more flavorful. Approaching the bar, he reminisced about the Tokyo girl whose smile revealed 2 prominent canine teeth. Oh, I have something for you to appraise, he said, producing the wooden carving. Armed with his previous experience with the lucky rabbit and Appo's foot, he took precautions this time, wearing gloves when handling the carving both inside and outside of the dungeon. The bartender raised an eyebrow. Another game item? Your luck seems rather excessive. As she spoke, she carefully placed the wooden sculpture into a tulip wood box. while discreetly deducting 5 points from someone else's account. Zhang Heng finished his cocktail alone at the bar and was about to depart when the bartender called out to him. Do you recall what I mentioned about the auction at the end of every year? As per tradition, the auction would occur on the last day of the year. If you intend to participate, it's wise to prepare in advance. Do not schedule the third round of the game for that day, she advised. Zhang Heng thanked her and exited the lounge. The following day, Zhang Heng opted to skip his morning English class. Primarily because the second round of the game concluded too late. He had left the City of Desire at 4:30 a.m. and needed to catch up on sleep. At lunch, he noticed Ma Wei and Chen Huadong regarding him with sympathetic expressions. You're in trouble. Old Zhang conducted a surprise test in class today and discovered 5 missing papers. He was quite upset, considering the 6th level exam is just 2 weeks away. He said those who are unaware of the need to exert themselves are beyond salvation, and those who failed to submit their papers would receive no regular grades. University courses typically comprise regular grades and exam scores, with exams constituting 70 of the overall grade and regular performance accounting for 30. Hence, if one has a regular score of 0, the implications are severe. For instance, one must score 86 out of 100 on a test to earn credits. English, in particular, is treated uniquely, with scores directly converted from the 4 and 6 level exams. The maximum score is 710, meaning one must achieve at least 609 to obtain credits. Ma Wei furrowed his brow, noting that the passing score for the 6th level exam is 425 points, and for non-English majors, a score above 600 is considered exceptional. Even he, a top student, felt uncertain about achieving this, especially since English had always posed a challenge for him. Zhang Heng felt a bit at a loss. Had he known this would happen, he would have attended class despite his fatigue. However, it was too late for regrets, and he could only devise a plan to score over 609 in the 6th level exam, a task that once seemed insurmountable. Yet, after learning English with Belle on the deserted island, he believed he could still salvage his situation. With approximately 20 days remaining until the 6th level exam, it felt like 40 days to him. Listening comprehension posed no concern, but he still needed to reinforce his writing and grammar skills. In the afternoon, Zhang Heng went to the library to borrow books, preparing to tackle English head-on. Unexpectedly, he encountered Shen Sisi there. Without Qing Cheng's entanglements, her life had returned to tranquility. Their previous outdoor escapade had led them to exchange WeChat contacts, but neither had reached out since. They occasionally crossed paths on campus, with Shen Sisi graciously greeting him. Yet they remained merely casual acquaintances. Conversely, Chen Huadong and Su Jing quickly grew closer after that networking event, although their romantic relationship was not officially established. They frequently spent time together, victory seemingly within reach. Chen Huadong had ceased gaming and attending anime club meetings, now solely focused on leisurely strolls with Su Jing. Having completely abandoned the organization, the veteran members of the Tiger Stripe Shark were contemplating whether to impose severe penalties on him. Having encountered her, Zhang Heng decided to approach and say hello. Chapter 53. Morals by Shen Sisi sat alone by the window, engrossed in her reading, the sunlight gently illuminating her profile, rendering the nearby boys utterly unable to concentrate. Zhang Heng deliberately increased his stride, and upon seeing a familiar face, Shen Sisi looked up to find him waving at her. With a smile, she set her book aside. The library required silence, thus their conversation remained brief. Having borrowed the grammar book he sought, Zhang Heng exchanged pleasantries before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the title of the book Shen Sisi had half closed in her hands, Criminal Psychology. Of course, as someone who had once delved into the intricacies of water supply, heating, and gas engineering quantity surveying, he felt ill-equipped to question another and Apo's literary choices. However, recalling Shen Sisi and Apo's remarkable powers of observation and deduction, Zhang Heng could not help but wonder if her inclinations were somewhat peculiar. Did she perhaps aspire to join the criminal investigation field after graduation? Yet, she was currently enrolled in the public administration department. After all, Zhang Heng had no intention of meddling in someone else's life decisions, and his acquaintance with Shen Sisi was rather superficial. Discovering her keen interest in criminal investigation merely surprised him momentarily, and he soon retreated to another level of the library to review grammar. He lingered in the library until closing time, only pausing to have dinner at the cafeteria. Zhang Heng perused forums and discussion boards on his phone, and before long, the clock struck midnight, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. He dressed in comfortable clothes, intending to return to the library for further reading, when suddenly, A text message arrived on his phone from an unknown number. The message contained a cryptic sentence devoid of context. "I need your help. Meet me at the place where we first encountered each other." This marked the first time Zhang Heng had received a message during such stillness. During countless nights, he had been the sole individual free to traverse this silent city. Yet soon an image of a figure clad in a Tang suit, adorned with a bowler hat and tie, surfaced in his mind. The supernatural occurrences surrounding him were undeniably linked to that eccentric old man. If anyone could breach this realm, it would undoubtedly be him. The message suggested that the sender had encountered some form of trouble. Zhang Heng changed into athletic attire, retrieved his SF recurved bow from the archery range, and purchased a small outdoor knife from the adjacent shop, concealing it at his waist. Having prepared himself, he rode a shared bicycle to the maid CAF where they had previously met. To his astonishment, the mall's main entrance was not tightly locked, but rather ajar, with light spilling out from within. He carefully removed his bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and cautiously stepped inside. "I have a penchant for the milk tea shop on the second floor, yet each time I visit, I find long queues. How fortunate it is that there is no one here now. Alas, no one is available to prepare my milk tea." Perhaps this is the essence of life, finding it difficult to achieve a perfect balance, sighed the Tang-suited elder. He sat in the still elevator of the mall, dressed similarly to their first meeting 2 months prior, save for the replacement of his small bowler hat with a baseball cap, which still appeared rather mismatched. Additionally, he held a packet of M&Ms, having torn it open and consumed half in one go. Zhang Heng lowered his bow and frowned. "Forgive my candor, but you hardly appear to be in need of assistance at present. Trust me, I value your privacy far more than any employer you might encounter after graduation." "I wouldn't be here unless it were a matter of great importance," replied the elder, chewing on the M&Ms. "A matter of great importance?" Zhang Heng inquired. "Let us discuss it on the way. Our time is limited." The elder finished the remainder of the M&M and amp, Oppos, S and stood, brushing off his trousers. "First, let me ask. You must have completed 2 rounds of the game by now. What skills have you acquired?" "Outdoor survival, archery, and automobile driving," Zhang Heng reported his level 2 skills. "A commendable start. You shall soon find them invaluable. Now, let's locate your steed." "Oh, pardon me. Old habits are hard to break. Fetch the car." The elder tossed him a set of car keys. A black Audi A6, parked in space B34 of the basement level. "I assure you, everything will be revealed in the car." Zhang Heng descended in the elevator to the parking garage, swiftly locating the vehicle as described. However, upon opening the glove compartment, he discovered a driver's license bearing the name Wang Zhengwo, a rotund man who was clearly not the Tang-suited elder, as the photograph suggested at least a 20-year age difference. The elder awaited him at the mall entrance, clutching a tattered travel bag, resembling a solitary elder who had just escaped from a nursing home. He slid into the backseat of the car. "What enemies are we facing?" Zhang Heng asked. "In Papua New Guinea, there exists a tribe known as the Arcas. Their ancestors arrived there long ago and engaged in several skirmishes with the dominant Huli tribe of the time. Although the Arcas warriors were formidable, able to take on 10 adversaries at once, the ongoing warfare eventually exposed their demographic vulnerabilities. Compared to the Huli, the Arcas population was merely 1/20th that of their foes. If this depletion continued, their extinction was inevitable. Thus, the Arcas began to prey to a creature known as Moralsby. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Heng. "Are you jesting?" The Tang-suited elder sighed. "Regrettably, while bestowing you a small gift, I inadvertently disrupted the balance of time, allowing this creature to resurface." Chapter 54. Keep up with it. Are you suggesting that a monster exists here, in my city, in the real world? Despite Zhang Heng and Oppos' calm demeanor and his recent encounters with the supernatural, he found this assertion somewhat hard to believe. "But what about now?" "Now, Haven T, I just found assistance." That truly brings a sense of comfort. Following the advice of the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, Zhang Heng steered the Audi A6 onto another street. "Relax," the elder encouraged. "Although my powers have significantly waned, we are 2 against 1, which gives us an undeniable advantage." He hastily finished the candy he was devouring, prompting Zhang Heng to wonder if he might soon face health issues due to his sweet tooth. "I still don't understand why a creature from Papua New Guinea would journey so far to here. Its former followers, the Arcas people, have all perished." To explain it using contemporary economic terminology, although it has escaped the confines of time, the market in Papua New Guinea has already been thoroughly divided. It cannot thrive there anymore, and to regain its strength, it must seek new followers. Thus, it has ventured from its homeland, following a Chinese couple to this place. The elder shifted in his seat, adopting a more comfortable posture. Since our last meeting, I have been dealing with this matter. I have been tracking it for almost 2 months now, and with your help tonight, we should be able to resolve this issue. Otherwise, it will inevitably come after you. Why? Zhang Heng inquired. Because the anomaly of time that resides within you possesses a fatal allure for it, and also because you are my agent. After 2 months of cordial interaction, I am convinced that it harbors a desire for revenge against me. The elder continued, at the upcoming intersection. Please turn left and take the service road. Avoid the elevated highway. Zhang Heng remained silent, rapidly processing the elder and Apos' words. After a moment, he spoke. Did this world begin to descend into madness only after you approached me, or was it always this chaotic? The elder revealed a knowing smile. You are astute. Immediately recognizing the crux of the matter. As long as you continue to play that game, you will soon find the answers. Some things are difficult to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Stop ahead. I can sense it nearby. Zhang Heng pressed the brake, and the Audi A6 gradually came to a halt in a small tunnel. This tunnel, too, 8 kilometers long and situated in the city center, was designed to be fully enclosed to prevent noise pollution. At this hour, there were not many vehicles within, and Zhang Heng had yet to spot anything suspicious. As he was about to inquire, he noticed the elder placing a finger to his lips. Zhang Heng turned off the engine, and the world fell into complete silence. After about half a minute, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from the tunnel and Apos' ceiling, approaching swiftly, only to suddenly cease just before arrival. 5 minutes passed in silence. Both occupants of the car maintaining their composure. Just as Zhang Heng began to think the creature had vanished, a heavy object struck the roof of the car, leaving 2 distinct footprints on the steel above. In the next moment, a bizarre face leaned down from the windshield. It resembled a monkey, yet had eyes disproportionately large, occupying about a third of its face. Unlike a monkey, its visage was devoid of fur, marked only by deep wrinkles akin to those of an old man. Zhang Heng discerned a glimmer of greed within its yellow pupils. However, upon noticing the other occupant in the back seat, the creature's expression shifted, and it turned to flee deeper into the tunnel. Keep up with it, the elder finally commanded. Without time for further questions, Zhang Heng restarted the engine, pressing the accelerator. The steel beast roared to life and surged forward. Zhang Heng switched on the high beams, illuminating the creature known as Morlesby as it leaped along the tunnel walls. Its speed was astonishing, seemingly defying gravity. Had he not witnessed it himself, Zhang Heng would never have believed such a being existed. He finally understood why the elder had pursued this entity for nearly 2 months without success. With his current level 2 driving skills, he could barely keep pace, aided by the tunnel's lighting. Once they left this confined space with only 2 directions, given Morlesby's agility, it could easily escape by darting into any nearby building, rendering his driving skills utterly inadequate in comparison. Visually, it appeared less like a weapon and more akin to an artifact freshly unearthed. I borrowed this from a friend for temporary use, the elder explained, gripping a long firearm as he opened the sunroof and stood up in his seat. Though his stature was not imposing in that moment, he seemed to embody an immense presence, as if he were becoming one with the universe. Zhang Heng attempted to maintain a steady course in the Audi A6, minimizing any turbulence, yet the elder made no effort to aim, casually tossing the long firearm into the air. As soon as the firearm left his hand, it erupted with a blinding brilliance, akin to a bolt of lightning. Morlesby appeared to sense the impending danger, accelerating further and leaping frantically within the tunnel. Yet, no matter how it evaded, the firearm seemed to possess a guidance system, steadfastly locking onto its form. Ultimately, Morlesby was forced to push its speed to the limit, nearing the tunnel and Apos' exit. However, in the next instant, the firearm pierced through its back and emerged from its chest. As if suddenly stripped of all power, Morlesby plummeted from the air, crashing onto the asphalt road at the tunnel's mouth. Chapter 55, The reward. The escape from that monstrous creature to the moment of being shot transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhang Heng had not anticipated that this battle would conclude so swiftly. Observing the creature plummeting from the air, he decelerated his Audi A6 and brought it to a halt at the tunnel's entrance. The elderly man in the tank suit opened the car door and approached, stooping down to test the creature's breath. Is it over? Zhang Heng engaged the handbrake and stepped out of the vehicle. The creature was slightly larger than a monkey, resembling a 6 or 7-year-old child, though its limbs were notably short. Apart from its smooth face, it was covered in a coat of golden fur, which was precisely why Zhang Heng initially perceived it as monkey-like. However, the most striking feature was undoubtedly its reproductive organ, which was 3 times the size of that of an adult male. Zhang Heng was certain that this being did not belong to any known species on Earth. Reproductive worship is a preference shared by many indigenous cultures. Additionally, you seem to have misunderstood. I may appear aged, but I am not as old as you presume. The Morlesby is a creature from over 20,000 years ago, and like you, I am entirely unfamiliar with it. Hence, I am grateful to Google and Wikipedia for enabling me to gather some information about it online. The elderly man in the Tang suit, supporting himself on his knees, rose from the ground and withdrew the spear that was embedded in the creature and Apos' corpse. As he uttered those 2 words, a sudden chill brushed against his cheek as a pool of transparent mucus dripped onto him. Marvelous! The elderly man sighed. In the next instant, a shadow leaped down from the top of the tunnel. No one had anticipated that another Morlesby was concealed within the tunnel. The creature moved with astonishing speed, pouncing from above and pinning the elderly man to the ground. It opened its mouth, aiming to bite into the latter's throat, but its teeth were held at bay by the length of the spear. The elderly man and Apos' situation appeared dire. His baseball cap had fallen aside, his hair was disheveled, and his clothing was in disarray as he desperately clutched the spear, yet he could only muster passive defense. His strength was no match for the creature known as Morlesby, and the spear was inching closer to his chest, with almost no chance of a miss at such a close range. The arrow found its mark, piercing the creature and Apos' skin. Yet it could not penetrate further. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Previously, he had observed the rusted spear easily penetrate the Morlesby and Apos' chest and believed its body was not particularly robust. However, it now seemed that the creature and Apos' muscular density rivaled that of a small tree by the roadside. After releasing 2 more arrows to no avail, Zhang Heng decisively discarded his bow and arrows and fled backwards. The elderly man in the Tang suit thought Zhang Heng intended to escape in the car, a notion he deemed utterly foolish. If he perished, he could never outrun the Morlesby alone. Yet, 7 seconds later, he watched in astonishment as the black Audi parked by the roadside not only remained but accelerated towards him, the blinding high beams threatening to dazzle his vision. The creature's sight was evidently affected as well, and in that moment of distraction, its body was sent flying. Meanwhile, the front of the Audi crumpled significantly. Zhang Heng slammed on the brakes at the last moment, his head thrusting forward due to inertia, striking the inflated airbag. Ultimately, the wheels came within less than a centimeter of the elderly man and Apos' left arm. This was the most lethal attack Zhang Heng could conceive, given the creature and Apos' formidable physique. A collision with 2 tons of steel might yield some effect. However, this action evidently provoked the Morlesby beneath the car. It was knocked aside but merely rolled once before rising again, its menacing gaze fixed on Zhang Heng in the driver's seat, curling its legs as it gathered strength in its feet. Yet in the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted from beneath the Audi, striking its bare skull, penetrating from the forehead and exiting through the back of its head, firmly pinning it against the tunnel wall. The Morlesby's body twitched reflexively a couple of times before becoming as still as a piece of cured meat hanging on a wall. The elderly man in the Tang suit crawled out from beneath the Audi, dirt-streaked and muttering curses as he approached the wall, confirming that the creature was indeed irrevocably deceased. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Heng and extended a thumb in approval. Well done. This evening was 2 against 1, indeed. I simply did not anticipate it had 2 bodies. The elderly man shrugged, appearing quite innocent. Earlier in the pursuit, the creature had never revealed this aspect, seemingly intending to ambush him, but fortunately he had sought assistance tonight. Your reward. The latter watched as the creature lay on the ground, devoid of any inclination to reach out and claim it. Do not be deceived by its appearance. If evaluated by game data, it likely possesses a C-grade quality. You may utilize it yourself or sell it at the year-end auction, although it holds little value for you since you already possess the gift I bestowed upon you. Chapter 56. The dispute in Gourmet Alley. Zhang Heng and the elderly man in traditional attire worked together to drag the 2 lifeless bodies into the trunk. After closing the lid, the elderly man clapped his hands together and remarked, "Under normal circumstances, I would invite you for a drink as a gesture of gratitude. Regrettably, at this hour, it is nearly impossible to find an operating bar, so we shall part ways here. Leave the subsequent matters to me." The elderly man extended his hand for a farewell handshake with Zhang Heng. Wait. As the elderly man settled into the driver and Apos' seat and took out a small knife to puncture the front airbag, Zhang Heng quickly interjected, voicing his most pressing concern. Are there many of these? creatures still in the world? The elderly man chuckled softly. Long ago, their numbers were indeed considerable, but as for now. He gestured towards the lucky rabbit and Apos' foot attached to Zhang Heng and Apos' keychain and the blood-soaked bone fragment wrapped in a tissue. I can assure you, the vast majority of them are quite safe. Are you suggesting that the game items we acquired are remnants of those creatures? Zhang Heng watched as the black Audi vanished at the tunnel's exit. If not for the gouges left by long guns on the pavement and walls, along with the small parts that had fallen off due to the impact, one might have thought nothing had ever transpired. Zhang Heng suddenly realized that he might not be as familiar with this world as he had once believed. Unfortunately, he could find no other evidence to substantiate his suspicions. And as time elapsed, he reluctantly set aside the events of that night. Zhang Heng collected his prize of 3,000 yuan, along with a tripod and a camera bag, and took a group photo with the other awardees. By afternoon, the campus website had already posted the news. This is too unbelievable. How long have you been studying photography? Wei Jiangyang exclaimed, his mouth agape as he saw the list of winners. On the other side, Chen Huadong felt somewhat numb from the shock. Someone had only recently taken up archery and had inadvertently scared off a blonde, yet now, after a mere 2 months with a new camera, they had won an award. Meanwhile, he had dedicated years to promoting the flourishing of ACG culture and had not even received a consolation prize. Sigh, life is increasingly burdensome, especially with Europeans everywhere. Zhang Heng offered, let me treat everyone to dinner tonight. He placed the newly acquired tripod and camera bag on the table, eager to gather with his dorm mates after more than a year in Japan. Sounds good. Chen Huadong's expression brightened immediately, while he found Europeans annoying. They were not entirely devoid of merit. Wei Jiaoyang informed Ma Wei, who was still in the library, and when dinner time approached, the four of them met at the school gate, heading straight to the well-known gourmet alley. This street was a culinary hotspot, frequented by students from nearby universities. Especially at night. The appeal lay not only in the delicious food and affordable prices but also in the opportunity to admire the beauties from various schools while dining al fresco. Zhang Heng ordered 50 skewers of lamb, a grilled fish, 8 oysters, lamb kidneys, vegetables, and grilled flatbread. As the owner brought out the dishes, Chen Huadong raised his beer and proclaimed, "May Africans never be enslaved." The group erupted into laughter and clinked their glasses. After a few skewers, even the usually reserved Ma Wei began to engage more in conversation. When boys gathered, discussions often revolved around games, sports, and girls. Eventually, the topic shifted to romantic relationships. Wei Jiaoyang asked Chen Huadong, "How are things between you and Su Jing? Haven't you defined your relationship yet?" Chen Huadong scratched his head. "We've gone out a few times. But she always insists on splitting the bill. I'm somewhat uncertain about her intentions. Wasn't it similar when you pursued that girl?" "Actually, it was Xiao Xiao who pursued me," Wei Jiaoyang admitted after a brief silence, unable to suppress a smirk. "Cut it out." The group collectively gestured with their middle fingers. And even the honest Ma Wei couldn't resist saying, "Old Wei, who are you trying to fool? Look at you now, standing next to Han Xiao Xiao. More docile than an Angolan rabbit. I'm not sure how it turned out this way. She was the one who approached me for my WeChat after she saw me playing basketball," Wei Jiaoyang replied with a wry smile. As they conversed, a sudden commotion caught their attention nearby. 2 black men were tugging at a petite girl by the roadside. The girl appeared distressed. Her eyes rimmed with red as she repeatedly said something, but the 2 men only wore playful expressions. Many onlookers turned to observe the situation. One of the black men wiped the mirth from his face and, in broken Chinese, stated, "This is just a misunderstanding between my friend and his girlfriend. Sorry for the disturbance." The crowd and Apos' skepticism lingered. Given the demeanor of the 2 men, they appeared to be international students from a nearby university. Someone asked the girl if she needed help, but she merely shook her head repeatedly, remaining silent, seemingly corroborating the earlier claim of the black man. Was it merely a false alarm? As the realization of the misunderstanding dawned, the surrounding crowd began to disperse, but the girl and Apos' face grew increasingly flushed. She appeared desperate, attempting several times to grasp the clothing of the black man in front of her, only to be evaded with ease. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a voice whispered in her ear, "Chapter 57, Welcome to China." His gaze fell upon the girl's wrist, and he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the lucky cat bracelet. Zhang Heng approached her and inquired in Japanese about her troubles. The girl's eyes immediately sparkled as if she had found a lifeline, and she quickly relayed her predicament in Japanese. Her name was Ioyes Asaka, an international student from a nearby school, who had recently arrived in China and was filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Despite her limited grasp of Chinese, she couldn't resist the urge to explore. She was unfamiliar with the two black men who had snatched her phone while she was out photographing in the evening. Desperate to retrieve her phone, Asuka found herself on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend what those around her were saying, and feared that if she sought police assistance, the men would flee. After listening to her, Zhang Heng felt that her claim of having poor Chinese was overly modest, having been in China for 3 months. It was hard to believe she couldn't utter a simple plea for help. Nevertheless, now that he understood the situation, he knew how to resolve it. Turning towards the two men, he commanded, "Return her phone." The men feigned ignorance, shaking their heads and repeatedly uttering, "I don't know." Asuka, infuriated, attempted to confront them again, but Zhang Heng restrained her and patiently reiterated his demand in English. As more onlookers gathered, one of the men, growing impatient, retorted, "Mind your own business, chink. Some foolish individuals never seem to learn their lesson, do they?" Upon hearing the derogatory term, Zhang Heng chose not to engage further in conversation and delivered a decisive punch to the man's face. He did not hold back, and the blow shattered the man's nose, sending a jolt of pain through Zhang Heng's knuckles. The other man, enraged by his companion and Appo's assault, glared menacingly, his muscular frame imposing in the dim light. Asuka instinctively took a few steps back, while Zhang Heng remained steadfast. The black student raised his fist. But before he could strike, a chorus of diners from nearby barbecue tables stood up in solidarity. The street was predominantly filled with students full of youthful vigor, unlike older generations who might shy away from confrontation. Earlier, Asuka's tear-filled eyes had drawn the ire of many young men towards the two black students. Hearing Zhang Heng's exchange with them, especially the latter's insulting remark, ignited the collective anger of the crowd. Ma Wei and others had initially risen to support Zhang Heng, but their actions became the catalyst for a larger uprising as students from the barbecue stalls rallied behind him. Clearly unaccustomed to such a scene, the black students were taken aback by the sudden show of unity. Surrounded by a sea of angry faces, the weight of the situation must have been overwhelming. Even a heavyweight champion like Tyson would have felt intimidated. They had set out for a night of amusement, but upon encountering Asuka, their intentions had turned sinister. Snatching her phone was merely a pretext to lure her into a hotel room. However, they had not anticipated crossing paths with someone like Zhang Heng, who understood Japanese. In a fit of humiliation and rage, the man resorted to a phrase often uttered before departing for study abroad. Zhang Heng, undeterred, swiftly incapacitated one of them. With his current skills, he felt confident in facing the remaining adversary one-on-one. Yet, to his surprise, not only did Ma Wei stand firmly behind him, but soon half the street had joined the fray. The unfolding events surpassed Zhang Heng's expectations. It was a sight he had never witnessed before, indicative of how long these bullies had thrived on arrogance, as many had long harbored disdain for them. Finally, Zhang Heng coldly addressed the now cowed black man, declaring, "Welcome to China." The man, no longer willing to linger, returned the phone to Asuka and, dragging his bloodied companion, fled in shame. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Wei Jiayang was the first to rush forward, exclaiming, "Amazing. This is something we can brag about for 10 years. You should have seen the way everyone stood up together. That foolish man must have been terrified." Ma Wei gave a thumbs up, succinctly affirming, "You're the man. Pure talent." The most animated was Chen Huadong, who exclaimed, "When did you learn Japanese? When did you learn Japanese? This is unbelievable. Is there anything you can Appos do? That punch was so cool. Teach me sometime." Asuka, unable to comprehend the commotion, was nonetheless caught up in the infectious atmosphere and joined in the laughter. She shyly remarked, "I have a few classmates who came from Japan with me. Their Chinese is quite good, and we usually go out together." Then, with curiosity, she asked, "Are you also an international student from Japan? Which school do you attend? Your Chinese is impressive, and you speak English too." Zhang Heng, realizing she had misunderstood, shook his head and replied, "I am Chinese, but I studied in Tokyo for over a year." Chapter 58. The moment of shadow. Hanasaki Asuka appeared to be quite curious about Zhang Heng, primarily because she had been in China for an extended period and had rarely encountered a Chinese individual with such proficiency in Japanese, particularly with an authentic Tokyo accent that made her feel especially at ease. This unfortunate girl, perhaps having gone too long without attention, found herself lingering by Zhang Heng and Appos, sighed with an eagerness to inquire about various matters after receiving her phone. Chen Huadong nudged Wei Jiangyang and Apos a shoulder, signaling him discreetly. The latter promptly understood and said, Xiao Xiao was looking for me urgently just now. I must take my leave. Chen Huadong added, I'll accompany you. I need to chat with Su Jing on QQ as well. Wei Jiangyang cleared his throat and remarked, Old Ma, Warren and Amp. Apos. You supposed to be studying for your TOEFL today? Ma Wei finally registered the situation. Previously, everyone had been focused on the two African exchange students and had not scrutinized Hanasaki Asuka closely. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized the girl was indeed quite beautiful, possessing an exotic charm distinct from Chinese girls, with a petite face, delicate features, and a head of chestnut short hair. Brothers must create opportunities for one another. The trio exchanged their words before swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving the proprietor startled, fearing someone had fled without settling their bill. Asuka seemed rather pleased, standing beneath the dormitory building of the international students. Can I come find you to play in the future? This request was difficult for Zhang Heng to decline, leading to the exchange of phone numbers before their parting. Come now, young Master Zhang, will you confess voluntarily? Or shall we compel you to do so after some coercion? Chen Huadong's eyes gleamed with envy. I wondered why you had never pursued a relationship. It seems you've been secretly honing your Japanese skills to woo a Japanese girl. So, has she pledged herself to you? Where do you plan to settle down? In China or Japan? Do you wish for a son or a daughter? Wei Jiangyang added, Are Japanese girls all exceptionally gentle? You are overthinking it. We have merely become friends, Zhang Heng replied. Ask yourself honestly, does this truly honor the long-suffering Shinsisi, who has awaited you for years? Chen Huadong lamented. Upon mentioning Shinsisi, Wei Jiangyang's expression shifted oddly. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Have you been in touch with Shinsisi recently? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Why? That seems unlikely. She doesn't appear to be that kind of person. Isn't her family situation quite good? She shouldn't be lacking in funds. Indeed. Gossip is ever so captivating. Chen Huadong quickly diverted his attention from Zhang Heng and his new Japanese acquaintance. Wasn't her demeanor towards Chingching rather aloof previously? I have heard this too. Some say her previous behavior was merely a fade, a tactic of feigned pursuit. Ma Wei scratched his head, acknowledging that while he focused primarily on his studies, he wasn't as solitary as Zhang Heng. Shinsisi was the belle of the public administration department. The dream of countless boys, and rumors about her spread rapidly. Perhaps it involves relatives or friends. Zhang Heng was not well acquainted with Shinsisi and felt it inappropriate to comment. However, her performance during the camping trip left a deep impression on him. She was an exceptionally clever girl, and he found it hard to believe such rumors. Zhang Heng intended to take a shower and, upon opening his cabinet, spotted the wooden carving nestled in the corner. This item had been sent back to him 4 days prior, also via postal service. Name, Moment of Shadow, Quality, D. Effect, allows the user to transform into a shadow form for 3 minutes. Usable only under conditions that create a shadow, with 3 uses remaining. This was Zhang Heng's second supernatural item, though its usable instances had dwindled to 2. He felt compelled to test its effects. Unlike the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, the Moment of Shadow was an actively activated game item, requiring one to carve their name into the base of the statue while concentrating on envisioning a crow for it to take effect. The transformation into shadow form, as Zhang Heng had tested, meant that a person became invisible, though their shadow remained. The stipulation was straightforward. It must be utilized when one casts a shadow. Thus, the method to counteract the effect was simple. Turning off the lights would render the user visible again, or installing spotlights in the corners of the room would nullify its efficacy as well. Despite the numerous limitations, the benefits were evident. Entering a shadow state made one difficult to harm, and the properties of shadows allowed access to places typically unreachable, serving as a means to evade scrutiny at critical junctures. Therefore, Zhang Heng decided to keep this item for himself. Additionally, he possessed a fragment of a moreless bone, which he had refrained from having the bartender identify due to its ambiguous origins. As mid-December approached, Zhang Heng felt quite confident about the Level 6 exam. The listening section posed little challenge for him, and he completed the reading comprehension and translation swiftly. The only areas that required more focus were the closed test and writing, which he had concentrated on over the past 2 weeks. After inscribing the final character, Zhang Heng glanced at the time. There was still an hour remaining. He wished to avoid appearing overly ostentatious, not wanting to impose excessive psychological pressure on his fellow examinees. Thus, he waited another half hour, checking his work twice before submitting the paper. Even so, when he finally stood up, Su Jing, seated behind him, who was still anxiously scratching her head. Couldn't he help but gasp in astonishment? She had only just begun marking answers on her answer sheet, having yet to write a single word for her essay. Chapter 59. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 1. Upon the conclusion of the 6th level examination, Zhang Heng unexpectedly received an email. The sender was the game committee, which reminded players that the annual player auction was about to commence. Interested participants could register at the game point, with the deadline set for the 25th of this month. Zhang Heng did not wish to procrastinate until the last moment. He found the auction quite intriguing. The prospect of trading game items was secondary, primarily. He had been engaged in solo play thus far and remained somewhat oblivious to many of the game's rules, uncertain of how veteran players might regard newcomers. He refrained from mingling with others in the lounge during the initial rounds. Now, with a rare opportunity for everyone to gather, he was determined not to miss it. Consequently, upon receiving the email, Zhang Heng promptly approached the bartender to register, filling out his personal information and paying the entrance fee of 1 point. Although there were still 2 weeks until the end of the month, he had no intention of making another trip. After completing these tasks, he chose a secluded booth, skillfully set the alarm beneath his seat to 23:55, and resolved to finish his 3rd round of gaming ahead of schedule. He had gradually acclimated to this gaming style, adjusting his sleep schedule in advance and warming up before arriving at the bar, ensuring both his mind and body were in optimal condition. Coupled with the skills and game items he had acquired in the previous 2 rounds, Zhang Heng felt confident in confronting the impending challenges. However, he underestimated the difficulties that lay ahead. At 23:55, the familiar sensation of dizziness overwhelmed him once more, yet, having mentally prepared himself, this time it was not as distressing as in the previous rounds. Player identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Randomly selecting 3rd round instance for player number 07958. Selection complete. Current instance is welcome to the Mannheim Line. Please explore the background of this round at your leisure. Mission objective: survive for 20 days within the borders of Finland. Mode: solo, friendly reminder. The game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. As the countdown concluded, Zhang Heng and Apos' first sensation was one of cold. He opened his eyes to find himself standing amidst a forest blanketed in snow, his breath crystallizing in the frigid air. This was his first encounter with such an experience. There had been no background introduction prior to the game, only an invitation to explore. From the mission objective, he discerned that he was indeed in Finland, confirmed by the Nordic pines surrounding him. As Zhang Heng was aware, Finland is a country renowned for its forestry, boasting a forest coverage rate of 75%. With 1/3 of its territory situated within the Arctic Circle. Yet this country, he had not heard of any dangers, and the primary mission was merely survival. Akin to the first round, although he still faced language barriers, as Finnish primarily consists of Finnish and Swedish, even without the ability to work. He could likely endure 20 days merely wandering the forest, relying on his level 2 survival skills. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng remained vigilant. The gaming time this round was somewhat unusual, with a low exchange rate between the real world and the game world, and the overall gameplay duration being the longest of the 3 rounds. However, this only indicated the potential peril of this round. Additionally, the name Mannheim Line sounded vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Following customary procedure, he checked his current status. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player number: 07958. Rounds of game experience: 2 current game points. 77 items held. Lucky Rabbit's Foot E. Shadow and Apos' moment D. Skills mastered: Piano LV1, Language proficiency LV1, 3 languages at conversational level, Modification and repair LV1, Archery LV2, Wilderness survival LV2. Automotive driving skills LV2 evaluation. This player possesses a slightly above average luck value, is under the protection of the shadows, and possesses a certain degree of wilderness survival and archery skills. With good fortune, he may endure through 6 rounds of gameplay, having accumulated 77 game points through 2 rounds. Zhang Heng was uncertain about the other uses of points beyond identifying items. The bartender had yet to provide him with the promised service details, but he had grown indifferent to such matters, knowing he could inquire with other players at the auction. The skills he possessed were largely in line with his expectations, although he was somewhat surprised that his language proficiency had not upgraded after mastering Japanese. Given that there are over 5,000 languages in the world, this was not unexpected. Moreover, his evaluation indicated that due to possessing Shadow's moment, he had gained the phrase under the protection of the shadows. And the anticipated number of rounds to complete the game had risen to 6. After reviewing his character panel, Zhang Heng examined his belongings. Perhaps due to the absence of a background introduction, he found himself clad entirely in his own attire, including a pair of Asics autumn-winter sports shoes, a black down jacket from Lee, and jeans. Though he wore thermal underwear beneath, it was crucial to note that Finnish winters could plummet to -20 degrees Celsius. Hence his initial impression remained one of cold. His immediate priority was to locate a shop and acquire warmer clothing. Zhang Heng rubbed his hands together. His wallet and phone were on him, though the latter had little signal. The electronic compass remained functional, yet without GPS, he had no idea where he was. The 4 cardinal directions appeared similar, so he could only choose a direction at random. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Zhang Heng's attention was drawn to an object amidst the grass. Upon examination, he discovered it to be a peculiar steel helmet, adorned with a wide brim and protruding ear guards, featuring a raised iron spine atop. However, this item had evidently failed to preserve the life of its original owner, as the inside bore visible bullet holes and bloodstains. Gazing at the item in his hands, an ominous feeling welled up within him. Yet, before he could ponder further, the sound of gunfire erupted nearby. Their direction was not aligned with Zhang Heng and Appo's hiding spot. So he patiently waited until the gunfire faded into the distance before rising from behind the tree. Despite the impending danger, Zhang Heng resolved to investigate the location of the recent skirmish, for he needed to confirm certain matters that would dictate his subsequent actions. Chapter 60. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 2. Upon witnessing the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, Zhang Heng realized he was in a grave predicament. The distinctive Soviet military attire was unmistakable: the red-trimmed field shirt, the slate-gray sailor cap, and the red star emblazoned on the cuffs. Coupled with the name of the Mannerheim Line from the previous quest, a foreboding sense of dread surged within him at that moment. Indeed, he found himself in Finland. But not in the modern-day Finland. Rather, he was in the Finland of the Winter War. Zhang Heng's extensive reading came to his aid as he swiftly recalled information related to the Winter War. In the lead-up to World War II, the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed between the Soviet Union and Germany in Moscow, delineating their respective spheres of influence in Europe. Following Germany and Appo's invasion of Poland in August, the Soviet Union, eager to assert itself, turned its gaze toward the newly independent Finland after seizing the Baltic states. To secure Leningrad, located a mere 32 kilometers from the Finnish border, the Soviets proposed a harsh treaty involving territorial concessions, port leases, and the dismantling of defenses. When Finland rebuffed these demands, the Soviets, under the pretext of the Manila bombardment incident, launched an invasion on November 30th. Given the disparity in military strength, international opinion largely predicted the conflict would conclude within 2 weeks. Zhang Heng was indifferent to which side was considered just in this war. After all, World War II had concluded over 70 years ago, and now it was merely a game. His primary concern was survival, enduring the brutality of the conflict. The additional 24 hours had extended his game time to 140 days, rendering his situation exceedingly precarious. He had no means to foresee the next quest or the duration of each round. Having enjoyed the benefits of an extended quest, he now had to bear the associated risks. Typically, when faced with 2 opposing factions in a game, one would choose a side to join. As for the outcome of this war, the Soviet Union was undoubtedly the victor. In terms of superior equipment, troop numbers, tanks, and aircraft, Finland was at an absolute disadvantage. From the moment hostilities commenced, the conclusion had been predetermined. However, the strategy of reaping the rewards behind the victor in this peculiar Soviet-Finnish Winter War was not applicable. Zhang Heng was acutely aware of the remarkable performance of the Soviet commanders during this conflict. The Soviets deployed nearly 1 million troops and over 6,000 tanks against Finland, which had a standing army of only 32,000 and a mere 32 tanks nationwide. Despite holding air superiority, the Soviets suffered staggering losses, with a staggering 30-to-1 casualty ratio in the initial encounters against Finnish guerrillas, who inflicted 27,000 casualties on the Soviets at the cost of just 900 of their own. On the front lines, the Soviets fared little better. The bodies of Soviet soldiers piled high before the Mannerheim Line, as they relentlessly exhausted Finnish ammunition with flesh and blood. By the war and Appo's end, Finland, with its citizen soldiers, incurred 70,000 casualties, while Soviet losses approached 600,000. Although the Soviet Union emerged as the ultimate victor in the Winter War, it gained little advantage and exposed its own weaknesses to the Western powers. This grim reality contributed to later decisions made by leaders such as Hitler regarding the Soviet Union. Given this context, Zhang Heng pondered whether it would be wiser to align himself with the defeated Finns. However, the harsh reality was that he spoke neither Russian nor Finnish, and his Asian features stood out starkly in this Winter War. Coupled with his modern attire, he could not justify his presence here. Even if he wished to defect to one side, no one would risk accepting him. The best outcome he could envision was being captured as a prisoner of war, while a more likely scenario involved being shot by the tense soldiers of either faction before he could even approach. For now, he had no choice but to proceed with caution. Zhang Heng could only speculate when the Soviets would arrive to collect their fallen comrades. In a desperate bid for survival, he quickly stripped a coat from one of the corpses and draped it over himself. The khaki uniform reeked of neglect, carrying a foul odor along with traces of blood and sweat. Yet, in the face of the bitter cold, he cared little for such details. Additionally, he spotted a handgun and a peculiar object that resembled a machine gun on the ground. The latter had an odd design, resembling a giant mosquito coil atop it. Zhang Heng, lacking knowledge of firearms, especially those from World War II, could not identify the model of the machine gun. However, it was evident that its firepower far surpassed that of the handgun. Engaging in a firefight was out of the question. Despite the Soviet Union and Oppos as poorly regarded performance in the Winter War, they remained professional soldiers, typically operating in coordinated groups. Zhang Heng was alone and inexperienced with firearms. Confronting them head-on would be sheer folly. Thus, without a moment in Oppos' hesitation, he turned and fled with his newfound possessions. Chapter 61. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 3. Often, plans are rendered obsolete by unforeseen circumstances. At such moments, regret and complaints hold no value. Zhang Heng could only lower his body and flee in the opposite direction. The moment he moved, he was immediately spotted by the Soviet soldiers. One must commend the Soviet logistics department. During the Winter War, the soldiers donned khaki uniforms, which stood out like golden beetles against the vast white snow, making it nearly impossible to avoid gunfire. The high casualty rate among the Soviet forces is closely related to this. Zhang Heng dared not let his guard down. He ran furiously until he could barely continue, finally stopping to lean against a fir tree, panting heavily. He knew he was temporarily safe. Comparatively, the Soviet soldiers bore heavier loads, and having just completed a chase, they likely had little strength left to pursue him. Taking advantage of this reprieve, Zhang Heng opened his canvas backpack to examine the spoils of his audacious venture. Inside, he found personal hygiene items, spare foot wrappings, utensils, and combat rations. The foot wrappings were a distinctive piece of Soviet equipment, serving both to conserve warmth and reduce foot abrasion. The combat rations primarily consisted of black bread, an unidentifiable sausage made from some kind of meat, and a small packet of black tea. The sleeve of another fallen Soviet soldier bore no red star, suggesting that the owner of this backpack was likely an officer. Alas, on the battlefield, bullets do not discriminate, and officers are often the prime targets for the enemy. The unfortunate man's face bore the marks of at least 3 or 4 bullets, a fate from which there was no return. Zhang Heng avoided looking at the mangled visage as he rummaged through the clothing, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction with his acquisitions, at least resolving his immediate need for warmth and sustenance. Next, he inspected the firearm in his hands. In China, gun control is exceedingly strict. Apart from a few specialized professions, most people have only seen such weaponry in films, and Zhang Heng was no exception. He couldn't and Oppos identify the gun, but he recognized it as a revolver with 7 chambers, 2 of which had already been fired, leaving 5 rounds remaining. It dawned on him that in his haste, he had forgotten to collect the bullets from the ammunition belt. Nevertheless, 5 bullets were better than none. Unfortunately, while films often depict protagonists loading and firing with style, the true mechanics of a handgun are far more complex. After fumbling with it for a time, he could not figure out how to extract the 2 empty shells and could only stow the revolver close to his person. After taking a few sips from his metal flask, he felt a bit of strength return, concerned that the Soviet soldiers might still be on his trail. Zhang Heng did not linger and continued deeper into the woods, not pausing until nightfall when he felt he had mostly evaded danger. The visibility at night was poor, and the Soviet soldiers were unfamiliar with the forest. Compounded by the lurking Finnish partisans, it was unlikely they would continue their search. Zhang Heng paused to eat, retrieving a piece of black bread from his backpack. The only dilemma was that he could not make a fire. It wasn't amp, oppos, t due to a lack of skill. Even without the lighter from his canvas bag, he could devise a way to ignite a flame. However, the glow of fire in the darkness was too conspicuous, and ultimately, he was too unfamiliar with the forest and amp, oppos, s layout, oblivious to the distribution of Soviet and Finnish forces. He had no idea from which direction the enemy might emerge or whether he was moving closer to or further from the conflict zone. At this moment, he fully grasped the harshness of reality and the difficulty of surviving as an individual in this war. The only source of comfort was the shadow of the moment in his possession. The 3 minutes of shadow state was his trump card for survival. But with only 2 uses available, he did not intend to employ it lightly. He found a sheltered spot, wrapped himself in his military coat, and lay down, only to awaken 3 times throughout the night from the biting cold. The winter of 1939 in Finland was among the harshest on record, and without a campfire for warmth. It was a severe test for anyone. Had it not been for the Soviet sheepskin military coat he wore, he doubted he could have endured the night. Finally, he made it to daybreak. Ignoring the potential danger, he gathered some twigs from the surroundings and managed to spark a small fire with his lighter, warming his nearly numb hands and feet. The flask that had once contained half a jug of water was now a solid block of ice after a night in the cold. Thus, he placed the flask by the fire and roasted an unidentified sausage from his backpack. 10 minutes later, with reluctance, Zhang Heng rose, extinguished the fire with snow, and took a bite of the sausage he had roasted. Perhaps due to the black bread accompanying it, the sausage did not taste as dreadful as he had anticipated. It was not the common pork, beef, or lamb, but still somewhat palatable. As he munched on the bread and sausage, he pondered his next course of action. Regrettably, by the time he finished his meal, he had not devised any particularly effective plans for his current predicament. Chapter 62. Welcome to the Mannerheim line 4. After hastily consuming his breakfast, Zhang Heng chose a direction, slinging his backpack and continuing onward. Military enthusiasts of the future often discuss the classic battles of World War II with great eloquence, detailing the strategic deployments, operational plans, and tactical comparisons of the warring factions. Yet for Zhang Heng, such knowledge felt exceedingly advanced, unless he could embody commanders like Carl Gustav Mannerheim or Kliment Voroshilov. The ordinary individual ensnared in the chaos of war could do little. In the realm of true warfare, there are no heroes, regardless of one's aspirations or marksmanship. Stepping onto the battlefield renders one vulnerable to stray bullets that could claim a life in an instant. To maximize his chances of survival, Zhang Heng established a principle of action: to keep as far away from the crossfire as possible. Locations such as Viborg, Suma Village, and Karelian would be entirely off-limits. And the notorious imitation of the Maginot Line, the Mannerheim Line, was an unthinkable venture. However, the most pressing concern weighing on him was his utter lack of awareness regarding his own location, even if he wished to avoid strategic hotspots. He remained uncertain of where to go. Having traversed for over half a day, he encountered a Soviet unit, which he estimated to comprise more than 100 soldiers. Fortunately, Zhang Heng spotted them early and concealed himself, avoiding detection as they hurried past, dragging several artillery pieces. Nevertheless, the encounter left him drenched in cold sweat. The forest and oppos, as pines and spruces provided excellent cover, yet they also obstructed his line of sight, rendering him oblivious to the potential dangers that could be encroaching upon him. This feeling of complete uncontrollability was utterly dreadful. After all, no one could guarantee perpetual good fortune in spotting the enemy first. In truth, this gameplay scenario was particularly disadvantageous for him. Among the few skills he possessed, only his wilderness survival abilities offered any assistance, while talents such as piano playing, modifications, and racing proved largely irrelevant. As for archery, in some respects, his level 2 proficiency was more reliable than the handgun he carried. Yet he had yet to find suitable bark for crafting bowstrings, and cold weapons were severely outmatched by firearms. Compounding his troubles, after once more experiencing the frigid Finnish night, Zhang Heng began to doubt whether he would awaken from slumber in the days to come. Only 3 days had passed out of the 140 allocated. Yet his body and spirit were already wearied. Had it not been for his previous ordeal of being marooned on a deserted island, he would likely have succumbed to despair by now. He understood that persisting in this manner was not a viable option. Whether engaging with the Soviet forces or Finnish partisans would place him in a precarious position, each choice laden with equal peril. Zhang Heng had yet to solidify his final decision. On the morning of the 4th day, he again heard the sounds of gunfire, this time interspersed with artillery blasts. Instantly, he resolved to change his course and head in a different direction. This encounter revealed that neither side was sufficiently prepared. Ultimately, it was his coat that spared Zhang Heng's life. The soldiers might have hesitated to pull the trigger upon seeing familiar military attire, but they soon noticed his incongruous appearance and Asian features. A young Soviet soldier at the forefront brandished his light machine gun, shouting excitedly. Regrettably, Zhang Heng was utterly ignorant of the Russian language and had to abandon his plan to draw the shadow of the moment from his coat, instead raising both hands in surrender. Yet whether it was his silence that incited their ire, the soldier and Apos' expression grew increasingly menacing as he repeatedly uttered a single word, his finger poised on the trigger. This was perhaps the most perilous moment of Zhang Heng's life. At such a juncture, he felt powerless. Encapsulated in the brutal reality of war, where killing and being killed bore no rationale. In the theater of battle, lives were extinguished every moment, civilians, enemies, comrades, each individual's nerves taut as a drawn bowstring, with no one caring if an additional foreigner fell victim to friendly fire. Even Zhang Heng himself feared that the volatile Soviet soldier would pull the trigger at any instant. Yet, unexpectedly, the first to fall was the young machine gunner. A bullet, unknown in origin, pierced his temple, erupting in a spray of crimson, his furious expression forever frozen in that moment. A sniper, the reconnaissance team, evidently no strangers to the Finnish partisans and Apos' prowess, quickly grasped the situation, their expressions altering as they abandoned concern for Zhang Heng, redirecting their weapons and urgently calling to their comrades for cover, while one brave soul attempted to seize the fallen machine gun. But the second bullet arrived swifter than anticipated. As his fingers grazed the weapon's grip, his body succumbed, collapsing atop his comrade's lifeless form. This, however, revealed the sniper's position to the others, who began retaliating with their rifles. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Zhang Heng dashed behind a nearby section of pine felled by lightning. The concealed sniper continued to execute his shots with precision, dispatching two Soviet soldiers who failed to find cover before abruptly falling silent. As others cautiously peeked out, the absence of gunfire further emboldened them. The tension among the Soviet soldiers gradually dissipated as they began to emerge from their rocky refuge, raising their rifles, crouching low, and inching toward the sniper's hiding spot, while two others made their way towards Zhang Heng. At this moment, Zhang Heng had already drawn the shadow of the moment from his person. Chapter 63. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 5. Zhang Heng had prepared himself to enter a state of shadow, yet the next moment, the deadly gunfire erupted once more. The Soviet soldier at the forefront suddenly fell backward, his body crashing to the ground without warning. In quick succession, his companion behind him fell in the same manner, lying motionless on the ground. The remaining 5 Soviet soldiers immediately dropped to the ground, panic-stricken as they raised their rifles and fired indiscriminately. The 2 soldiers advancing towards Zhang Heng hastily turned back to assist their endangered comrades, and the forest erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Regrettably, this futile resistance could not avert the arrival of death. The hidden sniper utilized the enemy and Apos' retreat into cover to silently reposition himself, and without exception, the bullets from the Soviet soldiers fell short. With 3 more soldiers down, the last 2 could no longer withstand the immense psychological pressure, discarding their weapons and, seizing the moment while their adversaries reloaded, they turned and fled into the woods. As gunfire rang out, one soldier collapsed into the snow, blood staining the back of his head. Within a mere 4 minutes, 11 Soviet soldiers lay lifeless on this cold, unfamiliar ground, while the sniper concealed in the shadows had not wasted a single bullet. Behind the fallen timber, Zhang Heng emptied his canvas backpack, picked up a branch, and attempted to signal his surrender to the enemy. However, just as he lifted the pack halfway, a bullet struck it. This was enough to illustrate the sniper's intent. It was evident that he had no intention of sparing any living creature within this forest. Zhang Heng speculated that the misunderstanding might stem from his Soviet uniform, but regrettably, the language barrier precluded any opportunity for explanation. The enemy and Apos' gunfire was not aimed at rescuing him. It was merely a strategic shot taken amidst the standoff with the group of Soviet soldiers, creating the optimal opportunity for a clean kill. This individual was a remarkably lucid and somewhat unnerving figure, as evidenced by his choice of targets. First eliminating the most significant threat, the machine gunner, then dispatching anyone attempting to retrieve a weapon, systematically suppressing the already intimidated Soviet reconnaissance team, and calmly reloading and changing his sniper and Apos' position to execute the next round of killings. Faced with the two completely demoralized deserters, he showed no inclination to relent. He targeted the fleeing Soviet soldier at the front before dealing with the one trailing slightly behind. Zhang Heng, appearing the least threatening, was naturally relegated to the last position on his list. This entire sequence not only showcased his exceptional marksmanship, but also reflected his composure and meticulous planning. Zhang Heng recognized that his predicament had not improved significantly. He remained teetering on the brink of death, albeit with the enemy now being Finnish partisans instead of the Soviet army. Based on the earlier confrontation, the latter clearly possessed superior capabilities, as evidenced by the scattered corpses that lay around him. Continuing to linger in this state would only worsen his situation, as the enemy and Oppo's familiarity with the forest far surpassed his own, leaving him vulnerable to flanking maneuvers. Thus, Zhang Heng resolved not to wait any longer. Gripping his wooden carving in one hand and drawing his revolver with the other, he silently invoked the image of a raven. The next moment, the raven, cloaked in darkness, slowly opened its eyes. As Zhang Heng locked gazes with it, his body jolted violently, and he felt as though his very soul were being drawn into an unfathomable black vortex. He plummeted through this whirlpool, yet curiously, his body grew lighter, until he transformed into a mere feather, landing softly upon the earth. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the white birch trees above and the snow accumulating on their branches. Although he had experienced this state before, entering it again felt peculiar. Behind the fallen timber, Zhang Heng and Oppo's physical form had entirely vanished, leaving only a faint shadow on the ground. In this state, he lost all physiological responses. He could not speak or hear any sounds, and his perspective was confined to a small patch of sky above. However, through previous experimentation, he had discovered a method to overcome this limitation. By simply finding a tree to imprint his shadow upon, he could observe his surroundings. While his speed was somewhat diminished in shadow form, he felt no fatigue and was unencumbered by obstacles, allowing for relatively swift movement. Within less than 50 seconds, he reached the location where the gunfire had last echoed, and after another 20 seconds, he located the sniper and Oppo's vantage point. This site was slightly elevated compared to the surrounding terrain, offering a broad view and two rocks for cover, with clear imprints of bodies pressed into the snow behind him. However, the elusive sniper had evidently abandoned this position and relocated elsewhere. Yet, with the tracks left in the snow, Zhang Heng had transformed from prey to hunter. Half a minute later, the shadow pressed against the white birch tree spotted a slowly moving object in the snow. Without careful scrutiny, it would be nearly impossible to detect its presence. It was a Finnish partisan clad in white camouflage, his face concealed by a white cloth mask, completely wrapped up, with only his eyes visible, seamlessly blending into the snowy landscape. One hand gripped his rifle while the other held a pair of skis. As Zhang Heng had surmised, he seemed intent on maneuvering around to conclude this encounter. Little did he realize that the target he sought to ambush now stood directly behind him. These elusive Finnish partisans had inflicted nightmarish experiences upon Soviet forces during the Winter War, relentlessly harassing fatigued Soviet soldiers day and night, relying on their exceptional camouflage and mobility. Yet this time, their proud advantage faced a formidable challenge. In shadow form, Zhang Heng could move in a straight line, emitting no sound. And with the nearby tree shadows providing cover, he crept up beside the masked sniper, who remained utterly unaware. Zhang Heng raised his revolver, aiming at the target's head. With mere seconds remaining before his shadow state would dissolve, he would regain his physical form, and pulling the trigger would resolve his immediate troubles. This marked Zhang Heng's first experience with taking a life, and though he hesitated momentarily, reason dictated that he had no alternative. Given the adversary's terrifying marksmanship and familiarity with the terrain, even a 3-minute head start would not guarantee his escape. Chapter 64. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 6. Zhang Heng and the masked sniper on the ground exhibited remarkable patience. In terms of skill, the latter was undoubtedly superior. Zhang Heng had read in historical texts that many Finnish guerrillas during the Winter War came from hunting backgrounds, having hunted in these very forests since childhood. When their targets shifted from ferocious beasts to Soviet soldiers, their performance remained exemplary. Unfortunately, this was not a fair game. When that dark crow appeared once more from the shadows, it signaled the end of it all. Zhang Heng placed his finger on the trigger, preparing for the final moment. But suddenly, the masked sniper executed an unexpected roll. Zhang Heng paused, momentarily thinking he had been discovered due to the silence. However, he soon witnessed bullets raining down upon the snow. The sniper and Oppo's reflexes were swift, He rolled away from the initial volley and immediately redirected his firearm, pulling the trigger. At that moment, a disadvantage of Zhang Heng's shadow state became apparent. The sunlight cast a diagonal beam from one direction, fixing the direction of his shadow. Although he could observe his surroundings by pressing against a tree, he could only see one side. Rotating his body would merely reveal the bark of another tree. Thus, he could only surmise from the current situation that the recent gunfire had attracted nearby Soviet soldiers, though he was unaware of their numbers or distance. To complicate matters further, his shadow state was nearing its limit, leaving him with less than 10 seconds. Zhang Heng had no choice but to prioritize his own safety over eliminating the masked sniper. He decisively vacated the birch tree, swiftly maneuvering around the sniper to take cover behind another fir tree, mere meters away from the latter. While he would have preferred to distance himself further, he understood that if the Soviets triumphed in their skirmish, he might have a chance to escape. Conversely, should the masked sniper prevail, his escape would be futile. Rather than being hunted like prey, Zhang Heng resolved to take a gamble, choosing a hiding spot alarmingly close to the masked sniper. This proximity could significantly diminish the sniper and Oppo's shooting advantage. Even a novice like Zhang Heng stood a fair chance of not missing. The sound of bullets striking the fir tree behind him sent splinters flying, indicating that this group was far more ferocious than the previous reconnaissance squad. Given the sniper and Oppo's prowess, Zhang Heng believed he would not neglect the machine gunner. The continued firing implied that a replacement had swiftly taken the place of a fallen Soviet gunner. Zhang Heng attempted to steady his breathing, remaining motionless behind the tree to avoid detection by either combatant. However, this finely tuned machine suddenly encountered a hitch. Zhang Heng realized the sniper had run out of ammunition. Having endured 2 intense battles in a short span, and likely having faced additional skirmishes before this, his supplies had finally dwindled. This revelation left Zhang Heng with mixed emotions. He certainly did not wish for such a formidable sniper to wander the woods, yet in his initial assumptions about the confrontation, he had considered 2 potential outcomes. Either the sniper would be shot by the Soviet soldiers, prompting Zhang Heng to flee in a desperate gamble, or the sniper would eliminate the Soviets, allowing Zhang Heng to strike unexpectedly. He had never contemplated the scenario of the sniper exhausting his ammunition, which meant the Soviet soldiers would gradually approach, and his chosen hiding place was perilously close to the sniper. During the skirmish, both sides were preoccupied. But once the fighting ceased, or the sniper prepared to retreat, he would be discovered. The Finnish guerrilla was now leaning against a rock, lost in thought. Likely realizing that his survival was improbable, he withdrew a small hunting knife from his waist, preparing for a final stand. Just then, a small stone rolled to his feet. He then saw a Soviet soldier emerge from behind the fir tree not far from him, momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the enemy to have crept up behind him. Instinctively, he reached for his rifle. However, the next moment, the soldier gestured for silence. Moments earlier, Zhang Heng recognized this could be an opportunity for him. After 4 days of trials, he had come to understand that surviving alone in this forest was impossible. Ultimately, he had no irreconcilable differences with the Soviets or the Finns. However, whether it was the young Soviet machine gunner he had encountered previously or the Finnish guerrilla before him, these individuals would never offer him a chance to clarify misunderstandings. Any discord would lead to drawn weapons, compounded by the fact that he spoke neither language. Yet now, with the opponent out of ammunition, Zhang Heng felt this was a chance to communicate. He pointed to the red star on his sleeve, then to himself, gesturing to indicate he was not affiliated with the Soviets. The masked sniper showed no reaction. Subsequently, Zhang Heng removed his Soviet uniform, revealing a black down jacket and jeans beneath, but the sniper's gaze ultimately settled on the revolver tucked into his pocket. Zhang Heng realized time was of the essence. He could hear the approaching footsteps of the Soviet soldiers, clearly more than one. He could not contend with them, so he had to take a risk. Holding his wooden carving with vigilance, he tossed the revolver to the masked sniper. This time, the sniper finally reacted, quickly picking up the weapon and pointing it at someone. But moments later, he shifted the gun away. 3 seconds later, the sound of a bell echoed across the snow, immediately drawing the fire of the Soviet soldiers. The masked sniper seized the opportunity to peek out. Pulling the trigger, the first shot was a blank. Even in taking risks, Zhang Heng aimed to minimize danger. Anticipating the possibility of the sniper firing at him upon acquiring the gun, he had preemptively adjusted the bullet positions, placing one of the empty casings in the chamber, ensuring he had one last chance to escape if the worst came to pass. The sniper hesitated for a moment but quickly fired his second shot, this time hitting the target squarely in the forehead. Chapter 65. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 7. Zhang Heng had done everything within his power. The ensuing battle was beyond his reach, leaving him to crouch behind a tree in quiet anticipation of the outcome. The entire confrontation unfolded more swiftly than he had envisioned. The masked sniper, once armed, moved with an ease akin to a fish in water, dispatching the remaining 3 Soviet soldiers in less than 40 seconds. As the gunfire ceased, Zhang Heng emerged from behind the tree. The masked sniper still clutched his revolver tightly. Though his demeanor had softened, at least he no longer aimed the weapon at anyone. As Zhang Heng approached, he noticed bloodstains on the sniper's clothing, a stark reminder that he had not entirely escaped the previous onslaught. A wave of concern washed over him. He had finally encountered someone in this forest who bore him little animosity and had hoped to persuade the sniper to guide him to safety behind the front lines. If the masked sniper succumbed to his injuries here, all of Zhang Heng and Apos' efforts would be in vain. Zhang Heng removed 2 boxes from his ammunition belt and tossed them to the sniper, who immediately began reloading his rifle. Afterward, clutching his abdomen, the sniper struggled to rise from the ground. Given that 2 consecutive battles had just transpired, the gunfire might attract more enemies, necessitating an expeditious departure. Zhang Heng selected a backpack to carry and picked up a rifle for self-defense, moving closer to the sniper in an attempt to assist him. However, for reasons unknown, the sniper recoiled when Zhang Heng and Apos' hand made contact, his shoulder quivering as he instinctively shrugged off the offered help. Zhang Heng frowned. Now was not the time for pride. He needed the sniper's guidance to navigate the forest and survive, yet without assistance, the sniper's injuries would likely prove fatal. The 2 men were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, their survival contingent on mutual cooperation. The masked sniper seemed to grasp this reality as well, and thus ceased to reject Zhang Heng and Apos' goodwill, allowing him to support one of his arms while indicating a direction. Together, they staggered toward that path. As they progressed, Zhang Heng encountered numerous corpses of Soviet soldiers and a burning armored vehicle. He also spotted several Finnish partisans clad in white camouflage. A testament to the loathing the Soviet troops harbored for these fighters, many bodies bore the marks of merciless gunfire, shattering Zhang Heng's fleeting hope of finding a new coat. Anyone observing this duo would undoubtedly find their pairing peculiar. A yellow-skinned man in Soviet garb aiding a Finnish partisan, a dissonance stark against the backdrop of the smoke-laden forest. Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings in silence. The stark reality of war was a jarring contrast to the effects portrayed in films. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the harshness of the Winter War, witnessing the unfolding scenes was still disconcerting. It was not merely the intense sensory shock that unsettled him, but a primal wariness towards humanity's nature revealed once the veil of civilization was torn away. Glancing at the masked sniper beside him, it was evident that he had acclimated to this grim reality, his expression unfazed amidst the inferno of human suffering, his eyes betraying no tumult. As they continued their journey, they encountered 2 small groups of Soviet soldiers, but thanks to their early detection, they managed to evade danger. They also came across a solitary Soviet soldier, whose comrades had likely fallen to the partisans. He was the only one to escape, utterly shattered in spirit, having abandoned his weapons and gear, and even barefoot. Without finding his unit, he would not survive long in this frigid wilderness, even without the partisans' intervention. Noticing the soldier fleeing in the distance, Zhang Heng initially disregarded him. However, the next moment, the sound of gunfire rang in his ears. The masked sniper had, at some point, released his grip on his wound and unslung his rifle. When the shot echoed, the barefooted Soviet soldier froze, ultimately collapsing beneath a Nordic red pine. Zhang Heng exchanged glances with the sniper, who regarded him intently, unblinking. Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words. Had he been in the sniper and Apos' position, he too would have pulled the trigger against the Japanese invaders during their aggression in China. Ultimately, for the Finnish partisans, their actions were a defense of their homeland, leaving Zhang Heng with no grounds for reproach. However, this commotion had drawn them perilously close to danger, with the potential for enemies to be attracted by the gunfire. This scenario was one Zhang Heng wished to avoid, yet lamenting the situation was futile. Furthermore, even if he wished to voice his grievances, the sniper would not comprehend his words. Rather than squander breath, he focused on what could still be done. His gaze fell upon the skis behind the masked sniper. 5 minutes later, he transferred their burdens onto the skis, securing them with ropes, and then crouched before the struggling sniper, who recognized Zhang Heng and Apos' intentions and, for once, complied. Resting his body against Zhang Heng's back. Rising with some surprise, Zhang Heng noted that the sniper's weight was significantly lighter than he had anticipated, likely around 100 pounds. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this. With this arrangement, their pace could finally quicken, albeit at the expense of Zhang Heng and Appo's own stamina, which would only last approximately 20 minutes. Fortunately, that duration was sufficient to escape the immediate danger. Chapter 66. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. 8. Zhang Heng remained perplexed about his current whereabouts, only aware that he was generally moving northwest. He paused several times along the way to catch his breath. The silver lining was that he had not encountered any significant Soviet forces, suggesting they had likely escaped the combat zone. Although he could not discern the expression on the face of the masked sniper, the anguish in his dull eyes spoke volumes. The bloodstains on his abdomen were expanding ominously. While lying on, Zhang Heng had facilitated movement. The jostling had been severe, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Only when he felt a semblance of safety did Zhang Heng allow him to be lowered. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Heng and Appo's mind as he surveyed their surroundings, which remained desolate and rugged. In his initial expectations, the masked sniper would guide him to the guerrilla camp, or at the very least, he should have been able to locate other companions. Given the severity of his injuries, prompt medical attention was crucial to avert life-threatening consequences. However, judging by the sniper and Appo's condition, it seemed unlikely he would last much longer. Should he perish on this journey, even if Zhang Heng eventually found the guerrilla camp, he would only meet a dire fate. Disregarding the risks, he gathered some firewood to ignite a fire, helping to maintain the sniper and Appo's body temperature, and boiled some snow for water, presenting it to him. After a moment of hesitation, the sniper finally removed the white cloth mask from his face. To Zhang Heng and Appo's astonishment, this skilled and fearless marksman was a blonde girl, likely just past her teenage years. Given her previously ruthless demeanor on the battlefield, it was difficult for Zhang Heng to reconcile that image with the youthful face before him. He recalled the Winter War, during which Finland, with a population of 3 million, faced the formidable Soviet Union. The country and Appo's mobilization rate surpassed even that of later powers like Germany and the Soviet Union. To expel the invaders from their homeland, they did everything within their means, exhausting their last bullets. They were indeed a band of true warriors. As Zhang Heng watched the young sniper sip the warm water, he roasted a couple of sausages over the fire. However, she shook her head in refusal. For a moment, both were at a loss for words. Zhang Heng felt conflicted. The sniper and Appo's injuries clearly rendered her immobile. Reality differed from the movies, where protagonists could extract bullets from their bodies after being shot. In the grim reality of war, no one would dare attempt such a feat. Infection posed one threat, while the severe hemorrhage from an open wound was equally perilous, particularly considering her considerable blood loss along the way. Zhang Heng had to reevaluate his predicament. Should he stay and risk attending to her, or should he press on alone? The language barrier complicated matters, limiting their communication to simple gestures. He was uncertain how far they were from the guerrilla stronghold, or even if they were moving in the right direction. He glanced at the young sniper, whose demeanor was calm. Yet Zhang Heng could not discern whether she had a plan to navigate this crisis or had resigned herself to fate. He hoped for the former, yet the latter seemed more likely. As night fell, Zhang Heng ultimately chose to remain. After dinner, he scavenged some dry branches to sustain the fire and emptied half of his backpack to fashion a makeshift pillow for the sniper. After completing these tasks, he began to familiarize himself with the rifle, attempting to load ammunition, chamber a round, and aim. Though he abhorred violence, he understood the necessity of learning to protect himself amidst the chaos of war. He realized that if he encountered Soviet troops, his amateur marksmanship would likely prove ineffective. Yet, this was not an excuse to abandon his efforts. The young sniper silently observed him from the other side. Sometimes, Zhang Heng thought she resembled a piece of wood, maintaining an eerie calm unaffected by emotion, regardless of the circumstances. In the darkness of night, only the campfire flickered with life. Zhang Heng touched her limbs, noting her dangerously low body temperature. Blood loss had drained much of her warmth, particularly the hemoglobin in her red blood cells, which typically carried energy and oxygen throughout the body. With a decreased red blood cell count, her oxygen supply was insufficient, leading to a drop in body temperature. No amount of clothing could remedy this. In a hospital, a blood transfusion could alleviate such a condition, but they were stranded in the wilderness with limited options. Zhang Heng had no choice but to remove his clothes to serve as a source of warmth, positioning their bodies as closely as possible and draping a coat over them for insulation. The sniper and Appo's expression was complex. But in this life-threatening moment, she offered no resistance. Zhang Heng felt no romantic inclinations. Both had gone days without bathing, and the scent of sweat and blood dulled any desires. Moreover, the girl was wrapped in a binding cloth. Their proximity now rivaled that of lovers, yet they remained strangers, unaware of each other and Apos' names. And even if they wished to ask, they were at a loss for words, resigned to silence. As time passed, the girl and Apos' condition worsened. Her breathing became labored, and her pulse quickened. Zhang Heng sensed that she might not survive the night. Just then, he heard another sound. Before nightfall, he had scattered dry branches in the snow, creating a makeshift alarm trap, and the sound he had just heard was the crack of a branch underfoot. Startled, Zhang Heng sprang from the ground and reached for his rifle, only to discover that someone had already crept up beside him. By the campfire stood a Finnish guerrilla fighter, crouching low and pointing a submachine gun coldly at him. Chapter 67. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line. 9. Upon discovering a Finnish guerrilla stronghold, Zhang Heng heard the system notification as he gazed at the small wooden cabins nestled within the dense forest. Yet, before he could scrutinize further, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his back. The armed Finnish guerrilla was none other than the individual he had previously encountered by the campfire, who had exhibited a compelling urge to pull the trigger at that moment. However, a shout from a nearby female sniper had dissuaded him from taking that drastic action. Nevertheless, the gun remained steadfastly aimed at Zhang Heng, and as a few more comrades arrived, an additional guard joined in watching over him. The others busied themselves gathering branches to fashion a makeshift stretcher upon which they lifted the injured female sniper. The Finnish guerrilla, brandishing a submachine gun, tossed a Soviet uniform onto the bare torso of Zhang Heng, having stripped him of his down jacket. Without protest, Zhang Heng donned the sheepskin military coat. It was evident to him that these Finnish fighters harbored doubts about his intentions. They refrained from executing him solely out of respect for the wounded sniper, whose condition appeared grave, leaving her fate uncertain. Fortunately, the guerrillas were attentive to their own, swiftly recognizing the sniper and Apos' urgent need for medical attention. They wasted no time and set off with her. Two Finnish fighters hastily entered a nearby cabin, carrying the stretcher, while Zhang Heng found himself confined in a separate wooden structure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that it resembled a woodshed, cluttered with neatly chopped firewood. The door closed behind him with a resounding thud, secured by a lock. The guerrillas had thoroughly searched him, confiscating not only his down jacket and the captured rifle, but also his backpack, mobile phone, and wallet. Through the gaps in the wooden walls, he glimpsed several Soviet guerrillas curiously passing around his Huawei phone, though these individuals from the 1930s seemed utterly perplexed by its operation. They fumbled for an extended period, unable to power it on, while one even attempted to strike it against a tree in curiosity. In contrast, his wallet had garnered considerable interest. Even the most humble trinkets from Yiwu would be regarded as treasures in this era. Zhang Heng's wallet, valued at several hundred yuan, was passed around eagerly, while the down jacket had found its way onto the broader shoulders of one of the armed men, who filled it out like a second skin. Strangely, no one paid any attention to the starfish watch adorning his wrist, which, by all accounts, should have been quite valuable. The guerrillas appeared completely oblivious to its presence. Observing the area, Zhang Heng realized that this encampment was substantial, likely repurposed from a former logging site, cleverly concealed within the dense mountains. He counted at least 7 guerrillas in his line of sight, and since it was nighttime, a period of heightened activity for the guerrillas, there were undoubtedly more hidden within the cabins. He recalled a documentary he had seen, in which Finnish fighters remarked on the complete collapse of morale among many Soviet troops who sat around campfires, numbly indifferent as comrades fell to bullets. Estimating the number of cabins, he surmised that the encampment housed around 40 to 50 individuals. To avoid any potential misunderstandings, Zhang Heng refrained from further observation, finding a corner to curl up in and close his eyes. He did not wait long. Approximately 20 minutes later, the wooden door swung open once more, admitting 2 guerrillas. This time, they refrained from pointing their weapons at him. Yet their demeanor conveyed a clear message. This was not an invitation, but rather an order. Zhang Heng, unwilling to provoke unnecessary conflict, complied and followed them into an adjacent room. Unlike the previous woodshed, this space resembled a living area, featuring a wooden bed, a table with chairs, and a fireplace. A man with a small mustache sat behind the square table, folding up a map as Zhang Heng entered, gesturing for him to take a seat. Zhang Heng settled into the chair opposite him, speculating that this man was likely the commander of the guerrilla unit. However, another figure stood by the window, smoking. her back to him. Zhang Heng could discern only that she was a woman, perhaps in her 30s or 40s. As soon as he took his seat, the mustached man spoke, but Zhang Heng could only shake his head, apologizing that he did not understand Finnish. He repeated this in Chinese, English, and Japanese, but regrettably, the mustached man appeared to comprehend none of it, his expression growing increasingly impatient. At that moment, the woman extinguished her cigarette and turned to face him, inquiring in English, "Are you a spy for the Soviets?" This marked the first instance during his time in this narrative where he encountered someone capable of communication, providing him with a modicum of relief. His greatest fear had been an inability to converse with the guerrillas, which would render his situation entirely precarious. After all, it was unlikely that Clement Voroshilov would be foolish enough to dispatch a Chinese individual who did not speak Finnish as a spy. Yet, one could never be too certain. In these times, there were those who could not distinguish between bread and bombs. The woman extinguished her cigarette and turned to him. There was a certain allure in her features, suggesting she had once been a beauty, and even now, she possessed an enduring charm that seemed to triumph over the passage of time. She chose not to linger on this notion, glancing at the mustached man, who smiled slightly and exited the cabin. "Aki is not a bad person," Zhang Heng remarked, "but these are extraordinary times, and he must be accountable for his men." "I can understand that," Zhang Heng replied. "No, you cannot," the woman countered, taking her seat. "My country is facing invasion, and I would give anything to protect it, even to descend into hell. Listen, child," she continued, extracting another cigarette from her pack, "I am British, volunteering here. Unlike those out there, I do not wish to witness any further atrocities. Therefore, you must tell me the truth, so I may find a way to assist you." Regrettably, the truth often lies hidden within the most absurd of answers. Although he had abruptly found himself amidst the battlefield in the grand scheme of this war, he was merely a complete outsider. Chapter 68. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. Upon the outbreak of war, she chose not to flee but to remain as a volunteer, the sole medical personnel within the guerrilla unit. The individual she referred to as the little mustached one, Aki, held the rank of second lieutenant, tasked with commanding the guerrilla fighters. After posing her inquiries, Maggie cast a sideways glance at Zhang Heng and languidly remarked, "I understand what you desire. Yet I am not in a position to make decisions. You should wait at your previous location. I shall relay everything I hear to Aki." However, Zhang Heng did not depart immediately. Instead, he inquired, "How is she doing?" This time, the wait felt considerably longer than before. When the sun rose, a guerrilla fighter brought him breakfast, which included a steaming bowl of venison soup, half a loaf of bread, and blueberry jam. This meal was far superior to the rations provided by the Soviet soldiers, illustrating the advantages of local warfare. Although the guerrillas hid in the mountains, they received a continuous supply from nearby villages, whose residents would even inform them of the movements of the Soviet troops. In recent days, Zhang Heng had been evading capture and had not enjoyed a proper meal for quite some time. Having done all he could, he recognized that worrying would yield no results. Thus, he devoured the food brought to him, and it was not until noon that Maggie reappeared before him. "Regrettably, we cannot escort you to the rear lines. The situation is currently tense, and we lack sufficient personnel for such an undertaking. You need only provide me with directions and some supplies." "I can make my way there on my own," Zhang Heng replied. Maggie smiled. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly comprehended the underlying reason for her refusal. This time, the physician was straightforward, stating, "Your identity and origins are highly suspicious. While we cannot pinpoint any flaws, most details remain unverifiable. More importantly, you are aware of the guerrilla base and Oppo's location, and we cannot simply allow you to leave." Zhang Heng fell silent. Aki was averse to complications. Although it might seem unfair to Zhang Heng, given the circumstances, the possibility of him being a Soviet spy could not be dismissed. Consequently, eliminating him would be the simplest solution. In a war where death was rampant, disposing of his body in a remote location would leave no trace of the perpetrator. Maggie paused, seemingly hoping to witness fear on someone's face, yet the response she received was disappointing. Zhang Heng understood that if he were truly facing the worst outcome, it would be guerrilla fighters at the door, not Maggie, the doctor and translator. "The good news is that the girl has been advocating for you," Maggie continued. "Since the day I met her, I have never seen her speak so much. With her guarantee, Aki is willing to give you a chance to prove whether you are a friend or foe of the Finnish people through your actions." "What does that mean?" "Congratulations. You are now a member of the guerrilla unit. That girl happens to need a partner, and once she recovers, you will act together," the doctor replied languidly. Zhang Heng was uncertain whether his situation had improved or worsened. The good news was that he now had a secure base for logistical support and a formidable partner. Having witnessed the marksmanship of the female sniper, he harbored no doubts regarding her capabilities. However, the bad news was that he was irrevocably drawn into this war, forced to transition from an observer to a participant. Considering the challenges ahead, the danger level was undoubtedly escalating. Previously, he had received no military training, a fact that the little mustached officer likely recognized. Yet, the officer still made such a request, hinting at ulterior motives. Zhang Heng chose not to elaborate further and simply asked Maggie, "I have never fired a gun. May I practice first?" "Of course, that is a reasonable request. Until the girl has fully recovered, you may do as you wish, as long as you do not leave the camp," the doctor replied. Somewhat surprised by Zhang Heng's calm demeanor, she found herself intrigued by this young man, who exhibited a maturity beyond his years, maintaining rationality amidst adversity and swiftly recognizing reality. "What weapons would you like to practice with? The M28 rifle? The Suomi M31 submachine gun? We do not have the M26. But there is the DP-28 light machine gun we captured from those Soviet fellows. If possible, I would like to try the rifle and the pistol first," Zhang Heng responded, considering self-preservation. While machine guns and submachine guns boasted considerable power, they also generated significant noise, making their wielders prime targets on the battlefield. He had no desire to attract attention. The number of enemies he killed held no significance for him, especially since the outcome of this war seemed already predetermined. That is indeed a sound suggestion. Skiing equipment is nearly standard for guerrilla fighters, allowing them high mobility and making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to encircle them. Chapter 69. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 11. Maggie guided Zhang Heng to meet the camp's logistics officer responsible for the distribution of weapons, an old hunter with a limp who also doubled as the cook. The breakfast Zhang Heng had enjoyed earlier was a product of his culinary skills. After exchanging a brief embrace with the officer, Maggie quickly explained their purpose and finish while offering half a pack of cigarettes. The officer glanced at Zhang Heng, hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly, accepting the cigarettes before retreating into a small room behind him. "Shortly, Odo would demonstrate how to use a rifle for you. He is a seasoned hunter with decades of experience, so feel free to ask any questions, and I will assist with translation." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Maggie did not seem like the type to meddle out of kindness. "It was that child who asked me," she replied candidly, shrugging her shoulders. "I owe it to her, as my steady supply of cigarettes is largely thanks to her, making it difficult to refuse her request. Consider it a debt repaid." The doctor paused, her gaze drifting to a certain someone, her expression turning somewhat suspicious. "I heard from Seppo and the others that when they found you, you were fortunately at that moment." Odo emerged from the building, tossing a rifle to Zhang Heng. He stepped aside quietly, watching as they brought a heavy machine gun into the room. Odo noted something in his little notebook. Once the excited guerrillas departed, he began to explain the usage of the sniper rifle to Zhang Heng, who listened intently. After all, Maggie, this human translator, could not be available every day, nor would she always be in such a good mood. The following day, the doctor took Zhang Heng to visit a guerrilla skilled in skiing, where she traded an entire pack of cigarettes for him to receive half a day of instruction. Having skied a few times in the county near his hometown, Zhang Heng possessed some foundational skills, which allowed him to perform better than the previous day. 2 days later, an impatient Maggie left him to his own devices. By then, Zhang Heng had completed his preliminary lessons and sought an isolated area nearby to practice on his own. Skiing was manageable. With time and technique, one could see progress. However, shooting posed a more significant challenge. While he grasped the theoretical aspects, practical experience and training were necessary for mastery. The cultivation of a good feel for the weapon could only be achieved through the repeated act of pulling the trigger. Yet, after numerous attempts, he found himself barely scratching the surface of proficiency, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. He needed to conserve a certain amount of ammunition for upcoming missions, aiming to retain at least 30 rounds, with a minimum of 20 remaining. Anything less would render him little more than a mere mascot. However, in reality, extracting even 10 extra rounds would not significantly alter his situation. Zhang Heng felt powerless. He could not leave the camp, and to acquire bullets, he would need to approach Odo for an exchange. Unfortunately, the valuables he possessed prior to arrival had already been pilfered by those Finnish guerrillas. He did not attempt to reclaim them, fully aware that asking would be futile. Once those items fell into their hands, retrieving them seemed unrealistic. Consequently, his initial foray into shooting practice was abruptly curtailed. What Zhang Heng did not anticipate was that on the morning of the 3rd day, Upon arriving at his usual practice spot, he discovered 3 magazines containing a total of 45 rounds of ammunition beneath a white birch tree. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon additional bullets. This unexpected find alleviated his immediate concerns. Gazing at the leather ammunition pouch in his hand, a contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. Figuring out the origin of these bullets was not a particularly challenging task, as there was only one person in the entire camp who consistently harbored goodwill towards him. Zhang Heng silently fired off the 45 rounds, and the next morning, he found 3 more boxes of ammunition beneath the same tree. Additionally, he discovered his phone, wallet, wooden carving, and lucky rabbit's foot nearby. Apart from his down jacket, virtually everything that had been taken from him was now here. This time, Zhang Heng refrained from practicing shooting and made his way to a small cabin. He knocked on the door, which was answered by the doctor, who appeared to have recently awakened. Yawning, she inquired, "What is it?" "Good morning, Miss Maggie. I came here to find someone." Zhang Heng knew the female sniper was residing with Maggie. After half a minute, Maggie moved aside, allowing Zhang Heng to enter. The girl lay in bed, facing away from the door, tightly wrapped in the covers, seemingly still asleep. The doctor wasted no time, approaching to pull back the covers, revealing the neatly dressed female sniper beneath. "Simon, you do realize you cannot hide from your partner forever, right?" Chapter 70. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 12. The female sniper could no longer feign sleep. She sat up in bed. After a few days of rest, her health had improved significantly, and color had returned to her cheeks, yet her gaze dared not meet that of another. Zhang Heng politely addressed Maggie on the other side. "Could I trouble you to assist me with another translation?" The latter extracted a cigarette from the table, placing it between her lips, and regarded the two with a knowing smile. "Go ahead." Zhang Heng turned his attention to Simon on the bed. "Thank you for vouching for me to join the guerrilla unit. I visited you before, but Dr. Maggie informed me that you needed to recuperate." The girl blinked. Although she endeavored to maintain a stern expression, there was an undeniable air of guilt about her. Thus, Zhang Heng refrained from mentioning the extra bullets and the phone that belonged to their rightful owner. Upon hearing his words, the girl was taken aback, her expression gradually darkening. At times, Zhang Heng could not help but question whether this was merely a game, as everything he had experienced felt overwhelmingly real, too real to regard those around him as mere data or simplistic NPCs. He was uncertain how this world would function in his absence, or what destinies awaited its inhabitants. Yet, he recognized the difficulty in deceiving the only girl in this camp who had shown him kindness. Ultimately, Zhang Heng resolved to be candid. It was not a rational choice, but he was willing to bear the risk. Simon appeared somewhat dazed, sitting vacantly on the bed. Maggie closed the door behind her and glanced at the person beside her. "I thought you were an intelligent individual. You shouldn't oppose to have uttered such cruel words to that child. However," the physician paused, "I find myself rather fond of you now. Do not be deceived by her marksmanship. She spent her childhood with her grandfather in the forest, living off hunting. Her disposition is quite innocent, as blank as a canvas. Archie and I once suspected your intentions in approaching her, but it seems I misjudged you." Exhaling a plume of smoke, the doctor continued, "In my lifetime, I have encountered many men, the vast majority of whom think with their lower halves. They never refuse a woman who approaches them, and the outcomes are invariably similar. Upon waking the next day, one finds oneself alone in the bedroom. But that is simply the nature of men, is it not? So, do you plan to acquiesce to my request and escort me to the rear lines?" Zhang Heng inquired. "I'm afraid that is impossible. What I previously conveyed was not a deception. In comparison to those Soviets, the guerrilla unit is severely understaffed. Since you pose no issues, you are a welcome addition." At that moment, the wooden door of the cabin swung open again, and the female sniper stood at the threshold, her head bowed, softly uttering something in Finnish. Maggie's expression shifted to one of surprise, and after a moment, she turned to Zhang Heng. "Simon says she has come to teach you shooting." Zhang Heng was taken aback. He did not anticipate that, following the earlier incident, the girl would still be willing to assist him. After a brief pause, he asked, "Is she physically fit for this? Are you doubting my abilities?" "It has been 5 days. As long as there is no strenuous activity, she is just fine." The doctor raised an eyebrow. Zhang Heng would certainly not decline. He understood the significance of a good teacher. Previously, Okto had only provided him with a general overview, and while practicing, he encountered numerous new challenges without anyone to consult. Unlike the 21st century, where one could easily search for information online or find instructional videos, Simon's prowess was beyond question. Zhang Heng had witnessed her single-handedly dispatch 2 Soviet reconnaissance squads with deadly precision, each shot striking true. It was hard to believe that someone of her age could achieve such mastery, and he was curious whether she possessed any special techniques. The girl was never one to dawdle. She was already dressed appropriately, armed with her rifle and ammunition. Upon seeing that he agreed, she promptly strode toward the small woods where Zhang Heng usually trained. Maggie, exasperated, remarked, "Ladies, you must grant me some reprieve. I have yet to have breakfast." Zhang Heng was unaware of the extent of Simon and Appo's accumulated credit with the limping old hunter. Every time she collected ammunition, he willingly handed it over. Eventually, as she began to take an excessive amount, nearly depleting his stock, Okto had no choice but to hide from her. However, the camp was small, and he still had to cook. He was invariably caught each time, eventually compelled to raise the purchase price for rifle ammunition, making it the most sought-after spoils among the guerrilla fighters on missions. Zhang Heng had no idea how many rounds he had fired that week. It was the first time he experienced the thrill of unlimited ammunition. In the next moment, an iron cup flew from the wooden post. A new system prompt echoed in Zhang Heng and Appo's ear. New skill acquired, shooting LV0. This was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever learned a skill, accomplishing it in just 1 week. Yet, Simon appeared somewhat dissatisfied. She drew her rifle, smoothly chambered a round, assumed a shooting stance, and pulled the trigger, all within 2 seconds, easily piercing a matchbox 120 meters away. Zhang Heng remained silent. The disparity between individuals was stark. Without a scope at such a distance, relying solely on iron sights made it difficult for him to even discern the target, leaving him perplexed as to how Simon managed it. Moreover, her speed in drawing and firing was astonishing. He understood well how crucial rapid firing could be in a real combat scenario. Especially during a sniper duel, mere milliseconds could determine life from death. Against Simon, he would likely struggle to even raise his weapon. Chapter 71. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. Aside from concentrating primarily on honing her shooting skills, Zhang Heng did not neglect her skiing practice. However, the latter proved to be less fruitful. While Simon possessed commendable skiing abilities, they paled in comparison to her marksmanship. Moreover, her injuries had yet to heal properly, restricting her from engaging in strenuous activities, which meant that she could only sit quietly on the sidelines, watching Zhang Heng practice alone. Maggie initially stayed for 2 days, but soon could no longer endure the tedium of translation work and vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the interactions between Zhang Heng and Simon were largely confined to their studies. Despite the language barrier, they managed to communicate through gestures, though they often maintained a comfortable silence. As Zhang Heng practiced his shooting, Simon observed attentively. Snowflakes drifted down from the treetops, landing on her nose and prompting an involuntary sneeze. Additionally, Zhang Heng discovered that Simon had begun to learn English, seeking Maggie as her instructor. The first phrase she attempted was, "Can you kiss me?" Upon hearing this while brushing his teeth one morning, Zhang Heng nearly choked on his mouthwash, only to later realize that Simon merely meant to say good morning. A playful trick devised by Maggie. Zhang Heng had previously entertained thoughts of learning Finnish, recognizing that the ability to communicate freely with others was undoubtedly advantageous. However, Finnish, with its limited consonants, lengthy words, abundant vowels, and intricate grammar, ranked among the most challenging languages to master. Unlike his previous experience, he needed to swiftly elevate his shooting and skiing skills, leaving little time for language acquisition. While systematic learning was unlikely, he resolved to focus on essential phrases, particularly tactical terms like fire, ceasefire, retreat, and cover, along with frequently used vocabulary from daily life. He did not aspire to construct complete sentences. Rather, as long as he could convey his thoughts and be understood, the learning process became significantly less daunting. Consequently, Maggie found herself the busiest individual in the camp, tasked with teaching Simon English while simultaneously instructing Zhang Heng in Finnish. This was undoubtedly facilitated by Simon and Appo's unreserved guidance. Zhang Heng, unaware if it was due to his prior archery training, discovered a natural aptitude for aiming. Regrettably, his desire to remain in the camp until he had mastered shooting and skiing to level 1 before venturing out was destined to be thwarted. On the 13th day of his arrival at the guerrilla camp, the anticipated event unfolded. That day, the guerrillas received word from nearby villagers that a Soviet unit was marching rapidly nearby. Captain Little Mustache summoned all the guerrilla fighters, eager to engage the Soviet force. A sentiment that met with unanimous agreement, and Simon even submitted a request for action. Zhang Heng did not attend the military briefing. Yet he could sense the palpable excitement among the guerrillas around him. They busily polished their weapons, checked their backpacks, and huddled together in discussion. The atmosphere in the camp had markedly shifted, with lunch being significantly more sumptuous than usual. Using the rudimentary English she had just learned from Maggie, Simon informed someone that they had a mission. After lunch, the two of them went to Ohido to collect ammunition and 4 days' worth of rations. Additionally, Zhang Heng received a camouflage uniform, sparing him from wearing the conspicuous khaki Soviet military garb. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no anxiety at all. After all, he was about to step onto the battlefield. Unlike the Finnish guerrillas, Zhang Heng bore no personal grievances against the Soviet soldiers. There were no conflicting interests between them, yet they were soon to confront one another in combat. Perhaps this was the brutal reality of war. Every individual swept up in the torrent of history was powerless to resist. Zhang Heng packed personal hygiene items and a roll of bandages into his backpack, separating them from the jerky and dried vegetables. Simon, still somewhat concerned about his mental state, covertly observed him while he organized his belongings. However, seeing him maintain his usual demeanor during training gradually eased her worries. Zhang Heng was acutely aware that this was not a cozy study or a sun-drenched library where one could engage in quiet introspection. Once on the battlefield, aside from rare exceptions like Desmond Doss, the overwhelming majority of individuals faced a binary choice: to kill or be killed. It was devoid of moral considerations, solely a matter of survival. With his skis and M28 slung over his shoulder, Zhang Heng found Simon waiting for him outside the door. Upon seeing her, he hesitated momentarily before receiving a brief, awkward embrace lasting less than a second. She nervously declared, "Don and Oppos, T worry, I will protect you." This sentiment felt peculiar. It was the first time in his life a girl had said such words to him, and strangely, he found it difficult to counter. Eventually, he could only nod and reply, "I feel the same." The two did not set off with the other guerrilla fighters, as Simon was accustomed to operating alone. During her childhood, she had hunted in the mountains by herself and had not formed teams after joining the guerrillas. This time, she had made an exceptional decision to partner with Zhang Heng solely to ensure his safety. However, her social skills remained lacking, and she trudged ahead in silence, maintaining a distance of about a meter between them. As night fell, Zhang Heng called out to Simon to prepare dinner. After a year and a half on the deserted island, his culinary skills had improved, particularly in handling simple ingredients, which often yielded unexpectedly pleasing results. Thus, he took the initiative to start a fire and assumed the role of chef. Upon seeing the campfire, Simon stood still for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, her face flushing. Initially, she remained quietly in place, but soon became restless, signaling Zhang Heng to patrol the surrounding area. This was not a particularly valid excuse. They had just left the base and were still quite distant from the Soviet forces. Apart from the deer bounding through the depths of the forest, there were likely no other creatures within a radius of several dozen miles. Yet perhaps it was precisely because of this emptiness that Simon felt increasingly awkward. Chapter 72. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 14. The night passed without incident. By noon the following day, Simon discovered traces left by the Soviet troops in the snow, suggesting they had passed through the area approximately a day prior. The estimated number of soldiers ranged between 100 to 200. And the presence of wagon tracks indicated they were likely equipped with heavy machine guns. The two of them spent the afternoon traversing the snowy landscape on skis, finally nearing their target just before sunset. The Soviet unit was advancing at a sluggish pace. Trudging through half a meter of snow proved challenging for both men and horses alike, with soldiers occasionally having to assist the wagons. The poor weather and the continuous reports of casualties from the front had severely dampened the troops' morale. They had long surpassed the originally designated 16-day combat period. If Zhang Heng recalled correctly, numerous Soviet units had already been systematically annihilated by guerrilla fighters, yet their own achievements were meager at best. Each unit dispatched to the front was fraught with trepidation. The morale of multinational forces typically lagged behind that of local troops. Although the Soviets had attempted some degree of propaganda mobilization before the conflict, the results were only moderately successful. This was particularly true following the recent purges, which had seen experienced mid-level officers either executed or exiled to Siberia. The young officers hastily promoted were often fresh graduates from military academies, exemplary in loyalty but rigidly adhering to orders. Proficient in straightforward combat but lacking the acumen to soothe their subordinates in dire situations. Simon glanced through the binoculars before handing them to Zhang Heng. The troops visible through the lenses were a typical Soviet infantry company, numbering around 150, comprising 3 infantry platoons and a machine gun platoon, armed with 12 light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns, alongside several launchers resembling shovels. Most soldiers were still equipped with the M1891 Mosin-Nagant, a weapon known for its reliability and stability. In terms of firepower, this unit was formidable, particularly with the 2 Maxim heavy machine guns mounted on the wagon, capable of a theoretical firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, sufficient to bring down aircraft from the sky. Concerned that the reflection from the binocular lenses would betray their position, Zhang Heng dared not linger and intended to withdraw until nightfall. However, Simon had already begun to gather the snow around her, signaling him to retreat. Having trained with Simon for a week, Zhang Heng believed he had a good understanding of her marksmanship. Yet the moment he grasped her intention, even his usual composure faltered. The distance to the Soviet troops was already beyond 700 meters. At this range, using a scope, the target would appear larger than the crosshairs. The average human visual recognition range is 500 meters, rendering 700 meters an extraordinary challenge for a sniper. Nonetheless, the cardinal rule on the battlefield is to trust one's companion. Though momentarily taken aback, Zhang Heng nodded and quietly retreated a mile away with their skis and backpacks. No sooner had he settled down than the sound of gunfire erupted, followed by chaos among the distant Soviet troops. While he could not discern the specifics of the situation, he could surmise the soldiers' and oppos reactions. They would likely drop to the ground, blindly returning fire while attempting to locate the sniper, but tragically, no one would guess that the bullet had originated from over 700 meters away. This method of combat inflicted a profound blow to morale. Despite Simon being armed with only a rifle and facing overwhelming firepower, the inability to identify the enemy and oppos' position left their side in a state of despair. Panic began to spread through the ranks. It was not until 5 minutes later that the gunfire gradually ceased, yet many Soviet soldiers remained tense, nervously scanning their surroundings, with some accidentally injuring their comrades due to heightened anxiety. Simon appeared largely unchanged, albeit breathing slightly more rapidly. She spat out the snowmelt she had been holding in her mouth and gestured a number 12 to Zhang Heng. The girl had expended 2 magazines, 30 rounds, with an accuracy rate of just over 1/3. This achievement was remarkable, especially given the range she had engaged. Her primary target was the most significant threat, the machine gun platoon, decimating over half of its 14 men, in addition to hitting an officer and several grenadiers. Thus, Zhang Heng's inaugural skirmish as a guerrilla fighter concluded, having fired no shots himself, merely a spectator to his partner's lethal efficiency. In contrast, Simon seemed unfazed, as if the act of calmly dispatching foes in the face of overwhelming odds was merely an inconsequential task. With approximately half an hour remaining until nightfall, the girl had no intention of wasting time. She switched positions with Zhang Heng and repeated her earlier actions. The Soviet forces were virtually helpless against this strategy. Despite their numerical superiority, a large-scale search among the trees was futile, merely providing the enemy with opportunities to strike individually. Furthermore, the disarray of their formation hindered the effective deployment of heavy weaponry, and clustering together now merely invited disaster. This dilemma was a persistent conundrum for all Soviet commanders during the Winter War. Only snipers could effectively counter snipers. Regrettably, the Soviets had yet to recognize the significance of snipers, only realizing their vital importance later in the war after suffering hundreds of thousands of casualties. This harsh lesson led to a concerted effort to enhance sniper training, ultimately transforming the subsequent Great Patriotic War into a stage for Soviet snipers, who would engage in fierce battles amidst the remnants of cities. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 73. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. The 2 assaults before sunset had genuinely unsettled the Soviet unit. However, this was merely the prelude to a more harrowing ordeal. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the true nightmare commenced. The nighttime visibility plummeted, rendering the guerrilla fighters concealed within the forest even more elusive, while simultaneously diminishing the Soviet forces and oppos' firepower advantage. After a day of relentless marching, the majority of Soviet soldiers were famished. Ordinarily, they would have begun to kindle fires for cooking at this hour, yet the presence of an elusive specter of death nearby, coupled with the bodies of fallen comrades still warm, instilled a paralyzing fear that deterred anyone from igniting a flame. At this juncture, the commander's inexperience became glaringly apparent. He was utterly at a loss as to whether to hold their position and await rescue or attempt a desperate escape. Just then, additional Finnish guerrillas began to arrive. and soon a fresh wave of attackers launched an onslaught against this unfortunate detachment. Armed with submachine guns, the Finnish fighters glided effortlessly on their skis through the forest, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the demoralized Soviet soldiers. Their numbers were modest, around 20, yet their audacity was remarkable. They emerged abruptly, opening fire with fervor, catching the Soviets off guard. Compounding their misfortune, 2 machine gun squads on the Soviet side had already been neutralized by Simon, leaving a few disoriented Soviet soldiers scrambling to respond. By the time they redirected their aim, the guerrillas had expended their ammunition and swiftly retreated into the depths of the woods. The Soviet counterattack arrived belatedly, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the last 2 guerrilla fighters, one struck by a stray bullet to the head, tumbling from his skis, while the other suffered a shoulder wound yet managed to escape. Meanwhile, Simon had positioned her rifle, taking advantage of the chaos to reap a harvest of her own. By the time the guerrilla charge concluded, she had added 8 kills to her tally, further plummeting the morale of the Soviet unit, which was teetering on the brink of collapse. In a mere 3 minutes, over 20 Soviet soldiers had perished, in addition to approximately 30 sustaining injuries, 7 of whom were rendered incapable of further combat. Their survival until dawn remained uncertain. The remaining soldiers, after tending to their wounds, could still fight. Yet the anguished cries of their fallen comrades echoed in their ears, deepening their sense of dread. Having just endured a wave of assaults, the enemy was on high alert. And to prevent needless casualties, the guerrillas refrained from launching another immediate attack. They lay in wait within the forest, akin to patient predators, methodically feasting upon their prey. Despite the Soviets maintaining numerical and armament superiority, to the guerrillas clad in white camouflage, this unit appeared as floundering fish upon a cutting board. The proximity to the Arctic Circle meant that the prolonged darkness would afford the guerrillas ample time to hunt, allowing them to easily consume prey many times their size. Zhang Heng and Simon retreated to a secure location, even finding the leisure to enjoy a meal. However, due to the inability to light a fire, the food's flavor was significantly diminished. After a brief interval, a robust figure on skis carved a graceful arc through the trees, stirring a flurry of snowflakes before coming to a halt before the duo. He had likely followed the contact markers left by Simon to arrive here. Zhang Heng speculated that Veller had come to discuss the timing for the next assault with Simon. However, he first showcased his skiing prowess and then brandished his submachine gun at Zhang Heng with a provocative gaze. Before Zhang Heng could respond, Simon stood up, gripping her M28, positioning herself protectively like a small lioness before someone in need. Veller and Apos' expression soured, and he hastily muttered a few words before skiing away. Zhang Heng felt an odd sensation. He realized that the longer he spent with Simon, the stronger the sense that something was amiss grew. In truth, Veller, with his simple-mindedness and athletic build, was not too difficult to manage. He was akin to the crafty Chen Qing, merely a juvenile in terms of emotional maturity. Zhang Heng later discovered that Veller was indeed married with 2 children, and his feelings for Simon were more akin to admiration and reverence. The sight of his idol associating with a dubious character left him feeling discontented. The correct course of action was to do nothing, with time. He would silently accept this reality, as Simon's confrontational approach would only provoke Veller's rebellious tendencies. Yet, Simon's intentions were pure. Zhang Heng could hardly blame her, especially given her previous life in the mountains with her grandfather, where her expressions of affection and disdain were far more direct than Veller and Apos'. In contrast, the presence of Dr. Maggie posed a more perplexing challenge for Zhang Heng. He remained utterly bewildered by her thoughts. She was akin to a masterful actress, sometimes her own performance so convincing that even she seemed to believe it. Thus, Zhang Heng maintained a sense of wariness around her. 40 minutes later, the guerrillas launched their 3rd wave of assault. The Finns executed a clever ruse this time, opting not to directly storm the Soviet position. Instead, 2 snipers initiated the attack, drawing the majority of the enemy and Apos' fire, while the guerrillas surged forth from another flank, catching the Soviets completely off guard. Simon continued to perform admirably, focusing her efforts on the opposing machine gunners. Even Zhang Heng managed to fire a few rounds, though amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he could not discern where his bullets had landed until he heard the system notification chime. Successfully killed an enemy soldier, gained 5 game points. Further details available on the character panel. Only then did Zhang Heng realize he had indeed struck a target, though whether it was the one he had aimed at remained a mystery known only to fate. Chapter 74. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line, 16. After suffering the loss of over 20 men and the death of their commander, the morale of the Soviet troops crumbled prematurely. Some laid down their arms and knelt in surrender, while others turned to flee. The guerrilla fighters left a few individuals to guard the surrendering soldiers while the rest dispersed into the woods, relentlessly pursuing and shooting those attempting to escape. Zhang Heng, though indifferent to such matters, recognized that his first battle served as his initiation, and his treatment of these Soviet soldiers would influence the guerrilla fighters and Oppo's perception of him. Thus, he followed behind, firing cold shots primarily to assist in eliminating those who still resisted, simultaneously honing his marksmanship in the heat of battle. Half an hour later, the fighting had completely ceased. Aside from 7 Soviet soldiers who vanished into the deep mountains, the remaining individuals were either captured or killed, marking the total annihilation of this Soviet unit. The guerrilla fighters, by contrast, suffered minimal casualties: 2 dead, 1 severely wounded, and 4 lightly injured. As the gunfire subsided, Weiler began leading the troops to inspect the battlefield and tally their spoils. Several guerrilla fighters excitedly rummaged through the bodies, clearly accustomed to such grim realities, while the captured Soviet soldiers exhibited signs of unease, uncertain of their impending fate. The Geneva Conventions outline clear regulations regarding the treatment of prisoners of war. However, the Soviet Union had not adhered to them during World War II. Even had they joined, it would have been of little consequence. Zhang Heng had never witnessed prisoners in the guerrilla camp. The limited resources of the guerrilla fighters could hardly sustain captives, nor could they divert personnel to escort these individuals to the rear during intense combat. In this instance, nearly 40 prisoners had been taken, necessitating at least 4 or 5 guerrilla fighters to escort them, while also managing the wounded. Considering the risks of encountering other Soviet forces and the potential for prisoners to resist or flee, such an endeavor was clearly impractical. In fact, some guerrilla fighters had already brought over 2 carts equipped with Maxim machine guns. Faced with the dark muzzles of the weapons, the crouching Soviet soldiers became alarmed. However, their weapons had been confiscated, and any thoughts of resistance were now futile. Zhang Heng chose not to linger, refraining from touching the scattered firearms or the valuables, such as watches, on the captives. Instead, he quietly filled his backpack with rifle ammunition and departed with Simon. As they walked a few paces away, the sound of machine gun fire erupted behind them, intermingled with the anguished cries of Soviet soldiers, though it did not last long, and the forest soon returned to silence. Perhaps due to the previous encounters with Simon during 2 battles, Zhang Heng was not unfamiliar with such gruesome scenes. His composure surprised many. While his first battle was not remarkable, he certainly did not hinder the guerrilla fighters and Oppo's efforts, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout without committing any significant errors. The camp and Oppo's morale soared. Weiler and several young fighters were engaged in a bare-chested arm wrestling contest in the frigid weather, while others gathered around, drinking and cheering, placing bets on the outcome. Zhang Heng pushed open the door to his wooden hut, discovering a newly constructed bed inside, along with some basic supplies beside it. Not joining them, Margie appeared at the door, like a ghost, leaning against the wooden frame, lighting a cigarette. She had just finished suturing a wounded soldier's injury, bloodstains still evident on her sleeves, gesturing towards the lively guerrilla fighters outside. Not really, Zhang Heng politely declined. Is it because you believe their days are numbered, that they will eventually perish in the flames of war? Why worry? Isn't that the prevailing sentiment across Europe at present? Margie flicked the ash from her cigarette. Please. It's obvious to anyone not a fool who the ultimate victor of this war will be, but that's a matter for the future. Since we are caught in this turmoil, the most important thing is to seize the moment and find joy in it. Zhang Heng remained noncommittal. Perhaps because he was the only one privy to the outcome, he struggled to find joy in this victory. Ultimately, his goals diverged from those of the Finnish fighters. He cared little for the war's outcome and focused solely on surviving within this harsh environment. By the way, Aki asked me to tell you that you did well. Margie pointed to the supplies by the bed. The guerrilla fighters have always treated their own kindly. Since you've joined us, we want to let you suffer. I initially intended for you to share accommodations with the others, but it seems you prefer solitude. This place is perfectly fine. I have no need to change. Living with the guerrilla fighters held little appeal. Communication barriers rendered interaction futile. It was far more peaceful to be alone, especially since Zhang Heng was accustomed to rising early to practice shooting and running, which would only disturb others. Margie nodded, offering a final encouraging remark before slipping away. For a sniper, distance often equated to safety. Chapter 75. Welcome to the Mannerheim line, 17. Zhang Heng had been lying in the vast expanse of the snowfield for half an hour, cradling his M28 with the stock pressed against his right shoulder. His fingers were reddened and slightly swollen from the cold, and despite his usual composure, he couldn't help but question whether he would be able to complete today's training. This marked the 79th day since his arrival in this world, well past his mission deadline. However, the additional 24 hours had extended his stay in this icy wasteland to 140 days. Time had barely passed the halfway mark. Yet the good news was that the end of this war was drawing near. At this juncture, Finland had effectively bewildered the Soviet Union, particularly in the principal confrontation at the Karelian Isthmus. The Soviet forces had consistently failed to breach the Mannerheim line, which the Finns had meticulously fortified over the years. They remained perplexed by the true state of the Finnish defenses and, after suffering heavy losses, had only managed to seize a mere 2,060 kilometers of the Finnish troops and Oppo's strategic depth. However, by January, the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. The Soviets established the Northwestern Front at the Karelian Isthmus, appointing Timoshenko as commander, who also took on the role of frontline commander. He mobilized 2 army groups, comprising 21 infantry divisions and 6 tank brigades, to launch a vigorous assault on the Mannerheim line. Meanwhile, the Finnish forces faced shortages in manpower and heavy weaponry, with ammunition depleting at an alarming rate. This was indeed the most perilous round of the game he had ever experienced. The battlefield was rife with uncontrollable factors, even with all the correct choices. One could still fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, the immense pressure had unleashed an unprecedented potential within him. Zhang Heng and Oppo's skiing and shooting skills had seen remarkable improvement, particularly the latter, which had ascended to level 1 in less than a month. At this rate, he might reach level 2 within another month. His sniping accuracy had now extended to 200 meters, where he could ensure an accuracy rate exceeding 80%. Yet, his most significant advancement lay not in range. Simon had been diligently assisting Zhang Heng in enhancing his overall sniping prowess and battlefield intuition, which accounted for his increasingly impressive performance. The two were currently engaged in observation training, with Simon having captured 5 snow weasels using traps. These slender, mouse-like creatures were marked by Simon before being released, and Zhang Heng needed to eliminate 3 of them to complete the training. These small animals, clad in pure white fur, were exceedingly difficult to discern against the snowy backdrop, and they were quite skittish. After half an hour, Zhang Heng had only managed to locate and shoot 1, while the remaining 4 seemed to have vanished entirely, leading him to suspect they had already escaped the area. Another 10 minutes passed, and Zhang Heng finally spotted a small head peeking out from a snowbank. However, the distance between them was rather great, and he was unwilling to wait any longer, fearing the creature might disappear once more. He squeezed the trigger, yet his stiff fingers evidently compromised his shooting accuracy. The shot missed its mark, and the startled snow weasel quickly burrowed into the snowbank, vanishing from view. Zhang Heng shook his head and put away his rifle, conceding defeat in this training exercise. He glanced over to see Simon lost in thought by the campfire. In the past week, the guerrillas had also taken a break, as battles in other regions had largely ceased. All that remained was the outcome of the Karelian Isthmus, or more precisely, whether Finland could endure until international assistance arrived. Britain and France had promised to send expeditionary forces to fight in Finland. However, Sweden and Norway had outright rejected the Allies' and Oppo's request for passage. Meanwhile, Germany had made it clear that it had no intention of participating in the Soviet-Finnish War or mediating the conflict. Within Finland, sentiments were growing pessimistic regarding the timely arrival of reinforcements and their ability to withstand a Soviet onslaught. Simultaneously, the Foreign Ministry had been negotiating with the Soviet Union in search of a potential ceasefire, but the harsh conditions proposed by the Soviets were hard to accept. Now that February had arrived, the passage of time, coupled with the warming weather, would only render the situation more unfavorable. Zhang Heng could easily dismiss these concerns, as he did not belong to either side of the war. However, for Simon, the imminent defeat of her country and the looming threat of national extinction must have stirred a different sentiment within her heart. Thus, he sought alternative ways to uplift her spirits. A precise counterattack from a top sniper struck Zhang Heng's chest, but at that moment, Zhang Heng unleashed a double shot. Simon dodged the first bullet but was struck by the second in the neck, causing snow to cascade into her collar, prompting an involuntary shiver. Yet, this ignited her competitive spirit. Snowballs flew through the air, spinning and twirling as they exchanged blows, allowing Simon to momentarily forget the wounds and pain inflicted by war. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is something amiss?" The situation at the Karelian Isthmus had turned dire. The Soviet forces had breached the first line of defense. Rumors suggested that those in command were preparing to concede to Soviet demands, signaling that the war might soon come to an end. "Aki wished to speak with you. I wonder if you have the time." Chapter 76. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. Zhang Heng dressed himself and followed the female doctor to the quarters of Lieutenant Little Mustache, who was presently engaged in slicing a cigar with a small knife. Upon noticing someone enter, he grinned widely and exclaimed, "Welcome, friend of the Finnish people. A fighter for freedom. My comrade of yellow skin." Zhang Heng took a seat across from him. His interactions with the guerrilla commander had been scant over the past 2 months. The last time he had sat here was shortly after his arrival at the camp, when the commander had spoken only a few words before departing, leaving the female doctor to converse with him. This time, for reasons unknown, he had specifically summoned Zhang Heng. Lieutenant Little Mustache set aside the sliced cigar and retrieved a half-consumed bottle of vodka from beneath the table, a trophy from an earlier guerrilla raid on a Soviet supply convoy. The doctor produced 3 glasses, filling them in turn. The lieutenant raised one glass and said, "I have long wished to express my gratitude for all you have done these past 2 months. You fought alongside us during our most trying times, helping us defend our homeland. Regrettably, you are not a true Finnish soldier. Otherwise, your contributions would have earned you considerable merit." Zhang Heng downed the vodka in silence, patiently awaiting the lieutenant's next words. Soon enough, the lieutenant continued, "You must be aware that the war is nearing its conclusion. Once peace is achieved, what are your plans?" Zhang Heng estimated that he had around a month left until the cessation of hostilities. Thus far, he had accumulated 23 points, having achieved various feats, discovering guerrilla strongholds, eliminating an enemy soldier, destroying a tank with a Molotov cocktail, and even acquiring a peculiar achievement for retrieving 10 bullet casings. He had long since completed the primary mission of surviving 20 days within Finnish territory. In theory, he need not remain here any longer. If circumstances permitted, he would relish the opportunity to visit the United Kingdom or the United States, particularly the latter, which had remained relatively unscathed during World War II, primarily engaging in overseas combat. Of course, this would depend on the guerrillas and Oppo's willingness to release him, and with the war drawing to a close, they seemed to have little reason to keep him against his will. The lieutenant exchanged a glance with the female doctor before setting down his glass and placing the cigar between his lips. "We have fought side by side, so I shall speak plainly. We will always choose to trust you and consider you one of our own. However, it is regrettable that some do not share this sentiment." "What do you mean?" Zhang Heng inquired. "You were seen by the soldier responsible for transporting ammunition for the guerrillas during your last visit to the camp," the lieutenant said, lighting his cigar and carefully choosing his words. "Some are concerned that you know too much and might speak indiscreetly upon leaving." "Such as?" Zhang Heng pressed. "For instance, the methods employed by the guerrillas in dealing with prisoners of war," the female doctor interjected, taking a puff from the cigar the lieutenant had offered her. "We have merely done what was necessary under these circumstances. However, if such actions were to become public knowledge, it could lead to unfavorable international scrutiny, especially now, considering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is negotiating with the Soviets. This is a particularly sensitive time." Suddenly, the lieutenant drew a handgun from his pocket and pointed it at Zhang Heng, causing the atmosphere in the room to grow tense. Yet, after a brief moment, he placed the weapon back on the table. "The good news is that we know exactly what kind of person you are. Personally, I trust that you will not speak carelessly. Therefore, what we need to do is simple. We must find a way for those who distrust you to see you in the same light that we do." "What else do you want me to do?" "Assassinate Timofey?" Zhang Heng replied, though inwardly he was far from calm. He realized he had indeed made a grave mistake. This was not merely a game played on a computer. Upon choosing a side, one became part of that faction. His skin color and unverifiable past ensured he would never be truly trusted by either party. He had been acutely aware of this from the outset. The guerrillas were simply utilizing him against the Soviets. At that time, he had needed to align with a faction to endure the harsh realities of war, thus forming a relationship of mutual benefit. However, as the situation evolved, so too did his relationship with the guerrillas, shifting from one of necessity to one of potential liability. He had not been entirely oblivious, but due to their relatively pleasant interactions, he had believed his contributions would suffice to secure his freedom once the war concluded. Yet, it now seemed that this hope was but a figment of his imagination. Lieutenant Little Mustache smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, we are reasonable individuals and will not send you to your demise without cause. In fact, What I require of you is quite straightforward, something you can accomplish with ease. Once this task is completed, our grievances will be resolved, and you shall be free to go wherever you desire." The female doctor exhaled a puff of smoke, her expression momentarily revealing a hint of complexity. For the first time, Zhang Heng noticed a flicker of hesitation on her face. After a brief pause, she resumed speaking. "Did you know that the boy was not originally named Simon?" Zhang Heng frowned, uncertain why Maggie had suddenly shifted the conversation to Simon. Yet, the doctor continued unabated. "This country has reached a perilous juncture, more than at any other time, necessitating a hero to unite everyone. They can wait in silence for such a hero to emerge. Or, there exists a more reliable method, to create a hero themselves." Maggie and Appo's expression was peculiar, a blend of mockery and respect. "The real Simon resides in a town called Rajarvi. No one cares where that place is, just as no one cares what he does there. He is a farmer, occasionally venturing into the mountains to hunt. He is so unremarkable that no one pays him any heed, allowing for his past to be easily fabricated." Chapter 77. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. 19. I cannot fathom why, in the presence of one Simon, another must be fabricated. With that child's marksmanship, she could ascend to the status of a hero. Why then resort to an unrelated identity? The female doctor inhaled deeply from her cigar. "What?" Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. "The Simon that was created is not singular. They selected 4 individuals, all of whom were exceptionally skilled. 3 snipers, and 1 who wielded a submachine gun. These 4 masked figures shared a singular identity, effectively multiplying their insurance. Together, they forged the legend of Simon, the greatest sniper in human history. He became an omnipresent specter on the battlefield, the most reliable comrade, the dreaded White Death spoken of in hushed tones among Soviet ranks. An indomitable battlefield legend that inspired millions of Finnish civilians and soldiers alike. However, to be more precise, there were actually only 3 Simons. For one perished shortly after the war commenced, and another met his end last month at the hands of a Soviet machine gunner. But what of the true Simon? Is he aware of these matters? It is no longer significant. In October of last year, he responded to the call to join the military and, during training, selflessly leapt upon a grenade to shield his comrades. Had it not been for this act, the entire plan would not have materialized. Yet, Maggie repeatedly flicked her lighter, betraying her growing agitation. Now that the war has concluded, only 2 Simons remain. Surely, those who devised this plan could not have overlooked such a possibility, Zhang Heng mused. Indeed, it was initially anticipated that post-war, there would be a fair opportunity for the surviving individuals. At the very least, they could wield their firearms to determine their ultimate fates. However, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. What circumstances? Among the last 2 survivors, one is the child, and the other is the submachine gunner. The latter was grievously injured by a dum-dum bullet during a raid 2 days prior. Miraculously, he survived the surgery, but word of his condition leaked, and reporters from various nations flocked to the hospital, where he revealed his identity. A look of resignation crossed the female doctor and Appo's face. "I can comprehend why you would make such a choice." The child and Appo's prowess was indeed the strongest among the 4, and given his severe injuries, the chances of survival in a confrontation are virtually non-existent. "So, you intend to abandon her?" "We have no alternatives. Given the situation, we can only collaborate with him to maintain the charade, even assisting in patching the holes in his fabrications." Zhang Heng regarded Maggie, scrutinizing her for a full half-minute. "If you wish for me to trust your words, you must first elucidate how a British volunteer in a guerrilla force possesses such evidently classified information." This time, it was Maggie who fell silent. "I previously deceived you. I did indeed grow up in England, but my father is Finnish and a high-ranking military official. This plan was originally my proposal, and I personally recruited them. I wish to witness the birth of a legend, which is why I came here. With Aki assigned by the military to protect me." Maggie appeared somewhat perturbed, standing at the window in the same posture she had when first meeting the 2, arms crossed, gazing outside. Suddenly, Zhang Heng comprehended her prior anxiety. She must have found it challenging to maintain impartial feelings towards the 4 individuals during her interactions with Simon, rendering her incapable of remaining objective. "After all, we are all mere mortals. I do care for that child, and even entertain the notion of discreetly eliminating the other candidates. However, the war was not yet over, and I was uncertain of her survival. In my position, I could not afford to take risks, especially after the 2nd individual perished. Moreover, the final rules indeed favored that child, but the subsequent developments were unforeseen. Now you find yourself unable to act, hence seeking my assistance to resolve this predicament? Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the handgun resting on the table. But why not let her go? You know that child. She would not be concerned with whether she could become a hero. I am the architect of the plan, yet not its executor. Maggie held the cigar, oblivious to the ash that fell upon her nightgown. In this matter, I possess a modicum of authority, but not entirely. Strictly speaking, my role concluded upon the completion of recruitment. What follows belongs to my private endeavors. I cannot alter what has transpired, nor the ultimate decision from above. She paused, then continued, that child trusts you, which is why I have chosen to disclose these matters to you. It is my last act of service for her, to ensure you see her on her way. I have heard tell of a beautiful lake to the northwest, perhaps. When all is said and done, we could go fishing there. The female doctor finally concluded her discourse for the evening. In this affair, I possess no choice, do I? Zhang Heng did not hesitate as he grasped the handgun from the table. Maggie turned her back to him, maintaining her silence. Zhang Heng did not linger. He had asked all his questions. Rising, he exited the quarters of the mustachioed lieutenant, making his way toward the small cabin where Simon resided. Before stepping out, he offered a simple thank you to the female doctor. Tonight, the guerrilla camp was unusually tranquil. Even the ever-stargazing Odo was absent. Yet, the camp was ablaze with light, as nearly every wooden cabin was adorned with oil lamps. Zhang Heng did not glance back toward the distant forest, concealing the handgun within his sleeve. He knocked upon the door. Perhaps due to the female doctor and Appo's aversion to carrying keys, Simon was not surprised by the late-night visitor. However, upon opening the door and seeing Zhang Heng standing there, a look of astonishment crossed her face. In an unprecedented turn of events, she was seized by the collar and forcefully pushed to the ground, both tumbling into the cabin. Remarkably, Simon offered no resistance, lying quietly on the floor, gazing up at Zhang Heng with a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Everything unfolded as the female doctor had described. If trust could indeed be quantified, Simon's trust in Zhang Heng was undoubtedly at its zenith. Zhang Heng exhaled a sigh. At that moment, if he were to draw the handgun concealed in his sleeve and fire a single shot into the girl and Appo's heart, it would bring everything to a definitive close. Yet, he refrained from pulling the trigger. Zhang Heng scoured his meager Finnish vocabulary but could not find the word for betrayal. Ultimately, he could only meet Simon's gaze and utter, "Trust me." Finally, his eyes fell upon the bed beside the female doctor. It was the only other place where something might be concealed. Chapter 78. Welcome to the Mannheim defense line. The sudden gunfire erupted within the small cabin, shattering the stillness of the night. Moments later, a disturbance emerged from the silent woods as several masked figures armed with submachine guns stepped into view. Clad in white camouflage, they bore no military insignia and approached the cabin silently. However, they were met with the formidable muzzle of a heavy machine gun. Zhang Heng was taken aback to discover that the female doctor had concealed a dismantled Maxim machine gun beneath the bed, a testament to her madness that exceeded his expectations. Yet, at that moment, her insanity proved advantageous. Zhang Heng exhibited remarkable patience, waiting until the intruders neared the cabin and Appo's entrance before pulling the trigger. Bullets erupted from the barrel in a fierce torrent of fire. The five outside, though wary of potential treachery, could scarcely have imagined such a weapon lay in wait within the cabin. The overwhelming firepower obliterated any hope of resistance. The assailants had no chance to retaliate as the metal projectile shredded their bodies. Regrettably, while the machine gun was indeed powerful, its ammunition was alarmingly finite. The initial barrage swiftly depleted the meager supply hidden beneath the doctor and Appo's bed, and the unwieldy weapon could not be carried away. After dispelling the first wave of danger, Zhang Heng was compelled to abandon it, drawing his sidearm instead and shooting down the kerosene lamp hanging from the eaves. No sooner had he accomplished this than the second wave of attack commenced. Bullets rained down upon the wooden cabin, effortlessly tearing through the fragile walls. Fortunately, Simon had previously toppled the bed to serve as cover. Though the girl remained oblivious to the reason behind the enemy and Appo's sudden appearance at their camp, she recognized the peril they faced. Gripping her M28, she hastily loaded bullets into the leather cartridge, her determination unwavering. The tempestuous assault persisted for approximately 3 minutes, leaving the interior in disarray, riddled with bullet holes, while the dishes on the table lay in shattered fragments. Thankfully, 2 beds provided some protection. Otherwise, their fate might have mirrored that of the glass shards strewn about. Simon dispatched 3 of their attackers, while Zhang Heng managed to fire 2 shots. Though he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the handgun, yet they were soon met with an even more ferocious counterattack. Gunfire erupted from all directions, bullets flooding in like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the small cabin entirely. In truth, Zhang Heng had been outmaneuvered by Maggie. Her willingness to divulge Simon's situation was not merely an act of kindness. It was a calculated move to sever his escape route. The doctor believed that Zhang Heng, with his intellect, would discern the implications of possessing such confidential knowledge. Even if he contemplated eliminating Simon, he could not hope to exit the camp unscathed. Thus, Zhang Heng had remarked that he had never truly possessed a choice in this matter. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng ultimately expressed gratitude towards Maggie, for he understood that he could scarcely extricate himself from this predicament. He questioned whether he could truly abandon Simon and flee after grasping the full extent of the situation. Moreover, he possessed a trump card. The wooden carving lay quietly in his pocket. He could at least attempt to escape from the cabin by merging into the shadows. Though the absence of moonlight limited his range of movement to the area illuminated by the kerosene lamp, presenting a significant challenge. It would not be easy to charge into the woods and flank the assailants. However, should the situation continue to deteriorate, he would have little choice. Just as Zhang Heng's fingers delved deep into his pocket to retrieve the carving, the gunfire intensified. This time, the cacophony did not solely emanate from the woods. A considerable amount also erupted from within the camp. He witnessed Weller, now with only one arm, charging out from behind cover provided by a light machine gun, brandishing his submachine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets into the forest. Meanwhile, the limping Ojito overturned a table, propping his rifle upon it, cursing as he exchanged fire with the hidden adversaries. Other guerrilla fighters also sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng kicked open the battered and bullet-riddled back wall, fleeing the cabin with Simon in tow. As he stepped outside, a whistle pierced the air, followed by a submachine gun tossed his way by a guerrilla fighter, who gestured for him to join the fray. Since the onset of hostilities, the number of personnel in the camp had dwindled from over 40 to a mere dozen, with many having perished in the conflict. Yet this adversity had forged an unbreakable unity among the survivors, though they had received orders to remain indoors. Witnessing the attack on Simon's cabin spurred them to action, a turn of events that took both sides by surprise. Despite their high morale, they were undeniably outnumbered. Aside from the initial wave that had stunned the forest dwellers, the opposition quickly regrouped for a counteroffensive. Though the enemy remained elusive, their capabilities were commendable. Apart from the initial onslaught that left them momentarily dazed, their coordination and combat proficiency soon emerged, resulting in casualties among the guerrillas. Gunfire echoed throughout the camp, and most individuals were uncertain where to flee. However, this was not a predicament for Zhang Heng. During his earlier conversation with Maggie, she had subtly indicated that the northwest direction represented a flaw in the encirclement, a potential escape route. Chapter 79. Welcome to the Mannheim defense line. Zhang Heng and Simon worked in unison to extinguish the oil lamps hanging in various corners, plunging the camp into darkness. The visibility was low tonight, and only vague silhouettes could be discerned from a distance. The two were approximately 70 meters from the forest to the northwest, but only 40 meters from the west, with a storage room situated between them. Therefore, Zhang Heng preferred to enter the forest from the west before veering northwest. However, this required first neutralizing the gunman hidden on that side. With a rifle in hand, Zhang Heng stowed away his previous handgun. He and Simon lay on the snow, maintaining a shooting stance. Moments later, the gunman in the woods, unable to withstand the silence, opened fire at Weiler, who was still wildly shooting. Yet, the moment the gunfire erupted, he inadvertently revealed his position, providing Zhang Heng and Simon with a fleeting opportunity. With 2 gunshots, a figure fell in the woods. But Simon did not cease fire. She redirected her aim and, with her formidable observational skills and memory, eliminated the remaining foe. At that moment, however, Weiler was also hit. Fortunately, the assailant in the forest seemed uninterested in killing him. The bullet merely grazed his calf. Zhang Heng knew they could not afford to wait any longer, and he urged Simon to dash toward the storage room. Yet, their movements soon attracted attention, and some of the enemy and oppos, as firepower was diverted toward them, blocking their escape route. Simon gestured, intending to draw the enemy's attention so that Zhang Heng could make a getaway, but he firmly rejected her offer. This group was after Simon. He could not abandon her in such peril. It was better to stay and confront the enemy head-on. However, this was a last resort. Their chances of winning in a direct confrontation were slim, and even if they succeeded, the guerrillas would likely be left with few survivors. Just as they found themselves temporarily trapped, Weiler suddenly erupted with fury. Despite having been shot in the calf, he did not falter. Instead, his inherent ferocity was ignited. Nearby lay the body of a masked assailant, which he used as a shield to seize the attacker's fully loaded submachine gun, unleashing a second round of frenzied fire into the forest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng and Simon hastened towards the birch grove, bullets pursuing them like the scythe of death. 3 seconds felt like 3 centuries as they exerted every ounce of strength to run. Just as they were about to reach the safety of the woods, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although only 3 assailants had previously fired from the western side of the trees, no one anticipated the existence of a 4th gunman, who was positioned alarmingly close. While chaos erupted outside, he had remained still, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his lethal intent. At such close range, the possibility of a miss was nearly non-existent. The masked gunman raised his submachine gun, but at that instant, Simon also unslung her rifle. There was no time to aim or steady her breath. She had to pull the trigger while running. The gunfire flashed, and in the next moment, the assailant's pupils dilated in shock as he froze in the act of pulling the trigger, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Regrettably, there was no respite for the 2 survivors to catch their breath. The gunfire continued unabated. Uncertain of who had fled into the forest, the masked assailants divided their forces, sending a portion to encircle the area while the remainder continued to confront the guerrillas. Zhang Heng retrieved the submachine gun from the fallen attacker, collected several boxes of ammunition, and he and Simon turned northwest. If Maggie was truthful, that direction should represent the weakest point in the encirclement. However, this did not imply that it was devoid of sentinels. Having learned from their recent encounter, the 2 became considerably more cautious. Though the forest aided in concealing their figures, it also posed the risk of ambush. Simon remained oblivious to the unfolding events, especially after she unmasked the assailant's face, revealing a compatriot. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features. Zhang Heng suddenly felt that sometimes a language barrier could be a blessing. He need not personally convey to Simon that her country had betrayed her. The pair did not linger long in place. After collecting weapons and ammunition, they continued deeper into the forest, encountering 3 waves of enemies along the way. However, these adversaries were mostly solitary, occasionally in pairs. Simon's extraordinary acute hearing and vision often allowed her to detect threats before they could react, resulting in swift victories in every engagement. As they delved further, Zhang Heng could discern a marked decrease in resistance, indicating that Maggie had not lied. They were likely to breach the enemy and Oppo's defenses soon. Suddenly, voices began to echo through the forest. Zhang Heng could not comprehend the words, but he could clearly sense Simon's emotional shift. She abruptly halted, refusing to move. Zhang Heng surmised the enemy was trying to malign him, fabricating a narrative of a capture operation against him, attempting to coerce Simon into aligning with them. It was a rather ironic situation. Her homeland had already betrayed her, yet they concocted lies to exploit her loyalty. If he could communicate with Simon in Finnish, he could reveal the truth, yet it was apparent that she understood his predicament all too well. They were clearly taking advantage of his linguistic limitations. In truth, Zhang Heng and Oppo's vocabulary was not entirely inadequate. He could attempt to articulate a few words. However, the enemy had likely anticipated such a scenario, and his stammering explanations would only render him more suspicious. Thus, Zhang Heng chose to remain silent, allowing Simon to decide whom she would trust. Although every passing second increased their danger, he still refrained from pressuring her. They stood quietly in the night until the sound of rustling footsteps reached their ears. To Zhang Heng's surprise, Simon swiftly raised her rifle again and decisively pulled the trigger, dropping a figure in the distance. Clearly, she preferred to trust the companion she had grown close to over a stranger. Women can often be such inherently unreasonable beings. Their intuition frequently outweighs any amount of reasoning. Chapter 80. Welcome to the Mannheim defense line. The sounds of gunfire and shouting gradually faded into the distance, and after about 2 hours, they finally vanished completely. Zhang Heng initially deduced that they must have breached the enemy's defenses. The 2 arrived at the lake mentioned by Dr. Maggie, where they discovered an abandoned small wooden boat near the shore. With this vessel, Zhang Heng and Simon could finally evade their pursuers, free from the fear of being tracked by scent or footprints. However, just as Zhang Heng was about to board the boat, Simon suddenly tackled him to the ground. At that moment, a bullet struck the girl's shoulder. Simon let out a muffled groan. Having endured countless battles together, both were quick to react. And as the enemy pulled back the gun's bolt, they swiftly scattered, seeking refuge behind separate birch trees. The second bullet was perilously close to someone's ear. Zhang Heng was drenched in cold sweat. Even without Simon's warning, he understood that they had finally encountered a formidable opponent. Previous skirmishes, though seemingly perilous, had primarily showcased the ferocity of the enemy and Oppo's firepower. In one-on-one confrontations, they had consistently held the upper hand. The enemy's coordination and discipline were commendable, yet their individual prowess was not as formidable as anticipated, comparable to that of guerrilla fighters, but nowhere near Simon and Oppo's caliber. Zhang Heng felt confident that even he could secure victory in a direct confrontation. However, the individuals they faced this time were evidently not in that category. Judging by those two shots, their capabilities, while perhaps not matching Simon and Oppo's, were alarmingly close. This was a rather tricky adversary, a potential ace in any military unit. Under ordinary circumstances, this wouldn't have posed a significant issue, but Simon had just sustained an injury while attempting to save Zhang Heng. Her right arm, the one used for shooting, was now incapacitated. Although her left hand could fire after training, its speed and accuracy paled in comparison. In such a critical duel, this could prove fatal. Zhang Heng realized they were now in a precarious situation. Given the current visibility in the woods, his trump card of shadows could not be utilized. Should the enemy maintain this standoff while calling for reinforcements, their predicament would become exceedingly dire. Yet, for reasons unknown, the figure concealed in the darkness did not follow through. After the two gunshots, the forest returned to an eerie stillness, as if nothing had transpired. A gentle breeze swept through, and only the small wooden boat by the lake continued to bob lightly with the rippling water. Zhang Heng noticed blood seeping through Simon's fingers. She frowned slightly, remaining silent. Yet the impact of the shot was evidently significant, rendering her right hand temporarily non-combatant. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng gestured for her to relax. In previous situations like this, Simon had always stepped up, but this time Zhang Heng knew it was his turn to take charge. He retrieved a wooden carving from his pocket, extending it cautiously. The next moment, gunfire erupted in the forest. The hidden sniper across the way did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet shot forth from the chamber, striking the extended carving precisely. Zhang Heng clenched his fist tightly, preventing the carving from slipping from his grasp. However, this single piece of information merely allowed him to delineate the enemy and Oppo's approximate location. With such reckless exposure, his chances of survival were minimal. There was a considerable disparity in marksmanship between the two sides. Only by accurately pinpointing the enemy's position could he hope to mount a counterattack. Zhang Heng then produced a previously confiscated shell casing lighter, employing the same tactic. The enemy, however, was not so accommodating this time. The lighter was forcibly knocked from Zhang Heng and Oppo's hand. Yet, he remained undeterred, swiftly retrieving a third object. This time, the sniper had grown wise to Zhang Heng's ruse, predicting his intentions and remaining impervious to any enticements. Zhang Heng was merely exploiting the enemy's unfamiliarity with high technology. The first two attempts had merely been smoke bombs. This time, he set his phone to record mode, brazenly capturing 2 minutes of footage, concluding with a series of 4 rapid flashes. Finally, he discerned the sniper's hiding spot. The opponent was well prepared, clad in camouflage and obscured by dead branches and snow, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Without careful scrutiny, he was nearly undetectable. Unfortunately for the sniper, he was ultimately revealed under the scrutiny of a 12-megapixel Leica lens. However, the real danger was yet to come. Zhang Heng understood that their advantage lay in their numbers. The enemy could not anticipate who would launch the next attack, thus his focus would inevitably be divided between the two of them. No, that was incorrect. Zhang Heng magnified the image in his hand, noticing the sniper and Oppo's expression was tinged with excitement and eagerness. Was he reveling in the thrill of hunting dangerous prey? Zhang Heng suddenly comprehended why the sniper had yet to call for his comrades. He was waiting here, biding his time for his quarry. This was his hunt. A prideful ace forbidden from seeking external assistance. Zhang Heng was self-aware enough to recognize that the target the sniper awaited was not him, but rather Simon, the embodiment of the White Reaper. It appeared that the sniper and Oppo's earlier shot aimed at Zhang Heng was intended to clear the field for a duel between the two. However, he had not anticipated that the bullet would accidentally strike Simon instead. Nonetheless, the majority of the sniper's focus remained on Simon. Zhang Heng signaled to the girl, who nodded in acknowledgement, releasing her injured shoulder to grip her rifle. Even without visibility of the enemy's position, Zhang Heng could surmise that the sniper's breathing had quickened. The moment of reckoning was upon them. In the next instant, a shadow darted from behind a tree. The prone sniper's eyes widened, his face flushing with exhilaration. Prey? No, it was a trap. His mind raced to process the information. It took mere fractions of a second to recognize the figure was nothing but a decoy. Although he swung his gun around, he restrained the impulse to pull the trigger at a critical moment. Simultaneously, he was entirely consumed by excitement. If Simon was making a move, it signified she was preparing to counterattack. Now that he had discerned her ploy, it meant, yet his pupils involuntarily constricted. For Simon did not emerge from behind her birch tree. Instead, it was Zhang Heng, who rolled away from his cover. The nameless sniper committed a fatal error. He still believed Simon was the primary threat. The earlier decoy and Zhang Heng's sudden appearance were merely distractions, so he hesitated to redirect his aim. This was also due to his confidence in his chosen hiding spot, doubting that anyone could pinpoint his exact location so swiftly, leading to a fleeting moment of indecision. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng swiftly raised his rifle, his state remarkably sharp. The time-consuming tasks of aiming and stabilizing were instinctively accomplished. Through the photos and videos, he had become intimately familiar with the sniper's position. As he knelt, his rifle naturally aligned with the nameless sniper and Oppo's location. The latter reacted quickly, sensing danger and decisively adjusting his aim. Zhang Heng heard something in his ears, but at that moment, his heightened focus left him no time to discern. They both squeezed the triggers nearly simultaneously. One bullet grazed the target and Oppo's cheek, while the other penetrated the opponent's brainstem with deadly precision. Chapter 81. Welcome to the Mannheim Line. 2 months later, at an unremarkable small farm on the Finnish-Russian border, 67-year-old Greta, the owner of the farm, had lost both her husband and only son to the ravages of war. Her daughter had married and moved to America over a month ago. She had kindly invited 2 guests to stay, having learned they had nowhere else to go. Coincidentally, the farm needed extra hands, and thus, the 2 settled in. To outsiders, Greta simply stated that they were relatives from the American side, a claim subtly supported by Zhang Heng's fluent English. As for Simon, she continued to be rather taciturn. Yet over time, her reserved demeanor was gradually accepted by those around her. Both of their weapons were discarded along the way, and Simon's shoulder wound was treated by a local doctor. She had no close family, her only grandfather having passed away 2 years prior, leaving her with little emotional attachment. After the battle by the lake, Zhang Heng had initially intended to take Simon to America, but upon reflection, he realized the impracticality of such a journey. Given the vast distance and Simon's limited English proficiency, it seemed wiser to remain in Sweden, which shared a border with Finland, once a duchy of the latter. Many Finns spoke Swedish, and in such border villages, most residents were bilingual, including Greta, who ensured Simon faced no communication barriers. Greta served each of them a generous bowl of fish soup, and Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude in Finnish, as he had on every previous night. The 3 enjoyed dinner in a harmonious atmosphere, exchanging good nights. The following morning, Greta prepared food for the 2, placing it in a basket. Simon chose not to wear her usual hunting attire, but instead donned a floral dress, originally made by Greta for her daughter. The dress appeared slightly oversized on Simon, who seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this attire. With a warm smile, Greta handed the picnic basket to them, wishing them a joyful outing. Zhang Heng accepted the basket, embraced the elder, and bid her farewell. As they set off, they resembled a young couple embarking on a picnic. Zhang Heng rode his bicycle with Simon through the farm's fields, the town square, past a hospital adorned with blood donation advertisements, all while soaking in the foreign scenery around them. The Finnish-Soviet War had temporarily subsided, yet the flames of conflict were igniting across the European continent. Sweden, as a neutral nation, remained one of the few countries spared from this calamity, a veritable sanctuary during World War II. Zhang Heng parked his bicycle on a grassy patch outside the town, and the 2 climbed a hill with their picnic basket, discovering a sea of flowers on the other side. Zhang Heng was unfamiliar with the names of the small white flowers below. Finland and Oppo's national flower, the lily of the valley, was not in bloom, as it was still a month or 2 away from its flowering season, and he would likely miss it. This marked the last day of his stay in this narrative. Zhang Heng had long confided in Simon about this day's arrival, and while she said nothing, they agreed on this final outing together. They strolled through the town's streets, fished by the pond, played cards, and eventually shared the fish roast sandwiches that Greta had meticulously prepared, though their conversation remained sparse, a reflection of their usual interaction. A gentle breeze stirred Simon and Oppo's hair and skirt, and eventually she rested her head on Zhang Heng and Oppo's knee, her eyes fluttering shut. Zhang Heng glanced at his watch, removed his jacket, and draped it over Simon, who slept peacefully, her eyelashes quivering slightly. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Zhang Heng awoke in the booth, a sensation akin to having traversed time and space enveloping him. Yet, the comforting presence he had leaned upon was absent. This time, he remained seated in the booth for half an hour before rising. As he did, something slipped from his pocket, and upon bending down to inspect it, he was momentarily taken aback. Etched upon it was a tall red pine, with robust branches and intricate roots. Over 140 days had passed, and Zhang Heng had assumed he would no longer encounter game items in the third round, only to discover that this item had remained by his side all along. He was not in a hurry to have the bartender assess it, for the fact that Simon had worn it for so long implied it bore no adverse effects. At present, he had another item that required evaluation, the morsel of molasses bone, which he had kept hidden in accordance with the advice of the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, was something he intended to present to the bartender only after this round concluded, ensuring no hint of their relationship was revealed. With the bartender's usual nonchalance, upon seeing the object in Zhang Heng's hand, she could not help but gaze at him with skepticism. I know you possess a lucky rabbit's foot, but isn't this enhancement a bit excessive? 3 game items in 3 rounds. Are you, perchance, the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune? Chapter 82. PTSD. As dawn broke and the game concluded, Zhang Heng emerged from the lounge, noticing that the revelry in the bar below had considerably diminished. Wei Jiaoyang, standing at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback by a succession of actions, left speechless for a good half-minute before finally stuttering. Bro, are you all right? Zhang Heng felt a tinge of awkwardness himself. Although his physical state remained unchanged, the 2 months of warfare had indeed left indelible marks upon him in other ways. Compared to before, his sleep had become considerably lighter, and he would awaken at the slightest rustle. A manifestation of his body and Appo's instinctive self-protection mechanisms responding to the complexities of his harsh surroundings. Concurrently, he found himself subconsciously scanning for cover while walking along the streets. Having risen, Zhang Heng decided against returning to sleep. He ventured to the cafeteria for a bite to eat, then brought his laptop to the library. He spent the afternoon summarizing the latest game session, and his thoughts wandered to the necklace nestled in his pocket. He conducted an online search for Finnish mythology. Finnish and Uralic myths primarily took shape before the 10th century, closely resembling the myths of the Samoyedic peoples in various Ural-Altaic cultures. Over time, these mythologies were influenced by neighboring cultures, including Iranian, Turkic, and Baltic myths, making Finnish mythology rather intricate and populated with numerous deities. Due to its obscurity, there was scant material preserved domestically. Zhang Heng, left with no other option, resorted to circumventing restrictions to access Google. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally stumbled upon an image that bore an uncanny resemblance to the design on his necklace. In that instant, all traces of drowsiness vanished. He clicked on the webpage and identified the deity depicted in the image, Tapio, the god of the forest, one of the ancient gods in Finnish mythology. Tapio is represented by the red pine, and legend has it that he grants hunters who revere him a bountiful catch. The precious genealogical records preserved in Michael Agricola's Psalms from 1551 include Tapio, Simon, a hunter by birth, grew up alongside his grandfather deep in the mountains, making his veneration of Tapio entirely unsurprising. Thus far, aside from the wooden carving obtained during the second round in the Tokyo Drift instance, Zhang Heng had yet to uncover any other leads. The previous Lucky Rabbit and Appo's foot, and the Moleskine notebook, along with the current necklace, all had connections to relevant folklore, particularly the Moleskine and Appo's manifestation in the real world, leading Zhang Heng to realize that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. He closed his laptop and sat in contemplation for a while, attempting to piece together the fragments of clues swirling in his mind. However, it wasn't Appo's long before he was interrupted by a series of giggles nearby. At the closest table to his left sat 3 girls. 2 hours earlier, he had noticed one tall, slender girl with glasses stealing glances at him. He initially thought there was something amiss on his face, but now it was the other 2 girls who were snickering while watching him. Upon catching Zhang Heng's gaze, the 2 began to nudge the tall girl beside them, who, gathering her courage, stood up, lowered her head, and approached him, stammering, Can I ask you a question? Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback. He understood why she had come to him, yet he patiently accepted the advanced mathematics workbook she offered and meticulously wrote out the detailed derivation process. Afterward, he glanced at his phone and said, Apologies, my girlfriend needs me. Having initiated this conversation, he felt compelled to maintain this courteous pretense. Zhang Heng packed his belongings and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he received a message on his phone. It was from the bartender. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way toward the elevator, he opened the PDF and discovered it contained a long-overdue game point service form. After a brief glance, he noted that, aside from identification services, it included listings for various items for sale, though not game props, rather an assortment of peculiar items. Among these, a wooden box made from the tule tree seemed relatively normal, while items like the first blood of a cow during calving and the 45th feather of a crow appeared rather enigmatic. Additionally, some items seemed entirely ordinary but appeared on the list in an unsettling manner. Zhang Heng even sent a message to confirm with the bartender. "Penguins? Are you trying to flirt with me?" He typed. "No, I meant the actual penguins. I saw them for sale on the list." "Oh, planning to purchase? They're quite cheap. 2 for 1 game point, and they come with a freezer." "No, thank you," Zhang Heng clarified. He had not reached the level of absurdity where he would buy 2 penguins to keep in his dormitory. He had no idea how to care for them, especially since the school had yet to install even a single air conditioner despite the sweltering summers. He continued scrolling through the form with his finger, eventually coming across something that piqued his interest. "What does an additional round of gaming entail?" Zhang Heng typed again. "Just what it says, but it requires 500 points. And you can only choose from the previous game instances, with a fixed duration of 60 days. Chapter 83. The concept of an extra round of gameplay is rather straightforward. Not everyone can linger in a dungeon for a year and a half, like Zhang Heng. For the vast majority, even if they can acquire new skills from these dungeons, their levels remain modest. This opportunity allows them to refine and enhance their abilities within the game. However, the price of 500 game points is quite steep. Having undergone 3 rounds of gameplay, Zhang Heng has only just surpassed 100 points. At this rate, he would require at least another dozen rounds to accumulate such a sum, and if there are no alternative means of acquisition, this item would likely be out of reach for most players. Yet, this is not the priciest item on the list. As Zhang Heng continued to scroll down, he encountered another item valued at 800 game points, the Task Failure Immunity Card. As its name suggests, this small card grants the holder a reprieve from the penalties associated with failing a task. If one has sufficient points, possessing such a card is undoubtedly a wise choice. Additionally, at the bottom of the page, he discovered a permanent membership card for game point 137, priced at 999 game points. However, this item appeared somewhat dubious. According to the bartender and Oppo's explanation, players holding this membership card enjoy a 20% discount on their purchases at the game point. But whether it is worth it ultimately rests on the player's judgment. Zhang Heng noted that the lengthy list did not feature any game items besides the extra round and the immunity card. Most of the items listed are tangible, and while acquiring something like a penguin may be slightly more challenging, the game point offers it at just 1 game point with free shipping, which is quite reasonable in a sense. Of course, whether anyone would actually purchase these items is another matter entirely. A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and as the end of term approached, the school was bustling with last-minute crammers. The library was packed daily, with early risers lining up all the way to the cafeteria. Zhang Heng was compelled to adjust his schedule. He visited the gym and archery range during the day, and at midnight, after entering the still world, he would brew a cup of coffee and head to the empty library to study. Zhang Heng rarely skipped classes, aside from that one unfortunate incident with attendance in English. He generally maintained a positive attendance record, thus eliminating any risk of failing. However, due to the extensive time spent in each gaming round, he had forgotten much and deemed it necessary to review the material from the beginning. To others, his behavior seemed somewhat eccentric, while everyone else rushed to prepare for finals. He appeared carefree, wandering about. His roommate, Chen Huadong, had also started waking up early, and whenever he saw Zhang Heng leaving the dorm with a bow and arrows, he could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Today, Zhang Heng felt particularly in tune with his archery. On the 50-meter range, he hit the moving target 10 times, disregarding the coach's wistful gaze, and took a sip of mineral water. Having just completed the 3rd round of gameplay with ample time before the 4th, he did not overschedule himself. After finishing his archery practice, he chose to spend the afternoon feeding pigeons in the park and later attended a basketball game in the evening. Observing a pair who appeared to be a grandparent and grandchild, both in tattered clothing, Zhang Heng noticed the elder rummaging through a trash bin, retrieving half a box of fried chicken and 2 bags of unfinished takeout. As she opened the food and beckoned her grandson to crouch by the wall in preparation to eat, she suddenly caught sight of Zhang Heng approaching and halted in her tracks, a look of fear flashing across her face. The elder instinctively clutched the child closer. but in the next moment, something dripped onto her shoulder. From Zhang Heng's vantage point, he could see clearly as the wall behind the scavenger melted away like heated cheese. The black liquid first landed on her shoulder and then began to envelop her body. The child, seemingly paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, clutching the half-eaten box of fried chicken. Zhang Heng sprang into action, rushing to grasp the elder's hand. However, the force of the black liquid was greater than he anticipated. It appeared to shift seamlessly between liquid and solid states. Despite his efforts, he found himself unable to pull her away. He did not exert all his strength, for he knew that if he did, it would be the elder's body that would falter first. As he contemplated alternative solutions, the dark liquid had already begun to ensnare half of the scavenger and Oppo's body, and it seemed to possess a will of its own. While it had captured its prey, it was evidently not satisfied, advancing along her arm towards Zhang Heng. Moments later, the narrow alleyway was left with only Zhang Heng and the young scavenger he held. Suddenly, Zhang Heng felt a sharp pain in his right hand. The child had bitten him. The little scavenger broke free from his grip and dashed toward the crumbling wall, collapsing to the ground. Yet, no matter how fervently he pounded and sobbed, the wall remained unchanged, and all that had transpired felt like a haunting nightmare. Chapter 84. An Unexpected Encounter. Name: Zhang Heng. Education level: currently enrolled in university. Place of residence and ID number: regardless. When a living person vanished before him, Zhang Heng chose to report it to the police. The response from the police station was prompt, yet the results were meager. Due to the late hour, there were no other eyewitnesses besides Zhang Heng at the scene, and the alley in question was devoid of surveillance cameras. The only footage available was from a neighboring pharmacy, capturing only the entrance of the alley, leaving the events inside shrouded in mystery. The female officer, adhering to protocol, inquired about several personal details before finally addressing the crux of the matter. When she asked how the individual had disappeared, Zhang Heng hesitated momentarily but resolved to speak candidly. The lighting was rather dim. I could hardly see. It appeared as if she was swallowed by the wall. What? The recording officer questioned her, hearing, incredulous. Is this a metaphor? Was a wall collapsed, burying her? No, it is to be taken literally, Zhang Heng clarified. The officer, frustrated, slammed her pen on the table, her demeanor turning stern. You are a university student. Surely you understand that filing a false report is a crime. Do you wish for us to inform your school's administration? Zhang Heng fell silent. He bore no ill will toward the officer's outburst. After all, anyone sacrificing their evening to work a shift would be irked by such trivialization. Yet, regarding a matter of life and death, he did not wish to fabricate a story that could mislead the police. Perhaps I misjudged the situation, he conceded. It was quite dark, but from my perspective, she did seem to vanish into the wall. The officer furrowed her brow, managing to rein in her irritation. She looked at Zhang Heng, who met her gaze with calmness. She discerned no hint of jest or prank in his demeanor. Zhang Heng had previously mentioned the poor visibility. Thus she decided not to dwell on the issue further and redirected her inquiries toward Zhang Heng's relationship with the missing person. The statement took 20 minutes to complete. Zhang Heng's cooperation evidently improved the officer's attitude. Upon finishing the last word, she candidly remarked, in our country, a missing adult cannot be reported as a case until 48 hours have elapsed, and the report must be made by a direct relative. This situation is rather challenging. The child has not spoken a word. Nevertheless, thank you. At least we have discovered a minor lost on the streets. We will endeavor to ascertain his identity and contact his family for retrieval. Zhang Heng withdrew 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the officer, requesting, please buy him something to eat. I haven't tea at dinner yet. The officer raised an eyebrow but declined the money, remarking, you are quite kind. It is unnecessary. Being at the police station, he certainly won't go hungry. As Zhang Heng exited, a heaviness weighed on his heart. What he had encountered that evening was undoubtedly a supernatural occurrence. Yet he remained uncertain whether the source was a creature akin to Morlesby or a fellow player wielding game artifacts like himself. Regardless of the answer, it was a troubling sign. According to the man in the tank suit, certain entities had existed in the world for thousands of years, and for all that time, there had been a tenuous peace. However, the emergence of this mysterious game had evidently shattered that tranquility. Zhang Heng suddenly realized that Morlesby's appearance at Hangzhou Airport was not merely a chance encounter with a pair of Chinese tourists, as the man had nonchalantly suggested. There was a reason for its arrival on this unfamiliar land. Yet the more pressing concern lay with the players. As the game progressed, those fortunate enough to survive would invariably possess game artifacts. And while Zhang Heng was uncertain of the creator's criteria for selecting players, it was clear that not everyone preferred to remain discreet as he did. The manner in which one chose to wield newfound powers would become a pivotal choice for each individual, particularly given the life-or-death pressures of each game round, thus increasing the likelihood of extreme actions among players. Zhang Heng had no desire to be a hero, but he also wished to prevent his home from descending into chaos. Upon returning to campus, it was nearly midnight. Zhang Heng opted for the side entrance on the west, rather than the main gate. This entrance, distanced from the bus and subway stations, saw fewer visitors, yet its proximity to the staff quarters meant that some teachers would pass through here during their commutes. As he approached the door, a Mercedes pulled up on his right, and Shen Sisi hurriedly descended from it. Upon noticing Zhang Heng, she momentarily froze, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. Zhang Heng recalled the rumors he had heard earlier, but the black Mercedes quickly drove away, leaving him unclear about whether the driver was the rumored older man. Shen Sisi swiftly tucked a black bag into her small purse, her expression returning to normal. Yet she could not suppress a bitter smile. It seems we always encounter each other at the wrong moments. You need not explain yourself to me, Zhang Heng replied. He spoke the truth. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, and Shen Sisi had no obligation to disclose her actions to him. Besides, Zhang Heng personally dismissed the rumors. With her intelligence, if she were truly engaging in such activities, she would not be so careless as to allow someone to drive her directly to the school gate. What intrigued Zhang Heng was that, despite the persistent rumors, Shen Sisi had never publicly rebutted them. Chapter 85. Christmas Eve. 2 days had elapsed since the events of that night, and Zhang Heng had not encountered any further supernatural phenomena. To his surprise, he received a message from Asuka Hayes, inviting him to join her and several friends at an amusement park on Christmas Eve. This was not the first time she had summoned him. She was a restless spirit, always eager for adventure. What astonished Zhang Heng was her impressive academic performance. Although her GPA was not the highest among exchange students, she had never faced the dread of failing a course, allowing her the freedom to roam even during finals. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to someone else. Zhang Heng had previously declined her invitations several times, but Asuka was well versed in the adage of perseverance, and her persistence made it difficult for him to continue rejecting her. Thus, he inquired with his dorm mates about their plans for that evening. Aside from Ma Wei, who was still maintaining his usual study regimen, Wei Jiangang and Qin Huadong were both exhausted from endless memorization and were eager for a respite. Upon hearing the invitation, their interest was piqued. "Is she the Japanese girl you saved in the food alley?" "But we don't speak Japanese," remarked one. Meanwhile, Qin Huadong, who had been facing setbacks in his pursuit of Su Jing, decided to take a break and expressed a desire to join the outing. Eventually, even Ma Wei, having exhausted his study materials, agreed to partake in the festivities. Zhang Heng relayed the situation to Asuka, who welcomed the news, and they arranged to meet in front of the amusement park later that evening. With some time to spare, Zhang Heng and Qin Huadong played a few rounds of 2K. After enjoying a meal in the cafeteria, the trio arrived 10 minutes ahead of their scheduled time. Zhang Heng took the initiative to queue for tickets, and upon his return, he spotted Asuka and her companions. Today, she wore a red knitted hat adorned with fluffy pom-poms that bobbed playfully as she ran, waving excitedly from a distance. Alongside her were 2 boys and 5 girls, one of whom, a handsome blonde, was presumably the Ukrainian classmate Asuka had mentioned. Contrary to his striking appearance, he was surprisingly shy upon closer interaction. This Ukrainian boy spoke the best Chinese among them, as his grandmother was Chinese, and he had even adopted the name Zhang Wei, articulating each word with precision. Among the 2 Japanese girls, one was quite proficient, albeit a bit slow in her speech, while the other could only manage basic conversational phrases. Unsurprisingly, Asuka's language skills were the most limited. After a brief self-introduction, she switched to Japanese, making it difficult for all but her compatriots, a Japanese major, and Zhang Heng to understand her. With everyone present, Zhang Heng distributed the tickets. The amusement park was bustling on Christmas Eve, primarily filled with couples, and a few Santas were handing out small gifts at the entrance. They all received their gifts, which varied for each individual. Zhang Heng and Apos, S was a small nail clipper. Ma Wei received a keychain, and Qin Huadong was the luckiest, obtaining a complimentary ticket to the amusement park. When Asuka opened her gift, her face flushed, and she hurriedly tucked it into her bag, looking guilty. Another boy urged her to reveal her gift, but Zhang Heng, sensing the situation, deftly redirected the conversation. Asuka shot him a grateful glance. The night events at the amusement park were not as thrilling as the daytime attractions. Rides like the roller coaster were closed, However, Christmas Eve offered performances to enjoy. After queuing for several rides, they noticed a show was about to begin, prompting a girl to suggest they watch it. Yet, Asuka seemed reluctant to leave the rides just yet, prompting Zhang Heng to say, "You all go ahead, I and Appos, LL stay with her." A fellow Japanese major hesitated before declaring, "Then I shall remain as well." Zhang Heng did not object. He had sensed that this boy harbored feelings for Asuka. To facilitate their interaction, he suggested they watch over each other's belongings, and Asuka, caught up in the excitement, remained oblivious to the budding dynamics, while the boy expressed his gratitude to Zhang Heng. While they explored the haunted house, Zhang Heng took a moment to sit on a bench in the amusement park and received a call from his somewhat unreliable parents in Ireland. They cheerfully wished him a Merry Christmas and playfully insisted he show them the girl closest to him at that moment. Complying with their request, Zhang Heng snapped a photo of a couple nearby and sent it to them. How tragic, he mused. He had intended to inquire about matters concerning Molesby and Tapioca, as well as the crow that often appeared in his mind when using a particular wooden carving. Despite their shortcomings as parents, no one possessed more knowledge on the subject than they did. However, with the new year just over a month away, he decided against it. Such topics were better discussed in person. After ending the call, Zhang Heng lingered on the bench for a while and suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He frowned, but by the time he looked again, the figure had vanished into the throng. Chapter 86. The arcade. Zhang Heng stood up from the bench, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination. He intended to approach and confirm his thoughts, but at that moment, Asuka Hayes and a boy dashed out from the haunted house. The girl, still shaken, exclaimed, "That scared me to death. I was walking along just fine when suddenly a face popped out, sticking its tongue at me. I just bolted out of there. I really shouldn't have gone in." "You were right all along." Zhang Heng glanced at the Japanese major behind them, who shrugged with a somewhat bitter expression. Visiting the haunted house was typically a splendid opportunity for a girl to instinctively lean on a boy in a moment of fright. However, Asuka was anything but conventional. Upon being startled, she took off running, leaving him in pursuit, devoid of any romantic developments. Realizing that, with their interruption, he would not find who he was looking for, Zhang Heng dismissed his concerns. In this world, there are indeed individuals who bear a striking resemblance to others. A fleeting glance could not reveal much. He then turned to the girl and asked, "What shall we play next? Can I choose?" Asuka pointed to a gigantic plush bear visible through a nearby window. "Can I have that?" The bear was a prize from the arcade, which featured a variety of games. The trio approached a staff member dressed in Christmas attire, who confirmed that the plush bear was indeed a reward for a minigame. The Japanese major, eager to prove himself in front of Asuka, volunteered, "Let me give it a try." He surveyed the options and settled on a shooting game. Most boys had dabbled in online FPS games, so he had some experience. After observing a round and grasping the rules, he inserted a coin and picked up a laser gun. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. The game was simple: shoot the balloons on the screen. Different colored balloons represented varying points, and the objective was to accumulate the highest score within 2 minutes. Initially, the game felt easy. The Japanese major consistently hit the most valuable colored balloons and even managed to snag some red and yellow ones. His score soared, and he thought he might win the grand prize in no time. However, as time progressed, the balloons ascended more rapidly, interspersed with black balloons that incurred penalties. The boy began to struggle, his scoring rate slowed, and as the clock ticked down, anxiety set in. In a moment of panic, he accidentally shot a black balloon, ultimately securing only a consolation prize, a Christmas sticker. The outcome left him somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to swiftly start a second round. Yet, whether due to his skewed mindset or an overwhelming desire to impress, his score plummeted even further. He hit 4 black balloons in total, inciting laughter from a group behind him. They appeared to be students, likely from a nearby sports school, their physiques robust. Although the Japanese major felt a tinge of annoyance at their laughter, he remained silent. The real catalyst for conflict emerged when one of them uttered the term weakling with just enough volume for the surrounding crowd to hear, triggering another round of laughter. Although Asuka couldn't and Appos comprehend their words, she sensed the tension and suggested they abandon the plush bear and try something else. Zhang Heng concurred. While the Japanese major noted that their adversaries were significantly larger, and with Asuka being the only girl among them, he felt they would be at a disadvantage should a conflict arise. Thus, the trio shifted to the adjacent dart game, while the group took over the shooting game. Fortune favored Asuka that evening. Despite lacking formal training, she remarkably threw 3 bullseyes, and even though her final dart fell short, she managed to secure a 4th-place prize. As she received a mug from the staff, her spirits visibly lifted. Meanwhile, the Japanese major appeared distracted, his thoughts lingering on the group next door. Observing their 2 rounds yielding only consolation prizes, he couldn't resist a taunt, remarking, "I thought they were supposed to be great." One of the larger boys, seemingly a basketball player, caught wind of his comment. Turning around, he wore a sardonic smile and said, "Oh, it's you. Still here? Want to take a shot?" Caught off guard by his own words being overheard, the Japanese major feigned confidence, responding, "What do you want to play?" Since they mutually looked down on each other. The basketball player suggested, "How about a wager? The losing side has to shout and amp, oppos, I'm a weakling and amp, oppos, 3 times. The mere mention of this ignited the Japanese major's temper. He had seen the scores flashed on the opposing screen, which were not vastly superior to his own, believing that with a bit of caution he could prevail. He finally agreed, "All right, bring it on." The excitement among the challengers was palpable, their gazes fixated on the Japanese major, not sizing him up as a competitor, but regarding him as a fool who overestimated himself. Someone whistled, chuckling, "Wang Bin, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Picking on a clueless one." Wang Bin, the basketball player, shrugged. "What can I do? They think we're weak. They want to teach us a lesson and save face in front of their girlfriend." He gestured towards the Japanese major. "Are you going first or us?" At this moment, the Japanese major sensed the atmosphere was shifting unfavorably. The confidence radiating from the opposing group was overwhelming, even though their skills appeared average. He pondered if this was a psychological tactic. Despite his thoughts, he felt his resolve wavering. He regretted his earlier bravado. Asuka, in truth, had no understanding of what weakling meant, but he felt the need to maintain his pride in front of her. In a sense, Wang Bin was not entirely wrong. He was indeed trying to impress Asuka. Gathering his courage, he thought, why fear? Everyone has 2 hands. How great could the disparity in skill truly be? Chapter 87. May I borrow 2 game tokens? The individual who takes the initiative in a game reaps both advantages and disadvantages. If executed skillfully, they can impose pressure on subsequent players. Yet, it also reveals their cards prematurely. The male student majoring in Japanese hesitated, uncertain if this group had any tricks up their sleeves, ultimately opting to play it safe. Conversely, the opposing group seemed indifferent, their gaze settling on one particular rotund individual. Amidst a group of physically trained students, he appeared unremarkable, an ordinary person clad in a rather drab bozzetting-down jacket. While his companions played, he stood to the side, chuckling quietly. His silence only broken when others turned to look at him, exclaiming, "You all are just looking for trouble." Reluctantly, the stout fellow accepted the gun, adding with a hint of caution, "This is a one-time thing. Teacher was said not to cause trouble." The moment he grasped the firearm, his demeanor transformed entirely, exuding a vitality that starkly contrasted with his previous disposition. His stance was unmistakably that of someone seasoned, unlike an amateur. A sense of foreboding surged within the Japanese major. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. The score in the bottom right corner of the screen climbed steadily, and the Japanese student's expression soured as he realized his opponent had already surpassed his best score, with a full half-minute remaining. As the game progressed, the rate at which balloons ascended became almost too rapid to track, and only then did the rotund player and oppos' accuracy wane slightly. However, it was inconsequential. His score was sufficient to secure the highest tier of prizes, and a staff member approached him, cradling a large plush bear. He set down the laser gun, his expression a mix of bemusement and resignation. "What use do I have for this?" Wang Bin patted his shoulder, turning his attention to Zhang Heng and the others, grinning. "So, do you wish to continue competing?" The Japanese major's face turned ashen, realization dawning upon him that he had been outmaneuvered. At this juncture, he finally comprehended that the stout player was no ordinary competitor. Given his physique, he evidently excelled in a sport that diverged from conventional basketball or soccer, and his prior performance had already hinted at his expertise. "Now that I have conceded, I trust you will honor our wager," Wang Bin remarked, retrieving his phone and switching to video mode. More critically, his impulsiveness had inadvertently ensnared his companions, Asuka Hayes and Zhang Heng. In his moment of frustration, he had overlooked that Wang Bin had specified the losing side, which included the 2 of them. Now, Wang Bin deliberately emphasized you in his statement. The Japanese major felt both shame and regret, so much so that he failed to notice the 2 companions had vanished. It was only when the rotund player let out a soft gasp that he realized the crowd had congregated around the arcade machine once more. Zhang Heng, Clutching a bottle of Eastern tree leaf tea he had purchased earlier, picked up a nearby laser gun and turned to Wang Bin, asking, "May I borrow 2 game tokens?" Wang Bin paused, then displayed a knowing smile, still not giving up. "Are you?" "Very well." With that, he produced 2 tokens from his pocket and tossed them over. Zhang Heng caught one, inserting it into the machine, while reserving the other for the rotund player, saying, "This one is for you to challenge me." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and even the Japanese major thought Zhang Heng had lost his senses. The stout player and Oppo's performance had been evident. And according to the arcade staff, the oversized plush bear had remained unclaimed for over 2 months, making this one unprecedented. Surprise flickered across the rotund player's face. But Zhang Heng paid no heed to the murmurs behind him and commenced the game. In contrast to the stout player's steady hold, Zhang Heng's grip appeared amateurish, casually holding the gun without any notable finesse. However, after a few shots, the rotund player's expression grew increasingly serious. Unlike the stout player's methodical approach, Zhang Heng's score fluctuated erratically, suggesting he was somewhat flustered. Yet, the rotund player soon found himself sweating, his trained observational skills enabling him to identify the most valuable balloons rapidly. Nevertheless, his strategy mirrored that of an average player, prioritizing the elimination of the most lucrative balloons. In contrast, Zhang Heng's approach was distinctive. The stout player widened his eyes, realizing Zhang Heng was systematically ranking the balloon's value in a split second, determining the optimal shooting sequence. He did not invariably target the highest valued colored balloons first, but ensured that all valuable balloons were secured before they exited the screen. It was essential to note that the balloons on the screen were always in flux, which meant Zhang Heng had to continuously adapt his shooting order. The stout player was baffled by how Zhang Heng accomplished this, and that very uncertainty sent a chill down his spine. 2 minutes swiftly elapsed, and when Zhang Heng finally set down the laser gun, he discovered that half the arcade had gathered around him, the game's score frozen on the screen. His final score stood at 2765, a remarkable 636 points above the rotund player and Oppo's 2129, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Asuka Hayes leaped with excitement. Wang Bin and the others wore expressions of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that the stout player had lost, never once considering how to respond to such an unexpected outcome. Chapter 88. The auction. On the other side, the staff were also in a quandary. Zhang Heng and Oppo's performance undoubtedly surpassed the threshold for the grand prize. However, no one anticipated that the evening would culminate in such a fierce competition, akin to celestial beings clashing. The oversized teddy bear had remained unclaimed in the arcade for an extended period, yet astonishingly, 2 winners emerged simultaneously that night. This occurrence was exceedingly rare, leaving the arcade unprepared for the situation, as they had no provision for a second teddy bear. Consequently, the staff could only negotiate with the 3 individuals to see if they might accept an alternative prize of equivalent value. Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the group from the sports school, with Wang Bin presumably leading this assembly. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared that they would honor the wager. Zhang Heng was pleasantly surprised by their integrity, despite their numerical advantage. They could have easily walked away after losing the bet without any repercussions. Although that would have been embarrassing, it would have been preferable to standing in the arcade, collectively lamenting their defeat. In contrast, the Japanese major, who was clearly on the verge of losing, hesitated, acutely aware that he had implicated his 2 companions yet lacked the courage to voice it, revealing a certain lack of accountability. Zhang Heng addressed Wang Bin, suggesting that there was no need for shouting. Since the teddy bear was of no use to them, they might as well gift it to him, thereby letting the matter rest. Wang Bin paused, astonished, as he observed the Japanese student who had previously clashed with them retrieving his phone from his pocket. He had anticipated that the 3 victors would revel in mocking them, yet to his surprise, they offered an amicable resolution, which stood in stark contrast to the earlier arrogance displayed by leaving a game token on the gunstock. That very token remained abandoned, wielding a far greater psychological impact than any words could convey. The rotund individual among them reacted swiftly, shoving the teddy bear into Hanasaki Asuka's arms, exclaiming that it would be rather odd for a grown man to embrace such a toy, thus expressing their desire to pass it on. The others chimed in with awkward laughter, the events of the evening having rendered the sports students somewhat embarrassed. They had instigated their fair share of trouble in the past due to their loose tongues, but usually they emerged unscathed, making this direct confrontation a novel experience. With Zhang Heng willing to let bygones be bygones, they collectively exhaled in relief, though they were evidently eager to exit the arcade. Only Wang Bin lingered, Hesitating at the rear, he approached the trio, and Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, initially suspecting that Wang Bin sought to stir trouble out of dissatisfaction. Instead, Wang Bin offered, "This time, we owe you a favor. Take down my number. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Just to clarify, we can put on a show. But fighting is off the table. Our school has strict rules." Zhang Heng was taken aback by this unexpected display of clarity and nodded, recording Wang Bin's number. Once the sports students departed, Hanasaki Asuka cradled the teddy bear, still feeling as though she were in a dream. "No, I merely play shooting games quite frequently," Zhang Heng replied. After attempting to persuade her to stay a little longer, he recognized her resolute intent to leave and refrained from further discussion. The most fruitful outcome of the evening belonged to Hanasaki Asuka, who proudly held the teddy bear, even larger than herself, while also carrying the mug she had won. Attracting envious glances from other girls, she unabashedly boasted to her two Japanese companions on the subway, claiming that both the teddy bear and the mug were her own victories. Zhang Heng, however, had no intention of contesting her claim. In truth, had Wang Bin and Appo's group not been so confrontational, he would not have felt compelled to showcase his shooting prowess. Had Qin Huadong and Ma Wei been present, Zhang Heng knew that it would have been impossible to brush off his skill with a mere assertion of frequent play, especially with Qin Huadong, who had only a month prior played CS, Go with Zhang Heng and Wei Jianyang, and whose capabilities were slightly superior, yet limited. Qin Huadong would certainly dismiss such a feeble excuse. In reality, Zhang Heng's skill had far surpassed that of the average individual, particularly considering his age. Few could claim such diverse experiences. As he continued to engage with games, his abilities would undoubtedly expand, making future explanations increasingly complex. Nevertheless, Hanasaki Asuka's willingness to take the blame spared him considerable hassle. 2 days later, Zhang Heng received an invitation from the gaming committee, adorned with a gilded cover and elegantly pinned script, inviting him to participate in the upcoming auction for gaming props. Upon inspecting the invitation, he noted the event was scheduled for the following evening. Having long been curious about other players, he was eager to attend the auction and explore any gaming props that might suit his needs. His success in clearing the third round of the game, Shadow and Appo's moment, was largely attributed to the wooden sculpture he had acquired. Without it, he would likely have fallen to Simon with a single shot. The lucky rabbit's foot he possessed had also proven invaluable. Thus, Zhang Heng felt a burgeoning anticipation for the auction that awaited him the next night. Chapter 89. Folu and the Professor, Player Verification in Progress. Verification successful. Player number 07958 is an invitation holder, linking to the instance. Instance link complete. The current instance is an auction special. This round of the game has no background and does not count towards the game rounds. Task objective, none. Mode, multiplayer. A friendly reminder, the game will officially commence in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Zhang Heng opened his eyes to find himself standing on a luxurious cruise ship, clad in a well-tailored black tailcoat, and a badge hung from his chest, displaying his player number and registration point. He glanced at the starfish on his wrist. It was now 2200 hours, which meant the auction would conclude at 2300 hours. He need not worry about any time-related bugs causing unforeseen incidents. Unlike previous rounds of the game, this instance posed no real danger, allowing Zhang Heng to feel quite at ease. He surveyed his surroundings. Noticing it resembled the situation at the registration point, he could see the other players around him but could not remember their appearances. The organizing committee had done an admirable job protecting privacy, which perhaps suggested that relationships among players were not always harmonious. First time attending an auction, a voice came from behind him. He turned to see a short man. The latter handed him a business card, although the name Ding Si was clearly an alias. The short man shrugged, explaining that due to the current chaotic times, everyone had to be cautious. What do you mean? Hunting? Zhang Heng noticed the title on the card indicating Ding Si as the contact for the Folu Chamber of Commerce in northern China. Indeed, there were always those seeking to gain without effort. It was unclear who had first discovered that eliminating other players not only allowed one to seize their game items but also inherit their game points, leading to increasingly dire circumstances. Does the organizing committee not intervene? Zhang Heng inquired. In principle, as long as players did not disclose game-related matters to outsiders, the committee would not interfere in disputes among players. Moreover, it seemed they had their own headaches. Ding Si's last remark was somewhat ambiguous, clearly indicating he wished to change the subject. You came to the auction likely to procure some items for yourself, right? If your points are insufficient, you might consider us. Wait, the chamber sells points? You truly are a newcomer, Ding Si replied. not just our Folu. Many chambers offer similar services. You can purchase points directly from us. But I would not recommend it, as the exchange rate is quite steep due to the auction. Currently, 1 point requires 42,000 RMB, whereas normally it would only be about 37,000. A better approach would be to pawn your items with us. After assessing their value, we will provide immediate funds. Thank you. I will consider it if I need to, Zhang Heng said politely as he pocketed the business card. Ding Si, evidently well-versed in the art of business, remained unhurried. There is still about an hour and a half until the auction officially begins. You can explore the vicinity. This ship has numerous interesting areas. The first floor features a casino, cinema, and game room, while the second has performances and self-service relaxation. The third floor hosts various guild meetings. You might find it intriguing to visit. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude, as this was his first foray into a player-constituted circle. Following Ding Si's words, to mitigate risks, the vast majority of players concealed their real-world identities, suggesting that only large-scale events organized by the committee would gather such a multitude of individuals. Hence, beyond trading game items, participants would also seize the opportunity to engage in other pursuits. For instance, the Folu Chamber, to which Ding Si belonged, specialized in serving players, with the exchange and lending of game points being only a fraction of their operations. Additionally, they handled item consignment and the customization of special goods, particularly the latter, which could be priced 20 to 30 lower than standard game points. They would certainly leverage this auction to enhance their visibility. Naturally, Zhang Heng was particularly intrigued by the third-floor meetings. However, he did not rush. After bidding farewell to Ding Si, he strolled around the deck and received several more business cards from various player-oriented commercial organizations, each with slightly different focuses and varying prices. Nevertheless, they all offered lower rates than game points, albeit with certain risks regarding safety. Comparatively, Folu appeared to be more reliable, having been established for quite some time and enjoying a solid reputation among players. Zhang Heng placed the received cards into his pocket and then took the elevator to the third floor, which was evidently the liveliest part of the entire cruise ship. Upon entering, he found a speaker discussing methods for maximizing game points. Zhang Heng chose a seat at the back, listening for a while, though he couldn't shake the feeling that whenever the speaker approached a key point, they would subtly divert the topic. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Don't misunderstand. It ain't amp, Oppos, as merely my alias. After all, directly addressing someone by their number is rather impolite. Those who come here usually adopt a pseudonym or a code name. Simon. Zhang Heng extended his hand. Welcome to the game, Simon. The professor's handshake was succinct yet firm. Why have I not seen your teammates? Teammates? The expression on the professor's face turned peculiar. You must be a newcomer. Wasn't it clearly stated in the initial invitation that each round of the instance possesses a high degree of unpredictability? Players are advised to team up for gameplay. Chapter 90. The dream of death. The limitations of personal strength are ultimately inevitable. Each individual is shaped by a distinct environment, excelling in diverse areas. Some prefer to resolve issues with their fists, while others rely on intellect. The essence of teamwork lies in leveraging the strengths of others to compensate for one's own deficiencies. The professor adjusted his glasses with a handkerchief from his pocket, remarking that, after all, none of us are superhuman. Your panel evaluation does indicate the number of dungeon rounds you could likely complete solo. Yet the reality is often far more intricate. Encountering a dungeon that is completely outside your expertise could lead to significant trouble. The professor paused momentarily, adding that, of course, there are advantages to solo play. The rewards for each dungeon are fixed. In a team, the spoils must be shared, while in solo play, all rewards belong to you. However, typically, only in the later stages do players opt for solo runs, and the risks remain substantial. After all, the margin for error is exceedingly slim when you are alone. Zhang Heng fell silent. His entry into the game was facilitated by the invitation of the Tang-suit stranger, and it now appeared that his journey diverged from that of other players. He had not received the so-called invitation letter, nor had he encountered any fellow newcomers at the game store. It was no wonder he had been playing solo until now. Nonetheless, it would be unjust to claim that the Tang-suit stranger had intentionally led him astray. The additional 24 hours he had accrued dictated a path primarily centered around solo gameplay. This surplus of time had mitigated the risks associated with most single-player dungeons. Regrettably, my team is currently at full capacity, the professor stated. Otherwise, I could have provided you with an opportunity for assessment. However, it would be best for you to seek a team within the same city, as it facilitates private communication. This is a long game, both physically and mentally. There exists a secret that even the closest individuals in our lives cannot share, thus necessitating teammates to share the burden of pressure. Zhang Heng understood the professor and Appos' words were indeed accurate, but regretfully, the secrets he bore were destined to be his alone. However, having endured 2 years on a deserted island, his resilience to solitude was markedly superior to that of the average person, and he found himself presently untroubled by such concerns. Changing the subject, Zhang Heng observed the professor's willingness to engage and continued to inquire. I overheard mention of guilds on the deck. What exactly are they? The professor, having replaced his clean glasses, explained. Guilds, akin to merchant associations, are privately formed organizations established by players, albeit with differing functions. Although you are a newcomer, you may have heard of them. Our circumstances in the real world are not entirely secure, prompting some players to band together to form guilds for self-preservation, outlining the rights and responsibilities of members. Furthermore, certain guilds actively address nearby supernatural occurrences. That sounds quite promising. Yet, if that is the case, why do you exhibit such aversion to guilds? Zhang Heng noted the subtle animosity in the professor and Appos' earlier remarks about guild players. The original intent behind guilds may have been noble, but as they evolved, many became distorted. Initially, players united for self-defense, yet upon amassing considerable power, many grew dissatisfied with their original objectives. What was once an organization aimed at maintaining peace has now morphed into a source of instability. The professor shook his head. However, perspectives on this matter vary. My identity remains well concealed in reality, and my team is taking shape. For the time being, I have no interest in joining a guild. The two continued their conversation until the professor departed for the first floor to play cards, while Zhang Heng remained on the third floor, listening to various guild representatives speak. An hour and a half later, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered in the grand auditorium of the cruise ship. Zhang Heng estimated that there were approximately 4,000 to 5,000 attendees. The auction that evening featured over 500 gaming items. Yet only the 12 most precious items would be auctioned through paddle bidding, while the remaining 400 items were subject to online bidding, allowing anyone to place a bid freely. The final bidders would be determined by the system before the auction concluded. During this time, Zhang Heng encountered Ding Si, who appeared in good spirits after successfully closing a deal. He greeted Zhang Heng with enthusiasm, saying, I just received a tip-off that a B-grade gaming item is likely to appear tonight, along with several outstanding C-grade items. Is a B-grade gaming item particularly rare? Zhang Heng inquired. Indeed, currently, the player community boasts fewer than 200 B-grade items, and the vast majority of owners are reluctant to part with them. If I am not mistaken, this could very well be the B-grade item that caused quite a stir within the player community a few months ago. Ding Si's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his appreciation for exceptional merchandise as a businessman. He paused briefly, adding, however, others should not hold their breath. Those major guilds will ensure this item does not end up in the hands of someone unworthy. The ultimate winner will undoubtedly be one of them, while the rest will receive point compensation. In terms of financial clout, no one can rival them. As the two continued their casual conversation, the auction finally commenced. The host was an elderly man, around 60, with a serious demeanor and a face lined with wrinkles resembling tree bark. He did not attempt to disguise his appearance, likely belonging to the organizing committee, much like the bartender. Once everyone was seated, he delivered a brief welcome speech lasting 5 minutes, then swiftly introduced the first auction item of the evening. What a remarkable item! Ding Si exclaimed before the auctioneer had even finished his description. Are you planning to bid? Zhang Heng asked. The item is indeed exceptional, but such life-saving gaming items have historically commanded high prices at auctions. I am here to unearth gems for fuel, not to purchase for myself. My goal tonight is to identify undervalued items, Ding Si replied with a smile, already reaching for the tablet in front of his seat. Chapter 91. The silent bidding as other players raised their bids for the escape dagger. Zhang Heng, alongside Ding Si, opened the tablet before them. It was his first encounter with such a plethora of gaming items, spanning over 80 pages, most of which contained merely a photograph accompanied by a name, quality, and a brief description. Zhang Heng understood that this was to maximize the protection of buyers' interests. In the case of Death Dream, should the triggering and death conditions become known, its value would significantly diminish. However, there were inherent risks, as exemplified by the escape dagger, for which the absence of detailed teleportation distances forced buyers to rely on their own estimations of its quality. Should the final outcome deviate from their expectations, they would find themselves at a loss. Zhang Heng observed that Ding Si was not perusing the items at the front, but had instead flipped to the last pages. When he noticed Zhang Heng's curious glance, he smiled and explained that this auction contained an additional 200 unidentified items at the end of the list, which tested 1 and amp, Oppo's, discernment. If interested, he was welcome to take a look. These items had a uniform starting price of 100 points. Yet the vast majority were of F grade, with a few E grade items. In rare cases, one might stumble upon a C grade or even B grade item. Ding Si recounted how someone had miraculously acquired a B grade item from unidentified goods 2 years prior, though such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Most who gambled on unidentified items ultimately incurred losses, as those who sold them were likely well informed about their value, generally assessing them below 100 points. Flipping to the back, Zhang Heng indeed found a series of photographs, each marked only with a serial number. Some had already received bids. Yet the majority remained devoid of any offers. Ding Si further cautioned that some individuals, uncertain of their own evaluations, might attempt to follow others' bids, a strategy fraught with peril. Without a rough valuation, one would struggle to determine when to withdraw. In truth, if one truly desired an item, it could be wise to wait until the final moments to place a bid. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude. While this knowledge was not overly confidential, it was evidently the result of Ding Si and amp, Oppo's, accumulated experience from previous auctions, and his willingness to share it freely warranted sincere thanks. Ding Si waved off the gratitude, suggesting it was merely an investment in camaraderie, adding that should Zhang Heng wish to engage in trade, he need not wait for year-end, as their prices at the Fulua were quite fair. Zhang Heng refrained from hastily examining the unidentified items at the back and instead glanced at the bidding situation for the identified items, obtaining a general understanding of the market prices. Typically, an E-grade item ranged between 80 to 100 points, while D-grade items fell between 300 to 600. The price range for C-grade items varied even more dramatically, often exceeding 1,000 points. However, the ultimate worth of an item depended on its utility. Exceptional or dismal effects could lead to significant deviations from these price ranges. The escape dagger ultimately closed at a hammer price of 2,050 points. From a professional standpoint, Ding Si deemed this somewhat excessive. While the item was indeed valuable, it did not warrant such a high price. He suggested that 1,500 points would be a more reasonable valuation, though life-preserving items were inherently popular, possibly indicating the buyer and amp, Oppo's, urgent need. Before long, the auctioneer presented the second item. He opened a wooden box crafted from tule, revealing a bone fragment to the assembled players. This time, however, the hall fell into an unusual silence, with a full half-minute passing without any bids. Unlike the fervor surrounding the escape dagger, the Gillespie bone was difficult to assess based solely on a vague description, and its minimum bid of 1,900 points was considerably steep. Nevertheless, all items auctioned tonight had been appraised 2 days prior by professionals, leaving no doubt as to its worth. The concern lay in whether the buyer could utilize it. Given that it equated to several million in currency yet could only be used twice, a consideration even the wealthiest would ponder. This item possesses some intrigue, Ding Si remarked, stroking his chin. What do you mean? Zhang Heng inquired. Ding Si appeared to possess unique insight into the small bone fragment displayed, for he had personally delivered it to the bartender for appraisal and had commissioned its inclusion in the auction. He had scoured the catalog in hand and found no mention of it, leading him to suspect it might have been classified among the 12 items for bidding. Yet here it was again so soon. Time-related items are quite rare, Ding Si continued. The price is justifiable, but the mere mention of time loops provides scan information. Will it go unsold? Zhang Heng asked. Not at all. An unsold item is unlikely. The rarity of time-related items alone merits a gamble. The absence of bids likely stems from players weighing its value internally. Just as Ding Si finished speaking, a bidder raised their paddle to offer a bid. With the first bid placed, a second and then a third soon followed. However, unlike the previous fervor for the escape dagger, the atmosphere surrounding this bid felt rather subdued, punctuated by moments of silence until, as the third hammer was about to fall, another bid was made. This created an odd situation, while the number of bidders was few. The auction seemed interminable. After 10 minutes, the elderly auctioneer, furrowing his brow, announced that the minimum bid increment would now be set to 100 points. This adjustment compelled many to reconsider their bids, resulting in a significant reduction in participants, yet the pace of bidding quickened, as only 3 resolute buyers remained. As the points reached 2,600, one bidder opted to withdraw. At 2,900, another began to waver, ultimately relinquishing their paddle. thereby sealing the Molesby bone at a final price of 2,900 points. Theoretically, as long as the holder wished, they could remain within the time loop indefinitely. For instance, one could refine their archery skills through repetitive practice. However, the reality was that no one could endure such monotonous repetition for long. Zhang Heng surmised that even the most mentally resilient individuals would likely crack after half a month, and the additional 24 hours he possessed did not particularly necessitate such an item. Chapter 92. The Arrow of Paris. Zhang Heng held a keen interest in the effects of the Molesby bone. After the identification results emerged, he personally tested it. Unlike the items he previously possessed, the conditions for activating the Molesby bone were exceedingly stringent, necessitating a preliminary ceremony. Fortunately, the materials needed for the ceremony were not overly complex, although the entire process would take approximately 9 hours. Upon completion of the ritual, the bearer of the Molesby bone would enter a time loop, a desolate, white expanse devoid of anything but the incessant resetting of time, where even death did not exist. Yet, this realm served as an unparalleled training ground. For instance, in archery, the time resets rendered one impervious to hunger and fatigue. There was no need for sustenance or rest, allowing one to hone their archery skills to perfection as long as they wished. However, the monotony of such a singular cycle proved unbearable for any individual. Zhang Heng estimated that even the most resilient minds would succumb to madness within a fortnight. It was a stark and desolate environment, and he pondered how the creature known as Molesby had endured in this void for millennia. Moreover, exiting the time loop required another ceremony conducted by those outside, which explained why Molesby had been irrevocably trapped here following the demise of the Arxians. Nevertheless, the intrinsic value of this item was undeniable. Its characteristic of granting immortality within the time loop was enough to tempt many. However, due to Zhang Heng's surplus of 24 hours, his desire for this item was not as fervent. After some hesitation, he decided to auction it off, primarily because he had just joined the game and had only completed 3 rounds of dungeons. Although the rate of earning points was commendable, he still needed to accumulate more. After deducting a 5 handling fee, Zhang Heng ultimately accrued 755 points, transitioning from a mere spectator to an active participant in the auction. As he scrolled through the tablet in his hand, something on the 4th page caught his eye. Arrow of Paris, quality, D. Function, automatically strikes the target and amp, Oppos, S weak point upon release. Current bid, for 110. The name and function of this arrow evoked memories of a childhood bedtime story he had once heard. In the Trojan War, the most formidable hero of the Greek alliance, Achilles, was said to be the son of the Argonaut hero Peleus and the sea goddess Thetis. Numerous versions of his tale exist, one of which recounts how Thetis learned from the fates that her son would perish in battle. To protect him, she immersed the infant Achilles in the river Styx, rendering his body impervious to weapons. However, as she held him by his heel, that part remained untouched by the waters, thereby becoming his sole vulnerability. In the subsequent Trojan War, Achilles slew countless foes, emerging victorious in every battle, even defeating Hector, the mightiest warrior of Troy. However, he later fell afoul of Apollo, and according to German author Schwab's Greek mythology stories, Achilles met his demise when Apollo guided an arrow to his heel. In Homer's epic, the slayer of Achilles was the Trojan prince Paris, whose arrow, under Apollo and Oppos' guidance, struck Achilles and Oppos' heel. Today, this game item bore striking resemblance to the arrow mentioned in the Iliad, both in name and description. Realizing the perils players faced in the real world, Zhang Heng sought to arm himself with suitable items. The Arrow of Paris complemented his level 2 archery skills perfectly. If he could hit his target, the arrow would automatically strike the opponent and amp, Oppos' weak point. Given that this type of item had a narrow applicability, only targeting players with archery skills, competition was not particularly fierce. Over the course of half an hour, the bid had only increased by 65 points, making it relatively quiet compared to other popular items. As the auction progressed, Ding Si and amp, Oppos' phone incessantly vibrated, clearly indicating business inquiries. He was not surprised. Those attending the auction sought to find suitable game items for themselves, and if the bidding became heated, they would inevitably seek aid from the trading company, either through direct exchanges or by using their items as collateral. Throughout the next hour, Ding Si and amp, Oppos' fingers were never still as he completed numerous transactions. However, after stepping out briefly, he found that the volume of messages he received had diminished significantly. Congratulations, Zhang Heng offered, And as the online auction neared its conclusion, the bid for the Arrow of Paris rose to 445. Zhang Heng added 20 points to his bid. And finally, no one contested him, allowing him to secure the item for 465 points. Additionally, he had his eye on a pair of earrings that conferred protection against fire. But the price escalated too high for his liking, leading him to abandon the pursuit. He briefly perused the unidentified items, which were a jumble of various objects, some appearing quite antiquated while others were modern, such as a Samsung phone and a Gucci handbag. It was challenging to ascertain their utility from mere photographs. The risk of relying on luck felt unwarranted. Just as Zhang Heng intended to close the product page, a particular photograph drew his attention, a key. It's intricately carved and looking somewhat familiar. He recalled having seen this design before, during his use of the Shadow's Edge. He had locked eyes with a raven in the darkness, its gaze etched in his memory. Although the photograph was slightly blurry, he recognized the engraving as belonging to that same raven. A spark of realization ignited within him. Among all the game items he currently possessed, only the origin of the Shadow's Edge remained a mystery. Perhaps this key could yield some clues, and more importantly, since Shadow's Edge was a D-grade item, it was likely that this key was also of similar quality. With no bids on this item, Zhang Heng procured it for a mere 100 points, leaving him with 292 points. He decided against further purchases and closed his tablet. The auction was nearing its end, with only one item remaining. Chapter 93. The troublemaker many were already aware of what the final auction item was. Yet when the elderly auctioneer withdrew the object from the tulip wood box for display, it still incited considerable commotion. The seasoned auctioneer maintained a professional demeanor, his gaunt visage retaining a grave expression as he announced in a calm and steady tone. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a voice rang out from the crowd, suggesting they skip the formalities and begin the bidding at 70,000. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. No one anticipated that the initial bid would leap by a staggering 10,000 points right from the outset, making for an explosive beginning. Ding Si had completed his duties for the day and had transitioned into spectator mode. Hearing the bid, he remarked, "Currently, there are 3 supersized guilds with over 2,000 players each, having amassed considerable wealth through years of fervent development. Only they could afford such exorbitant prices. So tonight's final round should undoubtedly showcase their prowess." Ding Si paused for a moment before continuing. No one would feel at ease relinquishing control of such a terrifying weapon like Death Dream to another, as evidenced by the caution shown by the president of one of the 3 major guilds, Silverwings. Consequently, the ensuing bidding war is likely to be intense. As Ding Si had predicted, the 70,000 price point failed to deter potential competitors. Within 10 seconds, another bid was placed, followed by another from the opposing side. With so many players present, only 3 were qualified to raise their paddles, each backed by their respective guilds. B-grade items are inherently rare, and the utility of Death Dream is unparalleled even among B-grade artifacts. Thus, the 3 major guilds would not hold back against one another, and within a mere 10 minutes, the price soared to 87,500 points. At this juncture, even the 3 major guilds had to exercise caution, and the pace of bidding began to slow. When the price reached 89,000 points, one guild could no longer bear the cost and chose to withdraw, leaving only 2 competitors still in contention. There are countless methods to eliminate an adversary. It is unnecessary to expend 90,000 points for such a purpose. From a purely defensive standpoint, the price seemed excessively steep. Just as the 3 parties were poised to determine a victor, a voice suddenly emerged from the back corner of the hall, announcing 100,000 points. An uproar ensued throughout the auditorium. While many were interested in Death Dream, everyone understood that its ultimate ownership lay with one of the 3 major guilds, as only they possessed both the desire and financial means to secure such an item. Just as this riveting spectacle appeared to be drawing to a close, a 4th player had unexpectedly entered the fray, raising the price by another 10,000 points. A bid of 100,000 points, even for a B-grade item, could only be described as audacious. Consequently, all eyes turned toward the disruptor, whose identity remained concealed due to the rules. All that could be discerned was that she was a tall woman wearing sunglasses. After making her bid, she quietly resumed chewing her gum. Whispers erupted throughout the hall as players exchanged speculations about the woman's identity, only to find that none recognized her. The 3 major guilds were evidently unprepared for this unforeseen development, leaving the 3 bidders somewhat at a loss. Zhang Heng noticed the peculiar expression on Ding Si's face and inquired, "What's wrong? Do you know her?" Ding Si shook his head. "I don't know her." but 40 minutes ago, she approached me using 3 C-grade game items as collateral to borrow 4,500 points from me, which was essentially all my remaining stock. He pondered aloud, is it possible she secured points from other guilds as well, ultimately amassing 100,000? In theory, that is possible, Ding Si replied. There are numerous guilds aboard the ship, all prepared for business and carrying substantial points. If she has contacted them all, she might manage to accumulate that amount. Yet, such a scenario seems implausible. It is unlikely anyone would have the precise number of items needed for collateral. Ding Si furrowed his brow. The 3 major guilds are in serious trouble. Their points for this auction cannot exceed 100,000. While Death Dream is indeed valuable, it is not worth the price. The real concern is if it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, all their prior efforts would be in vain. As he spoke, Ding Si's phone vibrated again. Upon concluding the call, his expression was one of disbelief. This is impossible. All the guilds are out of points. Could it be she has exhausted their resources single-handedly? Who is this woman? Meanwhile, the 3 previous bidders were beginning to sweat. Clearly, possessing Death Dream was more reliable than allowing it to fall into the hands of another. However, if that were not feasible, it would be acceptable for it to reside with one of the other 2 guilds, as their relationships, while not particularly close, were still governed by the rules. The worst-case scenario would be if it fell into the hands of another madman, potentially repeating the tragedy of the former president of Silverwings. The only viable solution was for one guild to borrow 10,000 points from another, allowing them to surpass the woman's bid. Yet, 100,000 was an exorbitant price. No one wished to assume that burden. As Ding Si analyzed the situation, he appeared somewhat distracted, his hand absent-mindedly stroking the black briefcase on his lap. The woman in sunglasses chewed her gum increasingly rapidly. 3 seconds later, the auctioneer's gavel fell, and the elderly auctioneer declared the final round concluded. A female attendant brought the tulipwood box before the woman in sunglasses. Having just spent 100,000 on a single item, she made no effort to inspect it. Hastily tossing the contents into her small handbag before her form vanished from her seat, evidently having exited the instance. In the final moment before her disappearance, Ding Si abruptly leaped from his seat, shouting, "Quick, someone stop her!" Chapter 94. The storm. Ding Si and Appo's cry came a moment too late. However, even had he shouted earlier, it would have made no difference. In this peculiar auction instance, players were free to leave at any time, a fact Ding Si was acutely aware of. Understanding that his actions were ultimately futile, a mere instinctive reaction born of despair, as he watched the sunglasses woman and Appo's figure vanish before his eyes. He painfully tugged at his own hair. He was not the only one in the auditorium feeling regret this evening. Soon, a scream pierced the air from the other side, as a young man collapsed in his chair, swiftly followed by several more cries of indignation and anger. Zhang Heng, seated closest to Ding Si, had the clearest view. When the sunglasses woman prepared to depart, Ding Si, clearly agitated, could not help but open the black briefcase, extracting 3 tulipwood boxes from within. However, upon opening them, he discovered that the game items had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only 3 faces crafted from modeling clay, grinning mockingly at his folly. After his desperate shout, Ding Si lost all strength and slumped in his seat. It was evident that Ding Si and Appo's misfortune was not isolated to the Fulla Chamber of Commerce. Nearly every organization holding points had been deceived by the sunglasses woman. One by one, the tulipwood boxes were opened, revealing an array of colorful modeling clay that stung the eyes of all present. Zhang Heng was equally astonished, given Ding Si and the others and Appo's keen perception and experience. It was unfathomable that they could fall for such a simplistic ruse. Moreover, they remained within the instance where they could directly view item information on their personal panels. Under such circumstances, the sunglasses woman had managed to deceive everyone with mere scraps of inexpensive clay, ultimately seizing the Death Dream from the 3 major guilds without spending a single coin. Such an occurrence seemed almost fantastical. Yet, this surreal scenario unfolded right before his eyes. The only individual in the auditorium seemingly unaffected was the old auctioneer on stage. After selling the final item, he concluded his duties for the night with a brief closing statement, indifferent to the chaos below, before removing his gloves and stepping down. Once the realization of what had transpired dawned, the leaders of the various guilds were the first to exit the instance. They had suffered considerable losses and would undoubtedly need to report back to their organizations, simultaneously seeking to locate the sunglasses woman in the real world. This was a night deserving of celebration. One should indulge in a drink to toast their newfound status among the affluent. The mollusca bone had been delivered to the auction by the bartender, who was well aware of its worth. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the durian-flavored rum, Zhang Heng politely declined the offer. He presented the unidentified key he had won and the necklace obtained from Simon to the bartender, requesting them to be appraised. Pausing briefly, he added, "Additionally, I would like a permanent membership card and a task failure exemption card. I admire a man who knows how to spend money," the bartender praised, tapping away at her calculator to arrive at the final total, 1407 points. Thus, Zhang Heng and Oppo's game points diminished from 2292 to 785. After settling the payment, he recalled another query and, seizing the bartender's amiable mood, inquired, "Are you aware that there are instances when the information displayed on the personal panel within the instance can be erroneous?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the question. Without hesitation, she asserted, "Impossible. The information on the panel is more accurate than the time announced before the evening news." Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she added, "However, if there are special game items involved, one cannot entirely rule out such anomalies. But to achieve that level of deception would likely require an A-level game item. Have you encountered such a case?" The events of the auction were no secret, and it was likely that word would spread swiftly among players. Zhang Heng candidly replied, "Someone used modeling clay to deceive all the guilds on the ship, purchasing the final auction item with their ill-gotten gains. That technique sounds reminiscent of that individual's style," she muttered. "Tsh, he has appeared again. It seems he cannot bear to be forgotten." The bartender offered no further explanation, merely advising, "You should exercise caution when dealing with other players in the near future. Troublesome events are on the rise, and a storm appears to be looming." Zhang Heng summoned a small yellow bike and rode it to the nearest station. At this hour, in the industrial district, the bus stop was deserted. After securing the bike by the roadside, he suddenly heard rustling from the nearby greenery. Instinctively alert, he turned, gripping the Paris arrow in his hand and taking a step back. Both Ding Si and the professor had warned him that the player community was not safe, and the grand deception witnessed at the auction had imparted a vivid lesson. Therefore, Zhang Heng now approached his surroundings with heightened caution, his voice steady as he called out, "Who was there?" The rustling ceased upon his inquiry, suggesting the intruder had been startled. 5 seconds later, a figure leapt from the bushes, a black wild cat, tail tucked, darting away swiftly into the night. Was it merely a false alarm? Just then, the night bus arrived, and Zhang Heng sheathed his Paris arrow, casting one last glance at the thicket before boarding the bus. Chapter 95, Exam Week and Dinner. Uncertain whether it was due to his stance, Zhang Heng attempted several shots with the Paris arrow. However, he discovered that this arrow, valued at 465 points, appeared no different from an ordinary one. It is plausible that the choice of target played a significant role. Theoretically, the bullseye is not a weakness of the target. As for items like apples or cups, defining their weaknesses is quite challenging. Zhang Heng speculated that this arrow might only be effective against living creatures, yet he currently lacked suitable subjects for testing. 3 days later, the appraisal results for the necklace and key arrived in succession. Zhang Heng received a package from the bartender, opening it to reveal a card. Name, Hunter's Blessing. Quality, F. Effect, slightly increases the chance of encountering prey. The necklace Simon gifted him bore similarities to the lucky rabbit's foot. Yet the increase in encountering prey is ambiguous, oscillating between a beneficial and detrimental effect. For a hunter, possessing such an item undoubtedly enhances the likelihood of a successful hunt. However, for those uninclined to hunt, it could potentially invite trouble. Zhang Heng purchased a small Thule wooden box from the bartender to store the necklace, then turned his attention to the key acquired at the auction. Name, Shadow Key. Quality, E. Effect, transforms a target object into shadow form for 3 minutes. Usable under conditions that allow for shadow creation, with 3 uses. Items of E-rank quality generally range from 80 to 100 points. Zhang Heng spent 100 points on this item, slightly exceeding the typical price, which is not unusual given that most unidentified items are of F quality. While E-rank items are rare, and D and C ranks are even less common, B-rank items have only appeared once. Zhang Heng was particularly intrigued by its connection to Shadow Moment. During his previous 2 uses of Shadow Moment, he sensed that the crow standing in the darkness seemed to have something to convey to him. He had a hunch that uncovering the crow's background might grant him greater insight into the origins of these supernatural items. Of course, a more pressing matter loomed before him, the final exams. Following New Year's Day, the exam week commenced, with elective course examinations scheduled from the 3rd to the 7th. followed closely by major course assessments, leaving little time to spare. Due to the dormitory and Oppo's nightly power cutoff, those who had not adequately prepared before now found themselves forced to study in the corridor overnight. In fact, even before the new year had concluded, study groups had already commandeered the hallways. At midnight, Zhang Heng ventured outside, often encountering a group of diligent students, including Wei Jiaoyong and Chen Huadong. The latter was multitasking, studying for his major while streaming new episodes on his computer, finding amusement amid the grind. Additionally, Zhang Heng had encountered Shin Sisi twice in the study room. As he completed his last exam, he set down his pen, aware that his sophomore semester was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, Wei Jiaoyong was equally exhilarated. After an all-nighter with Chen Huadong, they relied on coffee to sustain them during the exam, only to feel invigorated afterward. Opting not to catch up on sleep, but instead suggesting a celebratory outing to the food street. The others readily agreed, prompting Wei Jiaoyong to contact his girlfriend. Coincidentally, Han Xiaoxiao and her dorm mates also wished to celebrate, so Wei Jiaoyong orchestrated a joint gathering. However, the atmosphere at the table felt oddly tense. Ma Wei was not one to engage in conversation or easily interact with girls, spending most of the time silently eating and drinking. Chen Huadong and Su Jing, typically the most boisterous among them, found themselves uncharacteristically quiet when seated together. Others felt hesitant to intervene in matters of the heart. Shin Sisi, possessing the highest emotional intelligence, was usually adept at handling such situations, yet tonight she appeared distracted, frequently checking her phone for messages. Thus, the final meal of Zhang Heng and Oppo's sophomore semester concluded rather abruptly. An even more awkward moment unfolded after dinner when the group exited the restaurant and spotted a black Mercedes parked at the entrance. This time, Zhang Heng clearly saw the driver. Contrary to rumors of a greasy, balding older man, the driver was quite young, likely a student, with a fit physique indicative of regular exercise. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and his friends emerge, he graciously opened the passenger door. Shin Sisi displayed a hint of embarrassment, stating, "I have a few matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." With that, she entered the black Mercedes. Han Xiaoxiao seemed poised to say something but ultimately held her tongue. After the car vanished from sight, she sighed. I asked her privately before. She claimed she wasn't at Oppo's seeing anyone but wished to engage in meaningful activities. Yet, she refrained from denying the rumors. I once believed in her, but now I am uncertain whether to continue doing so. Su Jing interjected, regardless, I unconditionally support Sisi. Chen Huadong scoffed. That and Oppo's because you and she are cut from the same cloth. As tensions rose, others hurried to ease the situation. Wei Jiaoyong, with a wry smile, remarked, come now. It's winter break next. We haven't seen each other for a month. Can't we end the year on a harmonious note? Right, Zhang Heng? Wei Jiaoyong sought solidarity from his ally, only to find Zhang Heng lost in thought, gazing in the direction Shin Sisi had departed. A pang of concern gripped Wei Jiaoyong. He feared that before resolving one issue, another might arise, especially considering the past rumors of ambiguity between Zhang Heng and Shin Sisi, which, though often dismissed as mere speculation, left room for uncertainty about the true sentiments of those involved. Chapter 96, The Black Flag, 1. With the conclusion of the examinations, the long-awaited winter break has finally arrived. From now until March 4th, there will be no further classes scheduled at the school. The other three roommates hold a certain admiration for Ma Wei. Since the first day of his enrollment, he has never concealed his family and Oppo's circumstances, nor has he used them as an excuse to take advantage of others. Instead, he has consistently endeavored to alleviate his family's burdens through his own diligent efforts. Zhang Heng muses that, were he in Ma Wei's position, he would find it challenging to perform any better. He pats Ma Wei on the shoulder, having purchased his train ticket for the following week. Yet he has one more task to attend to before his departure. At 23:37, Zhang Heng pushes open the door to the lounge on the second floor of the bar. He greets the bartender and, with familiarity, makes his way to an unoccupied booth. Setting the alarm clock beneath the seat to 23:55, Zhang Heng closes his eyes, embarking on a new journey. Player identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Randomly selecting the fourth round of the instance for player number 07958. Selection complete. The current instance is Black Flag. The New Providence pirates pose a severe threat to maritime trade in the region. Any civilized nation should regard pirates as enemies of all humanity. Mission objective: establish a foothold in Nassau and build your own faction. Mode: single player. A friendly reminder: the game will officially commence in 5 seconds. please prepare yourself. As Zhang Heng contemplates the location of New Providence within the mission and amp, Oppos, S context, a thunderous explosion erupts beside him. He opens his eyes to find a gaping hole in the bulkhead to his left. A solid iron cannonball having shattered the table by his bed and rolled onto the floor. However, this is merely the beginning of his troubles. Zhang Heng soon hears the roar of cannon fire and the chaotic footsteps of people in the corridor outside, quickly surveying his surroundings. He had suspected something amiss upon hearing the word pirate. After scanning the cabin, he confirms that he has once again encountered a non-modern societal instance. Both the furnishings of the cabin and his attire bear a distinctly classical appearance, reminiscent of ancient European style, though the specific time period remains uncertain. The history of piracy can be traced back to the 14th century BCE with the Lacanians, as recorded by ancient Egyptians following their raids on Cyprus. The notorious Viking pirates from the 8th to 11th centuries are also well remembered. Although few in number, they fought with unparalleled ferocity, unafraid of death. Subsequently, game developers drew inspiration from them to create the Berserker class. In the 17th century, the coastal regions of Fujian and Guangdong in China also suffered from the scourge of Japanese pirates. However, as the naval powers of various nations grew stronger, pirates gradually faded from the historical stage, with only minor threats remaining, such as those from Somalia. Thus, the urgent priority is to vacate this perilous area to avoid the possibility of another cannonball striking him, for he may not be so fortunate a second time. Hastily, Zhang Heng pushes open the cabin door, colliding with a sailor dragging a box of ammunition. The sailor, who appears quite young, scrambles to his feet, his youthful face etched with fear. Without uttering a word, he seizes the box of cannonballs and rushes toward the deck. However, in the next moment, a cannonball flies out from an open door, striking him squarely in the chest. Zhang Heng rushes over, but it is evident that the young sailor and amp, Oppos, S chest is caved in completely, leaving him with no chance of survival. In his final moments, the sailor grips Zhang Heng and amp, Oppos, S hand. His eyes filled with a poignant longing for the world he is leaving behind. Having experienced the Russo-Finnish War, Zhang Heng is not unfamiliar with such tragedies. He knows there is little he can do now, but repeatedly reassure the sailor that his injuries are not severe and that he will soon recover. Yet, within half a minute, the young sailor breathes his last. Zhang Heng, solemn, gently closes the sailor's eyes and then hefts the box of cannonballs toward the ship's ladder. He yearns to discover what is unfolding outside. At that moment, a face peers down from above. It belongs to a man of approximately 40 or 50 years, with bronze skin that reveals a life spent at sea. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, he momentarily hesitates before expressing his irritation. Did I not already inform you that the ship and Oppos' armed forces are insufficient to spare anyone for your protection? Must you not remain quietly in the cabin? Zhang Heng, relieved to hear the man speaking in English. His greatest fear had been finding himself aboard a Spanish or Portuguese vessel, where communication would be impossible, steps aside to reveal the box of ammunition and the nearby young sailor's corpse. Your man was struck by cannon fire. I came to see how I might assist. The older sailor expresses surprise but acknowledges that this is not the time for conversation. With cannonballs running low aboard the ship, he gestures impatiently, quickly, hand me the ammunition. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng follows him onto the deck, where he is met with devastation. Shattered planks litter the ground, and several corpses lie strewn about. To his left, a three-masted vessel with black sails looms ominously. Chapter 97, The Black Flag, Part 2. The man, donned in a triangular hat and possessing a slightly stout physique, was undoubtedly the captain of the ship. He stood at the edge, peering anxiously through a brass telescope at the enemy vessel across the way. Beside him, a young man implored, "Father, surrender. Our ship is slower than theirs, and our artillery is less than a third of theirs. We have only 15 firearms aboard. This battle is unwinnable. We must act while there is still time." The captain glanced at his son before turning to the sailors behind him, bellowing, "Where are the cannonballs? Have they been brought?" An old sailor nodded. "We await your command, Captain." Just as he spoke, a cannonball struck a gun being loaded, sending the heavy iron barrel crashing down upon two gunners, who screamed before silence engulfed them. Simultaneously, the three-masted ship adorned with a black sail surged forth with alarming speed. The captain rallied his gunners to return fire, shouting encouragement. "Hold steady. If we can inflict pain upon them, make these scoundrels feel our might, they will abandon us for easier prey. Once we reach Boston, each of you shall receive a bounty of £6. The sailors, initially despondent, found their spirits rekindled by the promise of reward. As the enemy ship drew near, Within range, the 15 firearms aboard decisively opened fire. However, it was evident that they had not practiced sufficiently, and the bullets flew erratically, most landing harmlessly against the hull of the three-masted vessel. Their efforts were akin to scratching the surface of a boot, met only with fierce retaliation from the opposing ship. After a volley, 9 sailors fell, and the morale finally shattered. No amount of reward could outweigh the instinct for self-preservation. The sailors began to abandon their weapons and flee. The captain, realizing the tide had turned, stood in stunned silence until he turned to find his son lying on the deck. The young man clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. The captain removed his triangular hat, knelt, and cradled his son in his arms, bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had made his way to the captain and Apos' quarters, having surmised the outcome of the battle upon sighting the three-masted ship. Even if he joined the fray, it would be futile. The ship he was aboard was merely an ordinary British merchant vessel, equipped with only 8 light cannons of 9-pound capacity and insufficient ammunition, while the black-sailed ship boasted at least 30 cannons. Had it not been for the intention to capture both ship and crew, he might have already been adrift at sea. Thus, rather than engage in pointless resistance, he resolved to seize this opportunity for something more meaningful. Amid the chaos and disorder on deck, Zhang Heng stealthily entered the captain's chamber. This room, typically the most fortified on any ship, was now devoid of life. He paid no heed to the valuable trinkets around him, knowing that even if he took them, they would be lost once the pirates boarded. He hurried to a wooden table on the west side and opened 3 drawers in succession, finally discovering what he sought: the ship's log. Every ship typically kept one to record dates, wind directions, weather, and significant events. At that moment, Zhang Heng yearned to ascertain the precise time and the ship's condition, making the log his best resource. He spread the log open on the table, and just 3 minutes later, a thunderous explosion rocked the vessel violently. Zhang Heng nearly lost his footing, and as he steadied himself and pulled back a curtain, he beheld a massive cannon's mouth. Fortunately, he had gleaned enough information. The year was 1712. If his memory served him correctly, Spain had experienced a decline since the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701, while Britain, through a series of treaties, had seized many of Spain's overseas colonies, emerging as the new maritime power. This period also marked the height of pirate activity. However, judging by the screams from above, his plans were not unfolding as he had hoped. Additionally, Zhang Heng found New Providence marked on the nautical map before him. Located in the central northern part of the Bahamas, with Nassau being a small town on its northern shore. In a frantic escape, one figure fled while another pursued. The fleeing man collided with Zhang Heng, tumbling to the ground. The pursuer, evidently not a crew member, brandished a bloodied hand axe, his gaze fixed on the sobbing, crawling figure beneath him, a glint of bloodlust in his eyes. Upon noticing Zhang Heng, rather than panic, his excitement grew. What he did not anticipate was Zhang Heng's swiftness. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng executed a karate sidekick, sending the hand axe flying from the thug's grip. However, the pirate retaliated quickly, throwing a punch that Zhang Heng barely deflected. His arm numbed from the impact. Meanwhile, the pirate, unscathed, grinned widely and drew a dagger from his belt. Realizing the peril he faced, Zhang Heng understood that close combat was not his forte. The earlier punch had revealed a stark disparity in their strength. In a direct confrontation, he was unlikely to match this pirate and Apos' prowess. Chapter 98. The Black Flag. 3. Zhang Heng realized that he had to devise a solution on his own. In previous moments of peril, he might have succumbed to distractions, but after the baptism of the Sufan War, he had grown increasingly composed. Clutched in his grasp was the shadow of the moment, yet this artifact had but one remaining use, and the duration of this quest was particularly prolonged. He was reluctant to expend it prematurely. He recalled an earlier encounter in Sweden, where he and Simon ventured into the woods to hunt bears. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small potato peeler on the cutting board to his right. However, this subtle maneuver did not escape the notice of the bald man opposite him. Just as he prepared to move, the other lunged at him fiercely with a dagger. Zhang Heng feigned a strike, but instead, he leaped to the left. The bald man quickly adjusted his aim and pursued him aggressively. As the dagger appeared poised to pierce his heart, Zhang Heng executed a swift slide, evading the attack, causing the dagger to embed itself in a large piece of smoked meat hanging behind him. The bald man's frustration ignited. He found Zhang Heng and Apos' slippery combat style infuriating, akin to a game of hide and seek. He shoved the piece of meat aside, only to be met instantly with a sharp harpoon. Zhang Heng had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. His greatest advantage over the bald man was his familiarity with the environment. Though both had boarded the ship not long ago, he had thoroughly explored the kitchen while searching for a hiding place and was well aware of the harpoon and Apos' location. All that remained was to lure his opponent here. Simon had once said that to hunt the large beasts of the forest, one must first convince them that they are the predator. When the moment was ripe, Zhang Heng did not hesitate to reveal his fangs, thrusting the harpoon directly into the bald man's neck. His movements were swift, leaving no time for the target to react. The main spike completely penetrated the bald man's throat, emerging from the back of his head, mingled with a gruesome mixture of crimson and gray. The ferocious brown bear ultimately stumbled into the trap laid for it, letting out a defiant roar, its massive form staggering before collapsing to the ground. After delivering this fatal blow, Zhang Heng sank to the floor, exhausted. Meanwhile, the plump man, who had been cowering with his head in his hands, was startled by the sounds around him. Trembling, he raised his head, only to find the outcome was not as he had envisioned. He seemed unable to comprehend the scene before him, hesitating before finally stammering, You won? You can still sit there and ask such an unfruitful question. So yes, I have won, Zhang Heng replied. The plump man blushed, realizing that his previous display had been utterly cowardly, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand while ignoring Zhang Heng's plight. He mumbled, I apologize, I was simply too frightened. I just opened the door to see what was happening outside, and then he came charging at me without discernment. I thought I was done for. By the way, I am Malvin. My father is a farmer in the colony, and I intended to help him. I believe I saw you on the ship. You are a traveler from the east, right? Your name is Zhang. Zhang. Malvin, I fear now is not the time for reminiscing. That band of pirates has already boarded the ship. If they discover one of their own dead here, we shall be in grave trouble, Zhang Heng interjected swiftly. The current situation left him feeling quite helpless. He alone could not alter the outcome of the battle outside. In his original plan, he intended to secure his belongings and find a quiet place to wait, preparing to surrender, but he had not anticipated stumbling into this predicament. Had he allowed the plump man to perish at the hands of the bald pirate, the latter's exhilaration after killing would surely lead him to Zhang Heng. Thus, Zhang Heng had made the decisive choice to act, yet this also placed him in a precarious position. Malvin exclaimed, panic once again washing over him. What do we do now? I didn't kill him. I did nothing, just squatted here, motionless. Zhang Heng frowned, surprised that Malvin's instinctive reaction was to extricate himself from blame. Although his actions had not been purely altruistic, the fact remained that Malvin owed his survival to him. Before Zhang Heng could articulate his thoughts, however, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. Half a minute later, two figures appeared at the doorway, one wielding a musket and the other brandishing a British cutlass. They were not sailors from the ship. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and Malvin standing with their hands raised, one of them shouted, We've found two more. He then waved his weapon, cautioning them, Stay put, your captain is dead, and this ship belongs to us now. Don't try any tricks. Malvin nodded vigorously, his double chin quivering, sweat cascading down his cheeks like a wrung-out garment. The pirate with the cutlass paused, bewildered. What is going on? He scanned the kitchen for anything suspicious until his gaze fell upon a large wooden barrel behind the two men. He shoved Malvin aside and opened the barrel, only to find it filled with nothing but smoked fish. Are we done yet? The other pirate urged impatiently. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the victory feast. By the way, where did that fellow Vic go? I think I saw him heading this way. The two were escorted onto the deck, where they encountered other passengers and the 7 sailors who had survived the battle. The expressions of all were tinged with trepidation, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Chapter 99, The Black Flag 4, two pirates stepped forward to search Zhang Heng and Malvin, rummaging through every pocket, leaving no boot unchecked, ensuring that no valuable item was overlooked. Afterward, Zhang Heng and Malvin were thrust into the crowd, the latter and Apos' demeanor betraying his fear. The sight of the captain and the corpses of fallen sailors stirred a tremor within him, prompting laughter from the surrounding pirates. Zhang Heng's wallet and a snuff bottle were confiscated. However, the shadow key and shadow mark remained concealed on his person. The latter was his lifeline. And to prevent the pirates from discovering them, he resorted to using the shadow key twice, transforming these items into shadow forms. Yet, unlike previous encounters, he now found himself adrift upon the vast ocean. Even with the shadow mark in his possession, he was uncertain of where he could escape. While in shadow form, he could imprint himself upon the water and Apos' surface, but once the 3 minutes elapsed, he would revert to being a mere castaway, should fortune favor him. Perhaps a passing vessel might rescue him, but the greater likelihood remained that he would meet his demise in the belly of a fish, or succumb to dehydration beneath the blazing sun before being devoured by the sea. Just moments ago, they had been passengers aboard a ship, yearning for a new life in the colonies, and now they found themselves prisoners of pirates, their fates uncertain. Although most did not exhibit the same despair as Malvin, a wave of pessimism began to spread among them. After about 15 minutes, a clamor erupted from below deck, accompanied by gunfire. When calm returned, a figure appeared before them. Apologies. Every ship has its share of unruly fools, and I had to take a moment to persuade them. Fortunately, the matter is now resolved. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Orf, the helmsman of the Sea Lion. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, slightly balding yet spirited. And compared to the menacing pirates surrounding him, he seemed more inclined toward reasoned discourse. In truth, the position of helmsman required exceptional communication skills. It was the second most crucial role aboard a pirate ship. The helmsman fostered a close relationship with the crew, representing their interests and serving as a bridge between them and the captain, possessing the authority to question the captain and Appos' orders should the crew and Appos' welfare be at stake. His presence instilled a glimmer of hope in many. One passenger pleaded, "Please, sir, spare us. We are but ordinary people. My wife and children await my return at home." Orf nodded in acknowledgement, but then he drew a short pistol from his belt and shot a sailor who had already surrendered his weapon. The bullet struck the man in the head, causing him to collapse, blood splattering onto the helmsman's linen shirt. Witnessing such a brutal scene, the captives panicked, recalling tales of pirates as merciless, bloodthirsty marauders. No one could predict whether they would decide, on a whim, to slaughter everyone on board. This act undoubtedly set an ominous tone, and Malvin was so terrified that he wet himself. The pirates erupted in cheers at his utterance, clapping against the railing in agreement, which provided a slight comfort to the captives. Though the preceding events seemed horrific, one could argue that from a perspective of vengeance, it was not entirely unwarranted. The passengers quickly forgot who had been protecting them not long ago. When survival was at stake, silence became their choice. The remaining 6 sailors, who had surrendered early, wore complex expressions. On one hand, they felt ashamed of their cowardice. On the other, they secretly rejoiced at having avoided the fray. Now that old grievances have been settled, we may discuss what concerns you most, Orf continued. As you can see, this ship now belongs to us, along with its cargo, your wallets, and all valuable possessions, including the ship itself. However, we are not unreasonable. Orf's tone shifted. Out of humanitarian concern, we will provide you with a small boat, 2 barrels of fresh water, and perhaps some biscuits and cured meat, while it may not suffice for you to row to Boston. Fortune favors you as you currently rest upon a trade route, and the weather appears favorable for the next few days. With luck, a passing ship may discover you, and you shall be saved. His words did little to reassure the crowd, igniting a fresh wave of chaos. A small boat, 2 barrels of water, and 30 passengers. This combination seemed precarious at best. Any gust of wind could spell disaster, let alone the uncertainty of when a rescue vessel might appear. The hope of salvation paled in comparison to the looming specter of death. Some began to plead again, seeking the pirates and Appos' sympathy. However, this time, Orf appeared resolute, refusing to alter his terms. I understand the risks involved, but we are pirates, not philanthropists. The subsequent challenges are for you to navigate. With that, Orf turned and departed, while nearby pirates prepared to lower the small boat into the water. Yet, the vessel was far too small. Even if filled to capacity, it could accommodate only 20 individuals, leaving no room for water or food. At that moment, a burly pirate approached and asked, "Are there any cooks or carpenters among you? We are short 2 carpenters and a cook aboard our ship. If anyone wishes to join, come with me." Compared to awaiting death on a small boat, this path undoubtedly offered a greater chance of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, one captured sailor raised his hand and declared, "I am the carpenter from the ship. I wish to join you." Before he could finish, another passenger spoke up, "Though I have little sailing experience, I've made furniture in town and built scaffolding. Do you think I might suffice?" The burly pirate considered briefly before nodding. "Very well, you can assist him." The remaining passengers looked on enviously. Skilled individuals were always welcomed, even by ruthless pirates. "Now, I have but one position left," the burly pirate announced. "This opportunity will not last. Is there anyone else willing to accompany me?" I am willing," came a voice. No one anticipated that the speaker would be Malvin. Chapter 100. The Black Flag. 5. The burly pirate cast a scrutinizing glance at Malvin, raising an eyebrow. Are you the cook? His skepticism was understandable. Malvin's attire was far removed from that of a typical chef. The garb of a farmer's son appeared rather genteel, complete with a wig, lace-trimmed cuffs and collar, and a snugly tailored waistcoat. However, he was presently adorned only in white silk stockings, as his elegant boots had been appropriated as spoils during the search. I assist my mother at her small inn in Canterbury when help is scarce, Malvin stammered, eager to defend his position. The burly pirate regarded him with a mixture of doubt and disdain, particularly as his gaze wandered to the damp patch on Malvin and Apo's trousers. Realizing that he had made a poor initial impression, Malvin hastily added, I am quite adept at cooking. The ship and Apo's cook would often consult me. If you wish, you can inquire with your acquaintances. When they found me, I was in the kitchen. This statement held truth. As the two pirates who had discovered Zhang Heng and Malvin nodded in agreement, Malvin, feeling anxious under the pirate and Apo's scrutiny, watched as the burly figure stroked his chin, pondering for nearly half a minute before finally responding, then give it a try. However, I must warn you, if the food is unsatisfactory or causes us distress, even if I am inclined to forgive you, they will not. He gestured to the surrounding pirates as he spoke. Malvin expressed his gratitude profusely. Very well, gentlemen. The positions are filled. Recruitment is concluded. I wish you all a pleasant journey ahead, declared the burly pirate, preparing to depart with his companions. At that moment, another voice interrupted from behind him. Wait. The burly pirate halted, oblivious to the sudden tension that enveloped Malvin and Apo's expression as he turned towards the source of the voice, his face betraying a sense of desperation. Zhang Heng disregarded the farmer and Apo's subtle hints and stood, declaring, I wish to join as well. The burly pirate frowned. I appreciate your enthusiasm, truly, but as I mentioned earlier, there are only 3 spots available, and we are currently at capacity. In the face of this polite refusal, Zhang Heng remained unfazed. Hand me a pistol. Perhaps moved by Zhang Heng's confidence or the raucous encouragement of the surrounding pirates, the burly pirate ultimately relented and handed a short pistol to Zhang Heng. Upon receiving the firearm, Zhang Heng inspected it carefully. Having studied weaponry following the script of the Sufan War, he was no longer the naive novice he once was. In his hands lay a flintlock pistol, which, compared to the matchlock, simplified the firing process by utilizing flint to ignite the powder, allowing for faster shooting, less recoil, and greater accuracy. Developed in the mid-16th century, it became a standard issue in European armies by the late 17th century, playing a significant role in the later American Revolutionary War. Zhang Heng scrutinized the weapon for a full minute, while the onlooking pirates grew increasingly restless, and the burly pirate in charge of recruitment began to display impatience. Suddenly, without warning, Zhang Heng raised the pistol and aimed it at Malvin. The latter and Apo's heart raced, fearing an attempt on his life, but the next moment, the bullet whizzed past his ear, striking an apple core held by a pirate at the rear, startling him thoroughly. The pirates were momentarily taken aback before erupting into cheers. The distance between Zhang Heng and the apple-bearing pirate exceeded 40 meters, and the ship's motion added to the difficulty. Yet, the rapid-fire technique he had learned from Simon appeared so fluid that it seemed as though he had not aimed at all, earning him resounding applause. In many ways, the majority of pirates were straightforward individuals. On the vast ocean governed by the law of the jungle, they held a deep respect for strength. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the surrounding pirates were shouting, "Accept him! Accept him!" The burly pirate furrowed his brow, ultimately unable to resist the overwhelming support from his comrades. Very well, a sharpshooter is hard to refuse. We already have 3, so what's one more? Come with me. The 4 followed the burly pirate down the deck, who introduced himself as Owen, the first mate of the Sea Lion. Regardless of your past or what roles you held, you are now part of the Sea Lion. However, trust will take time to cultivate. Owen paused before continuing. There are certain rules you must be aware of. Listen closely. Gambling, theft, and brawling are strictly prohibited unless conducted in the presence of a notary. Fleeing in battle is punishable by death, he emphasized, casting a glance at Malvin, who nervously wiped sweat from his brow. During plunder, personal hoarding of spoils is forbidden, except for items taken from those you have slain. You may select one item first, but all loot will be shared equally. The captain and helmsman receive double shares, while the doctor, carpenter, gunner, and cook, as well as the first mate, each receive 1.5 shares. Others who perform exceptionally in battle will earn additional rewards, and compensation will be provided for injuries, the amount of which depends on your tenure aboard. Oh, and most importantly, every matter aboard the ship, including the appointment and dismissal of the captain and helmsman, is subject to equal voting rights among all crew members. Owen concluded, looking at the four of them. For now, that is all. Do you have any questions? Malvin raised his hand, laughing awkwardly. I just want to clarify that I am not trying to shirk responsibility. I merely wish to know if the cook is also expected to fight? Owen regarded him thoughtfully. Generally, no. However, in dire circumstances, everyone must take up arms. Speaking of which, you should find Defrena and request a pistol. I will inform him as well. This last remark was directed at Zhang Heng. And the rest of you may also see Defrena to receive a weapon. This is a benefit for newcomers. In the future, if you require another due to damage, you will have to pay for it, deducted from your share of the next plunder. Chapter 101. The Black Flag. 6. The merchant vessel had suffered cannon fire, resulting in some damage to its hull. Although the harm was not severe, neglecting it was not an option, and soon two carpenters immersed themselves in their tasks. After Owen departed, Marvin finally exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, and sighed. That was close. It was truly terrifying. I thought I might perish alone on that small boat in the vast sea. The good news is, we are still here, while we have joined the pirates. At least we can survive. On the deck, as I spoke, you seemed quite anxious. Were you afraid I would usurp your position? Zhang Heng inquired. Marvin forced a smile. No, it's not that. I was worried they might harm you. They are ruthless killers, but you showed great courage. I couldn't even bear to look them in the eye while speaking to them. I am curious, Marvin, if I truly intended to take your position. What would you do? Would you expose the incident in the kitchen? Zhang Heng remarked nonchalantly. How could I? Marvin shook his head vigorously, yet his eyes averted. You saved my life. I would never betray you. That is for the best, for I can assure you that should you reveal this matter, you would be unable to escape unscathed yourself. Marvin chuckled awkwardly, yet his expression betrayed his disbelief in this statement. Do you know why I stabbed that fellow? Who was already dead, 3 times in the back with a potato peeler. You. Marvin's face turned pale, finally grasping the significance behind Zhang Heng's seemingly unnecessary action, which he had initially thought to be merely an expression of rage. It is quite difficult for an individual to inflict wounds on both the front and back of another simultaneously, but with assistance, the explanation becomes clear. You can tell your story, and I can narrate mine, yet ultimately, the body will attest to whose account sounds more credible. As they conversed, shouts erupted outside. Vic, where the hell have you gone? If you don't come out soon, the spoils will be gone. A group of pirates cursed as they passed through the corridor. Zhang Heng stood up, patting the pale-faced Marvin. It is getting late. I must retrieve my musket, and you should start cooking. After everyone has fallen asleep tonight, we shall act together and cast that item buried beneath the smoked fish into the sea, thereby alleviating our troubles. Having resolved the issue with the farm owner and Apos, as son, Zhang Heng received a musket and a dagger with a notch from Defrena, who managed the ship's armaments. However, he had no time to familiarize himself with his new weapons, as he was assigned his first task as a pirate, to clean the deck. Indeed, the life of pirates, when the black flag is not raised, bears little distinction from that of ordinary sailors. Many among them had previously been sailors themselves, driven by various reasons, be it the intolerable oppression of the captain or a desire for adventure and freedom, or perhaps the allure of sudden wealth. In any case, myriad motives led them to ultimately choose the path of piracy. However, no one relishes remaining in filthy, wretched conditions. Even the scruffiest of pirates are not immune to the perils that the sea harbors. Maintaining a clean environment not only aids in stabilizing one and Apos' mood, but also significantly reduces the risk of sailors contracting illnesses. Consequently, pirates regularly clean the deck, especially following a fierce battle, when the surroundings are often littered with corpses and blood. Zhang Heng and 5 others labored for a full 2 hours, gradually diminishing the bloodstains above. Marvin had also prepared dinner before sunset. Miraculously, it turned out to be surprisingly palatable. Zhang Heng recognized that he had navigated the most challenging hurdle and could remain aboard the ship. One should never underestimate the value of a skilled cook. Occasionally, when pirates venture out to pillage, it is not solely for riches, but also for people. Life at sea can be monotonous, particularly with a ship full of spirited young men, and prolonged exposure can easily incite unrest. An excellent chef can alleviate the sailors' and Apos' mental strain to a certain degree through delectable fare. Thus, it is stipulated that cooks, who generally do not partake in combat, receive an equal share of the spoils as the most perilous gunners. and no one contests this. The pirates were in high spirits that night, having just emerged victorious from a battle where they had thoroughly subdued their adversaries. They had seized the ship with minimal casualties, only 3 dead and 5 wounded, which warranted a celebratory drink. Some even reminisced about money owed to them by Vic, speculating whether he had secretly slipped away, prompting laughter among the crew. It was not until Owen and Apos' figure appeared in the mess hall that the atmosphere shifted. His gaze swept over the gathered pirates as he spoke. News has just arrived from the Sea Lion. They are certain Vic is not aboard. Who was the last to see him today? The pirates exchanged glances, for typically, there are only 2 outcomes in battle. Either one perishes or survives. The notion of a living person vanishing without a trace had never occurred before. Could he have fallen overboard? Someone speculated. Impossible. I checked before we set sail. There were no overboard casualties, another pirate countered. Others chimed in, affirming, yes, I saw him rush into the hold beneath the deck. He was among the first to enter. And I have not seen him since. The pirates engaged in animated discussion, yet none could elucidate the mystery of Vic's disappearance. Owen's gaze shifted to the newly recruited individuals. However, Marvin remained in the kitchen, and he did not discern any abnormalities in the faces of the remaining 3, who differed from the pirates. They sat quietly in the corner, consuming their meal, a demeanor that was entirely understandable, considering they had recently been on the receiving end of a raid. Chapter 102, The Black Flag 7. It was not until after dinner that Zhang Heng found the opportunity to examine his character panel, where his information had once again been updated. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Games played: 3 current game points, 777 items held. Shadow Key E. Shadow Clock D. Skills mastered: Piano, LV1. Language proficiency, LV1. Conversational level in 3 languages, modification and repair, LV1. Skiing, LV1. Rock climbing, LV1. Archery, LV2. Wilderness survival, LV2. Automotive driving, LV2. Shooting, LV2. Evaluation: this player is under the protection of shadows, possessing skills in automotive driving, shooting, wilderness survival, and archery, providing a certain level of self-defense capability. However, there are no distinct strong points, with an expectation of surviving through 7 rounds of gameplay. After 3 months of practice in the real world and a 48-hour bonus, Zhang Heng and Apos' rock climbing skill finally advanced from LV0 to LV1. He could now ascend most artificial rock walls unaided, while natural formations would depend on specific conditions, as angles and rock quality could significantly influence climbing difficulty. Shooting and skiing were newly acquired skills from his previous quest, with shooting emerging as his most gifted discipline to date. He had progressed from a novice merely acquainted with firearms to LV1 in just a month. That fateful night, when he and Simon escaped from the guerrilla camp and faced a mysterious master by the lake, had awakened latent potential within him. Ultimately, not only did he triumph in that life-and-death confrontation, but he also elevated his shooting skill to LV2. He realized that once a skill reaches LV2, further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging, as it signifies an exceptional level among ordinary individuals, leaving little room for improvement. In the case of his archery skill at LV2, Zhang Heng felt that practicing alone would only maintain his current level. To ascend to the next tier, he would require some external stimulus. Such stimuli, akin to that fateful duel by the lake, were rare occurrences he hoped to avoid in the future. Aware of his current circumstances, Zhang Heng closed the character panel. However, the situation was evidently different this time, especially within the cramped sailors and Apos' quarters, lying among a group of pirates who had likely not bathed for an extended period. The air was lang of unpleasant odors, and soon, Zhang Heng could no longer contain himself. The pirates erupted into laughter at the sight. What a joke! Are you a first-time sailor? One exclaimed. Indeed, I find myself regretting allowing him to join us on deck, another chimed in. Life at sea was monotonous, and thus, finding amusement became a fundamental skill for pirates. Yet, amidst them was a kind-hearted soul. A black pirate handed Zhang Heng a wooden bucket for him to vomit into, and even poured him a cup of water. Thank you, Zhang Heng managed to say after rinsing his mouth with fresh water. Don't mention it. Pay no heed to their words. Those fellows are just foul-mouthed. In truth, they are not bad people. You will discover that in time, the black pirate offered, extending his hand. Goodwin, gunner of the Sea Lion. Zhang Heng, he replied, one hand clutching the bucket while shaking hands with the other. I witnessed your performance on deck earlier. It was quite impressive. What did you do before? Were you a soldier? Goodwin inquired eagerly. Something like that. I did indeed participate in a war. Did you win? Not quite, but at least I and those I cared about survived. You were fortunate. I too participated in a war, but we were defeated. Goodwin pulled down his collar to reveal a brand on his left chest. My tribe was vanquished by another, and they slaughtered my father, mother, and the elders of our tribe. They sold me, my brother, and my 6-year-old sister to a slave ship. I cannot recall how long we were at sea, with everyone shackled and crammed in the lower hold, unable to move, with hardly any space to breathe. By the time we arrived at the place they called the New World, of the 300 Africans aboard, fewer than 80 could still draw breath. And my brother perished in my arms. I am truly sorry to hear that, Zhang Heng replied. The transatlantic slave trade began in the 15th century, peaking in the 17th and 18th centuries as the colonization and development of lands required vast amounts of cheap labor. Relying solely on the meager European immigrants was evidently impractical, prompting merchants to turn their sights towards Africa. European nations established trading posts and fortresses there, inciting conflicts between tribes to acquire war captives or even hunting slaves themselves. The era Zhang Heng found himself in was the height of the triangular trade, where merchants departed from Europe to Africa to purchase slaves, subsequently transporting them to the Americas to sell to plantation and farm owners, before returning with precious commodities such as gold, coffee, and cotton, reaping staggering profits. This situation persisted until the late 18th and early 19th centuries when nations like England, France, and America gradually prohibited the slave trade. However, while official support waned, illicit smuggling remained rampant, and the decline of the slave trade would not truly commence until the 1860s, a tale for another time. I was purchased in Charleston by a coffee plantation owner, where I labored for 8 years before being sold onto a ship as a sailor, doing the most arduous work while receiving the least nourishment, until she discovered us. Who? The sea lion. She granted me freedom, embraced me, and treated me as a companion. In battle, we watch each other's backs. Here, there is no master-slave dynamic. We are all equal free men, united by a common home. Where? Nassau. Chapter 103, The Black Flag 8. This was the first time Zhang Heng had heard that term from the mouths of the pirates. His main quest in this scenario was to establish a foothold in Nassau and build his own faction. Naturally, he wished to gain a deeper understanding of the place. However, before he could utter a word, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged to his forehead. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Heng opened his mouth, clutching the wooden barrel in his arms, feeling as though he might expel his very stomach. Goodwin rose and patted his back. You should rest, my friend. A good sleep will surely make you feel better. I shall not disturb you further. Zhang Heng recognized that his current condition was indeed dire, both physically and mentally. He could not focus his thoughts at all. Originally, he had planned to meet Marwan that evening to dispose of the corpse within the barrel, but in his present state, he was in no condition to undertake such a task. He felt as if he had been tossed into a tumble dryer, the world around him spinning chaotically. He clung to the barrel, retching repeatedly, and it was only in a haze of exhaustion that he eventually fell asleep, awakening to see a familiar face. You and Amp, Oppos, reawake, Marwan exclaimed excitedly, as he set down a bowl of food from the other side. I and Amp, Oppos, VE made you fish soup using the fish we caught this morning. It and Oppos, S perfect for helping you regain your strength. The farm owner and Oppos, S son's eyes glimmered with concern, as if he sincerely hoped for Zhang Heng and Oppos' swift recovery. Zhang Heng glanced at the bowl of soup and the biscuits beside it, but refrained from reaching for them. Instead, he inquired, What brings you here? Oh, Goodwin informed Mr. Owen about your illness. Mr. Owen asked if anyone would be willing to look after you, and I volunteered. After all, I have little else to do after preparing 2 meals each day. Marwan seemed aware of Zhang Heng and Oppos' lingering distrust and, in an attempt to alleviate it, took a large sip of the soup and a bite of the biscuit, chewing with an air of indignation. You really don't need to be so wary of me. We were all in the same boat before, and now it's just you, me, Bruce, and Kenny. Shouldn't we unite in times like these? At this point, Marwan cast a furtive glance around, confirming that no one was nearby, and lowered his voice. This morning, they searched the entire ship again for that fellow named Vic. Fortunately, the kitchen was scarcely inspected. But what if they returned to investigate us? Zhang Heng took a sip of the fish soup and regarded Marwan, sensing that the latter and Amp, Oppos' acting skills had improved significantly since their last encounter. The farm owner and Amp, Oppos' son, who previously wore his emotions on his sleeve, now seemed inscrutable. Was it true that harsh circumstances could accelerate personal growth? Yet, Deep down, Zhang Heng understood that Marwan was utterly unreliable. The events of the past had firmly established his selfish nature, which was unlikely to change. His self-interest was paramount, and given the chance, he would not hesitate to betray those around him for a better life. Nevertheless, for the time being, their interests aligned. As the corpse in the barrel was a shared burden, and Marwan could only hope Zhang Heng would swiftly resolve the matter before any further complications arose. However, fate was not in their favor. After drinking the soup, Zhang Heng found himself vomiting once more. The following week passed in a relentless cycle of sickness, during which he lost a considerable amount of weight, leading some to believe he might not survive. Yet, to everyone in Apos' astonishment, Zhang Heng ultimately persevered with remarkable fortitude. However, when he finally managed to leave the hammock, free from the tumult of the waves, he discovered he weighed scarcely over 100 pounds. "My heavens! You look like someone who has never set foot on the sea," Goodwin exclaimed. "But how is that possible? Haven and Apos, you've been adrift at sea for a month and a half?" This situation was indeed a long story. With the assistance of the gunner, Zhang Heng descended from his bed and stepped onto the deck, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The sensation of rebirth was invigorating. He had never anticipated that merely gazing at the sun would become a luxury. Having spent so long in the dim sailor and Apos' quarters, he had nearly forgotten what the outside world looked like. Once Goodwin had moved on, Marwan hastened toward him, a hint of anxiety etched on his face. "Thank heavens you're awake. You cannot imagine how I've been feeling these past few days. Every time someone passes by the kitchen door, my heart races. That thing in the barrel has been there too long, and now I cannot even describe the odor. If it weren't in Apos, tea for the smoked fish covering it, we would have raised suspicions long ago. I just overheard some sailors say that land will be visible in about 3 days. What will we do about that thing in the barrel? If it's discovered, we may become the shortest-lived pirates in history. I completely understand the predicament you face. But having endured so many days already, should you not be able to wait just one more?" Zhang Heng replied. "In my current condition, I am powerless to act. Let us wait until tomorrow evening at the latest, and we will address this issue together." Though Marwan was anxious, he recognized the truth in Zhang Heng and Apos' words. According to their original plan, they should have dealt with this problem 10 days prior, but no one had foreseen Zhang Heng's subsequent seasickness. As they approached land, with more people around, the likelihood of complications only increased. Marwan had no better options and nodded in agreement. In truth, had he possessed the courage, he could have disposed of the corpse alone during these days. Yet, the fear within him ultimately overshadowed his bravery, and he felt an unshakable resentment. Zhang Heng was the one who had committed the act, yet now they were both bound to shoulder the consequences, a situation that left him feeling utterly frustrated. Chapter 104. The Black Flag. 9. In the span of the last 2 days, Zhang Heng had engaged in some light exercise, and with the meticulously prepared meals by Marwan, his strength was rapidly recovering. By the following evening, he found himself able to move about effortlessly, though he was still far from his peak condition. Yet, time was not on his side. Given their current speed, they would reach Nassau by the following morning. He and Marwan needed to dispose of the corpse in the barrel that very night. As midnight approached, all the sailors had climbed into their hammocks. Zhang Heng did not rush. He waited an additional hour, ensuring everyone had slipped into slumber before he quietly rose from his bed. Navigating through the chorus of snores to the kitchen. There, Marwan sat anxiously, the candle on the table having burned down significantly. He held a potato in his hands, feigning to peel it, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Upon hearing footsteps, he instinctively exclaimed, "Mr. Defrena, I will be done shortly, and then I will head to bed." His words faltered as he looked up to see who had entered, and he let out a sigh of relief, somewhat chagrined. "Why are you so late? Do you have any idea how many times I and Apos' been asked why I'm not asleep? If this continues, I will arouse suspicion. Which do you think is the more perilous action? Concocting an excuse for your sleeplessness or dragging this thing out when everyone else is awake?" Zhang Heng inquired. Marwan chuckled awkwardly at the remark. "I'm not blaming you. I just thought perhaps there was a more prudent way." Zhang Heng interrupted him. "The sooner we resolve this issue, the sooner we extricate ourselves from danger for both our sakes. If you truly care about your safety, we must act now." This time, Marwan fell silent and, together with Zhang Heng, they lifted the wooden barrel. They exited the kitchen, traversing the corridor and storage area, until they reached the door to the sailors' quarters. After waiting a quarter of an hour, Zhang Heng nodded to Marwan, and they continued to carry the barrel. The farmer and Apos' son felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He was oblivious to how he had made it to the ship and Apos' ladder. The passage of time feeling like an eternity. Every stir or murmur from nearby pirates sent chills down his spine. Only once they emerged from the sailors and Apos' quarters and ascended to the upper deck did Marvin and Apos' tension begin to ease slightly. In a hushed tone, he asked, "What now? Should we go to the deck?" "No, there are patrols up there, and someone is at the helm. It would be difficult not to attract their attention," Zhang Heng replied. The rooms on this level were originally meant for passengers, and the windows are sufficiently large to allow the body to be disposed of. "What did you find out about the matter I asked you to check?" "Well, our original room is currently occupied by the Vanguard crew," Marvin explained. "But there are 2 rooms that are empty due to severe damage. The ship's timber is insufficient, and areas that do not affect navigation must be left as they are for now." "Excellent. Lead the way." After a brief pause for breath, Marvin led the way with Zhang Heng trailing behind, carrying the barrel to the second-to-last room at the end of the corridor. Marvin glanced back at Zhang Heng, then cautiously knocked on the door. There was no response. Summoning his courage, he pushed the door open, revealing an empty room. It had been rendered nearly uninhabitable during the previous skirmish, having suffered 4 cannonball strikes. The side wall had all but vanished, and though it was far from the water line, it had only been hastily boarded up and was still letting in the wind. After placing the barrel down, Marvin quickly shut the door and urged, "Now that we're here, let us hurry and toss the body overboard." Zhang Heng stood before the damaged wall, peering down, then shook his head. "No, the waters are relatively calm tonight, but the drop is too high. The sound of the body hitting the water could easily be heard by those on the deck." "What then?" Marvin and Apos' complexion paled. "We can end Apos. Wait any longer. This is our last night. If we fail to dispose of the body, that's a sound idea." Marvin immediately shifted from dread to delight. "You and Apos, always so thorough in your thinking. A traveler like you is remarkable. I'll fetch a rope right away." As he spoke, he opened the door again, but his smile instantly froze. The farmer's son's eyes widened in horror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from fear. "Apologies. Am I interrupting your rendezvous?" The unexpected visitor drawled from outside. It was an old pirate, sporting a scraggly beard and a tattered gray hat, revealing a set of rotten teeth as he smiled. His gaze fell upon the barrel behind Marvin, raising an eyebrow. "So, poor Vic has been waiting here all this time, has he?" In an instant, Zhang Heng assessed the situation and swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at the old pirate. Yet, the latter remained unfazed. "Believe me, lad, I have faced more guns than you have consumed salt. Allow me to enlighten you on what will unfold next. If you pull the trigger, I will be dead of that. I have no doubt. However, that gunshot will awaken the Vanguard next door. You may either be slain in resistance or captured and executed. I'm uncertain which fate is worse, but considering our ages, this exchange seems rather unprofitable, does it not?" Zhang Heng fell silent for a moment, realizing that the old pirate and Apos' presence here was no mere coincidence. The man had likely been watching them for some time, waiting for the opportune moment to confront them. On a positive note, it seemed the old pirate had no intention of defending the bald head in the barrel. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alone at the door. Zhang Heng decided it prudent to listen to the pirate and Apos' intentions. Chapter 105, The Black Flag 10, as Zhang Heng set down his firearm. The old pirate grinned, recognizing the wisdom of the gesture. He then turned to face Malvin, saying, "I have no objection to standing here and conversing with you. But if by chance someone happens to pass by in the corridor, how do you intend to explain this situation?" "Thank you kindly." The old pirate removed his hat, stepped into the room, and deftly closed the door behind him, to ensure our conversation could proceed without interruption. "Let me clarify that I am not friends with the fellow in the barrel. In fact, I find some of his actions quite distasteful. However, we are here to engage in piracy, not to forge friendships. One cannot be fond of everyone aboard a ship, can one? How did you discover this?" Zhang Heng was the first to voice the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Upon hearing this, Malvin's face turned ashen, and he appeared on the verge of tears. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Do not believe his words. I am not involved in this. I was coerced. I never laid a hand on anyone. And the wounds on my back were inflicted by him later." The old pirate looked somewhat taken aback, glancing at Zhang Heng, who stood unmoved, coldly observing Malvin's desperate supplication. After weeping against the old pirate's trousers for a moment, the farmer's son sensed the shift in atmosphere and awkwardly raised his head. The old pirate gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry. If I truly intended to deliver justice to Vic, do you think I would have opened the door to find only myself standing outside? Is it merely this? Zhang Heng frowned. I am not one to overreach, especially considering that the individual you eliminated happened to be someone I detested. So yes, it is as simple as that. You must have several friends aboard. Why not enlist their assistance? Understand this. Once money enters the equation, matters invariably become complicated. However, newcomers are different. Should you dare to abscond with my funds, I possess means to ensure you return them, the old pirate remarked. I appreciated your marksmanship displayed on the deck. Our collaboration could prove quite pleasant. It appears we have little choice left. You are an astute individual. Conversing with the intelligent is always a relief. Yet, to be prudent, I must secure our partnership. The old pirate's gaze shifted to the barrel at the side. I comprehend the troubles you face. Why not allow me to handle this predicament for you? What do you mean? I am aware of your concerns. Tomorrow we will arrive in Nassau, where items aboard the ship will be inventoried, including previous food supplies. If you do not dispose of the contents of the barrel tonight, your secret will be impossible to safeguard by then, unless the old pirate paused. Unless someone knows the person responsible for the inventory and persuades him not to inspect the kitchen supplies, and then finds a way to discreetly remove the barrel from the ship. Few can manage such a task, but fortunately, one stands before you now. After that, you could leverage the contents of the barrel against us for eternity, Zhang Heng remarked dryly. As I stated, I am inclined towards retirement. After this encounter, I shall not seek you out again. Perhaps you should be more wary of others aboard than of a seemingly harmless old man. Such as our affable black companion, Goodwin. He is undeniably charming, is he not? Despite his unfortunate past, he approaches life with an infectious optimism that uplifts everyone on the ship, always appearing when you need him most. Zhang Heng was finally taken aback. Why share this with me? Before you fulfill your obligations, I have reason to ensure your safety. Moreover, I personally advise you to stay clear of this matter. For our captain is exceedingly competent. Many believe that Ulf, this helmsman, has accomplished little worthy of praise over the years, but the truth is quite the opposite. Ulf is astute. He knows how to fulfill his duties under a dominant captain. Anyone who underestimates him will ultimately pay the price. Who exactly are you? Malvin could not contain himself, interjecting. Chapter 106, The Black Flag 11. In the early morning, the sailors in the crew's quarters were bustling about, engaged in their morning routines, when suddenly someone dashed down from the deck, exclaiming, Land ho! We have returned home. The pirates were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, racing toward the deck. They praised it, cursed it, celebrated it, and scorned it, yet there was no denying that it was an inseparable part of their lives. This was Nassau, the future capital of Panama, situated on the northernmost tip of New Providence Island in the West Indies, boasting the finest harbor in the entire Bahamas. The indigenous inhabitants, the Lucayans, had lived a life of fishing and hunting for generations. Columbus discovered this place in 1492, and by 1647, the first European settlers had arrived, establishing a settlement. You will come to love this place. If you cherish freedom and adventure, its allure is irresistible, Devon introduced. This land was once a Spanish colony, later seized by the British. And now? Inquired the farmer's son curiously. Now, it belongs to us, Goodwin replied, revealing a broad smile. Welcome to Nassau, the homeland of pirates, the land of liberty. The merchant ships entered the bay alongside the Sea Lion, and the pirates exuberantly launched their small boats into the water, eagerly paddling toward the shore. After more than a month at sea, they were anxious to disembark and revel in freedom, with only those bound by duty remaining on board. Dufresne pointed out over 10 individuals, including Zhang Heng, to begin unloading cargo. Malvin appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing toward the kitchen until the old pirate patted his back. Do not fret about that barrel. Once you finish your tasks, come find me at the tavern, he said before boarding a small boat. Dufresne called the two over, stating that while they were not entitled to a share from this plunder, it was unacceptable to let them disembark empty-handed. He produced a pouch containing 50 silver pesos, offering it as an advance for their time on land. You can seek work in town if you wish to earn more, but avoid signing long-term contracts. Someone will come to inform you before the next voyage. Gratefully acknowledging Dufresne, Zhang Heng and Malvin departed the trading post. However, not long after exiting, Malvin shamelessly requested his share. Zhang Heng understood his intentions. Throughout their journey, the farmer's son had been furtively eyeing the vessels docked at the pier. Nassau's proximity to the American colonies meant a swift journey to New York or Boston, and being a gentleman on his family's farm was undoubtedly more promising than serving as a cook on a pirate ship. Yet Zhang Heng knew escape was impossible. If pirates were so naive as to overlook such matters, they would never have allowed the two to disembark so easily. Nevertheless, he chose not to warn Malvin. Witnessing his eagerness to part ways, he readily agreed, and they divided the money, each receiving 25 silver pesos. Malvin, clearly disinterested in honoring the old piratess agreement, hurried toward the dock with his newfound wealth. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, began to assess the small town he now inhabited. By the 18th century, Europe had made significant advancements in productivity, with the Renaissance having just concluded, especially among the upper class, where architectural and decorative aesthetics had reached new heights. However, Nassau presented a stark contrast. Its initial impression was one of disorder. There were no theaters, towering churches, or clock towers. Nor were there elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen preparing for balls. Instead, there were dilapidated wooden shacks and stone houses, surrounded by countless palm trees, resembling a vast slum. Barely clad women solicited customers on the streets, exposing themselves to passing men, while barefoot children scampered along the dirt paths. In such an environment, every traveler had to be vigilant with their purses, as armed pirates roamed in groups, emerging from taverns only to plunge into gambling dens. Fishermen and vendors hawked their goods in the marketplace, while a young pastor passionately preached about the ways to absolve one's sins in the open square. Yet beneath this crude exterior lay a resilient vibrancy and prosperity. Zhang Heng stood amidst it all, feeling the town's pulse. This chapter of his journey was the longest he had ever experienced, spanning 300 days, plus an additional 24 hours. Totaling 3,900 days in this world, more than all his previous adventures combined. Zhang Heng organized his belongings. He had retrieved the items hidden beneath the floorboards before disembarking. Besides that, he possessed a short flintlock pistol engraved with the initials FH, presumably belonging to its former owner. A serviceable dagger, though it would fetch little if sold, and 35 silver pesos, a type of Spanish coin quite popular in the colonies. This constituted his entire fortune. In addition to these assets, he also bore an outstanding debt. After visiting several taverns, he finally found the old pirate in the 4th tavern near the rocks on the west side of town. The latter was sitting, enjoying the performance of a dancer on stage. Upon noticing Zhang Heng at the entrance, he beckoned to the left side of the table. If memory serves, I believe I hired 2 people, so where is our portly friend? When will he arrive? He will not be coming, Zhang Heng replied as he took a seat. TSK, that is not a wise decision. It seems he is not fully aware of his predicament, the old pirate lamented. I hope it is Owen who captures him, not Phoebe. Otherwise, he may face dire consequences. Zhang Heng had little concern for the farmer's son's fate and inquired, when do we commence our work? Chapter 107, The Black Flag, 12. Zhang Heng was hurled out, crashing into a table, and lay on the ground for quite some time before he managed to rise again. Amidst the jeers and whistles from the surrounding patrons, the armsman of the rogue adjusted his wrist, took a mug of beer from a serving girl, and gulped it down, a mocking smile appearing on his face. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Your voice was too soft for me to hear. Zhang Heng staggered to his feet. But before he could regain his balance, the armsman's fist came crashing toward him again. Fortunately, Zhang Heng deftly evaded the blow with a nimble retreat. Otherwise, he would have found himself on the ground for an even longer duration. Undeterred by his failure, the armsman provocatively beckoned with a finger. Yet Zhang Heng, refusing to hold back any longer, drew his short pistol from his waist and aimed it at the man's chest. A chorus of boos erupted in the tavern, as the onlookers, who were thoroughly enjoying the brawl, were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Faced with the pistol, even the most reckless armsman had to reconsider whether he could withstand a bullet. Spitting on the ground, he exclaimed, despicable. This remark resonated with many of the rugged men present, provoking another wave of cheers from the crowd. Unfazed, Zhang Heng had no intention of engaging in a brawl. If he could resolve the matter with the simplest means, he would certainly choose that route. Had he known earlier that this muscle-bound man was so confrontational, he would have pressed the pistol against the man and Oppo's head before uttering a single word, thus avoiding being thrown out mid-sentence. Confronted with the dark muzzle of the gun, the armsman begrudgingly fished out his wallet from his pocket and tossed it to the old pirate, who set down his knife and fork to inspect the contents. Where's the rest of the money? He inquired. I only have this much on me. The remainder will be paid in 3 months, the armsman replied coolly. Fine, but you'll owe me an extra 50 as interest, the old pirate said, wiping his mouth. You're nothing but a bloodsucker, Fraser, the armsman retorted angrily. You didn't seem to mind that when you sought my help for a loan, the old pirate replied, beckoning Zhang Heng over. Well done. Come join us for a meal, and afterward, we shall seek out our next target. By the end of the day, Zhang Heng had successfully retrieved 429 silver pesos for Fraser, along with a painting offered as collateral, a version of Da Vinci and Amp, Oppos, as The Last Supper. However, it was evident that the artwork was a forgery. It was incomplete, depicting only 7 of the 12 apostles. Nevertheless, Fraser appeared quite fond of it, accepting it as a substitute for 20 silver pesos. Not bad. Better than I expected. Yet your hand-to-hand combat skills are abysmal. You couldn't and Oppos to even handle the riffraff in this tavern, the old pirate remarked bluntly. This one and Oppos to suffice moving forward. This was merely the easiest debt to collect. The real challenges lie ahead. Perhaps you should consider honing your skills in this regard. Zhang Heng frowned at the statement. I recall our agreement was limited to this one occasion. After this, our paths diverge. How many debts have you let slide? A sense of foreboding welled up within Zhang Heng. The old pirate paid no heed to Zhang Heng and Oppos' reaction. Clutching the replica of the Last Supper and humming a tune as he departed, Zhang Heng, grasping the bag of coins, felt somewhat taken aback. The task of debt collection was intricate yet straightforward. He had assumed that Fraser and Oppos' reluctance to get his hands dirty stemmed from age. With this money, however, Fraser could easily hire a few strongmen to assist in debt collection. While there were risks associated with mercenaries being tempted by money, Fraser's cunning would likely mitigate such dangers. Zhang Heng was now certain that debt collection was merely a facade. Fraser had ulterior motives for seeking him out, but the specifics eluded him for the moment. Disliking this passive predicament, he resolved to gather more information regarding Fraser. Previously, he had inquired about Fraser among the pirates on the ship, but even Goodwin, typically affable, had seemed reticent about Fraser's history. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he withdrew the pistol once more. Simultaneously, the armsman placed 10 silver pesos on the wooden table before him, stating directly, "Tell me everything you know about Fraser, and this money is yours." Are you joking? Aron and Amp, Oppos, to you part of his crew? The armsman blinked in surprise. Considering his empty pockets, the money clearly piqued his interest, though skepticism lingered in his mind. Believe it or not, we are not that acquainted, Zhang Heng replied, offering no further explanation, as he was now firmly in the position of inquiry. Chapter 108, The Black Flag Saga, 13, What transpired afterward? Zhang Heng inquired. I am unaware, came the reply. There are rumors that he sought to clandestinely accept the Queen and Amp, Oppos' pardon. Once this news surfaced, his crew revolted, and he was voted out of the captaincy. The pirate crew disbanded, and that old scoundrel has now descended to the status of an ordinary sailor. The armorer is reveling in schadenfreude, yet he remains your creditor. Zhang Heng reminded him sagely. At this, the armorer and Oppos' mirth evaporated, and he could not suppress a curse. Well, I have disclosed all I know as per your request. Now it is time for you to uphold your end of the bargain. Having acquired the information he sought, Zhang Heng generously left 10 silver pesos on the table. One last question, where can I rent a house in town? With 58 silver coins still in his pocket, Zhang Heng could easily opt for an inn. However, considering his intention to reside on this small island for over a decade, he resolved to find a more permanent abode. He chose a location slightly distant from the dock, nearer to the island and Oppos' heart, nestled among fields. The advantage of this choice was its tranquility and affordability. Purchasing the property would cost only 160 silver coins, while renting it for 2 years would merely require 17 silver coins. After settling the payment and procuring some necessities, he moved in. The following morning, he commenced repairs and renovations on the house. The Bahamas, characterized by a subtropical climate, boasts an average annual temperature of around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Although it was spring, the temperature was still quite warm. Zhang Heng stripped off his shirt, exposing his bare torso as he clambered atop the roof, using a hammer and nails to mend its leaks. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Marvin, the farmer, had undergone a dramatic transformation in less than a day since parting ways with Zhang Heng. One sleeve of his shirt was torn away, and he was missing a boot. Bruises marred his body, and his eyes were swollen, rendering him a pitiful sight. He approached the wooden house, forcing a semblance of a conciliatory smile. Could you spare me something to eat? I've been hungry since last night. Don't you still have 25 silver pesos on you? I lost them, Marvin replied awkwardly. The farmer and Oppos' son had attempted to escape by boarding a ship at the dock last night, but had evidently failed, suffering a brutal beating in the process, and losing his money in the ordeal. This disgrace was too much for him to confess, even with his audacity. With no other recourse, he sought out Zhang Heng's whereabouts, arriving in a desperate bid for assistance. Having spent considerable time with Marvin, Zhang Heng was acutely aware of his character: selfish, brazen, cowardly, and hypocritical. After their parting at the exchange, Zhang Heng had no intention of concerning himself with Marvin and Oppos, as fate. Yet, circumstances compelled him to reconsider. This main quest differed from the past. It required him to establish his own influence in Nassau. He was still uncertain about the criteria for such influence. But he knew it was not a task he could accomplish alone. He needed a team, especially among these pirates who favored democratic voting, where numbers often dictated outcomes. Even someone formidable like Fraser had seen his vast pirate crew disintegrate once he lost the support of his men. Even a seemingly useless individual like Marvin represented a vote. And given his recent failure, he would likely be ostracized by the other crew members. Thus, he had no choice but to align himself with Zhang Heng. Even a ragtag companion possesses utility, and Marvin's presence could serve a purpose. Consequently, Zhang Heng chose not to expose the farmer's son's feeble pretense. Instead, he spoke calmly. "There's bread and cheese on the table. Help yourself." Marvin approached Zhang Heng with the hope of salvaging his situation. He had few acquaintances to turn to, and given his past failures, he was uncertain who might offer him refuge. Zhang Heng's decision not to retaliate against him was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. As Marvin devoured the bread, memories of his recent misfortunes flooded him, prompting tears to well in his eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Heng descend from the roof, he could no longer contain his emotions and choked out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Everything I did was inexcusable. I will never act that way again. From now on, my life belongs to you. Even if someone held a knife to my throat, I would never betray you." Was he genuinely moved? Zhang Heng believed that. At least in that moment, Marvin felt a sincere gratitude. However, such sentiments would likely dissipate within 2 days, expelled along with the food he consumed. In truth, it wouldn't take long before Marvin would betray Zhang Heng again if the opportunity arose, for that was his nature. Yet, Zhang Heng was indifferent. He had never expected Marvin to be a reliable ally in critical moments. Their fates had unraveled once the old pirate and Oppos' cargo was offloaded. Wiping his hands, he addressed Marvin. "Enjoy your meal. I shall take a stroll." Marvin's expression turned anxious, clearly worried that Zhang Heng might discover the events of the previous night. Zhang Heng felt compelled to reassure him, "Do not worry. It is not because of you." Chapter 109, The Black Flag 14, To establish oneself in any locale. The foremost requirement is to comprehend the essence of that place. This has been Zhang Heng's preoccupation in recent days. He has traversed every nook and cranny of Nassau, engaging in diverse interactions, whether joyous or fraught, with fishermen at the market, intoxicated patrons at taverns, street performers, and scrupulous traders at the exchange, and, of course, the ubiquitous pirates that inhabit this city. Many view pirates as a band of rogues, lawless and uncivilized brutes. And while such secular perceptions bear a semblance of truth, considering that few pirates can claim a spotless past, this perspective may be overly simplistic. Indeed, one cannot expect thousands of boisterous, brawling pirates congregated in a single city to remain docile and trouble-free, which explains the ceaseless vibrancy of Nassau. However, should one choose to look beyond the superficial brawls or the jealous squabbles outside brothels, it is possible to discern an underlying order amidst the chaos. Approximately 63 years ago, the initial wave of European settlers arrived on this land, establishing a fortress and a settlement named Charlestown in honor of King Charles. Yet, the island and Oppos' inhabitants soon discovered that honest toil in agriculture and fishing paled in comparison to the swift riches gained from enticing passing vessels into treacherous waters and plundering their cargo. Consequently, a majority of the island and Oppos' men turned to piracy, gradually shifting from waiting for ships to meet misfortune to taking the initiative to strike. Simultaneously, the unique geography of the Bahamas attracted the attention of other pirates, as the myriad islands provided ample hiding spots to evade naval pursuits. The pirates and Oppos' rampant plundering across the Caribbean necessitated a base for resupply and the disposal of stolen goods. Thus, Nassau was born, a name derived from an English prince, yet ironically transformed into a kingdom of pirates. Over the years, Nassau has developed a distinctive commercial system. Pirates venture forth to pillage, subsequently selling their spoils to local black market traders. These traders, leveraging their connections, transport the ill-gotten gains to Charleston, New York, Boston, and other ports. where they are transformed into legitimate commodities, reaping exorbitant profits with minimal risk. This constitutes the island and Apos' most significant enterprise, with virtually all other businesses revolving around it. Establishments such as brothels, casinos, and taverns thrive on the coins earned by pirates, while assessors appraise the value of the pirates and Apos' plunder. Informants sell intelligence on merchant vessels and taverns, and local fishermen serve as a natural complement to the sailors. Additionally, some audacious arms dealers and slave traders also ply their trade here. Nassau lacks a nominal ruler. Order is maintained by a quasi-parliamentary assembly comprised of a myriad of individuals, including black market traders, pirate captains, and large landowners, who collectively govern the city. Zhang Heng speculated that the criteria for establishing power in the main quest likely hinges on joining this assembly, a feat not easily accomplished. The large landowners are essentially ruled out. These individuals were among the first to settle on the island, boasting their own plantations and private militias. For Zhang Heng, with only 20 silver pesos to his name, this aspiration appears unrealistic. The path to becoming a black market trader is evidently fraught with challenges as well. For a merchant vessel laden with contraband to pass through customs unimpeded, one must possess formidable connections in high society. In reality, many black market traders on the island are backed by influential families who exploit their power to navigate the colonial governor's office and customs, bribing officials to legitimize smuggling and endeavor beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Thus, upon reflection, the only viable path appears to be that of a pirate captain. Yet, this too is no simple undertaking. Aside from the infamous pirates of history, even the lesser-known figures of the present possess the charisma and skill to command a ship and compel unruly pirates to heed their orders. Zhang Heng recognizes that there remains much for him to learn. However, he is not in haste, though the knowledge to be acquired is vast. Time is abundantly on his side. For days later, the Sea Lion summoned all its crew and set sail once more, marking Zhang Heng and Apos' inaugural journey aboard this warship, once belonging to Fraser, one of the finest pirate vessels in Nassau and Apos' harbor, armed with 32 cannons, including 24 9-pounders and 8 12-pounders, providing a formidable advantage against their prey. This time, they had received word of a Dutch supply ship and a Spanish merchant vessel ripe for plunder. Zhang Heng distinguished himself in battle, successfully rescuing 3 comrades with his pistol, further earning the acceptance of the pirates. Unlike Malvin, who fled upon joining, Zhang Heng chose to rent a house in Nassau rather than reside in an inn, signaling his intent to settle in for the long haul. This decision endeared him further to the crew, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng approached Owen with a request for instruction in close combat. Having learned from other sailors that Owen was the finest swordsman aboard, Owen had once been a promising young officer, but after offending his superior, he was dispatched to undertake an impossible mission in a perilous locale. In a fit of rage, he killed his superior and, left with no options, fled his homeland to become a pirate in Nassau. Unlike most pirates, Owen possesses a commendable sense of integrity, retaining some of his naval training's discipline, which initially rendered him somewhat out of place among his peers. However, as the pirates came to understand his character, they were eager to befriend him, particularly as he consistently led the charge in battle, garnering considerable respect. Following the death of the original quartermaster, the crew elected Owen as the new quartermaster. Chapter 110. The Black Flag. 15. Do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship? Owen inquired, somewhat taken aback, considering the monumental risks faced during each voyage. It was common for the pirates aboard to be hedonistic, living for the moment and rarely planning for the future. Thus, Owen felt compelled to remind him that mastering swordplay was not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. It would take at least a month or 2 to see any significant results, and the training process was rather monotonous. Your marksmanship is quite commendable. Why the desire to learn the sword? Close combat is my weakness, Zhang Heng responded. A flintlock fires only one shot at a time, and reloading is a cumbersome task. I do not wish to stand idly by after firing. Learning some sword techniques would at least afford me a means of self-defense. Indeed, that is a valid point. The firearms of this era differed greatly from those of later times. Although flintlocks had improved significantly over matchlocks, the reloading process remained intricate, requiring both the bullet and powder to be handled separately. Additionally, the powder pan needed to be replenished after each shot, and the misfire rate was alarmingly high. Consequently, engagements often commenced with both sides exchanging gunfire before resorting to blades, relying more on raw strength and skill. Most combatants relied on fleeting valor and physical prowess. often overshadowing technique. Thus, individuals like Owen, who had undergone formal military training, often held a considerable advantage in battle. Well then, come to the deck at sunrise tomorrow, and I shall teach you some fundamental slashing techniques, Owen declared, but he added a cautionary note. However, do not neglect your daily duties in the process. Thank you. I assure you, I wanted Appos. Zhang Heng expressed sincerely. Owen had earned the admiration of all the pirates for good reason. His demeanor was both generous and upright. Even when it came to his own swordsmanship, he exhibited no reluctance to share his knowledge. However, not all were as accommodating. Zhang Heng sought out the ship and Appos, rigging master, an elderly man named Roscoe. According to the crew, he had spent more time adrift at sea than living on land. His expertise lay in gauging wind conditions, forecasting weather, and maneuvering sails. With these skills, he garnered respect from both captains and crew, even if he rarely engaged in combat. Yet, he was protective of his knowledge, unwilling to impart it to others for fear of losing his livelihood. Zhang Heng was not the first to approach him, like those before him. He was met with a firm refusal. Zhang Heng even offered a reward of 500 silver pesos to be paid in a year. Yet Roscoe would only agree to teach him after his retirement. Given Roscoe and Appos' robust health, Zhang Heng feared that day might never come. The old man, though advanced in years, possessed a hearty appetite, indulging in both meat and vegetables with gusto. Zhang Heng suspected that, barring any unforeseen events, Roscoe might continue in his role until he departed from this world. Thus, after his third disembarkation, Zhang Heng sought out the old pirate, Fraser, at the tavern. How fares your close quarters technique? Ready to assist me in collecting debts? Fraser inquired, tossing peanuts into his mouth. Not yet, Zhang Heng admitted. After 2.5 months at sea, his swordsmanship remained at level 0. As Owen had stated, it was a protracted journey requiring persistent practice to integrate the fundamental movements into instinctive combat. Presently, he was still far from achieving that level. Though Owen had commenced practical training with him, then why have you come to me? The old pirate asked, intrigued. The sea lion was once yours. As one of the most seasoned crew members, you must know Roscoe quite well, Zhang Heng stated directly. What must I do to persuade him to teach me his skills? Fraser's expression turned playful. You wish to learn sail control. What drives this ambition? It is wise to acquire knowledge while one is still young, Zhang Heng replied. Fraser grinned. So you intend to convince me with such flimsy reasoning? He set down his knife and fork, scrutinizing Zhang Heng for a moment before continuing, however. Fortune smiles upon you today. I find myself entangled in a recent predicament. If you can help me resolve this issue, I may be inclined to share the means to persuade Roscoe. What sort of predicament? Zhang Heng inquired. Sounds fair enough, he replied, rising to his feet. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, I've enlisted another fellow to assist me, who set out an hour before you. So, I can only wish you luck. As Zhang Heng exited the tavern, he stumbled upon a group of raucous children by the roadside. A vendor, dressed in the garb of a merchant, passed by them, while the children feigned a playful scuffle to draw the vendor's attention. Meanwhile, the smallest among them stealthily reached into the vendor's pocket, swiping something before they all scattered. Thus, locating the thief among such a band of miscreants was no easy task, especially with only a name as a lead.